Super Devouring System Chapter 49-46 to Chapter 50-24. Whoosh, whoosh, 9 luminous orbs shot out from the Temple of Glory at breakneck speed, exploding in the center of the Tianji clan army in the blink of an eye. In that instant, milky white waves appeared in the void and surged forward in all directions, as if they were trying to cleanse the haze in the void. In an instant, they drowned the tens of billions of Heavenly Fate clan battleships and starships. What happened next was silent, but it shocked all the experts on the battlefield, regardless of whether they were in the Heavenly Tao Alliance's army, the Demon Hall's army, or the various small and medium-sized faction scout fleets that were lying in ambush in the distant void. The experts all subconsciously sucked in cold breaths as their bodies trembled violently. The Temple of Glory's so-called glorious purification was merely an amalgamation of energy. Even if it exploded into a milky white ocean in space, it would still be the same. That was why the milky white waves that blanketed the skies and earth dispersed completely after surging for billions of miles. As this ocean dissipated, everything in the void was revealed once more. Tens of billions of celestial legacy race warships and star fortresses could be seen, but all of them were silent and motionless. Even the rumbling of the kinetic energy cabins had disappeared. These 10 billion Tianji race battleships and star fortresses seemed to have turned into ghost ships of the netherworld in the blink of an eye, completely motionless. It was clear that this so-called glorious purification had instantly dispersed all the energy within the battleships, stripping them clean. Although the Tianji race AI robots within the battleships could be said to be a sea of them, without the support of energy, they were like a pile of broken copper. They were nothing more than scrap metal, completely losing the ability to continue fighting. This attack is quite interesting. Against the Tianji clan's AI army, it's simply half the work and half the effort. Even Xianxia was nodding repeatedly at the sight, giving a rather high evaluation. More importantly, although this wave of attack had instantly dispelled the enemy's combat ability, it didn't destroy any warships. When we return to collect the spoils, we can instantly claim them for ourselves. The Tianji clan's army will gain billions of warships and starships. Roar. Screech, boom. Rumble. Just as he finished speaking, all of the mecha beasts in front of the magic hall suddenly raised their heads and roared. Following the angry roar, an earth-shattering roar rang out like a tide, instantly enveloping the entire void. During this time, it was also accompanied by the sound of machinery breaking in, to the point that it made one's hair stand on end. Xianxia's eyes flashed as he turned to look. In his line of sight, there were close to 100 billion mechanical battle beasts of different sizes and shapes in the void. However, all of them looked similar to various kinds of ferocious beasts in the starry skies. At this moment, just like Dr's mechanical clan, they began to transform in an instant. This scene was like the combination of Transformers. The members of the mechanical clan of different sizes gathered in groups of 2s and 3s, and quickly merged together. The different numbers of mechanical battle beasts merged into one in just a few breaths. In the blink of an eye, the number of mecha battle beasts that numbered close to 100 billion were reduced to just over 10 billion. Their numbers had been reduced by 90%. However, the mecha battle beasts that appeared now were not only larger in size, most of them even larger than ordinary stars. Their forms had also changed. Although they were still ferocious beasts in the starry skies, they were more ferocious. Although they were formed by the fusion of different numbers of mecha battle beasts, they were all one. There was not a single trace of fusion or splicing. It was as though they were born this way. This scene was truly spectacular. At a glance, there were more than 10 billion mecha battle beasts that had just been fused. Basically, every single one of them had the bloodline characteristics of various kinds of ferocious beasts in the starry skies. This meant that their defense and attack abilities were also more diverse and stronger. They might even have special abilities like the Bug Clan and some other special kinds of ferocious beasts in the starry skies. Besides that, after the fusion, the cultivation level of these 10 billion gigantic mecha battle beasts also increased by a large margin. Previously, the weakest ones were at the Sector Lord level. However, after the fusion, the strongest ones were at the level of the Sector Lord level. The weakest ones were at the level of ordinary undying beings. There were even quite a few Universe Knights, Universe Masters, and Universe Supremes among them. Roar. Roar, roar. As the fusion was completed, the mechanical army of the Divine Legacy clan, whose individual combat power had skyrocketed, all raised their heads and roared angrily. The 10 billion terrifying mecha battle beasts roared and charged towards the all-evil army as though they did not care about their own lives. A shocking battle instantly unfolded. This time, it was a close combat. The moment the battle began, a large patch of space was dyed red. This scene made Xian frown. These 10 billion mecha battle beasts did not have bodies of flesh and blood. Their bodies were all made from special alloys and the remains of ancient life forms. In other words, the blood mist that permeated the space was clearly from the space beasts of the all-evil army. With a frown, Yi Xian extended his deific consciousness. His expression immediately darkened. From his investigation, he found that the all-evil army had suffered quite a few losses. Although it was only a single clash, this sort of close combat was the most ferocious of all. And the 10 billion mecha battle beasts of the Divine Legacy clan were not only strong, they did not fear death. Some of the mecha battle beasts even launched a suicidal attack. As soon as they got close, they immediately self-destructed. Devastating energy shrouded the void. Although the astral beasts in the army of evil had extraordinary cultivation bases and were ferocious by nature, they were still made of flesh and blood. Under such a large-scale self-destruction, they could not withstand it. Because of this, even if they did not die on the spot, injuries were inevitable. In fact, in the blink of an eye, the number of space beasts that were caught off guard and killed by the Divine Legacy clan's mecha battle beasts' self-destruction numbered in the hundreds of thousands. Although the all-evil army had more than 100 million space beasts, the loss of a few 100,000 space beasts was not great. But if this continued, it would definitely be shocking. Moreover, the Divine Legacy clan was losing fresh lives, while the Divine Legacy clan had only lost a few lifeless ones. This was the Divine Legacy clan's AI mecha battle beasts. No matter how one looked at it, it was not worth it. Immediately order the beast army to retreat. A cold light flashed in Yi Xian's eyes as he turned around to look at the primordial turtle. He sneered, "You want to fight with this highness? You're dreaming." The primordial turtle was in a panic. Hearing this, it was relieved and immediately ordered the all-evil army to retreat. On the side, the commander of the nomadic army, Green Ox, patted his chest and said, "Why don't we go?" After decades of fleeing in space, the nomadic army's battleships are all as slippery as loaches. If they want to self-destruct and drag us down with them, there's no way, no need. Yi Xian shook his head, but a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This kind of retaliatory counterattack is best left to the 4 heavenly kings. Please remember the domain name of this book. Whoosh. Whoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Xian abruptly waved his hand. In an instant, 4 rays of light shot out, directly passing through the wall of the starship and appearing in the void of the universe 10 billion kilometers away. Welcome. The storm expanded and turned into 4 giant mantis-winged battle beasts, each with a size of 50 million miles. They stood in a straight line, and their basic forms were exactly the same. They stood on their hind legs, and their mantis wings were as sharp as blades. There was only a slight difference. Yet, these minute differences were clearly due to the fusion of 4 different war drums. The 4 war drums were located in the chests of the 4 mantis-winged war beasts. It was also because of their fusion that the 4 mantis-winged war beasts had different patterns on their chests. They were like emblems. From left to right, the emblems on the chests of the 4 mantis-winged war beasts were a purplish-gold void soldier ladle, a ferocious one-horned weeping soul beast head, a grey slime, and a blood-red blood mosquito beast. They were clearly the characteristics of the 4 major kinetic races of the 4 war drums. Although, there were only 4 figures, and they weren't overly large. Among the more than 10 billion Heaven's Legacy race mechanical war beasts in the void, there were many existences that were larger than them. However, the cultivation auras that emanated from the 4 heavenly kings were too terrifying. They were all at the perfected supreme of the primordial era, which was equivalent to a half-step heavenly Tao realm. Ever since the start of the war, the Heaven's Legacy race, the Heavenly Tao Alliance, and the Magic Hall had only sent out their conventional combat forces. Even the mighty figures of the primordial era had never appeared. Yet, now, the Magic Hall had suddenly sent out 4 half-step heavenly Tao realm existences. It immediately attracted everyone's attention. Heavens, it was fine for the Tao Alliance. At the very least, the upper echelons had seen the 4 heavenly kings before. However, in the scouting fleets of the various small and medium-sized factions, this was the first time all the scouts were seeing the four heavenly kings gathered together. When they suddenly saw this scene, their bodies trembled violently as their eyes emitted an intense glint. These were four half-step heavenly Tao realm existences. It was obvious how terrifying their might was. Everyone was looking forward to their combined attack. They imagined how terrifying the destructive might of this attack would be. Roar! 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 At that moment, countless astral beasts in the 10,000 evil legion had already retreated. However, the more than 10 billion Heaven's Legacy race mechanical war beasts in front of them did not stop. They roared as they gave chase. Roar! At that moment, Heavenly King Void and Heavenly King Blood Mosquito, who were in the middle of the four heavenly kings, raised their heads and let out a shocking roar. At that instant, the soldier ladle insignia on Heavenly King Void's chest suddenly lit up and shone brightly. The tens of millions of soldier ladles in the 1,000 beehive nodes of the Void Battle Claw began to move under Heavenly King Void's command. There were a total of more than 1,000 beehive nodes with a diameter of 3,000 meters. Inside each node, there were tens of thousands of Void soldier ladles guarding them. They were using all their strength to activate the unique biological frequency of the soldier ladles. These unique biological frequency were channeled out under the guidance of the soldier ladles in each beehive node. More than 1,000 beehive nodes had more than 1,000 river-like biological frequency streams. All of them, they all followed the pipeline and rushed to the core node of the core circle, and then gathered into one. Finally, with the sudden roar of the Void Heavenly King, this terrifying and mysterious biological frequency was like a tsunami, pouring out of his mouth in an instant. Hum! Hum! An invisible shockwave roared out. This majestic and terrifying biological frequency directly caused the void to tremble. It gave people the illusion that the entire vast and boundless star field was trembling under this sudden high-frequency buzzing. Accompanied by a terrifying air-breaking sound that was sharp enough to tear apart the sky, everyone was temporarily deafened. In the void, an invisible tide like an ocean of stars suddenly leaked out, turning into an invisible force that could topple mountains and overturn seas. In an instant, it completely enveloped the vast void in a radius of hundreds of millions of miles in front of the Void Heavenly King. Ryip, rumble, clear tearing sounds that were as dense as rain resounded everywhere. This vast void hundreds of millions of li away was instantly torn apart inch by inch. As far as the eye could see, a large amount of void turbulence gushed out. In some of the larger void rifts, a large amount of void turbulence even formed a void vortex that resembled a black hole. Countless mecha beasts were swept away by the void vortex's endless storm and tide, but they were like paper under the crushing force of the void vortex. They were instantly reduced to ashes and scattered ashes. It was just a simple attack. To be precise, Heavenly King Void only let out a roar of anger. But the mechanical beasts of the Tianji clan lost more than 2 billion in an instant. This scene was like the wrath of the heavens, causing people's souls to tremble. But this was only a part of this wave of attack. Among the four heavenly kings, besides Heavenly King Void, Heavenly King Blood Mosquito also let out a shocking roar. The latter's chest was fused with the Blood Mosquito battle staff. The color of the Blood Mosquito battle staff was a dark red that leaned toward black, like dried blood, giving people a very heavy feeling of oppression. There was nothing unusual about this Blood Mosquito war doll. It looked exactly the same as the other three war dolls. However, the core node of the ninth circle, which was the smallest inside the mouth of the horn, was different from the other thousands of honeycomb nodes. The front half of this core node was densely packed with incomparably sharp alloy spikes. At first glance, this core node was like a huge alloy porcupine, although only the side of the core node facing the horn was filled with alloy spikes. The number was extremely shocking. They were too densely packed. After the last modification, the total number exceeded 100 billion. Moreover, the hardness of these alloy spikes was also extremely shocking, exceeding 100,000 meters in diameter. They were several times the material of the main body of the Starry Sky Fortress. These alloy spikes were all created by mixing in some special mineral or crystal. Each one was 100 zhang long. If thrown out like a spear, under a certain angle, it could pierce through battleships, fortresses, and even starry sky fortresses. It was simply like playing with toys. This was something that the forging system specially made according to the characteristics of the mosquito clan. Roar. Xiao xiao xiao. The next moment, as Heavenly King Blood Mosquito took a step forward, he did not hesitate at all. He immediately raised his head and let out an angry roar. In front of his chest, the intense high-frequency vibrating sound produced by the wings of a mosquito beast came instantly. Like a beehive, countless densely packed tiny holes appeared. An invisible blood-colored mosquito wave spurted out from within, radiating forward. Please remember the domain name of this book. At this moment, as Heavenly King Blood Mosquito angrily roared and stepped forward, the millions of vicious mosquito beasts in his chest flapped their wings in unison. The entire void trembled as if they were resonating with each other, if it weren't for the fact that they had all restrained the high-frequency vibrating power and gathered it together from the beehive nodes to the core node of the ninth circle. If they had spread out, the entire void would have been stirred up and trembled violently at this moment. This invisible shockwave was amplified by the special shape of the war drum. When it left the largest outer ring of the war drum, it had already blown out creases in the void. Among them, there were also countless giant alloy spears forged from special materials. They could even pierce through stars, let alone these Heaven's Legacy race mechanical war beasts. It was simply unstoppable. The speed of this wave of attacks was extremely fast, and as it shot out, a layer of invisible ripples appeared in the void. In the blink of an eye, it had already traveled over 10 billion miles, directly coming into contact with the mechanical battle beasts in front of it. Boom, boom. Rumble, shockingly loud explosions rang out in an instant, one after another, densely packed, covering the sky and covering the earth. Giant fireballs appeared in the void for tens of billions of li caught off guard. Almost none of the mechanical war beasts were able to avoid this strange bombardment. With just a single strike, all the mechanical beasts within a radius of 10 billion miles were blown apart, turning into giant fireballs that exploded in all directions. A corner of the vast void was illuminated as if a large number of stars had self-detonated. The power was world-shaking, and a large area of the battlefield was once again cleared. In just these two strikes, the Void Heavenly King and Heavenly King Blood Mosquito had destroyed billions of mechanical war beasts. These were all giant war beasts that had been fused together. There were only a little more than 10 billion of them, and now, more than half of them had been destroyed. The entire Heaven's Legacy race mechanical war beast army had been crippled because of this. The 4 Heavenly Kings' attacks all had different characteristics. This was caused by the 4 great war drums that had fused with the 4 Heavenly Kings. Of these 4 great war drums, the Void Drum possessed the power of the Void, the Weeping Soul Drum possessed the power of the Void, and the Time Drum was even more terrifying. It could unleash the time tide that was related to the time law of the universe. This is the power of the 3 war drums was invisible. The Void War Drum only had a single ripple in the void, while the Weeping Soul War Drum only had a terrifying cry that could destroy souls. The tide of time that was triggered by the Time War Drum was actually a kind of invisible power of law. When it exploded, there was a slight flash of golden light that disappeared. Now once again, the Weeping Soul War Allah's Weeping Soul Howl had little effect on the Heaven's Legacy race's AI Warbeast army. This included the Tide of Time. Although the Tide of Time could cause the body of these mechanical battle beasts to age instantly, it was still not a fatal blow. Therefore, this time, the 4 Heavenly Kings moved together. Although the Heavenly King of the Void and the Heavenly King of the Blood Mosquito activated the Battle Llama power in their chests to attack, the Heavenly King of the Void and the Heavenly King of the Blood Mosquito attacked together. But however, Tihun Heavenly King and Time Heavenly King did not do the same. Roar. Screech. At that moment, as Heavenly King Void and Heavenly King Blood Mosquito simultaneously unleashed their war drum's power, Heavenly King Tear Soul and Heavenly King Time suddenly raised their heads and let out a shocking roar. Immediately following that, a cold glint flashed in their eyes. With a shake of their shoulders, they instantly charged towards the billions of Heaven's Legacy race's mechanical battle beasts that were gathered 5 billion kilometers away. In the blink of an eye, they were already in front of them. Bang! Rumble, a distance of more than 5 billion kilometers was nothing to Heavenly King Tear Soul and Heavenly King Time who had perfected Desolate Supremacy Level 9 Cultivation. At that moment, they had descended into the midst of the mechanical battle beast army. The first thing they did was to circulate their inner strength and attack at the same time. He did not circulate the Weeping Soul War Drum and Time Drum that had fused into their bodies. Instead, they directly attacked with a pair of extremely hard alloy fists and the pair of razor-sharp mantis wings on their backs. However, their power was just as astonishing. After all, they were all perfected Desolate Supremacies Level 9, supreme existences that were half-step Heavenly Tao Realm existences. Next, instantly, a deafening rumble sounded. Two supremacies with terrifying half-step Heavenly Tao behemoths charged into the enemy army. With a wave of their fists, they were unstoppable. A corner of the void trembled violently. This was a one-sided massacre. A large number of mechanical battle beasts exploded into fireballs. Roar. Screech. At the same time, the Heavenly King of the Void and the Heavenly King of the Blood Mosquito, who had just completed a battle llama attack, raised their heads and roared. Then, their figures shot forward, turning into streaks of light that followed closely behind, charging into the Tianji clan's army of mechanical battle beasts 10 billion li ahead. Just a moment ago, Heavenly King Void and Heavenly King Blood Mosquito had activated the Void War Drum and Blood Mosquito War Drum in their chests to deliver a full-powered attack. Now, the kinetic forces within the War Drum were already in a weakened state. Although with their present cultivation level and life's natural order, the duration of this weakened state was very short, far from what it was before. However, at the very least, Heavenly King Void and Heavenly King Blood Mosquito would not be able to activate the War Drum's power to launch a similar attack for the next few hours. Therefore, the two of them now rushed out and entered the center of the mechanical battle beast army. Just like Heavenly King Crying Soul and Heavenly King Time, they used a pair of giant alloy fists and the sharp mantis wings on their backs to launch a melee attack. In fact, this was enough. This Heaven's Legacy race's mechanical battle beast army originally had more than 100 billion soldiers, but after a round of bombardment from the 40 billion battleships of the remnant army, they had lost some, and only had a little more than 100 billion soldiers left. Then, they began a strong fusion. Although the mechanical battle beasts that appeared increased in size, their cultivation level also increased greatly. Even the ferocious evil army was caught off guard and suffered a small loss. However, their numbers were sharply reduced to more than 10 billion soldiers. Just now, after Heavenly King Void and Heavenly King Blood Mosquito had activated the War Drum in front of their chests to deliver a full-powered attack, more than half of the 10 billion powerful mechanical battle beasts were destroyed. Now, more than half of the void in front of them was empty. There were only slightly more than 4 billion giant mechanical battle beasts left. Although 4 billion giant mechanical battle beasts sounded like a lot, it was nothing to the 4 heavenly kings who had perfected rank 9 desolate supremacy cultivation levels. In other words, they were half-step Heavenly Tao Realm existences. By when the 4 heavenly kings punched out, boundless power wreaked havoc. At least tens of millions of mechanical battle beasts were destroyed, exploding into giant fireballs. Yes. The 4 of them joined forces and charged into the remaining mechanical battle beast army. It was like tigers entering a pack of wolves. The battle instantly turned one-sided. This was clearly the rhythm of annihilation. Please remember the domain name of this book. Roar. Screech, rumble, as Heavenly King Crying Soul and Heavenly King Flowing Time charged out and blasted apart tens of millions of Heaven's Legacy race mechanical war beasts with a single punch. Heavenly King Void and Heavenly King Blood Mosquito, who had just completed their first attack, raised their heads and bellowed. Immediately following that, they transformed into beams of light and charged into the Heaven's Legacy race mechanical war beast army 5 billion kilometers away. Over here, due to Heavenly King Void and Heavenly King Blood Mosquito's terrifying full-powered attacks, more than half of the Heaven's Legacy race's 10 billion powerful mechanical war beasts had been destroyed. More than half of the void in front of them was empty. There were only slightly more than 4 billion gigantic mechanical war beasts left. Yet, the 4 heavenly kings were all desolate supremacies, half-step Heavenly Tao Realm existences. Their punches were filled with boundless might. It could be said that every strike destroyed tens of millions of mechanical war beasts, turning them into gigantic fireballs. When the 4 heavenly kings joined forces to charge into the remaining mechanical war beast army, it was like a tiger entering a pack of wolves. The battle in the vast void on the right side of the Heaven's Legacy star domain turned one-sided in an instant. Just the 4 Heavenly Kings' attacks were enough to ensure the annihilation of an entire region. There was no question that this Heaven's Legacy race army of mechanical war beasts, which had originally numbered more than 100 billion, had been reduced to a little more than 10 billion through the fusion process. However, their individual strength had soared, and they were quickly wiped out. This was to be expected. Although the mechanical war beast army was massive in scale, and the combat beasts' cultivation levels were even more astounding after the fusion, they were only a conventional combat force. They did not even have self-awareness, so they were not considered official members of the Heaven's Legacy race. They were only relying on DE's preset level of defense and counterattack as a conditioned reflex. Such a situation was something that ordinary primordial era mighty figures would not be able to handle. Furthermore, the ones attacking them at the same time were the 4 desolate supremacies, half-step heavenly Tao realm existences. No, the Heaven's Legacy race's battleship fleet formation was just too massive. Just the right side of the void had more than 100 billion mechanical war beasts. At the deeper regions of the Heaven's Legacy star domain, another massive battleship fleet quickly sailed out. There were also quite a number of them, more than 100 billion. Boom. Rumble. As the Heaven's Legacy race warships charged forward, they immediately gave the order to attack. A series of earth-shattering booms rang out, and beams of energy beams of varying diameters shot out from the opposite side of the void. Although there were a lot of them, hundreds of billions of them, there were still a lot of them. But on the one hand, it was because the distance was still too great, tens of billions of li. On the other hand, it was because this Heaven's Legacy race army had warships of varying sizes. There were even stellar warships that were 3,000 meters long. This is at this level of battleship, even the energy beam of the main cannon couldn't reach a distance of tens of billions of miles. Moreover, it was far from being able to, therefore, even though this round of bombardment in the void tens of billions of miles away seemed to be magnificent and majestic on the surface, in fact, after reaching billions of miles away, the originally overwhelming energy beams had already become sparse. At least 40% of them had been reduced. Seeing this scene, Xianxia, who was currently in the control cabin on the top floor of a star fortress, suddenly curled his lips and muttered softly, "Is the conventional combat force of the Heaven's Legacy race finally running out of steam? If so, the Heaven's Legacy beast will be forced to appear soon." At this point, he no longer hesitated and immediately waved his hand. In an instant, he ordered the 4 legions behind him to attack. Roar. Screech. Almost at the next moment, following Zhao Dong's order, the tens of billions of battleships of the Heaven's Legacy race army also fired their first volley. Boom. Rumble. Nearly 40 billion battleships of different sizes and shapes fired at the same time, and the parabolic energy beams that shot out enveloped the vast void of tens of billions of li. Their speed was very fast, and in the blink of an eye, they fell behind the army of mechanical battle beasts in the distance, causing an earth-shattering explosion. With just one blow, at least billions of mechanical battle beasts of different sizes and levels exploded, turning the vast void of tens of billions of li into a sea of fire. Roar. Roar. At the same time, the countless space beasts of the All-Evil Legion also raised their heads and roared. More than 100 million space beasts, all of them with terrifying cultivation bases and astonishing auras. At this moment, under the order of the immemorial tortoise, they roared and charged into the void as if they did not care about their lives. A great battle instantly broke out. This time, it was still a close-range fight, and as soon as the battle began, earth-shattering explosions came from the void. The previously fused Heaven's Legacy race army of mechanical battle beasts had indeed caught the All-Evil Legion off guard and caused them to suffer a small loss. But it was also because of this that the countless beasts of the All-Evil Legion were riled up. At this moment, under the order of the immemorial tortoise, they immediately set their eyes on the warships of the Heaven's Legacy race. In the blink of an eye, they were extremely close and directly wreaking havoc. They either directly smashed the warships with their flesh and blood, or used their skeletal wings and giant tails to forcefully pull them away. Compared to those powerful mechanical battle beasts, these ordinary warships of the Heaven's Legacy race were not only much weaker, but because of their size, they were not suitable for close-range combat. The 100 million space beasts of the All-Evil Legion instantly closed in. Even if each space beast only attacked once and destroyed one warship, in total, they would have destroyed more than 100 million warships. Losing more than 100 million warships in one attack was simply unheard of. The entire army only had a little more than 100 billion warships of various types, so they would not be able to last for long. Moreover, in addition to the Remnant Legion and the All-Evil Legion, among the 4 armies of the Magic Hall, the Nomadic Army and the Captive Army had also charged out at the first moment. The Nomadic Army's combat strength was the most complicated. There were space beasts and battleships of the Remnant Legion. Apart from that, there were also large space fortresses with diameters of 100,000 meters and large star fortresses with diameters of 500,000 meters and 1 million meters. As for the Captive Army, although they didn't have such massive star fortresses, they were basically all small fortresses and fortresses of various sizes. Their numbers were so great that it was shocking. Compared to the Mecha Battleship Army of the Heaven's Legacy race, they were far inferior. With this, the 4 great armies of the Demon Palace moved out at the same time. All of them poured out, and in less than half an incense stick's worth of time, the space on the right side of the Tianji Star region had been completely charred. The space was filled with the remains of various battleships and mechanical war beasts that had exploded. But, this was only the beginning. With the advance of the 4 armies of the Magic Hall, the time when the entire Heaven's Legacy star field was scorched earth was probably not far away. Please remember the domain name of this book. It wasn't just the battle at the right side of the void that the Magic Hall was in charge of. In fact, the battle at the front of the Tianji Star region that the Heavenly Dao Alliance was in charge of was just as tragic. Clang, of course, the tragedy here was only referring to the Tianji race's battleship army. After all, they were just conventional forces, and they were only attacking according to preset procedures. Against the powerful attacks of the Heavenly Dao Alliance, they would never be able to resist. From the very beginning, they had been retreating bit by bit, hiss, with a low humming sound. The Temple of Glory, which had just charged out of the Heavenly Dao Alliance's encampment and completed its first attack, suddenly let out another low humming sound as everyone looked on. The old man's low voice sounded as if he was sleep-talking. Glory. Purification. Even as his voice trailed off, another 9 sections of the Temple of Glory that resembled a celestial continent abruptly lit up. A milky white sphere of light that was millions of miles wide appeared in each section, and shot out like a cannonball the moment it appeared. Its speed was so fast that even the void was instantly torn apart. In the blink of an eye, it crossed hundreds of billions of miles of the void and directly landed behind the Tianji race's battleships and the Star Fortress army, exploding at once. Boom, boom. Boom, as the 9 spheres of light exploded, milky white waves instantly appeared in the void and surged forward in an overwhelming manner. This scene was so shocking that it was filled with a divine sense of beauty. It was as if the waves were going to cleanse the haze in the void, instantly drowning the tens of billions of Tianji race's battleships and the Star Fortress army. Everything that followed was the same as before. It was as if it was a duplicate. The milky white energy spread out like waves. It was silent, but it once again stunned all the elites in the battlefield. None, regardless of whether it was the Heavenly Law Alliance's army, the Demon Hall's army, or the experts in the various small and medium-sized faction scouting fleets that were lying in ambush in the distant void, all of them couldn't help but gasp. Their bodies shook violently. The 9 milky white spheres of light were merely in the form of energy. Even if they exploded into a milky white ocean in the starry skies, they remained the same. However, as the ocean dissipated, everything in the void appeared once more. The image was incredibly bizarre. More than 10 billion Heaven's Legacy race warships and starships could be seen, but all of them were silent and motionless. Just like the last attack, the 10 billion warships and even the rumbling of the kinetic energy cabins had vanished, as if they had become ghost ships in the netherworld. In an instant, all the energy in the battleships were completely dispersed. This sort of method was far too shocking, and although the Celestial Legacy race AI robots in the warship could be said to be a sea of them, without the support of energy, they were nothing more than piles of scrap metal, completely losing the ability to continue fighting. With just this one strike, the area directly in front of the Knowledge Star once again became a large empty void. Although there were still 10 billion battleships stopping in this void, they nevertheless seemed to be nothing. Noiselessly, they lost all threats. Whoosh, whoosh whoosh whoosh. Behind the Temple of Glory, a large number of light battleships shot out from the void like sharp arrows, deftly dodging the energy beams that were fired randomly in the void. In a short time, they had closed in on this ghost-like region. Then, a large number of human elites rushed out from these light battleships and directly into the 10 billion Tianji race battleships. In less than half an incense stick's worth of time, the Heaven's Legacy race AI robots that had lost their kinetic energy were all destroyed. Meanwhile, the concentrated energy blocks that these human experts had brought with them were quickly replaced, and the kinetic energy cabins were activated once more. Then, they turned around and attacked the Heaven's Legacy race. Roar! Screech! Screech! At the same time, behind the immortal 9 stars, Sky and Palace, and the Temple of Glory, the other 2 factions of the Celestial Alliance, the Star Alliance and the Alliance of 10,000 Races, moved out as well. The Alliance of 10,000 Races was formed by the slave races of the first universe, while the Star Alliance was formed by the races of the second universe. These races existed in all shapes and sizes, but more than 80% of them had the bloodline of the Pharaohs of the stars. In this expedition against the Tianji race, the 2 alliances had not only sent out their battleships and Star Fortress armies, but also a large number of pharaohs with extraordinary cultivation. And now, with the Star Alliance and the Alliance of 10,000 Races, who had been standing still behind the Human Federation's army, moved out, each sending out tens of billions of battleships and Star Fortress armies. Apart from that, there were also tens of billions of ferocious beasts formed by the various clans with extraordinary cultivation bases and strength. The 2 armies rushed out from both sides of the Human Federation's army as if they were 2 wings. In an instant, they each occupied a space of 20 to 30 billion miles in space, firing their cannons at the same time, roaring to the sky. Carrying a terrifying aura that could destroy heaven and earth, they rushed towards the Tianji galaxy. Boom! Rumble! From this moment on, the 3 alliances that formed the Celestial Alliance also moved out, just like the magic hall that was in charge of the right side of the galaxy. The forces of the 2 giants formed a pincer attack, closing in on the Tianji galaxy from both sides. Earth-shattering roars resounded once again. Boom! The Tianji race's battleships and star fortresses exploded into fireballs in the void. Some were big and some were small, but without exception, all of them were filled with a destructive aura as if the end of the world had arrived. Boom! The army was advancing. Although it was not very fast, its momentum was like pushing through dry weeds, and it was impossible to stop them. Although the 2 giants of the Magic Hall and the Celestial Alliance did not move out in full force, they sent out more than 60% of their forces, and all of them were elites. It was impossible for the machine race to have the ability to stop the advance of the Allied army with just their mechanical battle beasts, battleships, and star fortresses. The Tianji galaxy was vast and boundless. From the edge to the deepest part, there was a distance of more than 200 billion miles. Originally, there were a large number of abandoned stars scattered in this void. It had to be said that the Tianji race's construction ability was truly impressive. It had not been long since they had arrived in this chaos fragment void. However, as a matter of fact, all the abandoned planets in this vast void, which had a circumference of more than 200 billion miles, had been transformed by the Heaven's Legacy clan into star fortresses that were similar to star fortresses. Some of the star fortresses were huge and were built from abandoned stars. Although they had a major disadvantage, which was that they could not be moved, they were definitely the best choice for defensive void fortresses. For example, today, the Magic Hall and the Heavenly Dao Alliance's army were advancing. If they wanted to turn the entire Tianji galaxy into scorched earth, the void fortresses that were transformed from abandoned stars in this void had to be completely destroyed. Otherwise, they would not be able to continue advancing and force out the Tianji beast that was in seclusion to heal its injuries. Rumble. Roar, 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 the entire Tianji star field was in chaos. The distance from the periphery of the star field to the deepest part, which was the territory of the Tianji race, was more than 200 billion kilometers. However, both the Heavenly Law Alliance's army, which was attacking from the front, and the Magic Hall's army, which was attacking from the right, had already entered the Tianji star field. However, furthermore, in just half a day, they had already advanced a distance of 20 to 30 billion kilometers. Roar, everywhere they looked, they could see the scene of an intense battle. The void was filled with the remains of countless battleships, star fortresses, and mechanical beasts of the Tianji race. Although the three great factions of the Heavenly Law Alliance and the four great legions of the Magic Hall had suffered some losses, they were much lesser in comparison. The difference was so huge that it was almost negligible. This time, the Demon Hall and the Heavenly Dao Alliance had mobilized more than 60% of their elite troops. If they couldn't even wipe out a regular army that didn't include the official members of the Heaven's Legacy race, it would be too laughable. Furious roars, ruthless howls, and earth-shattering booms continued to ring out. The Heavenly Dao Union's three factions and the Devil Hall's four legions pressed in from the front and the right, pushing forward continuously. After advancing 20 to 30 billion kilometers, they had already entered the hinterland of the Tianji star field. In front, a large number of alloy fortresses the size of stars appeared. They were scattered in the void, and there was one every few meters. These void fortresses were indeed made of stars. The Tianji race had hollowed them out with countless robot armies and cast a layer of sturdy alloy on the surface. However, they looked so cold that it made people shiver. They had hollowed out half of the stars to install the cannons on the ships, and they could even shoot out terrifying star cannons. Buzz. Boom, right at this moment, from the front of the Tianji star field that the Heavenly Law Alliance was in charge of, an extremely low buzzing sound could be heard 10 billion kilometers ahead of the army. Although it was 10 billion kilometers away, everyone could hear it clearly, and it gave people a numbing sensation. Xiao. In the very next instant, a black cannon energy beam that was over 10 million miles in diameter abruptly shot out from a void fortress that had been modified from a star. As soon as it appeared, it tore open a giant fissure in the void. Moreover, its speed was extremely fast. In less than half a breath's time, it had already traversed 10 billion miles of the void and arrived in front of the Heavenly Law Alliance's army. Directly in front of the pillar of black light was the Star Alliance's fleet of warships. Here, seeing this terrifying energy beam shooting towards them, the commander of this fleet was scared out of his wits. Countermatter energy beam cannon, the damned Heaven's Legacy race had actually hollowed out a star and installed a large antimatter light energy generator inside it. Moreover, it was most likely constantly operating and accumulating energy. Furthermore, this star could not be moved, so there was no need to consider other uses. It was just a cannon, a simple death ray cannon. This star had been turned into a giant antimatter death ray cannon. It was easy to imagine how terrifying its power was. In fact, even if one did not know all of this, just by looking at the black energy beam that had just shot out from the star and was 10 million miles in diameter, one would be able to judge its terrifying power. The tens of billions of warships that were charging towards the Star Alliance's army were instantly thrown into chaos. Like headless flies in the void, they dodged to the left and right. Their kinetic energy cabins were pushed to the limit, trying to avoid this terrifying black energy beam. Although time was tight, more than 90% of the warships and the Star Alliance managed to avoid it. After all, the distance of 10 billion miles in the void gave them some time to react. But the area covered by this black energy beam was too vast. With a diameter of 10 million miles, everything in its path was destined to be turned into ashes. Boom. Rumble. As the black energy beam crashed into the Star Alliance's warships and the Star Alliance's army, an earth-shattering explosion resounded through the void. Wherever the black energy beam passed, it didn't matter if it was a fortress or a stronghold. Even the 500,000-meter diameter and 1 million-meter diameter star fortresses were unable to withstand its terrifying destructive power. That one strike had destroyed at least 3 or 4 billion of the Star Alliance's fortresses and strongholds. More than a dozen of them had been damaged. They weren't completely destroyed, but for the time being they were out of action. They had no choice but to retreat to the rear. What was left of them was. This was only one wave of attack from a single star fortress. In fact, after the first wave of attack, a deep buzzing sound that made one's scalp go numb could be heard from the star fortress 10 billion miles in front of them. This time, the frequency of the buzzing sound seemed to be more rapid than before. Obviously, this star fortress had the ability to launch the same attack again. However, this might require a certain amount of time, because it also needed time to accumulate energy. But in fact, in the hinterland of the Tianji galaxy, there were many star fortresses like this one. As far as the eye could see, there were star fortresses not too far away in the void. In the entire Xianxia galaxy, which was more than 200 billion miles wide, there were at least 8,000 star fortresses like this, if not 10,000 of them. A single attack from a single star fortress had caused the Star Alliance to lose 3 to 4 billion warships and star fortresses of various types. If these star fortresses were not dealt with, even if the Heavenly Law Alliance and the Magic Hall combined forces pushed forward, in order to reach the deepest part of the Xianxia galaxy, at least 70% of the two giants' armies would be destroyed in the end. This kind of loss was unacceptable to both Xian and the Heavenly Law Alliance's higher-ups. When all was said and done, these star fortresses were merely constructed from abandoned stars. They were not official members of the Heaven's Legacy race. Using their life force to fight against these star fortresses that could be rebuilt at any time was not a good deal at all. As these thoughts flashed through Yi Xian's mind, a cold light flashed in his eyes. The four heavenly kings, who were wreaking havoc in front of the four armies, immediately raised their heads and roared in unison. Their bodies transformed into 4 streaks of light and shot forward. In the blink of an eye, they were already 10 billion miles away. Each of them chose a star fortress that was distributed in the void and waved their fists. At the same time, in the front of the Xianxia galaxy, which the Heavenly Law Alliance was in charge of, the higher-ups of the 3 major alliances that formed the Heavenly Law Alliance also gave orders. In the blink of an eye, a large number of Universe Masters and Universe Supremes, as well as a small number of powerful beings from the primordial era, rushed out. Their targets were also the star fortresses in the void in front of him. Roar, roar. Roar. Roar, roar. As Yi Xian's eyes glinted coldly, the 4 heavenly kings raised their heads and roared in unison. Their bodies transformed into 4 streaks of light and shot out. In the blink of an eye, they were already 10 billion miles away. Each of them chose a star fortress that was distributed in the void and waved their fists. A shocking roar instantly reverberated. The 4 heavenly kings were desolate venerables, and they were half-step heavenly path masters. Even the stars were unable to withstand the power of their fists. In an instant, 4 star fortresses exploded and transformed into gigantic black fireballs. Roar! At the same time, in front of the Xianxia star sector, the higher-ups of the 3 major alliances that formed the Heavenly Path Alliance had clearly given their orders. In the blink of an eye, a large number of Universe Masters and Universe Supremes, as well as a small number of powerful beings from the primordial era, charged out. Similarly, they also aimed at the star fortresses in the void in front of them. Even if it was a Universe Master, when he punched with all his might, he might not be able to turn Star Fortress into a black fireball like the 4 heavenly kings, but it would not be a problem at all to merely destroy the internal devices and equipment. 3. Although there were not many powerful beings from the primordial era in the Great Alliance, there were quite a number of Universe Masters and Universe Supremes. Now, all of them had charged out and chosen Star Fortresses as their targets. In a short period of time, hundreds of star fortresses had been destroyed. Behind them, the armies of the Heavenly Path Alliance and the Magic Hall maintained an even pace as they pushed forward. However, at this moment, hundreds of star fortresses in the void in front of them emitted extremely low buzzing sounds that made one's scalp go numb. The 4 heavenly kings and a large number of high-level battle forces of the Heavenly Path Alliance who were at the forefront of the void immediately became vigilant. Those who were slightly closer to them immediately charged toward the star fortresses that were emitting the buzzing sounds. With a wave of their fists, they either blasted the star fortresses into exploding black fireballs or paralyzed the internal devices, causing the buzzing sounds to stop. However, there were also a dozen star fortresses that had successfully launched their giant cannons before this calamity arrived. Buzz. Boom, boom. Boom. Boom, a dozen deep buzzing sounds rang out at the same time. Although they were separated by a distance of 10 billion kilometers, they still drilled into everyone's ears clearly, giving them a numbing sensation. Boom. Xiao. In the next instant, more than a dozen black energy beams shot out of the star fortresses, each with a diameter of 10 million miles. They shot into the void, and as soon as they appeared, they tore open a huge fissure. They were extremely fast, and in less than half a breath's time, they had already traversed 10 billion miles and reached the front of the Heavenly Law Alliance's army and the Magic Hall's army. Boom. Rumble. The Heavenly Law Alliance's army was no longer in a state of chaos, as the 7 or 8 black light pillars pointed directly at them. A large number of ferocious beasts, battleships, and starships hastily retreated to the sides. No, but there were still a few that couldn't be avoided. The black beam of antimatter energy crashed into the Star Alliance's battleships and the Starfleet's forces. A deafening explosion rocked the void. Black wherever the black light pillars passed, no matter how big or small the Star Alliance's fortresses were, they couldn't withstand the terrifying destructive power. This attack destroyed at least 4 to 5 billion of the Star Alliance's fortresses. After all, more than a dozen black light pillars shot out at the same time, and 9 of them were aimed at the Heavenly Law Alliance's army. 6 of them were aimed at the Magic Hall's 4 major legions. However, on the other side, Xian was the first to make a move. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and his figure disappeared from the command cabin on the top floor of the Star Fortress. He appeared in the void in front of the Magic Hall's 4 major legions. Xiao, xiao. Xiao, boom. At that time, he was only in the form of a 3-meter-tall devil ape. He didn't even show his enormous body that was 60 million miles long. Just like that, he stood in the void, and with a wave of his hand, the 4 black antimatter energy beams, which had a diameter of 10 million miles, were blocked by a powerful force. Suddenly, after pausing in the void for a moment, they were immediately pushed back. Moreover, they were pushed back even faster than when they came. In the blink of an eye, they were back in front of the 4 star fortresses from which they were shot. There was no suspense in what happened next. The 4 star fortresses exploded in an instant, turning into 4 huge black fireballs. After doing all this, Xian didn't stay any longer. His figure flickered, and he disappeared from the void, returning to the command cabin on the top floor of the Star Fortress. Boom. At the same time, several of the Primordial Era experts in the Magic Hall's army rushed out. They didn't directly charge into the void like the 4 Heavenly Kings and bombard the Star Fortresses in the void. Instead, they simply stood guard in front of the Magic Hall's 4 major legions. 1. A black pillar of light that was tens of millions of kilometers long shot out from the depths of the Heavenly Mystery Star region in front of them. They would attack in an instant, even though they couldn't wave their hands like Xian and cause the 4 black pillars of light to roll back. But it was still possible for one of the Primordial Era experts to forcefully repel a black light pillar with their full strength. Although there weren't many Primordial Era experts in the Magic Hall, they were more than enough to guard the void in front of the 4 major legions. In another direction, the higher-ups of the 3 major powers of the Heavenly Tao Alliance had also made some adjustments. More than 10 Primordial Era experts who had been swinging their fists at the Star Fortresses in front of the Heavenly Tao Alliance also retreated and stood guard in front of the 3 major legions of the Heavenly Tao Alliance. Thus, the overall situation on the battlefield was basically decided. Heaven. The mechanical beast army of the Machine Clan was completely annihilated. Although there were still more than 100 billion battleships and star fortresses left, they were constantly being bombarded, and their numbers were decreasing rapidly. These 10,000 star fortresses were the only ones capable of attacking the great army of Demon Palace and the Heavenly Tao Alliance. Although there were many of them, and their power was even more terrifying, under the combined attacks of the 2 great masters, the great beings of the Primordial Era, Universe Supreme Beings, and Universe Masters, their numbers were constantly decreasing. Time passed slowly, but the earth-shattering roars in the void never stopped. 1. Time passed in the blink of an eye. In less than half a day, the terrifying armies of the 2 major powers of the Heavenly Tao Alliance and the Magic Hall had already entered the Tianji star sector and penetrated 30 to 40 billion miles. Thus, 1. Today, in just one day, the armies were pressing in from 2 different directions, and the distance they had advanced was another 100 billion miles. Then, looking ahead, the star sector that belonged to the Tianji clan's sphere of influence was less than 50 billion miles away. The star fortresses in the void were scattered, and there were less than 100 of them. Then, almost all of the battleships in the star sector had turned into fireballs or metal wreckage. Heaven. The mechanical beast army and battleship army of the Machine Clan had been completely annihilated. It could be said that the Tianji clan only had one Heaven's Legacy beast left, which was formed by the fusion of an official member of the Tianji clan and De. Everything else had vanished into thin air, and it was no different from the annihilation of the Tianji clan. Boom. Rumble, 10 billion kilometers ahead, as the four heavenly kings attacked once again, the last four star fortresses in the void transformed into four gigantic black fireballs. Shock! A loud sound rang out in the sky. Soon after, in less than half an incense stick of time, this incomparably vast star domain suddenly fell silent. Back, the three armies of the Heavenly Tao Alliance and the four armies of the Magic Hall all stopped. The cannons of the battleships and star fortresses no longer boomed. The star beasts in the beast army also no longer roared. This was because the Heavenly Legacy race's battleships, star fortresses, and mechanical beasts could no longer be seen in the void ahead. As far as the eye could see, the void in front and behind the two armies was filled with burning fireballs of various sizes. Countless battleships, star fortresses, mechanical beasts, and star fortresses were floating in the void after they exploded. The Heavenly Legacy race's conventional forces had completely disappeared. More than 100 billion powerful mechanical beasts, 300 to 400 billion battleships and star fortresses, and nearly 10,000 star fortresses made from stars had all turned into nothingness. Now, the Heavenly Legacy race only had De and a few million official members left. In addition to himself and the Heavenly Legacy beast that had fused with the Heavenly Legacy city, there was no one else left. From a certain point of view, the Heavenly Legacy race had actually been wiped out in this battle. All that was left was the lone Heavenly Legacy beast. Even though he was invincible in this primordial world fragment, he was all alone. No matter how much trouble he caused, he wouldn't be able to cause much of a commotion. In fact, although the Heavenly Legacy beast had yet to come out of seclusion and was still recovering from the injuries it had suffered during the Heavenly Tao Lightning Tribulation when it attempted to break through to the Heavenly Tao realm, the Magic Hall and the Heavenly Tao Alliance's armies weren't just destroying the conventional forces of the Heavenly Legacy race. Xian, De, and the rest of the upper echelons of the Heavenly Tao Alliance wanted to take advantage of the fact that the Heavenly Legacy beast had yet to come out of seclusion to join forces with all the old monsters, Huangzun, and launch a sneak attack. Destroying the conventional forces of the Heavenly Legacy race was just a matter of convenience. If the sneak attack was successful, then the Heaven's Legacy beast, which was in the middle of healing, would be disrupted, and its injuries would most likely worsen. As such, he would not be considered a true Heavenly Tao realm existence. Even if his combat strength was invincible in the void fragment of the primordial desolate world and was infinitely close to the Heavenly Tao realm, as long as he had not completely stabilized himself in the Heavenly Tao realm, Xian, De, and the other desolate supremacies would not fear him. Even if they couldn't defeat him, they would still be able to stand against him if they worked together. This was the ultimate goal of Xian, De, and company. Before it recovered from its injuries, they wanted to aggravate the Heavenly Legacy beast's injuries. They wanted to nip its plans of stabilizing its cultivation in the Heavenly Tao realm in the bud. No ordinary forces were simply incapable of participating in a battle of this level. Not even the great powers of the primordial era were qualified to participate, let alone ordinary warships and dire beasts. Such as today, the conventional forces of the Heavenly Legacy race had been wiped out. Xian, De, and the other upper echelons of the Heavenly Tao Alliance immediately issued orders for their armies to retreat. The three armies of the Heavenly Tao Alliance and the 4 legions of the Magic Hall were not only retreating from the Heavenly Legacy star sector, but they were also retreating back to their respective star sectors. Following this, the ultimate battle with the Heavenly Legacy race would erupt. The desolate supremacies of the Magic Hall and the Heavenly Tao Alliance would join forces to attack the Heaven's Legacy beast. This vast and boundless Heavenly Legacy star sector would become a battleground. Boom. Hong. Long. After the orders were issued, the 3 armies of the Heavenly Tao Alliance and the 4 legions of the Magic Hall began to retreat. In the void, the rumbling sound of the kinetic energy cabins being fully activated reverberated. Even the large number of Universe Masters, Universe Supremes, and Great Powers of the Primordial Era that had been dispatched by the 2 Great Powers to attack the Star Fortress in the Star Sector in front of them hurriedly retreated and returned to the fleets of their respective powers. After this, they would lead the armies of their respective powers back to their respective star sectors at the fastest speed possible. They would immediately set up defensive arrangements to prevent any accidents from happening in the battle in the Heavenly Legacy Star sector, which would infuriate the Heaven's Legacy Beast and cause it to rush over to wreak havoc and seek revenge. Xiao, 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 xiao. Just as the terrifying armies of the two great powers were retreating, a sharp sound of something breaking through the void rang out. Demon from the palace hall side, only Yi Xian and Old Pig Demon rushed out. Both of them were only about 3 meters tall, and they had yet to reveal their bloodline true bodies. They stood side by side in the void with the 4 heavenly kings who had retreated from the front. It was the same for the Dao Alliance. The first to rush out were 5 figures. Among them, the leader was a Qilin demonic beast. It was tens of thousands of miles long, and its entire body was shrouded in raging demonic flames. It looked extremely powerful. It was none other than the Blood Qilin. Its cultivation strength had already reached the 8th level of Supreme Master of the Primordial Era. It was only one step away from becoming a peak Desolate Master, who was at the 9th level of perfection. Beside it, there was a fellow who was only half a figure behind it. He was also 10 million miles long, but he was extremely narrow and long. His entire body was pitch black, and there was a billowing demon aura surging out of his body. This fellow was the 9 secret demon crocodile. His cultivation strength was the same as that of the Crimson Unicorn. He had also reached the 8th level of Desolate Master. It could be said that he was extremely powerful. Behind the two of them, another 3 figures rushed out side by side in the void. They were the Desolate Masters from the top 3 races of the original Second Universe. They were the 9-headed Blood Dragon, the Xianxia Rock, and the Blood-Devouring War Lion. There among them, the 9-headed Blood Dragon and the Xianxia Rock had just broken through and entered the realm of Desolate Master before entering this chaotic world fragment void. Not long ago, these 2 old fellows were only at the 1st level of Desolate Master, but now they were already at the 2nd level of this realm. Moreover, their aura was extremely condensed. They must have broken through a long time ago. They were probably not far away from entering the 3rd level of Desolate Master. As for the Blood-Devouring War Lion, although he had not entered the real Desolate Master realm, he was only a Desolate Master. Viewed in the state of activating the bloodline of the 9 transformation of the Wild Lion, his cultivation strength was much stronger than that of the 9-headed Blood Dragon and the Xianxia Rock. Such as now, the cultivation aura emitted from his body had reached the 6th level of the Primordial Era. He was only one step away from entering the late stage of the 7th level. Following along with the appearance of the 5 Desolate Masters of the Star Alliance, in the same direction, in the distance, there were 7 other figures. They were coming together. They all looked like normal humans, but there were obviously only 4 of them who were real humans. In addition, there was another guy, D-Air, who was a mechanical life form. Although the last 2 had changed into human appearance, the aura emitted from their bodies was as violent and majestic as the ferocious beasts of the stars. Both of them looked to be around 60 years old. One was wearing a black robe, while the other was wearing a white robe. The white robe had a dark complexion, like the bottom of a pot, while the black robe was as white as jade. They looked quite interesting. They should be from the headquarters of the former Wanluo Federation, which was one of the 3 major forces of the current Human Federation, the Temple of Glory. Their true form must be the ferocious beasts of the stars. But their cultivation strength was extraordinary. Both of them were already at the 7th level of the Primordial Era and had entered the late stage of this realm. Their cultivation was the same as the Blood-Devouring War Lion's 9 transformation of the Wild Lion. Among the 3 powers that made up the Heavenly Dao Alliance, the 4 awakened desolate venerable old monsters from the Myriad Races Alliance had all been killed by Yi Xian. Even the blood mist formed when their bodies exploded had been refined into 4 desolate venerable blood essences. Therefore, the desolate venerable old monsters that rushed out of the Heavenly Dao Alliance army were only from the Starry Sky Federation and the Human Federation. Among the 7 desolate venerable old monsters of the Human Federation, other than D-Air and the 2 beast-transformed old men, the other 4 were all real humans. There were 3 men and 1 woman, and they all looked to be in their 60s. These 4 people should be from the human clan's 2 camps, the Immortal Dynasty Su Lao Ge, and the Tenju Celestial Palace's Tianju Palace. Their cultivation strength was not bad, and they were all late-stage desolate venerables, at the 7th level of this realm. Just from this point, it could be seen that the Human Federation's overall strength was much stronger than the Starry Sky Alliance. Not only did they have 7 desolate venerable old monsters, 6 of them were late-stage 7th-level desolate venerables. Even Dr., who was only a 1st-level desolate venerable, had a mechanical race under him. Once the tens of millions of people merged into a mechanical beast, their cultivation strength would surpass that of a 7th-level desolate venerable, reaching the 9th level of perfection and half-step heavenly Tao realm. It could be said that among the 7 desolate venerable old monsters of the Human Federation, Dr's cultivation was the weakest, but in fact, Dr's overall strength was the strongest. This could be seen from the fact that Dr was the only one in the lead when the 7 of them joined forces to come here. Furthermore, the Heavenly Tao Union and the upper echelons of the Demon Hall had joined forces to deal with the Heaven Fate Beast released by the Heaven Fate Beast. Although quite a number of desolate supremacy experts had appeared, numbering more than 10, the Heaven Fate Beast had successfully entered the true Heavenly Tao realm. With just these forces, it was still unknown if they could inflict new injuries on him before he recovered from his injuries, even if they were to join forces. Under such circumstances, the master of the Magic Hall, Yixian's 3 Blood Sea avatars obviously would not hold back and would condense all of them later. While the 2 mechanical beasts that Dr had merged with all the people of the machine race would appear again and participate in this battle. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. As expected, as Dr's figure appeared, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and he immediately waved his hand. Down below in an instant, streaks of light shot out and began to gather in the void 10 billion miles in front of him. It was obvious that Dr also had a treasure with a huge internal space. The entire enormous machine clan, which now had close to 80 million members, was being carried around by him. At this moment, because the final battle with the Heaven's Legacy Beast was about to begin, this mechanical tribe army was also summoned by Dr. Boom! Rumble! As a large number of mechanical clansmen in the form of mechanical battle beasts shot out and landed in the void close to 10 billion miles away, an earth-shattering roar rang out like a tide, enveloping the entire void. Dr immediately gave the order to the mechanical tribe army to start the fusion. After all, the mechanical tribe's mechanical beasts could not be formed in one fusion. They needed 7 fusions. Furthermore, it would take a considerable amount of time. If they waited until the army of nearly 80 million was deployed before fusing, there was clearly no need for that. For example, today, the mecha beasts that were summoned first immediately began to fuse as soon as they received the order. Sounds of grinding and grinding rang out from the void. All the members of the mecha race that were summoned gathered in groups of 2s and 3s, fusing and fusing with each other. Little, half an hour later, there was no more light shooting out from De's hand. The Mech Clan battle beasts that were summoned by 66 in the void had also completed 2 fusions in this period of time. After the 2 fusions, there were originally more than 80 million mechanical battle beasts, but now, there were only slightly more than 800,000 of them left. However, without exception, all of them grew in size. The smallest one was almost the size of an undying star, just like a giant star. However, in terms of form, they were still space beasts, and they already had the characteristics of many types of beasts. As for their cultivation level, the weakest being was already an undying emperor. Among them, the most powerful being even had the cultivation level of a universe supreme, and there were quite a number of them, more than 1,000. However, this was still not the end. Following this, there were still several fusions. Boom! 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 Following Dr's order, the earth-shattering roar resounded in the void again, and there were even more mechanical battle beasts that were so dense that it made one's hair stand on end. The more than 800,000 mechanical battle beasts, like the previous 2 fusions, gathered in groups of 2s and 3s, and fused with each other. Compared to the first fusions in the Rising Sun Forbidden Land, today's 3rd fusions took slightly less time, but it still lasted for about 10 breaths. In the blink of an eye, the original 800,000 plus mechanical battle beasts that had gone through the 2nd fusions were reduced by 90%. Now, there were only 80,000 left. However, every one of them was extremely huge, and their bodies were terrifyingly close. Similarly, they were in various forms of space beasts, and they were extremely ferocious. At first glance, they were like prehistoric monsters, and it was a ghastly sight. However, after the third fusions among the 80,000 or so mechanical battle beasts, the weakest one had reached the level of an undying emperor, and the strongest one had even reached the level of a great being of the desolate ancient era, and there were quite a number of them, more than 100. The next 4 fusions were even faster. After all, after the fusions, the number of mechanical battle beasts was getting smaller and smaller. However, during this period of time, Dr must have practiced similar fusions many times. Compared to the time in the Rising Sun Forbidden Land, he must have become more familiar with them. However, in just a short while, the 7th fusions were completed. However, in the void, more than 80 million members of the mechanical clan had disappeared, and in their place were 2 extremely ferocious mechanical beasts. Although they were not as huge as the celestial mystery beast, which was 400 million miles long, they were about 300 million miles long, which was much bigger than ordinary giant stars. As for the aura of cultivation emitted from these 2 mechanical beasts, they were both at the level of a complete 9th stage desolate master, which was half a step into the heavenly path realm. At this point, in the opposite universe void, there were already 14 desolate master old monsters across the void. They were from the Star Alliance and the Bloody Unicorn, the 9 secret demon crocodile, the 9-headed blood dragon, the Cyan Rock, and the blood-devouring war lion. There were also 6 advanced stage old monsters from the Human Clan Federation, as well as De and his 2 complete 9th stage mechanical beasts. However, he was afraid that Yi Xian's 3 Blood Sea clones hadn't been summoned yet. Including him, the old pig spirit, and the 4 heavenly kings, the number of old monsters in the sky had already reached 20. Among them, there were as many as 8 desolate master old monsters who were half a step into the heavenly path realm at the complete 9th stage. The magic hall already had 6 of them. Once Yi Xian condensed his 3 Blood Sea clones, the number of desolate master old monsters fighting the celestial mystery beast this time would reach 22. Among them, there were 10 desolate master old monsters who were half a step into the heavenly path realm at the complete 9th stage, which was close to half. However, the magic hall alone already had 8 desolate master old monsters. Their lineup was terrifying and luxurious. With a wave of Dr's hand, he summoned nearly 80 million members of the machinery race and immediately gave the order to fuse. In a short period of time, the entire race fused and transformed into 2 nearly 300 million miles long. As for the mechanical behemoths whose strength had reached the 9th stage of desolate supremacy, which was equivalent to the half-step heavenly Tao realm, Yi Xian's eyes flashed coldly as he immediately took action. Whoosh, along with a strange sound that was like a surging wave, the entire body of the violent starry sky ape that was only around 3 meters tall collapsed, transforming into a vast sea of blood that spread out, covering a distance of 10 billion kilometers in the blink of an eye. Roar! Roar! Screech! In the next instant, from 3 different directions of the vast sea of blood, shocking roars and violent howls sounded. Immediately after that, from the horrifying sea of blood, 3 massive figures rose from the ground. They were the 3 great demon bodies of the primordial demon ape. Split the other was the body of flesh and blood, which was the violent ape of stars, and the body of bones. There was no flesh and blood, only a purple-gold skeleton. It exuded an endless murderous aura and looked extremely ferocious. The last was the body of black fog. Although it was also in the form of a violent ape, its body was a black fog. Even its eyes were only 2 purple beams. It looked extremely strange. Since, at this moment, the 3 Blood Sea avatars were instantly condensed. The cultivation aura emanating from their bodies was at the 9th stage of supreme desolate supremacy, which was equivalent to the half-step heavenly Tao realm. If, with this, just the magic hall alone had the combat strength of 8 desolate supremacies. The 3 Blood Sea avatars, the 4 heavenly kings, as well as the old pig spirit who had revealed his bloodline true body during this period of time. The 8 of them were all supreme existences at the half-step heavenly Tao realm, and opposite them in the void were the Star Alliance, the Scarlet Unicorn, the 9 Netherworld Fiend Crocodile, the 9-headed blood-fled dragon, the Azure Sky Rock, and the blood-devouring war lion. The 6 old monsters at the late stage from the Human Federation, as well as De and the 2 mechanical beasts at the peak of the 9th rank under his command. As far as the eye could see, there were a total of 22 desolate elders from the Magic Hall and the Heavenly Tao Alliance who were fighting against the Heavenly Mystery Beast. Among them, there were 10 half-step heavenly Tao elders who were at the peak of the 9th stage, which was nearly half of them. The horror and extravagance of the display could be said to make one want to vomit. Even so, all the desolate Zune-old monsters present still wore solemn expressions. Although no one made a sound, the entire void was shrouded in a layer of invisible haze, making it extremely oppressive. Looking back at the edge of the Tianji Star region, the Heavenly Tao Alliance and the Magic Hall's army were almost completely evacuated. After all, they were all evacuating, and the distance between them and the Tianji Star region wasn't too far. Roar! Roar! In the opposite void, along with a low and oppressive roar, the 5 desolate Zune-old monsters, including the Scarlet Unicorn and the 9 Netherworld Demon Crocodile from the Star Alliance, all revealed their bloodline true bodies, which were at least 10 million miles long. The cultivation aura that was faintly emitted was so strong that it made people look askance. Among the 7 desolate Zune-old monsters from the Human Federation, 2 of them had the bloodline of ferocious beasts in their bodies, and they also revealed their bloodline true bodies. One was a violent bear, and the other was a green jackal. Their bodies were 40 million miles long, which was only slightly smaller than Yixian's 3 Blood Sea avatars. The other 4 desolate Zune-old monsters also took out their weapons and treasures. All of them were ancient treasures, and they poured out rays of light that shrouded their bodies. Even Di had a green jade ruler hanging above his head. This made Yixian a little surprised. He didn't expect that a mechanical lifeform like Di'er could use a treasure. He thought. This green jade ruler must have been specially modified by Di'er. As for its power and special effects, it was still unknown. He couldn't tell at all. While, on the side of the Heavenly Tao Alliance, the 4 heavenly kings didn't use their treasures. The old pig spirit also fought with 2 pairs of black hooves and a pigtail that was like a giant whip. Among the 3 Blood Sea avatars of Yixian, the body of flesh and blood, the violent ape, flipped his hand, and a big black stick appeared in his right hand. He carried it on his shoulder with one hand, looking free and easy and domineering. The Black Fog avatar was surrounded by a colorful ribbon in the form of energy. It was colorful, and it wrapped around its body and limbs a few times. It was clearly formed by the 9-colored flame sea in the Farmer God's Cauldron. Only from this point of view, the Farmer God's Cauldron was clearly assigned to the Black Fog avatar. Right now, it was only using the 9-colored flame sea in the cauldron. However, if it was necessary, the Black Fog avatar could use the cauldron, hold one of its legs, and use it as the flipping sky seal or a giant hammer to smash it down. It was the skeleton avatar, but it was empty-handed. This was also deliberately done by Yixian. This was because in this battle, the strongest attack that he could use at the most critical moment would be his skeleton avatar. The Heavenly Tao Alliance and the army of the Magic Hall have completely retreated from the Tianji Star Zone. As for the aura of the Heavenly Mystery Beast, I have also detected it. After half a day, Di'er Zhuang glanced in the direction behind him and quickly retracted his gaze. He swept his gaze across the group of desolate Zune-old monsters who had already gathered in the void. As he spoke, he had already cast his gaze into the distance. He raised his finger and said, "In this direction, in the void 30 billion miles away, there is that inconspicuous black hole. The Heavenly Mystery Beast is hibernating inside." Di must have sensed everything that happened outside the black hole. However, now, we have led the army into the Tianji Star Zone. It has been 3 to 4 days since then, and the entire Tianji clan has been wiped out. However, he still hasn't appeared. A cold light flashed in Di'er's eyes. This situation is a little strange. If there are no accidents, the Heavenly Mystery Beast's injuries should be almost completely healed. Otherwise, he wouldn't be willing to pay the price of the entire Tianji clan army to grit his teeth and not come out. In other words, we don't have much time. Once he fully recovers and comes out of seclusion, the Heavenly Mystery Beast's cultivation will be as stable as the true Heavenly Tao realm. If we want to seriously injure him again, it will be no different from a fool's dream. The chances are less than 20%. At this point, Di'er paused. He turned to the crowd and scanned them again. Then, he continued, "Everyone, are you ready? If there are no problems, I will take action now. The 2 giant mechanical beasts of the Machine Clan will cast a secret technique and use a unique electronic frequency to attack the black hole in the void ahead. In this way, the heavenly mystery beast will be forced to rush out and come out of seclusion ahead of time. Otherwise, the void inside the black hole will fall into chaos. In this situation, once we attack again, the black hole will collapse completely. He is hiding in the black hole. Once the black hole collapses, he will be banished into the void turbulence. Otherwise, his injuries will worsen due to the nomological power when the black hole collapses. The best choice is to force his way out. And this, to us, means that a great war is imminent. And with the situation as they were, time was of the essence. Everyone was well aware of this. At such a time, there would naturally be no more objections. Dr. retracted his gaze and nodded silently. Immediately after, his gaze shifted to the small black hole tens of billions of miles away. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. Along with the others, their gazes converged. In the vast void, the atmosphere instantly froze, becoming even more oppressive and depressing. Extremely, there was a sense of nervousness that came at the slightest touch. Roar. Screech, hum. In the next instant, at the forefront of the void, the two gigantic mechanical beasts that were nearly 300 million miles in size raised their heads at the same time and let out an earth-shattering roar and howl. Immediately after, there was an extremely low buzzing sound. Two strange sound waves that resembled rippling scales spread out from the two mechanical beasts' bodies. In the blink of an eye, they converged and surged toward the small black hole tens of billions of miles away. In the blink of an eye, they had enveloped the black hole. Although it was called a small black hole, its diameter was still about 500 million miles. This was only the entrance to the black hole. After entering, the space inside would definitely be even larger. However, this kind of void black hole had always been the most unstable. Even an ordinary energy explosion could cause a huge impact on the structure of the black hole. If things went wrong, the void would collapse. For example, in such a situation, even if the existence of the heavenly Tao realm was not in danger of survival, there was still the possibility of being seriously injured. If one was exiled into the endless void turbulence and could not find the way back, then the result would not be much different from a true death. This was already the case under normal circumstances. Now, the two mechanical beasts that were formed from the fusion of the entire mechanical race had attacked at the same time and used a secret technique to envelop the entire black hole entrance with a special electronic frequency. The situation was obviously worse. In the next moment, the originally stable black hole entrance channel suddenly rippled like fish scales. Furthermore, it was becoming more and more chaotic. There was also an extremely low buzzing sound that continued to be transmitted, and the frequency was becoming more and more rapid. If you still don't come out, this old man will attack. It was at this moment that Dr., who had been silent all this while, had a cold glint in his eyes. The voice of his divine sense rang out and transmitted into the chaotic black hole in front of him. I'm sure you're aware of the situation outside the black hole. 22 desolate venerable old monsters, including 10 half-step heavenly Tao masters, have gathered here. In this battle, you will either face it head-on, be injured by the collapsing power of the black hole laws, or be directly banished into the endless void turbulence. There are only 3 choices. Moreover, you only have 3 breaths of time to consider. After 3 breaths of time, this old man will order these 2 mechanical beasts to attack with all their might. With one strike, this small black hole you are hiding in will definitely collapse. Screech. As soon as the voice of Tu's divine sense fell, an earth-shattering roar suddenly sounded from the small black hole tens of billions of miles away. This vicious howl was sharp and ear-piercing, like a large amount of extremely sharp and hard metals grinding together, giving people a feeling that their scalps were about to explode. Such as this metallic sound naturally came from the celestial mystery beast. In the vicious howl, there was endless resentment and a hint of fatigue that could be faintly detected. It was very obvious that this celestial mystery beast had not completely recovered from the injuries it had suffered in the heavenly Tao lightning tribulation. As such, there was no need to mention stabilizing its realm. Now, although he was already a true heavenly Tao realm expert, because his realm had not stabilized, his injuries from the heavenly Tao realm had not yet recovered. Therefore, even if the battle strength he could display could reach the true heavenly Tao realm, it would definitely be the weakest heavenly Tao realm existence in history. It was precisely because of this that the current DE was so unwilling. Even the shocking howl that he was forced to let out revealed a trace of endless resentment that could not be dispersed. No, just as Dier said, no matter how unwilling he was, in the face of the current situation, he could only be forced to stop healing and force his way out of seclusion helplessly. No, otherwise, once the small black hole that he was hiding in was attacked and completely collapsed, the chaotic power of the void laws in the black hole would also cause him to be injured again, or he would be directly exiled into the endless void turbulence. There was a high possibility that he would completely lose his path to the stars and would never be able to return. These two outcomes were unbearable for De. In comparison, he was more willing to fight with the 22 desolate Zoonold monsters that had already gathered outside the small black hole. On one hand, it was due to his strong confidence in himself. On the other hand, this way, at least his fate would be in his own hands. As an existence that had stepped into the true heavenly Tao realm, De obviously would not have the slightest interest in a choice that did not allow him to control his own fate. Boom. Boom, boom. Boom, almost immediately after this vicious howl sounded, in the small black hole that was tens of billions of miles ahead, there was suddenly an earth-shattering explosion. The entrance of the small black hole, which was already in complete chaos under the special electronic frequency of the two giant beasts of the machine race, instantly exploded. Accompanied by a large number of void cracks, with the entrance of the black hole as the center point, rapidly spread out in all directions like a dense spider web. An incomparably huge figure also rushed out of the black hole. It was the celestial mystery beast that Xian was extremely familiar with. This giant mechanical beast was the result of De's fusion with the remaining 8 million members of the celestial mystery race, as well as himself and the entire celestial mystery city. Dang, back when Xian had invaded the celestial mystery star domain, this giant mechanical beast had completely fused and attracted the heavenly Tao lightning tribulation. After being baptized by the blue lightning sea, it had officially stepped into the heavenly Tao realm. In this primeval chaos void, it was definitely the strongest existence. Just its body alone was 400 million miles long. It walked on 2 legs, had 3 legs and 6 arms, and its head was in the shape of a beehive with many facets. These facets were clearly cannon muzzles that could shoot out energy beams from all directions. Even in the previous battle, Xian had not seen the giant beehive-like head of the celestial mystery beast use energy attacks in the short and hurried exchange. In fact, such a giant mechanical beast, whose body alone was 400 million miles long, did not need to use energy attacks from the ship's cannons. Even a simple punch would be enough to change the weather. At this moment, as its figure rushed out, the 22 figures that had been waiting in the void for a long time immediately rushed up. The 22 figures were all primordial supremes. Among them, there were even 10 desolate supremes who were half-step into the heavenly Tao realm at the great perfection of the 9th stage. Even so, when everyone joined forces to fight the celestial mystery beast, they still did not dare to hold back. The celestial mystery beast's figure appeared, and everyone's eyes flashed coldly. The moment it rushed out, everyone had already activated the power in their bodies to the maximum. Roar. 22 primordial supremes? So what? In front of a true heavenly Tao realm, the so-called desolate supremes are nothing but ants. At that moment, the heavenly legacy beast, which had 3 heads and 6 arms and was over 400 million kilometers in size, raised its head and let out a thunderous roar as it flew out from the small black hole that had completely collapsed. A divine perception voice sounded from its body, exuding a supremely domineering aura that looked down on the world. So what if there are 10 desolate supremes at the peak of 9th stage, known as half-step heavenly Tao realm existences? Without reaching the true heavenly Tao realm, even half-step heavenly Tao realm existences will not be able to touch me. Today, all existences that have descended upon this world, without exception, will perish here. Roar. Boom, with a roar, the heaven's legacy beast, which was 400 million miles in size, took a stride forward and charged towards the 2 mechanical behemoths in front of it. Without any fancy movements, it raised the front 2 of its 6 metal arms, which were like pillars that supported the heavens, and smashed them towards the 2 mechanical behemoths' chests. Bang, bang. 2 punches. Even though the punches were still 20 billion miles away, there was an earth-shattering explosion in the void. 2 black holes, each about 100 million miles in diameter, appeared in the void billions of miles in front of the 2 mechanical behemoths. This was clearly the result of a punch that was so violent that it directly blasted out a black hole in the void. Furthermore, these two black holes, which were only about 100 million miles in diameter, did not stay still in the void. They were actually moving at a very fast speed. At a glance, it gave people the feeling that behind these two small black holes, there were two majestic and endless terrifying existences. They were punching out like gloves, the two black holes, one on the left and one on the right, separated by about 5 to 6 billion miles in the void, were blasting towards the two mechanical behemoths of the mechanical race. Look, if they were allowed to get close and explode in front of their chests, the two desolate supremes under De's command, who were at the peak of 9th stage, would probably be severely injured on the spot, even if they did not die. If it had only been a single exchange of blows, two simple punches across space had been enough to heavily injure two half-step heavenly Tao experts, and the other existences who were attacking from all directions in the void would have been scared out of their wits at the first instance. They would no longer have the heart to continue fighting and would immediately choose to turn tail and flee. Until, in Xianxia's opinion, among the 5 old fellows from the Star Alliance, only the blood-devouring lion was a little more unyielding, or perhaps a little more fearless. Therefore, its 4 old fellows, the Scarlet Unicorn, 9 Phantom Demon Crocodile, 9-headed Blood Flood Dragon, and Azure Sky Rock, would definitely be the first ones to turn and flee. This Xian could be said to be extremely certain of this, because similar scenes had happened too many times. Previously, these 4 old fellows had only been abused by Xian, and there was basically no danger to their lives. Even the most serious result was only serious injuries. But even so, they had already fled more than once. If today they had encountered a heavenly mystery beast that could take their lives, a true existence of the heavenly Tao realm, with their shameful past, it was absolutely expected that they would flee without a trace. If that was really the case, there would be no chance of severely injuring the heavenly mystery beast in today's battle. What if such an ending were to happen, regardless of whether it was the 3 great alliances that formed the Heavenly Tao Alliance or the Magic Hall in the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun, what awaited them would be like the arrival of the end of the world. Xian could not bear such an outcome. While, now, facing the frightening heavenly mystery beast, although he did not dare to guarantee that he could severely injure it, Xian still had the ability to resolve the 2 small black holes that were aimed at the 2 mechanical beasts under D'Er's command. At the very least, he could help these 2 mechanical beasts gain as much time as possible to escape. Swoosh, as his mind raced, an extremely sharp sound broke through the air. The eyes of the black fog doppelganger, which was originally 10 billion miles away, flashed a cold light and directly teleported. In a flash, it traversed 10 billion miles and blocked the 2 mechanical beasts a billion miles away. At this time, the 2 small star holes that were attacking from the opposite side were less than 2 billion miles away from the black fog doppelganger. Swoosh, with the terrifying speed of the small black holes, they would be in front of the mechanical beast's chests within 2 breaths. According to Xian's calculations, with the 2 mechanical beasts' monstrous bodies that were close to 3 billion miles, they would need at least 3 breaths to completely avoid the small black holes. In other words, without the black fog doppelganger's help to buy them some time, the 2 mechanical beasts would definitely not be able to calmly avoid the 2 small black holes that were attacking their chests. Once they were blown up in front of their chests, even if they were not severely injured, they would not be far from it. Walala. It was also at this moment, as the black fog teleported, the 9-colored ribbon that was wrapped around its body a few times also completely collapsed at this moment. In less than half a breath, it had already turned into a vast and boundless 9-colored flame sea. It covered an area of 1 billion miles, blocking the 2 small black holes that were rumbling over on the other side of the 9-colored flame sea. Boom. Rumble, an earth-shattering explosion sounded in the next moment. In front of the line, the entire 9-colored flame sea that covered 1 billion miles of void space instantly surged with terrifying waves. The 2 small black holes that were shooting toward them rushed into the flame sea. Although the energy was violent, under the terrifying power of the 9-colored flame sea, it was being consumed and devoured at a shocking speed. Until, De's electronic consciousness, which was following closely behind the 2 small black holes, had no choice but to reluctantly stop at the edge of the 9-colored flame sea. Whether it was the divine consciousness of the flesh and blood creatures or the electronic consciousness of the mechanical and electronic life forms, once they touched the 9-colored flame sea, they would be devoured. For example, today's heavenly mystery beast was originally injured and had not fully recovered. Even if it was just a small amount of electronic consciousness, De was not willing to make unnecessary sacrifices. Therefore, this attack could only come to an abrupt end. In an instant, the invisible consciousness that followed closely behind the small black holes retreated like a tide, and the two small black holes that had rushed into the nine-colored flame sea were more than half swallowed in a short time. The waves of flame sea that had just surged up quickly subsided. Walala, whoosh, at this moment, along with the earth-shattering sound like waves, the boundless nine-colored flame sea that had completely devoured the energy of the black holes also condensed in an instant, turning into an extremely long and narrow nine-colored ribbon. Agile like a snake, it once again wrapped around the huge body of the black fog doppelganger. Whoosh! Whoosh! Rumble, with a piercing sound, the nine-colored flame sea that had devoured the small black hole instantly shrunk back into a nine-colored ribbon that wrapped around the black fog body. At the same time, the two mechanical beasts formed by the fusion of all the mechanical race members dashed out and punched at the Heaven's Legacy beast from the left and right. This. The two mechanical behemoths were both desolate supremacies, half-step heavenly Tao realm cultivators. Now that they punched out in anger, it was obvious how powerful they were. Although it was not like the Heaven's Legacy beast's previous attack where a small black hole with a diameter of over 100 million miles was blasted out and pushed forward by the force of the punch, it still shattered a large portion of the void. Two formless gales appeared and swept forward. Roar! Screech! Everyone, don't hold back. Strike with all your might, his condition is not stable. If he suffers any more injuries, it is very likely that he will fall from the heavenly Tao realm. Let's do it. Awoo! At the same time, the others also raised their heads and roared furiously. They surrounded the heavenly mystery beast and attacked it from all directions. Its body was too massive, spanning over 400 million miles. Even with 22 desolate supremacies surrounding it from all directions, it was not crowded at all. Blood the unicorn opened its mouth and spat out a blood-black unicorn demon flame that spanned over 1,000,000 miles. It shot out, melting the void as it blasted towards one of the Heaven's Legacy beast's legs. The phantom fiend crocodile swung its claws with all its might. Even though it was still tens of billions of miles away, a black crocodile claw that spanned over 1,000,000 miles appeared in the void in front of it and slapped at the Heaven's Legacy beast's shoulder. Devour the blood frenzy lion's blood mane danced wildly as it roared. At the same time, a blood-red energy ball that spanned over 1,000,000 feet rolled out of its mouth. It exuded an extremely violent aura as if it would explode at any moment. Come, both the green jackal desolate sovereign and the raging bear desolate sovereign of the Temple of Glory teleported directly above the Heavens Will beast's head, with the former lunging for the back of the Heavens Will beast's neck while the latter punched at the Heavens Will beast's beehive-like skull. Even D-Air and the four late-stage Baron Zoonold monsters from the two human camps took out their weapons and treasures. While they protected their bodies with light curtains, they also launched energy attacks of different shapes and colors, aiming at different parts of the heavenly mystery beast's huge body. Even the old pig spirit raised its head and let out a long howl. In the blink of an eye, it scurried to the right side of the heavenly mystery beast. It stood on its hind legs, and its pair of black front hooves smashed down viciously like a giant hammer. The four heavenly kings also rushed to different directions. As they threw out their fists, the mantis wings on their back flapped violently like a heavenly blade. Before they could land on the Heavens Will beast's body, they had already torn apart a large part of the void, causing endless void turbulence to wreak havoc like a hurricane. The raging ape, one of Yi Xian's 3 Blood Sea clones, had a cold glint in its eyes. It swung the big-headed black club on its shoulder and smashed it viciously at the Heavens Will beast's chest. Whoosh! As for the black fog body, it had just returned. The 9 colored ribbons that were wrapped around its body instantly shot out like a giant serpent in space, coiling around the Heavens Will beast's 6 arms of different shapes. The 9-headed blood dragon and the blue sky rock were the most cunning. Perhaps because their cultivation was the weakest, these two old fellows clearly did not have the confidence to fight the Heavens Will beast in close combat. Most likely, they were already prepared to flee at any moment. Here, although the duo charged out with the rest, they did not get too close to the Heavens Will beast's massive and terrifying body. They came to a halt when they were 5 billion kilometers away. The 9-headed blood dragon opened its mouth and spat out a blood arrow. It instantly traversed the void and shot towards the Heavens Will beast's back, on the other hand, the azure sky rock flapped its wings frantically. In an instant, a torrent of azure feathers surged out from the void and enveloped the heaven's mystery beast's head. However, apart from these two old fellows, the skeleton avatar of Xianxia's 3 Blood Sea clones had also stopped in the void 5 billion kilometers away. It waved its right fist and an invisible, violent energy instantly blasted out. The reason why the skeleton avatar did not approach was because of Xianxia's deliberate intention. Such as today, although the Heavenswell Beast was facing the combined attacks of the 22 desolate supremacies, it had already stepped into the true heavenly Tao realm. Even though it had yet to recover from its injuries, and after transcending the heavenly Tao lightning tribulation, it had yet to stabilize the realm it had just broken through. Such as Xian had once personally experienced the terrifying strength of the true heavenly Tao realm in the primordial chaos void. Therefore, even he did not hold much hope against the combined attacks of the 22 desolate supremacies. Remains the reason why the bone doppelganger was left 10 billion miles away was to prevent any unexpected changes. At this time, the bone doppelganger seemed to be relaxed, as if it was prepared to escape at any time, just like the 9-headed blood dragon and the cyan sky rock. Such as, in fact, all the strength in his body had already been pushed to its limits. Once any accident happened in this joint attack, the skeleton avatar would immediately deliver a lethal strike. It would immediately remedy the situation. This so-called lethal strike referred to the heaven-falling bow. Back in the ancient battle that had caused chaos in the primordial chaos great world, this supreme divine power had been used by the primordial Xianxia. It had nearly shot the primeval heaven's eye out of the void, eventually causing it to be heavily injured. Such as, today, the skeleton avatar was at the perfected desolate supremacy level 9, a half-step heavenly Tao realm existence. It was the same cultivation level as the primordial Xianxia from that battle. Even if there was a difference, it was definitely not much. If, using the supreme divine power of the heaven-falling bow at full strength, it was extremely possible to kill the Heavenswell Beast with a single arrow, much less heavily injuring it. Only yes, unless he had no other choice, Xian was unwilling to reveal this supreme divine power. Therefore, he chose to use it as a final remedy. Boom. Rumble, hum, all of this took a long time to describe, but in fact, the 22 desolate Zoonold monsters besieging the Heaven's secret beast, although their attacks were of different forms, they were all extremely fast. Perhaps not even a spark could describe their speed. In a blink of an eye, an earth-shattering boom sounded. The 22 desolate supremacies' attacks had all struck the Heavenswell Beast's terrifying body that spanned over 200 million kilometers. However, to everyone's astonishment, along with the loud rumbles, there was actually an extremely low buzzing sound. Scorching light suddenly burst out from various parts of the heavenly fate beast's body that had been attacked, and golden screens of light of various sizes appeared one after another. These were clearly the Heavenswell Beast's defensive light shields. They could appear anywhere on its massive body at any time. While at that moment, with the appearance of these small light shields, all the attacks that struck its body were instantly weakened by several percent. Boom. Rumble, hum, in a blink of an eye, an earth-shattering boom sounded. The 22 desolate supremacies' attacks had struck the heavenly mystery beast's terrifying body that spanned over 200 million kilometers. However, at the same time, the various spots on the heavenly mystery beast's body that had been attacked suddenly emitted a blazing light. Golden screens of varying sizes appeared. This was the heavenly mystery beast's defensive light shield. With the appearance of the light shield, all the attacks that struck the heavenly mystery beast's body were instantly weakened by several percent. At that moment, everyone's eyes narrowed as their expressions froze. Their hearts sank to the bottom of the valley. Although there were many desolate supremacy attacking the heavenly mystery beast, a total of 22 of them, the heavenly mystery beast had stepped into the true heavenly Tao realm after all. With everyone's combined attacks, even if they used all their strength, they did not have much confidence in severely injuring it. Now, the attacks that landed on various parts of its massive body were instantly intercepted by the defensive light shields that suddenly appeared, causing their strength to plummet. How were they to play this game? Everyone. With no one on their side able to withstand a punch, all they could do was retreat. If not, they might be injured if they were brushed past. While everyone's full-powered attacks had landed on the heavenly mystery beast's body, but their strength was instantly weakened by the defensive light shields. It was not to say that it did not hurt, but it was definitely far from being able to injure the heavenly mystery beast. This was clearly an unstoppable momentum. Brain. As these thoughts flashed through the sea, at least half of the 22 desolate supremacy that had joined forces to launch a full-powered attack felt despair. Their hearts instantly turned cold. Roar. Screech, the 9-headed blood dragon and the Xianxia rock, who were prepared to escape at any time, reacted the fastest. Almost at the same time when the defensive light shields appeared on the surface of the heavenly mystery beast, the eyelids of these two old guys twitched. At the same time, they raised their heads and let out a shocking roar and howl. Following that, they did not hesitate to turn around at the same time. This was clearly a prelude to escaping immediately. Screech, is this your combined attack? Ants are ants. Even if I stand here and let you attack me, you won't be able to do anything to me. Almost at the same time as the 9-headed blood dragon and the Xianxia rock turned around, the heavenly mystery beast, whose enormous body was bursting with scorching energy, also raised its head and let out an earth-shattering roar. Emperor Divine Sense voice filled with boundless tyranny instantly resounded. Within a radius of 100 billion kilometers, the void of the universe trembled as if the might of the heavenly Tao was manifesting. Buzz. Immediately after, an incomparably deep buzzing sound boomed out. The mecha beast was huge, at least 400 million miles long. It stood on its hind legs and had 3 legs and 6 arms. Its head was in the shape of a beehive, with many facets. These facets were clearly the muzzles of the cannons, which could shoot out energy beams from all directions. However, even in the previous battle with it, Yi Xian had never seen the beehive-like head of the heavenly mystery beast launch an energy attack during the short and hurried exchange of blows. But now, this beehive-like head of the heavenly mystery beast, which had a large number of facets, suddenly burst into a scorching golden light along with a sudden low buzzing sound. It was extremely dazzling and made people unable to look at it directly. This kind of accident was out of everyone's expectations. Several almost at the instant when the scorching golden light lit up, the 22 desolate Zune-old monsters who participated in this joint attack, including Yi Xian, the 9-headed blood dragon and the Xianxia rock who were about to turn around and flee, were all alarmed. An unprecedented strong sense of crisis instantly enveloped their entire bodies and minds. Roar. Screech. Screech, damn it. Retreat, almost subconsciously, accompanied by earth-shattering roars and howls, everyone's expression changed greatly. As they cried out in alarm, they activated the power in their bodies to the extreme as if it was a conditioned reflex. Not only that, they no longer continued to launch a second round of attacks, but, all retreated. Leave after you're done, do you think I'm a decoration? At the same time, the voice of Di's divine sense sounded, revealing endless disdain. Boom. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, hiss, when his voice fell, an earth-shattering explosion was heard. The beehive-like head of the heavenly mystery beast, which was covered with a large number of facets, suddenly burst out a large number of light pillars. All of them, some of the light pillars were of the same size, about 10,000 miles in diameter and 40 to 50,000 miles in length. The color was pure gold, and there were so many of them that it was shocking. After shooting out from the beehive-like facets, they instantly radiated in all directions, covering the sky and earth. The momentum was too shocking, and the void was directly torn apart. The dense hissing sound continued endlessly, and all the pure gold light pillars were so fast that it was shocking. In the blink of an eye, they had already spread out. Whoosh, without the slightest hesitation, as the warning in his heart suddenly rose, the black fog body instantly moved, and the 9-colored ribbon that was as agile as a giant python directly exploded. In less than a tenth of a breath, it had already turned into a majestic sea of flames that covered tens of billions of miles. This 9-colored sea of flames, which was tens of billions of miles wide, protected a corner of the void. Not only did it stop the crimson golden energy beams, it also cut off the possibility of the Heaven's legacy beast chasing after them from this direction. Where was that? Even the heavenly Taos I would not dare to touch the Shenong 9-colored flames. The heavenly mystery beast had just stepped into the heavenly Tao realm, and its realm had yet to stabilize after surviving the heavenly Tao lightning tribulation, so it was naturally even more so. Since there was a 9-colored sea of flames in front of it, it definitely did not dare to recklessly take the risk. And near the sea of flames in this direction, other than the three Blood Sea avatars' bodies of flesh and blood, the four heavenly kings and the old pig spirit could all be seen. Now that the nine-colored sea of flames suddenly appeared in front of them, it directly blocked the large number of pure gold energy light pillars that were shooting towards them. Boom. Rumble. On the beehive-like head of the mecha beast, countless facets were spinning rapidly, and only one wave of attack was launched. But even so, there were more than 1,000,000 pure gold energy light pillars that were shooting from this direction. Now, in the blink of an eye, they were like angry arrows that were shot over, all of them shooting into the majestic and endless nine-colored sea of flames. Shock. The explosion in the sky was overwhelming. The nine-colored sea of flames that had just appeared stirred up terrible waves, exploding high up in the sky above the sea of flames. Even the void was shattering inch by inch, but then, under the influence of the primeval world's precept of the void fragment, it was rapidly mended, and the cycle repeated again and again. The 12 desolate supremes who were besieging the heavenly mystery beast, aside from the skeletal body, the nine-headed blood Wyrm, and the azure sky rock that were 10 billion miles away, the remaining 19 were not just the black fog avatar, the violent ape, the old pig spirit, and the four heavenly kings who were guarding one end of the nine-colored sea of flames. Of the other 12, there were 5 who were coincidentally at the edge of the sea of flames. The reason why the Black Fog Avatar had conjured the Sea of Flames in this direction was to protect its own forces as much as possible. Those 5 were the Scarlet Unicorn, the 9 Phantom Demon Crocodile, the Bloodthirsty War Lion, DE, and the Green Jackal Desolate Supremes from the Temple of Glory. Thanks to the protection of the 9-colored Flame Sea, the Scarlet Unicorn, the 9 Netherworld Demon Crocodile, the Bloodthirsty War Lion, DE, as well as the Green Jackal Baron Sovereign from the Temple of Glory managed to escape. At this moment, when they heard the thunderous roar behind them, the 5 people who had turned to flee subconsciously looked back. Their gazes swept across the 9-colored sea of flames that was caused by the millions of golden energy light beams rushing in. After being stunned for a moment, they immediately let out a sigh of relief. Tight, then, the 5 of them subconsciously looked towards the body of flesh and blood of the violent ape. Their eyes all revealed the same look of gratitude. If the Black Fog clone did not act and cast the 9-colored flame sea in the blink of an eye, the terrifying presence and speed of the millions of crimson golden energy beams would not have been able to escape unscathed. Even so, once the 5 of them were hit, even if they did not die on the spot, they would at least lose a layer of skin. There was at least a 70% chance that they would be heavily injured if they were caught off guard. With the 5 of them gone, the other 7 fellows were not so lucky. In the instant that the Heavenswell beast launched its counterattack, the 7 of them turned and fled in different directions. They were not within the range of the 9-colored flame sea at all. They were all Baron Sovereigns from the Human Federation. 4 of them were from the Everlasting Dynasty and the Celestial Palace of 10 Ultimates. They were all human champions. One of them was the Violent Bear Baron Sovereign from the Temple of Glory. The last 2 were the 2 mechanical behemoths under Dr's command. The 2 mechanical behemoths were too huge. The Heavenswell beast was only 400 million miles long, but these 2 mechanical behemoths were almost 300 million miles long. With such a huge body, they would be at a disadvantage when faced with such a terrifying energy beam attack. Therefore, when the Heavenswell beast launched its counterattack, the 2 mechanical behemoths under Dr's command were the first to bear the brunt. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh, rumble, the sharp sound of the air being torn apart echoed. A large number of crimson golden energy beams came crashing down, covering the sky and earth. In the blink of an eye, they were already in front of the 2 mechanical behemoths. Although the 2 mechanical behemoths had fled a few billion miles away, as the distance between them widened, there was already quite a small gap between the crimson golden energy beams that were as dense as rain. But such a small gap meant absolutely nothing to the 2 gigantic mechanical beasts, which were nearly 300 million miles long. The only thing they could do was to avoid the relatively concentrated scarlet gold energy beams. However, at the same time, there were also a large number of sparsely distributed scarlet gold energy beams that blasted onto the gigantic body of the mechanical behemoth with a force that could not be heard, exploding. The sound was immediately heard. The speed of these golden light beams was so fast that it made people tremble in fear. Their might was also incomparable to the light beams fired from the cannons of ordinary star fortresses. After all, the Heaven Legacy beast was a true heavenly Tao realm existence. The scarlet gold beams of light came from the Heaven Legacy beast, so no matter how weak they were, there was a limit. Fireballs exploded one after another. In just one breath of time, more than a third of the 300 million miles long bodies of the two mechanical behemoths had exploded. More. What was even more shocking was that as the shockwave of the explosion erupted, a chain reaction followed. Due to being struck by too many crimson gold energy beams at once, the terrifying bodies of the two mechanical behemoths that were close to 300 million miles in size only lasted for a breath's worth of time before they began to crumble apart completely. They were originally formed by the fusion of a large number of mechanical beasts from the mechanical race. Now that they were severely injured and had reached a certain limit, it was natural for them to instantly disintegrate. Boom. Rumble. Furthermore, even though they had completely disintegrated, the impact that the two mechanical behemoths suffered was not completely neutralized. Within a few breaths of time, the two 300 million miles long, terrifying figures were dissected into all kinds of mechanical beasts of different sizes. Within the blink of an eye, tens of millions of mechanical beasts were spread out in the void. Among them, at least a third of them had already exploded, turning into fireballs of different sizes. They were suspended in the void of the universe, motionless. Very clearly, due to the intense explosion, this third of the mechanical race clansmen that had exploded had completely perished. Their electronic consciousness had dissipated, and there was no possibility of saving them. This scene sounded long, but in fact, it was completed in just 10 breaths of time. In less than 10 breaths of time, the two mechanical behemoths under D'Air's command that had reached the 9th stage Desolate Supremacy, which was equivalent to the half-step Heavenly Tao realm, had completely disintegrated under the bombardment of the crimson gold energy beams. If it was just disintegration, it would have been fine. The key was that with the disintegration of these two mechanical behemoths, nearly a third of the tens of millions of mechanical beasts in the void suddenly exploded, turning into fireballs and no longer moving. Blinking. In an instant, more than 30% of the official clansmen had perished. Such a loss made even Xianxia shudder in fear, let alone the mechanical race's patriarch, D'Air. Hiss, this earth-shattering hiss reverberated through the sky, revealing an endless sense of mournfulness. Within 100 billion miles, even the void trembled slightly. Accompanied by the hiss, there was an extremely low buzzing sound. At this moment, the golden energy beams released by the heavenly mystery beast had basically dissipated. Before D'Air's hiss had faded away, his figure had already dashed out, turning into a beam of light that shot forward. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived at the void where the two mechanical behemoths had disintegrated. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh. After a moment of hesitation, D'Air immediately waved his hand. An invisible suction force spread out and enveloped the area within 100 million miles of his body. All the mechanical battle beasts that were lingering in the void were all taken away. Not only were the mechanical beasts in perfect condition affected, but even those that had exploded and turned into fireballs that floated silently in the void. As his figure moved swiftly, all of them gathered toward D'Air in an overwhelming manner, as if they had encountered a giant whale sucking in water. In less than 10 breaths, the tens of millions of mechanical beasts were all collected by him. After doing all this, D'Air finally breathed a sigh of relief. He raised his head and let out an unwilling roar, his anger soaring to the sky. Look, at this point, the violent ape withdrew his gaze and turned to look in another direction. His expression stiffened, and there was a flash of regret in his eyes. In the void tens of billions of miles away in this direction, the violent bear Desolate Supremacy from the Temple of Glory's entire figure was enveloped by the golden energy beams that covered the sky. No, there was an earth-shattering explosion, and there was no fiery light that shot into the sky when the two mechanical behemoths disintegrated. In just an instant, the violent bear Desolate Supremacy's huge physical body was shot into a giant meat sieve by a large amount of golden energy beams. No, more than 30% of his flesh and blood were evaporated under the terrifying heat of the golden energy beams. Now, even if he had fallen, his physical body was useless to Xian. Because his qi and blood were not complete, he could not even condense a low-grade Desolate Supremacy blood essence. When the Heaven's secret beast suddenly launched its counterattack and rushed in other directions, there were a total of 7 people who were not protected by the 9-colored sea of flames. 4 of them were from the Immortal Dynasty and the 10 Ultimate Celestial Palace, 1 was from the Temple of Glory's violent bear Desolate Venerate, and the last two were the two mechanical behemoths under D'Air's command. The two mechanical behemoths were too huge, almost 300 million miles long. Facing such a terrifying energy beam attack, they were at a disadvantage. So therefore, just as the Heaven's secret beast launched its counterattack, the two mechanical behemoths under D'Air's command were already at the forefront. In the shocking explosion, they quickly disintegrated into millions of mechanical beasts of different sizes. In the first moment, whether dead or alive, they were all collected by D'Air with a wave of his hand. In addition, among the other 5 people, the violent bear Desolate Venerate from the Temple of Glory's huge body was shot into a huge meat sieve by the massive amount of pure golden energy beam. Not to mention the instant death, more than 30% of his flesh was vaporized by the terrifying high temperature of the crimson gold energy beam. Because it was too damaged, his body could not even condense a single piece of Desolate Supremacy blood essence. This scene made even Xianxia feel pained when he saw it. 1. The blood essence of a Desolate Supremacy was wasted just like that. This Heaven's secret beast was truly a shameless bunch that made one want to curse at it. On the other hand, the 10 desolate venerable old monsters from the human clan's 2 camps, the Everlasting Dynasty and the Tenju Celestial Palace, although they also rushed in other directions, under the sudden attack of the Tianji beast, they did not receive the protection of the 9-colored flame sea. However, because the 4 of them were too small in size and reacted quickly enough, they immediately teleported to billions of miles away. At that distance, the originally overwhelming pure golden energy beam was distributed more sparsely in the void. So, therefore, under vigilance and constant dodging, when this wave of pure golden energy attack ended, these 4 late-stage desolate venerates of the 7th rank were all unharmed without exception. But they survived this crisis by a hair's breadth. But even so, the Heavenly Tao Alliance and the Demon Hall's losses were still extremely heavy. 2-3 of the 12 desolate supremacy old monsters had fallen in the blink of an eye. Furthermore, one of them was a late-stage desolate supremacy of the 7th rank, while the other 2 were peak desolate supremacy of the 9th rank, which was equivalent to half-step Heavenly Tao. One had to know that this was merely a casual wave of energy attack from the Heaven's legacy beast. This kind of scattered energy attack was not something anyone could withstand. Just one attack and they had already paid such a heavy price. How could the rest of the battle continue? At this moment, the hearts of at least half of the 19 Baron Zun old monsters who had survived this wave of energy attacks had sunk to the bottom of the valley. They had sunk into absolute despair, and they no longer held any hope for this battle. Most the 9-headed blood flood dragon and the azure sky rock were the most direct. Ever since the heavenly mystery beast launched this energy attack a few breaths ago, these 2 old fellows had turned around and fled. Quan fleeing with all his might, he had already traveled close to 100 billion kilometers away in a short period of time. From the looks of it, it was clear that he intended to flee without returning. Matter in reality, other than the 9-headed blood dragon and the cyan sky rock, the other desolate Zun old monsters had already started to withdraw. Screech, D'Air, who had suffered the heaviest loss in this wave of attack, raised his head and let out an earth-shattering screech. It was filled with endless unwillingness and anger. However, he did not act rashly because of this. Instead, he chose to endure. He turned around and fled in the direction where the 9-headed blood dragon and the cyan sky rock had fled. The 4 late-stage old monsters from the 2 human camps were the same. One of them had a face darker than the bottom of a pot. There was a thick sense of bad luck and despair that could not be dispersed. This included the blood-devouring war lion, the 9 netherworld demon crocodile, the scarlet unicorn, and the other late-stage old monster from the Temple of Glory, the green jackal desolate sovereign. All of them were the same. They shook their heads and sighed. Then, they turned around and fled in all directions. It was clearly the rhythm of monkeys scattering when the tree falls. 22 powerful desolate Zun old monsters had attacked together without any results. Now that 3 of them had fallen, there were only 19 left. Even if they were unwilling to continue fighting, what was the point? At this moment, everyone was retreating. They had given up on struggling. This encirclement had failed. It was a complete failure. The Heavenly Tao realm was still the Heavenly Tao realm. If one did not take that step, they would not be able to understand the power and horror of the Heavenly Tao realm. Even if there were more desolate Zunold monsters, they would not be able to crush a true heavenly Dao realm expert with sheer numbers. Yi Xian knew this better than all the other desolate Zunold monsters present. This was because not long ago, he had used the 9 transformations of the demonic ape bloodline to forcefully step into the true heavenly Dao realm in the primordial void. The reason why he chose to join forces with all the desolate Zunold monsters of the Heavenly Dao Alliance to force their way into the Tianji Star Domain and attack the Tianji beast that had stepped into the true Heavenly Dao realm was because the other party had yet to recover from its injuries. Even after surviving the Heavenly Dao tribulation, it had yet to stabilize its realm. No, with Yi Xian's understanding of the power of the Heavenly Dao realm, if the Tianji beast was in its peak condition and had already stabilized its cultivation realm, he would not have made such a decision no matter what. It could be said that he was taking a gamble. He was gambling that the Tianji beast's injuries were not light. He was gambling that it had just survived the Heavenly Dao tribulation and had yet to stabilize its realm. Therefore, there was no way it could withstand the combined attacks of 22 desolate Zunold monsters. Unfortunately, although he was right in the first half of the gamble, he was wrong about the final outcome of the second half. Heavens, he was afraid that the Tianji beast had yet to recover from its injuries. Even though it had just survived the Heavenly Dao tribulation and had yet to completely stabilize its realm, it was still able to easily defeat the combined attacks of 22 desolate Zunold monsters. It had even managed to kill 3 desolate Zun with a casual counterattack. Among them, there were 2 desolate Zunold monsters at the perfected Heavenly Dao realm. Heavens, it's over. The attack had failed, and instead, 3 desolate Zunold monsters had perished under the Tianji beast's counterattack. The other existences had chosen to give up as they turned to flee. Most shameless, the 9-headed Blood Wyrm and Azure Sky Rock that had fled the furthest were nearly 100 billion kilometers away. As such, what was the point of his 3 Blood Sea avatars, the 4 heavenly kings, and Pig Demon staying behind? Even the joint attack of the 12 desolate venerables was fruitless, so what could the 8 of them do? Even if they wanted to use the heaven-sundering bow, there was no need to use it here. And they could retreat to the forbidden land of rising sun first and wait for the right moment. Such as if the Tianji beast really did not give up and chased after them, it would still not be too late to use the heaven-sundering bow and kill them all. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian also had the intention to retreat. Bao Yuan's eyes flashed with unwillingness and annoyance as he let out a long sigh. At this moment, just as he was about to send a message to Pig Demon to retreat, and at the same time, he waved his hand to recall the 4 heavenly kings, the skeleton, and the blood mist avatars back into his body. Along with an earth-shattering roar, an earth-shattering change suddenly descended without warning. Roar. You want to leave just like this? Don't you think it's too ridiculous? The next moment, the celestial mystery beast raised its head and roared angrily. The voice of the celestial mystery beast was heard. Halfway through, its voice suddenly became stern. I just said that today, no one here can leave. Roar. Buzz. As soon as the 2 roars fell, an incomparably deep buzzing sound suddenly rang out from within the terrifying figure that was 400 million miles wide. With this buzzing sound, with the celestial mystery beast as the center, within a radius of 100 billion miles, the entire vast and boundless void trembled slightly. An invisible force shrouded this vast and boundless void. This was the power of some kind of heavenly law, which was triggered by the activation of some secret method of the celestial mystery beast and resonated with it. Bang! Bang! At the end of the line of sight, 2 earth-shaking booms rang out. The 9-headed blood dragon and the Xianxia Sky Rock, who had already fled more than 90 billion miles away, came to an abrupt halt. Judging from the noise, it was as if they had bumped into an indestructible mountain peak and were directly knocked back. They even had a bump on their heads, on their hearts. In shock and anger, the 9-headed blood dragon and the Xianxia Sky Rock raised their heads and roared angrily. Instantly, they roared unwillingly, "Awoo, damn it, what happened? Had the void been sealed? Why is there an invisible barrier in front of us all of a sudden? Screech, just a little bit more, just a little bit more. It's just a few billion miles. We almost rushed out, but now we're trapped. What bad luck." It was no wonder that they were so sad and indignant. This invisible barrier that suddenly appeared in the void without any warning was just a few billion miles in front of him. With the speed of the 9-headed blood dragon and the Xianxia Sky Rock, such a short distance would be left behind in 2 or 3 breaths at most. But, now, everything was too late. The void was sealed. Even if it was only a few billion miles, it was no different from a natural moat for them now, which they could not cross at all, not only here, but also in several other directions. Although the 4 human race desolate supremacies from the immortal court and 10 absolute celestial palaces had yet to escape 100 billion miles away, when they saw the 9-headed blood dragon and azure sky rock colliding head-on with the invisible barrier in front of them, not only did they get a huge bloody bump on their heads, they even bounced back. As their hearts skipped a beat, they waved their hands almost reflexively. 4 lights of different colors blasted out in an instant. In half a second, they had already reached the area about 100 billion miles ahead. Boom. Boom, 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 an explosion rang out, shaking the heavens and earth. The void 100 billion miles away rippled like fish scales, but it quickly stabilized. This invisible barrier that enveloped 100 billion kilometers was clearly extremely stable. The 4 desolate supremacies' full-powered attacks did not even manage to crack open a tiny crack. All it did was produce a layer of scales before it was restored to its original state. Seeing this scene, the 4 human race desolate supremacies who attacked had despair in their eyes. Their figures that were charging forward also came to an abrupt halt in the void. In other directions, Bloody Unicorn, 9 Netherworld Demon Crocodile, and the others who were about to test the waters also came to an abrupt halt. Their eyes were filled with rage and despair as they turned to glare at the celestial mystery beast. I have said that none of you can escape. This is a nomological barrier formed by the resonance of the laws of the void. If you are not in the heavenly Tao realm, even if you self-destruct nearby, you will not be able to forcibly break it open. At this moment, the celestial mystery beast's voice sounded again. It was filled with endless disdain and mockery, like a cat playing with a mouse. Run. Why aren't you running? Kikik, all of you can stay. I am not in a hurry. I will deal with you one by one. In the end, all of you will die. Roar. In the end, there was another angry roar. The celestial mystery beast's beehive-like head slowly turned. There seemed to be 2 streaks of light flashing across its 2 facets. It was as though its eyes were locked onto D-Air in another direction. Everything will begin with you, D-Air, swoosh. Rumble. Before he finished speaking, the celestial mystery beast's colossal body had already charged out. It was like a giant star streaking across the void. In the blink of an eye, it was only a few billion miles away from D-Air. It's out of the 6 arms of different shapes on his body, one of them suddenly lifted up. Even though they were billions of miles apart, he did not say anything and threw a punch at D-Air. Damn it. Everything happened too quickly. D-Air, who had fled nearly 50 billion miles away, did not expect such a shocking change in the situation. Wait. By the time he snapped to his senses, it was already too late. Tens of billions of kilometers was nothing to a heaven legacy beast whose cultivation level had reached the true heavenly Tao realm. Furthermore, its body was massive, reaching 400 million kilometers in length. In the blink of an eye, the celestial mystery beast had already closed in. The terrifying power of the punch caused D-Air's electronic consciousness to be slightly disrupted. Screech, whoosh. In his fear, D-Air raised his head and let out a fierce howl. At the same time, there was a sharp sound of something tearing through the air. Following that, he suddenly waved his hand and a streak of green light shot out. In the blink of an eye, it was already hundreds of millions of miles away from him. It was the green jade ruler that he had previously suspended above his head. In the next moment, although the jade ruler had abruptly stopped, it suddenly expanded in the void. In the blink of an eye, it was tens of millions of miles long. It was like a star. At the same time, within the incomparably huge jade ruler, a blinding green light bloomed. In a flash, it transformed into a green light screen that was nearly 100 million miles in diameter. Bang! Whoosh, ka-cha-cha. Almost at the same time, the celestial mystery beast's giant fist had already arrived. The moment it made contact, the green light screen shattered inch by inch like a thin layer of ice. At the same time, the green jade ruler's body that had expanded to the size of a star also shattered. This was the full-powered attack of a true heavenly Tao realm expert. Although the green jade ruler was a primordial treasure, it was still unable to withstand it. After it completely shattered, it instantly turned into specks of green light and quietly dissipated in the void. However, even though the Jade Ruler had shattered, it was still unable to completely block the terrifying power of the punch. The celestial mystery beast's giant fist stopped in front of the shattered green Jade Ruler. However, the invisible shockwave from this attack instantly traversed hundreds of millions of miles in the void and arrived in front of Dier. Caught off guard, it struck him in the chest. Boom, a loud sound came from the sky. Dier's figure was like a small boat in a stormy sea. He was instantly sent flying backward. Boom. At the same time, the voice of De's divine sense rang out again. Don't worry, this blow will only seriously injure you. I won't kill you. That would be too much of a waste. Maybe you don't know that the only reason you were born is to be devoured by me after countless years. Don't worry, this attack will only seriously injure you. I won't kill you. That would be too much of a waste, perhaps you don't know, but the only reason you were born is to be devoured by me after countless years. As his figure rapidly approached, he sent Dier flying with a punch. De's divine consciousness voice rang out again. It could be heard clearly in the entire vast and boundless void. At this moment, everyone, including Xianxia, subconsciously looked at Dier. The expressions on everyone's faces were very complicated, and the meaning in their eyes was even more indescribable. Because, after De had merged the entire Tianji clan into the Tianji beast, he had entered the true heavenly path realm. Although he had not fully recovered from the injuries he had suffered during the heavenly path thunder tribulation, and even his realm had not completely stabilized, the heavenly path realm was still the heavenly path realm. From a certain point of view, compared to Dier and everyone present, he was now an even more powerful existence. An existence of this level, who could shake the power of the heavenly path in a part of the world, was already incomparably arrogant. In their eyes, everything else was just an ant. How could an existence of the heavenly path realm lie to an ant? It could be said that although his words were extremely shocking and could even be said to be cruel, almost no one, including Xianxia, doubted its authenticity. In fact, De's actions had indeed proven this point. With his current cultivation strength, if he were to punch Dier's body at such a close distance, there was almost no chance for the latter to survive. The only result was that he would die on the spot. But, at this moment, although Dier was seriously injured, and even his consciousness was a little blurry, his body flew backward like a kite with a broken string. In the blink of an eye, he had traveled billions of miles. Within his body, there was a low rumbling sound continuously. Clearly, some of the complicated components in his body had fallen into chaos. If this were to happen to a living creature of flesh and blood, this was clearly the rhythm of an internal organ injury. It was extremely serious, but no matter what, Dier had indeed survived. He did not die on the spot, and from the current situation, it seemed that there was no possibility of him being seriously injured or dying. This was clearly the result of De deliberately holding back and not wanting to take his life. While the only reason why De did this is that, as he said, he left D2 alive and waited until after the war to devour him. Screech. Not only were Xianxia and the others certain of this, but even Dier himself was aware of this. Here at this moment, his consciousness was a little chaotic due to the disorder of the important components in his body. His body maintained its balance as he flew backward into the distant void. An incomparably mournful scream came out of his mouth, frightening those who heard it. No. I don't believe it. He was not from the human race. Instead, he was the same as the Tianji race's leader, De. He was a mechanical life form created by the human race's technological pioneer. Xingbo. Dier had always had complicated and special feelings for Xingbo. He didn't dare to say that he saw him as a father, but at the very least, he respected him as much as a teacher. Previously, when he found out from Xianxia that Xingbo was not dead and that his identity was so mysterious and strange, that even De might not have betrayed him and had always known the secret that Xingbo was not dead, Dier had already experienced a painful struggle in his heart. All this time, in his heart, De was the traitor and the culprit behind Xingbo's murder, and he was Xingbo's successor, protecting the human race's technological camp in place of Xingbo, never leaving or abandoning him. Everything that he found out earlier was already a huge blow to him, and it could be said that Dier had made it through with great difficulty. Now, Di actually said that his birth was only created by Xingbo and left for Di to devour. Such a fact was too cruel to Di, and it was tantamount to destroying his spirit. Because it was because of this that he was so unwilling at this moment. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was crazy. The blow was too heavy, and he couldn't accept it. Even if he vaguely guessed that this was the truth, he would rather lie to himself than admit it. Unwilling to accept it? That's really sad, but I can understand. After all, it's too cruel. Before Di's ruthless howl had died down, Di's divine sense voice sounded again, revealing a sense of ridicule. Unfortunately, the truth is the truth, and there is no room for doubt. There should be layers of seals in your body, right? As your cultivation and strength increase, the seals will also be undone layer by layer. At this point, there should only be 2 or 3 seals left. Hehe, don't worry. I will personally unseal the last 2 or 3 seals for you later. When that time comes, you will have matured, and it will be time for you to devour. Screech. As soon as he finished speaking, Di once again raised his head and let out a ruthless howl. Compared to before, it was even more mournful. Di was right. There were indeed layers of seals in his body, but because Di had not been by Xingbo's side for long, he did not know what these seals were used for. Even more so, as for whether there were such layers of seals in Di's body, he also did not know. After all, he was first created by Xingbo, and after Di, when Xingbo first created him, he had already left layers of force fields in his body. These force fields were both potential and seals. Over the years, Di broke through layer by layer, and his cultivation and strength increased accordingly. Not long ago, there were only 3 layers of force field seals left in his body. At that time, his cultivation and strength had already reached the late stage of the remote antiquity almighty. According to Di's deduction, if he broke through another layer of force field seals, his cultivation and strength would definitely soar as a result. It should not be a problem for him to break through to the early stage of the remote antiquity supremacy in a short period of time. In fact, it was indeed so. After he broke through the outermost layer of the 3 force field seals, Di instantly had the cultivation of a second stage Desolate Venerable, leaping to the early stage of the Desolate Venerable. According to the extent of this increase, he even deduced that if he broke through the remaining 2 layers of seals, his cultivation and strength would most likely soar to the late stage of the Desolate Venerable realm, or even the Great Circle of the 9th stage, which was half a step into the heavenly way. After his cultivation had stabilized, he had thought of breaking through the seals again. However, later on, because he knew the secret that Xingbo had not died, Di had doubts about the last 2 layers of seals. Therefore, although he had hesitated several times, he did not break through. For example, today, when he suddenly heard such words from Di, the shock and sorrow in Di's heart could be imagined. Ruthless. Ruthless, ruthless, ruthless. I don't believe it, I don't believe it. I don't believe it. All of this flashed through his mind. Coupled with the confusion in his consciousness caused by the disruption of the important components in his body, Di was on the brink of insanity at this moment. After raising his head and roaring a few times, he abruptly stopped. His body also quietly stopped moving in the void. It looked as if his flesh and blood had fainted. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Ruthless, ruthless, ruthless. Perhaps it was because the blow was too heavy, or perhaps it was because some of the important components in his body were in chaos, causing his consciousness to be in chaos. At this moment, Di was on the verge of madness. He raised his head and roared. After letting out a few earth-shattering ruthless roars, he suddenly stopped. Even his figure quietly stopped moving in the void. Look, it was as if his flesh and blood vitality had fainted. This scene shocked everyone. Even Yi Xian shook his head and sighed. Tang Tang, the supreme being of the remote antiquity, was so angry that he fainted. It could be seen how painful the torment Di was going through right now. It was truly a pity. Kikik, that's it? Are you pretending to be dead, or did you crash? The celestial mystery beast glanced at Di, who had already fainted, and let out a disdainful sneer. Then, he retracted his gaze and ignored him. He was in existence at the heavenly Tao realm. Even if Di was in his peak condition, there was no way for him to escape once his aura was locked onto, let alone the fact that he had fainted. No matter where he went, he would be caught up and dragged back. He definitely had to devour the air, but this was not urgent. Besides the air, there were still 18 desolate Zoonold monsters in this vast void that was sealed in a radius of 100 billion miles. For example, now that they were all trapped here, there was no way for them to escape. Even if they joined forces, they were no match for the celestial mystery beast. If he killed them one by one, he could finish them off in a very short time. Then, wouldn't it be even faster to devour the air calmly? Roar. I've said it before. Today, none of you will be able to escape, Human Race Federation? Is that so awesome? All these years, you have been fighting with my celestial mystery clan. Today, I will kill all the desolate Zoonold monsters of your Human Race Federation. After retracting its gaze, the heaven's mystery beast raised its head and roared. Then, the chi in its body spread out and locked onto the several desolate Zoonold monsters from the Human Race Federation. Among the 22 desolate venerable old monsters that joined forces to surround the Tianji beast, there were a total of 8 desolate venerables in the magic hall led by Yixian. They were the 3 blood sea avatars, the 4 heavenly kings and the old pig spirit. They were all peak desolate venerables at the 9th rank great perfection. Division in addition, there were 5 from the Star Alliance, and the remaining 9 from the Human Federation. This is among the 9 desolate venerable old monsters, D-Air and his 2 mechanical beasts took up 3 of them. Now, all 3 of them were dead. His of the remaining 6, the desolate sovereign of the blue jackal of the Temple of Glory had fallen. Such as in the end, only the wild bear desolate sovereign from the Temple of Glory was left, along with 4 other human desolate sovereigns from the imperishable star and the 10 ultimates celestial palace. All of them were at the advanced stages of their Tier 7 cultivation. After the desolate venerable old monsters were definitely at the level of the core grand ancestor in any race. Their position was so high that others could only look up to them. But now, as the Tianji beast's consciousness locked onto them, the 5 desolate venerable old monsters from the Human Federation shuddered. Their faces changed in an instant. Without hesitation, they turned around and fled in different directions. Even though this space had been sealed off by the Heaven's Legacy beast with the power of laws, there was still 100 billion square kilometers of space within that invisible barrier. With their speed, they could at least buy themselves some time by moving around this area. Roar. Among the 5, the wild bear desolate sovereign, who was the largest, raised his head and roared. He immediately shrunk his body. His huge body, which was originally thousands of miles long, was like a deflated balloon. In the blink of an eye, he shrunk to only a few feet. As his body shrank, not only did his movements become more nimble, his speed also became faster. More importantly, the strength of his physical body had also increased because of this. This was clearly the rhythm of giving up on counterattacking and putting all his strength into defending himself. Matter in fact, the Tianji beast's first target was not him at all. Although the wild bear desolate sovereign came from the Temple of Glory, which was the original headquarters of the 10,000 Reapers Federation, he was not a human. The entire 10,000 Reapers Federation was still dominated by humans. Therefore, Dee's interest in the other 4 desolate venerable old monsters was obviously greater than his. At this moment, his terrifying body that was 400 million miles long was rushing straight to the right. The one who was escaping in this direction was actually a desolate venerable old monster from an eternal dynasty. There was a brass bell hanging above this desolate venerable old monster's head. It exuded an extremely ancient aura. There was even a dark golden light curtain pouring down, protecting his body. He was also very fast. He did not rush straight to the right. After all, there was an invisible barrier in front of him. Instead, he zigzagged through the void, trying his best to avoid being locked on by the Tianji beast's aura. Unfortunately, it was all in vain. The desolate venerable old monster who was in the 7th rank was indeed very powerful. However, for the Tianji beast who had truly stepped into the realm of heavenly Tao, he was nothing. Whoosh, an extremely sharp sound broke through the air. Although the Tianji beast's body was extremely huge, 400 million miles long, his speed was too fast, and he was extremely agile. Along with this sound, in just a breath's time, the huge Tianji beast had already closed in on the desolate venerable old monster's back. No, among its 6 arms of different shapes, one of them instantly struck out, boom. Bang, this scene gave people a very strange feeling. The heaven's secret beast's arm was too massive, like a gigantic pillar that held up the sky. As for the human race's desolate supremacy, who was hurriedly escaping, compared to it, he was as tiny as a firefly. In fact, including the comparison of strength, it was the same as well. A desolate venerable old monster who was in the 7th rank would definitely be able to withstand the full power attack of a true heavenly Tao elite. With this punch, the void exploded. It did not shatter inch by inch, but completely explode. Along with the earth-shattering boom, the desolate venerable old monster who was escaping in the distance directly exploded without any suspense. He turned into a cloud of blood mist and dissipated. Just like that, his body and soul were annihilated. While, however, to the humongous Heaven's Legacy beast, all of this seemed like a trivial matter. One after exploding a desolate venerable old monster with a punch, he immediately retracted his fist. The huge beehive-like ridged head turned slightly, as if there were 2 rays of light shooting out, sweeping towards the back left. Next, is the second one. At the next moment, Di's divine sense voice sounded again. When it entered everyone's ears, it made everyone's body tremble uncontrollably. One in just a breath's time, the Human Federation had lost a desolate venerable old monster who was in the 7th rank. This terrifying battle strength was simply outrageous. Whoosh, with a sharp sound breaking through the air, the Tianji beast changed its direction. Its huge body instantly turned into a ray of light and shot towards the back left. And whoosh, accompanied by an extremely sharp sound, the Heaven's secret beast, which had just blown up a late-stage desolate supremacy with a punch, changed its direction at this moment. Its huge body instantly turned into a beam of light and shot towards the left. The one who was escaping in this direction was also a late-stage human race old monster, but he was from the Tenju Celestial Palace. At this moment, after feeling the Heaven's secret beast's aura lock onto him, this late-stage old monster was so frightened that his soul almost left his body. He raised his head and let out an extremely shrill roar, revealing endless unwillingness and struggle. He knew that under such circumstances, facing the pursuit of a true heavenly Tao realm expert, and with his aura locked onto, there was no possibility of him escaping. If it was not so, how could the Huangzun of the Imperial Dynasty, who came from the human clan like him and was also a rank 7 old monster, be so easily blown up by the Tianji beast with one punch? He was unwilling, but he could not change anything. He could not change the outcome of his death today, and it was immediately. And, in the blink of an eye, the Heaven's secret beast, whose body was larger than a giant star, had already caught up to him. Without any hesitation, it still punched out lightly. The power of this punch was also extremely shocking, and the void exploded because of it. It was not shattering inch by inch, but exploding completely. Hiss, realizing that death was near, the human race desolate supremacy from the Tenju Celestial Palace raised his head and let out a roar. His blood-red eyes were completely red, and he actually spread out his beard and directly self-destructed. Boom, in the next moment, there was an earth-shattering boom. In front of them, the old monster of the late stage of the human clan, who was originally fleeing, directly exploded without any suspense, turning into a cloud of blood mist that spread out. Just like that, his body and soul were destroyed. However, even so, such an attack, to the Heaven's secret beast, could not cause any harm or even threaten it. The punch that had already been thrown out did not retract because of this, but continued to be thrown out. The air was exploding, and the energy was wreaking havoc. A formless and terrifying hurricane appeared out of thin air, and like a violent gale sweeping up fallen leaves, it directly blew away the terrifying energy produced by the self-destruction of this late-stage old monster from the Tenju Heavenly Palace. This scene was truly too ironic. A 7th-rank advanced stage old monster had chosen to detonate himself when he was unable to escape, but even then, he was actually unable to cause the slightest injury to his opponent. It was simply a pity. One in the blink of an eye, the Human Clan Federation lost 2 elder monsters in the advanced stage. Putting aside D-Air and his 2 mechanical beasts, the Human Clan Federation originally had 7 desolate elder monsters here. But now, there were only 3 left in the blink of an eye. 10 The Celestial Palace, the Everlasting Dynasty, and the Temple of Glory each had one. Even if Dier did not die, there were only 4 of them left, and the 2 mechanical beasts under his command were clearly difficult to fuse again, at least for the time being. Before this battle, the human clan federation had 9 desolate elder monsters, but now, only 3 of them were alive and kicking. This scene was so shocking that the Scarlet Unicorn, 9 Phantom Demon Crocodile, 9-headed Blood Dragon, Azure Sky Rock, and Bloodthirsty War Lion were so frightened that their eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. At this moment, they were really afraid. Compared to the human federation, they only had 5 desolate elder monsters. Although they were all still alive, it was not because of their own reasons. They were still alive because the Heaven's secret beast that Dee had fused with had a greater grudge against the human federation, and had always chosen to attack them first. But once the human federation's desolate elder monsters were all dead, the next unlucky ones would be either the Magic Hall or the Star Alliance. In the end, if they did not think of a way to get out, they would still die here today, with no chance of survival. Roar! Everyone, we can't be passive like this anymore, we have to think of a way to get out. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, the Scarlet Unicorn raised his head and roared angrily, and immediately communicated with the other surviving desolate elders through divine sense. Everyone, think of a way to get together when the time is right, and then work together to attack this invisible barrier. No matter what, this is our last chance, we have to try. He did not dare to roar directly with his divine sense, because if that was heard by the Heaven's secret beast, there would be no chance. At this moment, as the blood-colored Qilin secretly transmitted his voice, all of the desolate Zune-old monsters trembled slightly, and their eyes flickered. It was obvious that they had reached a consensus. Once they saw the opportunity, they would instantly gather and join forces to attack. However, Yi Xian was not interested in such a suggestion at all. He had once felt the true power of the heavenly path in the primordial void, and naturally knew that all this was futile. No. Although he was not interested in joining forces with the Scarlet Unicorn and the others, now that the void had been sealed, Yi Xian's original plan of leaving and returning to the Magic Hall to launch a defense was obviously not going to work. He was also trapped. Either he killed the Heaven's secret beast, or he could only be killed by it, there was no choice. On the other hand, Yi Xian had obviously chosen the former. Therefore, in the current situation, it was clearly impossible for the Heavenly Fallen Bao to continue hiding this supreme ability. Sigh. After making the decision, Bao Yuan immediately shook his head and sighed, and then immediately activated the power in his body. At the same time, he secretly transmitted a message to Old Pig, including the 4 heavenly kings, who were also summoned by him at this moment. Splash. In the next moment, there was a strange sound of water splashing around. The entire figure of the Flesh Avatar, the Violent Ape, and the Black Fog Avatar instantly collapsed, turning into a sea of blood that spread out, enveloping a corner of the void of the universe. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At the same time, there was a sharp sound of breaking through the air. In the distance, the Void King, Blood Mosquito King, Taihun King, and Time King also turned into 4 streaks of light and shot over, disappearing into the sea of blood in the blink of an eye. This vast sea of blood appeared quickly and disappeared even faster. In the blink of an eye, it condensed into a small dot like a firefly and shot away, but it did not go far away. Instead, it went directly between the eyebrows of the skeleton avatar and disappeared in a flash. Oh woo, this battle is not going to be fun. Boss, Old Pig will hide for a while. Remember to beat this damned big guy up. If he doesn't beat him up, Old Pig will not be able to get rid of the hatred in his heart. As the 4 heavenly kings and the 2 Blood Sea avatars returned, Old Pig, who was behind the Blood Sea avatar on the right, raised his head and let out a roar. Then, his body turned into a streak of light. Spread out, when it came close, the skeleton avatar waved his hand and directly kept it into the Shinong's treasure cauldron in his body. Everything should end now. At the same time, the divine sense voice of the skeleton avatar sounded faintly, and its eyes suddenly burst out a blazing purple-gold light, and a strange aura instantly spread out like a raging river. In the blink of an eye, the 4 heavenly kings, the Flesh and Blood Doppelganger, the Black Fog Doppelganger, and the Old Pig spirit disappeared into the body of the skeleton doppelganger. The Magic Hall originally had 8 9th-stage half-step heavenly Dao masters, but now, there was only one left. Such a result stunned everyone, and their expressions changed drastically. The blood-colored unicorn was so angry that he almost vomited blood on the spot. Just a moment ago, he secretly used his divine perception to send a voice transmission, wanting to gather everyone's strength and attack with all their strength to see if they could shatter this invisible barrier. Just as he finished speaking, Xian took away the 7 half-step Heavenly Tao Masters. This was clearly done on purpose, a blatant slap in the face, brain. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, the blood-colored unicorn immediately turned to glare at the skeleton doppelganger. The other Desolate Supremes basically all did the same. From their point of view, the last ray of hope that they had was clearly destroyed as the 7 half-step Heavenly Tao Masters were taken away by Xian. Xian did not care about all of this at all. At this moment, the Heavenly Mystery Beast, whose body was 400 million miles long, turned around and chased after another 7th-stage-old monster from the human race's immortal dynasty. His back just happened to be facing the skeleton doppelganger, and it was the best time to attack, brain. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, the skeleton doppelganger's eyes flashed, and he slowly raised his left arm. In an instant, his originally empty left palm suddenly shone with a golden light, and a golden bow in the form of energy appeared in his left hand. Its design was simple and ferocious. In the middle of his palm was a 2-headed strange beast. The beast's mouth was facing up and down, and it was biting the legs of 2 humanoid creatures. These 2 humanoid creatures also opened their mouths wide and seemed to be roaring. It was a bowstring that was obviously made of countless fine golden threads twisted together. The 2 ends of the bowstring were connected to the wide mouths of the 2 humanoid creatures. It was none other than the most powerful divine ability he had inherited from the primordial Xianxia, the Skyfall Bow. No, by the time everyone reacted, the gigantic bow in the hands of the skeleton doppelganger suddenly emitted an extremely weak and low humming sound. Following the humming sound, a golden energy arrow appeared on the bowstring. This was it. At this moment, Xian's heart was filled with helplessness. If he had any other choice, he really did not want to use the strongest ability, the heaven-falling bow, so prematurely. This was not beneficial to him at all. After all, he had just used the heaven-falling bow on the green eyes of the Heavenly Tao in the mysterious primordial void not long ago. Now that he had exposed this supreme divine ability, the green eyes of the Heavenly Tao would instantly understand his identity. Unfortunately, the Heavenly Mystery Beast was too powerful. It was a true Heavenly Tao realm expert. If he didn't use the Heavenly Fallen Bow, Xian wouldn't have the confidence to kill him. Therefore, although he had no choice but to use this powerful ability, he had to do it. However, since he had gritted his teeth and used the Fallen Sky Bow, it could be said that he had paid a great price. There would be a lot of trouble in the future. Therefore, he had to try his best to achieve the greatest result in today's attack. Xian's goal was to completely obliterate the Heavenly Mystery Beast. Although he had stepped into the true Heavenly Tao realm, it was not impossible. The Heavenly Mystery Bow's power was just too shocking. Back in the Primordial Chaos War, the Primordial Xianxia, who was as powerful as the Void Gigantic Tortoise and the Golden Divine Dragon, had once used this ultimate ability to shoot a gigantic and irreparable hole in the primordial chaos. Back then, even the Heavenly Mystery Green Eye, which represented the primordial Heavenly Tao's will, was nearly blasted down by that arrow. The present Heavenly Mystery Green Eye, after countless years of recovery and hibernation, had a Stage 8 Heavenly Tao cultivation level that might have exceeded the cultivation level it had during the Primordial Chaos War. However, during that battle, the Heavenly Mystery Green Eye was definitely not at the Stage 1 Heavenly Tao realm. It was definitely much stronger than the present Heavenly Mystery Beast. However, during that battle, the Primordial Xianxia was only a peak Desolate Supremacy at the Stage 9 Perfection realm. Now, Xian's combat strength was also at that level. The user of the Heavenly Mystery Bow had the same cultivation level, but the target of this arrow was far inferior to the primeval Heaven's Eye of the past. Only from this point of view, if the present Xian were to shoot this arrow, there was at least a 50% chance of directly killing the Heavenly Mystery Beast. A 50% chance was enough. Even more furthermore, the Heavenly Mystery Beast's back was facing him. This was the best opportunity to catch him off guard. Unknowingly, there was an additional 10% chance of successfully killing it. With these thoughts flashing through his mind, Xian no longer hesitated. As Xian chanted, the skeleton's eyes emitted a strange golden glow. Without any hesitation, he extended his right hand and pinched the bowstring of the gigantic energy bow in his left hand. In the blink of an eye, a golden energy arrow condensed, and he rapidly pulled the bowstring. At the same time, an extremely deep buzzing sound reverberated. The surrounding void seemed to ripple with formless waves. It gave the feeling that the arrow was only in the bowstring state, but the aura it emitted was enough to cause the void to tremble. Swoosh! Only half a breath later, the skeleton clone suddenly released the energy bowstring in his right hand. In the void, an extremely sharp sound that resonated with one's eardrums rang out. At this moment, 90% of all the energy in the skeleton clone's body was instantly drained. It was almost completely drained. Because it was to ensure that the heavenly mystery beast was killed in one blow. Because, if this blow did not kill the heavenly mystery beast, it would be very difficult for Xian to launch a second wave of the same attack in a short period of time, given that all the energy in his body was almost completely drained. At this moment, the energy arrow that contained the full power of the bowstring instantly shot out. Its aura was so strong that it could cause one to tremble in fear. It was simply unstoppable. Even the void was directly torn apart. As the golden arrow shot out, a trail of black flame-like waves appeared behind it. Its speed was extremely fast as it followed behind the golden arrow, spreading out all the way. At this moment, in a short period of time that was completely negligible, the whistling golden arrow had already reached the heavenly mystery beast's back. It was at this moment that the heavenly mystery beast subconsciously turned around as a huge sense of danger shrouded its heart. Its entire body burst out with a faint glow. Like a conditioned reflex, it activated the energy defense shield at full strength. Hiss! Fallen Skybow? This is impossible. The golden light in De's eyes flashed angrily. He was horrified and let out a roar. His eyes were filled with endless unwillingness and despair. Even if he was a true existence of the heavenly path realm, at this moment, he was scared out of his wits. As the fallen skybow was activated, the void around his body was locked by the mysterious power of this supreme ability. Not to mention him, even a powerful existence like the primeval heavens would not be able to dodge this attack and could only be forced to take it head on, 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 take it head on. If he made it through, he could live. If he could not withstand it, then the outcome would be complete annihilation. Right. At this moment, D clearly had no confidence. Hiss. Fallen Skybow? This is impossible. As he turned, De was horrified. He let out a roar, and his eyes were filled with endless unwillingness and despair. At that moment, even a true heavenly Tao realm existence was frightened out of his wits. This was because the arrow that had shot over had already sealed the void around him in an invisible manner. Even a powerful existence like primeval heavens could not avoid this attack. He could only take it head on. Bang! Almost in the next instant, before De could finish his exclamation, an earth-shattering explosion was heard. There was no suspense about what happened next. Golden the instant the perverted arrow touched the defensive shield, the heaven's secret beast suddenly twisted its body, but it did not completely avoid the arrow. It only moved half a step in the blink of an eye, avoiding the fatal blow to its head. But, even his incomparably tough defensive shield was unable to stop the golden arrow that was shooting towards him. Although, however, at the moment of contact, the golden arrow seemed to have paused for a fraction of a second. The originally blazing golden light also dimmed a little, but it still pierced through the defensive shield, causing it to disintegrate and completely collapse. It was at this moment that the golden arrow entered its body. In the blink of an eye, as the golden arrow entered its body, a huge hole appeared in the heavenly mystery beast's 400-million-mile-long body. Unfortunately, it did not hit the vital point of its head. This hole, which was instantly penetrated and exploded endlessly, was located below the heavenly mystery beast's right shoulder. It was more than 50 million miles in diameter. The flames around the hole surged into the sky. Amidst the continuous explosion, nearly 1/6 of the heavenly mystery beast's huge body was blown up. Even its 6 arms, which were like pillars supporting the sky, were of different shapes. 3 of them were destroyed by this attack. Whoosh! At the same time, in the distance, the skeleton avatar lowered its left arm. The golden bow in its left hand disappeared. Remains the skeleton avatar's face was expressionless, but it waved its hand immediately. Then, it shook its head and sighed. I still failed in the end. I only seriously injured it, but I couldn't kill it with one arrow. Swish, 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 at the same time, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out. At this time, Xian was in too much of a deficit and needed to be replenished immediately. However, even with that being the case, it would still take some time for the chaotic great medicine to dissolve in its body. Although it would not take a very long time, it was more than enough time for the heavenly fate beast to escape. This is the result of this attack greatly disappointed him. In the end, he had still underestimated the Heaven's Legacy beast. That energy shield of his was indeed very powerful. It had bought the Heaven's Legacy beast 1/10,000th of a second of time, allowing it to avoid the attack on its head. Although it was still unable to stop the golden arrow, this layer of defensive shield was able to offset a portion of the golden arrow's power before its energy was depleted and it quickly collapsed. About 30%, if it weren't for the fact that 30% of the power of the arrow had been neutralized, even if the Heaven's secret beast had avoided its head, the arrow would have blasted half of its body apart in an instant, and not just 1/6 of its body. Pang, if half of its gigantic body was blasted apart, even if the Heaven's Legacy beast did not die on the spot, it would most likely lose its ability to move. After that, there would be no need for Xian to do anything. Just the surrounding void, such as the Crimson Unicorn and the 9 Netherworld Demon Crocodile, would be able to kill it completely. However, only 1/6 of its gigantic body had been blasted apart. Although it was considered a serious injury, it was far from the point where it was on the brink of death. With this level of injury, not only was the Heaven's Legacy beast far from losing its ability to move, but it could also escape at any time. If it was forced into a corner, it was very likely that it could even counterattack. Of course, if that was the case, its injuries would undoubtedly worsen. Therefore, unless it was forced into a corner, the Heaven's Legacy beast would definitely not initiate an attack in such a situation. That was right. To it, the wisest choice was to escape immediately, find a place to hide, and recover from its injuries. If he really did so, no one would be able to stop him. Unless Xian could still activate his supreme divine ability, the heaven-falling bow, and shoot out another golden arrow. All of this seemed to take a long time to describe, but in fact, it happened in a matter of seconds. From Xian activated the heaven-sundering bow, materializing the gigantic bow in his left hand, and at the same time severely injuring the Heaven's Legacy beast, swallowing a large amount of chaotic herbs. From the beginning to the end, it had only taken half a breath. Short. Half a breath was so short that even Huangzhong could not react in time. At this moment, in the distant void, the remaining 3 late-stage-old monsters of the Human Clan Federation, as well as the Crimson Unicorn, the 9 Netherworld Demon Crocodile, the 9 Netherworld Demon Crocodile, the 9 Netherworld Demon Crocodile, the Azure Sky Rock, and the blood-devouring lion from the Star Alliance. Only then did, after their bodies shook violently, their expressions changed abruptly, and they all exclaimed in horror, "What? Heaven-sundering bow? Isn't this the legendary primordial Xianxia's strongest divine power?" Even the green eye of the Way of the Heavens of the Untainted Land was almost shot down by it in that unparalleled battle that destroyed the entire Untainted Land. It has been lost for countless years. How could it suddenly appear again? Furthermore, it appeared again in the hands of the Magic Hall's master, Xian. He is clearly a human, so how did he suddenly become related to the primordial Xianxia? SSS. The power is too terrifying. As expected of the most powerful divine power of the primordial world, even a true heavenly Tao realm existence would be severely injured by this arrow. If not for the Heavenly Legacy beast's quick reaction, allowing it to avoid the fatal blow to its head at the final juncture, as well as conjuring a defensive shield to reduce some of the arrow's might, the arrow would have killed the Heavenly Legacy beast on the spot even if it had truly stepped into the heavenly Tao realm. From the looks of the Magic Hall's master, he seems to have paid quite a price for that arrow. He probably won't be able to conjure a second arrow in a short period of time, but even so, he's still extremely powerful. Don't forget about the 7 half-step heavenly Tao realm existences that he absorbed into his body. They are completely unharmed and can be summoned at any time to defend against the enemy. Apart from that, the healing resource that the Magic Hall's master threw into his mouth seems to be extremely extraordinary. I can't tell what it is, but its energy aura is extremely rich. It's simply infuriating. I'm afraid that its depleted energy will soon be fully restored to its original state. That's not the crux of the matter. The crux of the matter is that the Heaven's legacy beast is heavily injured, but it likely still has the strength to retaliate. Under such circumstances, how should we deal with it? Should we allow it to escape, or join forces to attack it and use all our strength to keep it here? At this point, everyone fell silent. They exchanged glances as their eyes flickered with a dark glow. Clearly, they were hesitant. He won't be able to escape. It was at this moment that an extremely abrupt voice sounded from the void to the left. It was low and deep, and it was filled with a thick sense of resentment. It was actually Dr. He won't be able to escape. Just as everyone was hesitating, an extremely abrupt voice suddenly came from the void far to the left. It was low and deep, and there was a strong sense of resentment that could not be dispersed. It was actually Dr. This was really too surprising. Not long ago, Dr. had been severely injured by a punch from the celestial mystery beast. There was even a large amount of mechanical grinding sounds in his body, as well as a dull rumbling sound. This was clearly equivalent to the internal organs of a living creature in a blood vessel being severely injured. And, after that blow, he even fainted on the spot. His body floated in the void hundreds of billions of miles away, as if he had fallen. But, now, after a short while, the situation on the battlefield had a shocking reversal. The celestial mystery beast was severely injured by the master of the magic hall, Xianxia's supreme magical power, the heaven-sundering bow. Although it was severely injured, it clearly had the strength to fight back. Faced in this situation, all the desolate venerables present were hesitating whether to launch a joint attack and try to force the celestial mystery beast to stay. On the other side, Dr., who had just fainted, suddenly woke up strangely. It was simply a series of twists and turns, ups and downs, which was really unexpected. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, everyone was stunned. A strange expression appeared on their faces, and they subconsciously turned to look in the direction of the sound. Even Xian was the same. While, in the next moment, as Dr's figure came into view, Xian's face, which was in the form of a skeleton, immediately showed a strange expression. Dr. had obviously woken up. At this moment, his body, which was originally lying horizontally in the void, had stood up again. He stood steadily, his eyes shining brightly. He looked over and firmly locked onto the celestial mystery beast that had just been severely injured. This was not the most shocking thing. The most important thing was that although there were still mechanical grinding sounds and extremely low rumbling sounds coming from Dr's body, his aura, which had originally declined to the extreme after the celestial mystery beast's attack, had now strangely completely recovered. Not only that, but the cultivation aura that emanated from his body had also greatly increased. First, previously, Dr's cultivation level had been second-order desolate ancient sovereign. But now, the aura emanating from his body had actually reached seventh-order desolate ancient sovereign. In a short period of time, he had transformed from an early desolate master to the current late desolate master. That wasn't all. What was even more shocking was that even though he was at rank 7 desolate exalt, it was still not the end. It was far from the end and continued to rise. Furthermore, it was very fast. He wasn't far from rank 8 desolate exalt. All of this was simply shocking and completely illogical. However, after Xian was stunned for a moment, a look of understanding quickly appeared on his face. He had already vaguely guessed the source of everything that had happened before him. There was no doubt that the root of the problem was the seal in Dr's body. Previously, De and Dr had both said that when Dr was first created, Xingbo had already left layers of force fields in his body. These force fields were both potential and seals. Over the years, Dr had broken through layer by layer, and his cultivation strength had also increased. Not long ago, there were only 3 layers of force field seals left in his body, and his cultivation strength at that time had already reached the late desolate ancient sovereign. According to Dr's deduction, if he broke through another layer of force field seals, his cultivation strength would definitely soar as a result. It shouldn't be a problem for him to break through to the early desolate ancient sovereign in a short period of time. The truth was indeed so. Following later on, when he broke through the outermost layer of the 3 force field seals, Dr also broke through a great realm at that time and became a supreme desolate ancient sovereign. He also had the cultivation of second-order desolate exalt, and after that layer of seal was torn apart, there were still 2 more layers of seals in Dr's body. According to the extent of the increase in his cultivation at that time, Yi Xian had deduced that if the remaining 2 layers of seals were all broken, Dr's cultivation strength would most likely soar to the late desolate ancient sovereign. Even the great perfection of the 9th order of this realm was half a step into the heavenly path. While, now, the reason why Dr's injuries were completely healed in such a short period of time was obviously because he had broken through the seals. There were 2 sentences that said, "After breaking through, you will be reborn." This should be the case for Dr this time. Although he had just been severely injured by De, not only was the interior of his body in chaos, but even his electronic consciousness had also fallen into chaos due to the huge blow on the spiritual level, and he had passed out. This kind of complete chaos from the body to the consciousness was extremely dangerous. If it wasn't handled properly, it would be beyond redemption. However, there was always a glimmer of hope for everything in the world. Fortunately, Dr had firmly grasped this weak glimmer of hope that belonged to this great calamity. If there were no accidents, he should have completed a transformation and sublimation of his electronic consciousness during the process of his mental chaos. Just like the epiphany of flesh and blood, his state of mind improved. It was precisely this epiphany and the improvement and transformation of his state of mind that allowed Dr to break through one of the last 2 seals in his body in one fell swoop. In an instant, his previous injuries had all healed, and his cultivation strength had also soared because of this. The probability of this happening was so low that it was almost negligible. Basically, it was something that could only be encountered but not sought. However, Dr was lucky enough to have encountered it. This kind of heaven-defying luck was something that even Yi Xian was envious of. Yi Xian wasn't the only one who had guessed all of this. Even the blood-red unicorn, the 9 demon crocodile, and the other 8 desolate ancient sovereigns also gradually understood after thinking about it for a while. Because of this, when they looked at Dr again, other than envy, a strong sense of anticipation quickly appeared in their eyes. Even Yi Xian was like this. Original. The reason was very simple. The reason why they were looking forward to it was because the cultivation aura emitted from Dr's body was still rising, and the speed was very fast. In just a short breath, he was only a hair's breadth away from the 8th level desolate venerable. Apart from that, even the mechanical grinding and low rumbling sounds in his body did not stop. They continued to exist. Very obviously, not only did Dr have an epiphany this time and his state of mind improved, but even his body had undergone earth-shaking changes. This transformation had not even ended and was still in progress. This meant that the last seal in his body was very likely to be torn apart in one fell swoop during the subsequent transformation. This was clearly the rhythm of the seal being completely unsealed. If this was really the case, Dr's cultivation strength was bound to welcome another major surge. For example, today, his cultivation realm was only a hair's breadth away from the 8th level desolate venerable supreme. If it soared again, Dr would definitely enter the 9th level desolate venerable perfection. Although it was absolutely impossible to break through to the heavenly Tao realm in one fell swoop, the possibility of infinitely approaching the heavenly Tao realm was definitely not small. Rumble, 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 kacha, kacha. In the distance, Dr was walking in the void, step by step. The low rumbling sound in his body had never stopped, including the grinding sound of machinery, which made one's teeth ache. It was the same. While, apart from that, the cultivation aura in his body continued to rise. His speed was still very fast. Previously, he was only a step away from level 8 desolate venerable, but now, with just a few steps, he was able to close the gap in an instant. This scene was simply shocking. In the blink of an eye, Dr, who was originally a level 7 desolate venerable, had now become a level 8 desolate venerable. Moreover, this was not the end. As he continued to walk, the cultivation aura in his body continued to rise. Yi Xian, the 3 desolate venerables from the Human Federation, as well as the bloody unicorn, the 9 hidden demon crocodile, the 9-headed blood dragon, the azure sky rock, and the blood-devouring war lion, had all stopped what they were doing. Their eyes shone with a dim light as they looked in the same direction. Their gazes all gathered on DR. Boom. Rumble, rumble, rumble. In the distance, the earth-shattering explosions did not stop. They came from time to time. These were the sounds coming from the celestial mystery beast's huge body. This, in reality, only less than 10 breaths had passed since the golden arrow from the fallen sky bow hit the celestial mystery beast's body. The power of this attack was too terrifying. Even the celestial mystery beast's defensive shield, which could not be shaken by everyone's combined efforts, collapsed in an instant. Following that, the golden arrow, which had not lost its momentum, blasted a huge hole with a diameter of 5,000 miles below the celestial mystery beast's right shoulder. Even 3 of its 6 different shaped arms, which were like giant pillars supporting the sky, were blown up because of this. Only based on this, it was enough to see how terrifying the power of this attack was. Although, however, the heavenly mystery beast was lucky. It managed to avoid being hit in the head and did not die because of this attack. However, it was still heavily injured. Facing such a terrifying attack, its mind was in a mess. It was like a living creature of flesh and blood that was hit in the head with a club. It was dizzy and had not yet recovered its breath. No, this was not the case. It was only his consciousness that was in chaos. Even the explosions on his body were still ongoing. Although the golden arrow condensed from the supreme ability, the heavens fall bow, had already disappeared after piercing through his body due to the depletion of energy. However, small explosions were still happening around the edges of the enormous hole on the right shoulder of the heaven mystery beast, which was 50 million miles in diameter. From the looks of it, it was unlikely that the heaven's legacy beast would stop for the time being. Unless the heaven's legacy beast regained its clarity of mind and used some means to save itself, at this moment, DR had already woken up. The transformation in his body had yet to complete, but he was already walking toward the heaven's legacy beast. His motive was obviously not to help him put out the fire. His real motive was to take advantage of this time to stab the heaven's legacy beast again before it regained its consciousness. It was precisely because of this that the blood-red unicorn, the 9U demon crocodile, and the others, who were about to join forces to attack the heaven's legacy beast, changed their minds after exchanging glances. They stopped at the same time and stood in the void in the distance like Xianxia, watching from afar. Is this the last layer of the seal? Today, I will tear it apart. At this moment, as he strode toward DE, who was still in a state of confusion, DR's eyes were filled with burning resentment. Bite, he gnashed his teeth and muttered softly, perhaps Xianxia did say those words to you back then. The reason why he left so many layers of seals in my body was to wait for you to grow up so that you could devour, but in reality, you were probably deceived. Although the seals in my body still exist, with the tear just now, some information was unsealed. DE, between you and me, only one can survive. However, Xianxia did not mean that I would be devoured by you. He was only raising the cup. When the last layer of my seal is torn apart, it will be the time for you and me to fight to the death and devour each other. The one who survives will be the true king of electronic life. And all of this, I will not decline. Whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, a cold light flashed in his eyes. He immediately waved his hand, and in the next instant, rays of light shot out and began to gather in the void 10 billion miles in front of him. Emperor, DR also had a treasure with a huge internal space in his hands. The entire enormous mechanical clan, which now had close to 80 million clansmen, was being carried by him at all times. Previously, under DR's attack, the 2 giant mechanical beasts formed by the fusion of 80 million clansmen collapsed. Moreover, close to 40% of them were destroyed. Immediately after, DR painfully put them away. While at this moment, because the final battle with DE was about to arrive, this mechanical clan army was once again summoned by DR. Boom. Rumble. As a large number of mechanical clansmen in the form of mechanical battle beasts shot out and landed in the void 10 billion miles away, an earth-shattering roar rang out like a tide, enveloping the entire void. DR immediately gave this mechanical clan army the order to start the fusion. It was not just a level-by-level fusion like before. Instead, it was a complete fusion at the same time. Because of the previous damage, there were only about 50 million mechanical battle beasts that were summoned by him. These summoned mechanical battle beasts immediately started the fusion after receiving the order. Kacha. Void, in the air, there was a dense sound of machinery breaking in. All the summoned mechanical clansmen gathered in twos and threes, gathered, and fused with each other. After a short period of time, there were only about 50 million mechanical battle beasts left. However, without exception, all of them grew in size. The smallest one was almost the size of an immortal star, like a giant star. However, in terms of form, they were still space beasts, and they already had the characteristics of many types of beasts. In terms of cultivation level, the weakest being was already an emperor, and the strongest being even had the cultivation level of a universe supreme. There were quite a number of them, more than 1,000, however, this was not the end. Next, the fusion continued. Boom. Rumble. Void, in the air, the earth-shattering roar continued to ring out like a tide, and there was also a dense sound of machinery breaking in. More than 50,000 mechanical battle beasts, like before, quickly gathered, and fused with each other. Straight, when everything was completed, the 50 million mechanical clansmen had disappeared from the void in front of them. In their place was an extremely ferocious mechanical beast. Although it was not as huge as the Heaven Mystery Beast, which was 400 million miles long, it was still about 300 million miles long. Compared to an ordinary giant star, it was much bigger. At this moment, D'Air's eyes flashed coldly, and his body instantly dashed forward. In the blink of an eye, he rushed into the mechanical beast and merged with it. Whoosh! As the last 50 million plus members of the machine clan fused into the mechanical beast, a cold light flashed in D'Air's eyes. His figure instantly dashed forward, and in the blink of an eye, he entered the mechanical beast's body and fused with it. From that moment on, the so-called Tianji clan and machine clan no longer existed. They had turned into two gigantic mechanical beasts. The Tianji clan's Tianji beast was 400 million miles in size. Furthermore, it had already entered the true heavenly path realm. However, it was heavily injured, and its consciousness was still a little chaotic. It had yet to regain its clarity. Body on its body, there were small explosions from time to time, and there were endless rumbling sounds. As for the machine clan, together with their clan leader, D'Air, they had fused into a mechanical battle beast. For the sake of distinction, it was more appropriate to call it a mechanical beast. This mechanical beast also stood on its hind legs. It only had 2 arms and 2 legs. However, it had a pair of huge compound mantis wings on its back that looked extremely sharp. Machine the mechanical beast was slightly smaller than the heavenly legacy beast, but it was still 150 million kilometers long. And the cultivation aura emanating from its body might not have reached the true heavenly Tao realm, but it was definitely the strongest existence beneath the heavenly Tao realm. By this mechanical beast was originally formed from the fusion of more than 50 million members of the machine clan. In the end, as the final seal in its body was about to be torn, clan leader D'Air, who was only a hair's breadth away from the great circle of desolate supremacy level 9, also fused into it. In the next moment, as D'Air merged with the giant mechanical beast that was formed from the fusion of more than 50 million members of the machine tribe, an extremely low buzzing sound suddenly came from the body of the combined mechanical beast. The final seal has finally been torn apart. At the same time, D'Air's divine consciousness voice, which was filled with endless joy, was heard. It's only a hair's breadth away from the true heavenly path realm. At that moment, the final seal in D'Air's body was finally torn apart. This breakthrough instantly caused the mechanical beast's aura to soar once again. Distance he was just short of the so-called heavenly Tao realm. If not for the heavenly Tao being suppressed here, preventing him from taking that step, and D'Air not daring to take that step due to his fear of the primordial heavenly Tao's green eyes, he would have already officially stepped into the true heavenly Tao realm. This was because he was afraid of the primordial heavenly Tao's green eyes. At this moment, even Xianxia could not help but gasp when he felt the terrifying aura emanating from D'Air's body. The mechanical beast that was fused with 50 million members of the mechanical race and its patriarch, D'Air, was definitely the strongest existence under the heavenly Tao realm. Even if it was Xianxia, without considering the Shenong Flame Sea and the heavenly meteorite bow, if he didn't summon the 4 heavenly kings and condense the 3 blood sea avatars, he definitely wouldn't be a match for the berserk ape. Of course, it was impossible for him to be abused. He was only at a slight disadvantage, even he, who had already stepped into the great perfection of the desolate supremacy ninth stage, was in such a state. Not to mention the 3 desolate supremacy old monsters from the Human Race Federation, as well as the Scarlet Unicorn, 9 Netherworld Demon Crocodile, 9-headed Blood Dragon, Azure Sky Rock, and Blood Devouring Lion from the Star Alliance. They were originally worried that D-Air alone would not be able to hold back D-E and keep him here. However, from the looks of it, this worry was unnecessary. Although the mechanical beast formed by the fusion of D-Air and all the machinery clansmen had yet to enter the true Heavenly Tao realm, it was definitely just a hair's breadth away. While the Heavenly Legacy beast formed by the fusion of D-E and all the official members of the Heavenly Legacy race had already entered the true Heavenly Tao realm, it was currently heavily injured and was not in good condition. Even its consciousness was still in chaos. Under such circumstances, the Heavenly Legacy beast's situation was obvious. This battle belonged to the Heavenly Legacy race and the Machinery race. It was a battle of life and death between these 2 large electronic lifeforms. It was also a battle of fate between D-E and D-Air. Even if they wanted to rush forward and participate, D-Air might not appreciate it. It was possible that he would attack them in a fit of rage. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, the 3 desolate supremacy old monsters from the Human Race Federation and the 8 desolate supremacy old monsters from the Star Alliance, including the Scarlet Unicorn, 9 Netherworld Demon Crocodile, 9-headed Blood Dragon, Azure Sky Rock, and Blood Devouring Lion, subconsciously exchanged glances. In a short moment they reached a consensus in an instant. They would not participate in this battle. Just like the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, they would just watch from the sidelines. Dang. However, if D-E turned the unfavorable situation around and suppressed D-Air, at the most critical moment, if there was indeed a possibility of suppressing D-E, they would not hesitate at all. They would definitely join forces and attack together. No matter what, they had to keep the Heavenly Legacy beast to prevent future troubles. Roar. D-E, that old bastard Xingbo used you and me to raise the goblet, just for this moment. After the fusion was completed and the last seal in its body was finally torn apart, the mechanical beast raised its head and roared angrily. Then, the voice of D-Air's divine sense rang out, echoing in this sealed space of billions of miles. Between you and me, it is destined that only one of us can survive, and the one who dies can only die to fulfill the other. This is exactly what Xingbo wants to see. Although I hate that old bastard to the core and don't want to be controlled by him, since he wants to raise the goblet, I will go with the flow and devour you in one fell swoop. If I am devoured by you, not only will I benefit you, but I will also fulfill that old bastard Xingbo's wish. I will definitely not allow any of this to happen. Only by devouring you and becoming an enemy of that old bastard will it be a slap in the face to him. At that time, if that old bastard Xingbo knows all of this, his expression will definitely be very interesting. I can't wait to do all of this just thinking about it. So, D-E, today, you must die here. Roar. After the last sentence, the mechanical beast no longer hesitated. After raising its head and letting out a shocking roar, the terrifying figure of Pangda, which was 300 million miles long, rushed out in an instant, crashing into the heavenly mystery beast 10 billion miles ahead. Its speed was too fast. Even Yi Xian could not help but be moved by the scene. Now, the mechanical beast was like a giant star, flying at a speed faster than lightning. Because of this, the void was torn apart, as if doomsday had arrived. Hiss! In less than a breath of time, the mechanical beast had already rushed to the front of the heavenly mystery beast. Even though it was still hundreds of millions of miles away, the pair of huge and incomparably sharp mantis wings on its back suddenly shook, and 2 incomparably sharp ripping sounds were heard. In an instant, 2 ribbons flashed through the void like a white steed passing through a gap. These 2 mantis wings directly chopped at the arms of the heavenly mystery beast. First, the previous attack of the heavenly mystery bow had blown up 6 of the 6 arms of the heavenly mystery beast. Now, there were only 3 arms left. The mechanical beast wanted to chop off 2 of them as soon as it arrived. It was obvious that it wanted to cripple the attacking means of the heavenly mystery beast first before plotting more. Hiss! In the blink of an eye, the mechanical beast had already rushed in front of the heavenly mystery beast. Even though it was still hundreds of millions of miles away, the pair of enormous and incomparably sharp mantis wings on its back suddenly shook, and two incomparably sharp ripping sounds were heard. Two ribbons flashed through the void like a white steed flashing through a crack. These two mantis wings directly slashed at the heavenly mystery beast's arms. The mechanical beast wanted to slash two of them the moment it arrived. It was obvious that it wanted to cripple the heavenly mystery beast's attack methods first before plotting more. The heavenly mystery beast was actually an existence that had entered the true heavenly path realm. Its strength was too terrifying. With just one punch, it had directly disintegrated the two gigantic mechanical beasts that were formed from the fusion of 80 million members of the machinery clan and had the cultivation level of a great perfection level 9 desolate supremacy. Although it was heavily injured and its consciousness was still in a state of chaos, it still had the ability to counterattack. This could be determined from the cultivation aura that emanated from the heavenly mystery beast's body. If it was to catch him off guard under the fatal blow of the heaven-falling bow. When his chaotic consciousness recovered and he regained clarity, the heavenly mystery beast would definitely counterattack. The 6 different mechanical arms that were like huge pillars that supported the sky were too powerful. Although there were only 3 of them left, they were still a huge threat to Devouring. Therefore, Devouring had to take advantage of the fact that the heavenly mystery beast had yet to fully recover from its chaotic consciousness to strike at lightning speed and cut off these 3 arms. If this plan succeeded, the heavenly mystery beast would be like a ferocious tiger with its fangs cut off. Its threat would instantly decrease by a large margin. Although it still had other attack methods, such as its beehive-like head with a large number of facets that could shoot out energy-light pillars to attack. In addition, the heavenly mystery beast's 3 gigantic legs could also attack. But compared to the extremely nimble mechanical arms, the heavenly mystery beast's 3 gigantic beehive-like heads were much less threatening. This was the most reliable battle strategy. The mechanical beast that Devouring and the remaining 50 million members of the machinery clan had fused together to form was about the same size as the heavenly mystery beast. In fact, its cultivation level was only a fine line away from the true heavenly path realm. However, it had not officially stepped into that realm. Although the heavenly mystery beast was heavily injured, it still had the ability to counterattack. It was said that a trapped beast would still put up a fight. If it was forced into a truly desperate situation, the moment it would activate all of its strength and unleash a powerful attack, it would probably be stronger than its full strength. But he was afraid that he might only be able to unleash 1 or 2 such attacks, but for the mechanical beast, it would still be difficult for it to endure. Therefore, these 3 arms that had to be cut off. Rip of a sound with the sharp sound of ripping silk, 2 streaks of silk appeared in the void and disappeared in the blink of an eye. In that split second, 2 of the heavenly mystery beast's 3 remaining mechanical arms fell from the void. They were 2 arms, but in fact, they were incomparably huge, like giant pillars that supported the sky. One of the fists was like a meteor hammer, covered with tough alloy spikes, and even had barbs, looking incomparably awe-inspiring. The other arm was like a crocodile's tail. It was thick and soft. It was likely made from the flesh and blood of some primordial life form's remains. It could be used as a whip, making it harder to defend against. But now, these 2 arms had been severed from the heavenly mystery beast's body by the heavenly mystery beast. At that instant, there was a shocking explosion from the severed arm. Flame soared into the sky. Screech, surprisingly, the heavenly mystery beast, which was still in a state of confusion, seemed to become more clear-headed under the influence of this attack. It suddenly raised its head and let out a shocking screech. It was like a creature of flesh and blood that had suddenly woken up from its coma after its arms were severed. At that moment, not only the 3 desolate supremacy old monsters from the Human Federation, but also the 8 desolate supremacy old monsters from the Star Alliance, the Scarlet Unicorn, the 9 Netherworld Fiend Crocodile, the 9-headed Blood Wyrm, the Azure Sky Rock, and the Blood-Devouring War Lion, all trembled. They subconsciously drew in a cold breath. Their eyes flashed as they instantly became vigilant. Even Xianxia's eyes narrowed as he raised his guard. The heavenly mystery beast now definitely had the power to fight back. If it suddenly woke up at this moment, its attack power would definitely be terrifying. At such a close distance, the heavenly mystery beast was most likely in danger. Are you going to wake up? It doesn't matter. I'll just cut off your last arm. Roar. Before the heavenly mystery beast's screech had died down, Air's extremely cold divine sense voice once again came out of the heavenly mystery beast's body. There was even an extremely excited roar. Rip, almost in the next instant, the extremely sharp sound of silk tearing rang out again. The two mantis wings on the back of the heavenly mystery beast moved at the same time. One of them blocked in front of its body, protecting its head and chest. The other one directly cut off the last remaining arm of the heavenly mystery beast. Air was indeed an old fox. Even at such a moment, he was still extremely cautious. While plotting to cut off the last arm of the heavenly mystery beast, he did not forget to protect himself. Clear and extremely clear and crisp sound rang out instantly. At this moment, a cold and serene waterfall caught a glimpse of it in the void. Although it disappeared as soon as it appeared, it still successfully cut off the last remaining mechanical arm of the heavenly mystery beast, into the void in a split second. Boom, boom. 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 At this moment, as the last arm of the Heaven's Legacy beast was chopped off, the cut on the Heaven's Legacy beast's body exploded once again. The earth-shattering sound rang out one after another. It was a ghastly sight to behold. Swoosh, swoosh. Swoosh. Machine, the heavenly mystery beast did not hesitate at all. It immediately stretched out its hands and took advantage of the situation in the void to scoop up the three mechanical arms that were cut off one after another in just a short span of time. Then, it directly placed them in front of the mechanical mouth that suddenly opened wide and chewed on them piece by piece. These three mechanical arms were all made by DE using some special materials and the precious materials that he had collected from the powerful primordial era creatures. Machine, right now, the heavenly mystery beast looked like it was just chewing in big mouthfuls. However, in reality, after it swallowed them, all the materials that were used to refine these three mechanical arms were immediately scattered and restored. Then, they were absorbed into the heavenly mystery beast's body as if they were its flesh and blood, improving itself. This scene was really too strange and horrifying. Even Xianxia, who was in the distance, was dumbfounded. As for the bloody unicorn, the nine-gloom demon crocodile, and the others, their bodies trembled slightly. Swoosh, at this moment, the heavenly mystery beast, whose entire body was still covered in small explosions from time to time, suddenly shook violently. It raised its head and let out an earth-shattering roar. DE, who had three mechanical arms chopped off consecutively and whose consciousness had fallen into chaos, was finally awakened by the pain. After having three mechanical arms chopped off twice in a row, DE's consciousness had fallen into chaos. At this moment, he was finally awakened by the pain. Screech, an earth-shattering screech came from its ferocious alloy mouth. The entire void trembled slightly, causing people's hearts to tremble. Well, at this moment, there were still a large number of small explosions appearing on the heavenly mystery beast's enormous body from time to time. It was really too pathetic and ferocious. Pangda's 400-million-mile-long body was completely bare without a single arm. It was like a human stick. Even more so, below its right shoulder, there was a huge hole with a diameter of 50 million miles. The 6 arms on its body had turned into huge holes with flames shooting up into the sky. It was a ghastly sight. The 6 arms on the heavenly mystery beast's body had different shapes and functions. Moreover, because they were located at different positions on the heavenly mystery beast's huge body, not only were they extremely agile, but they also protected the terrifying 400-million-mile-long body of the heavenly mystery beast. Losing, to the heavenly mystery beast, without these 6 arms, it was equivalent to turning into a ferocious tiger with broken fangs. Its threat was instantly reduced by a large margin. Of course, as a fused mechanical battle beast, it obviously had other attack modes. For example, currently, it was known that its beehive-like head with a large number of facets could shoot out energy light pillars to attack. In addition, the 3 giant legs of the heavenly mystery beast could also attack. However, the functions of the legs and arms were different. Just based on this point alone, it was destined that these 3 giant legs, which looked thicker and stronger, could not be compared to the 6 mechanical arms in terms of agility. Moreover, these 3 giant mechanical legs were too thick and did not seem to have many joints. Moreover, they were located below the heavenly mystery beast's huge body. This also meant that they were destined to be unable to take care of the 400-million-mile-long body of the heavenly mystery beast. It could be said that although D had awakened now, at least his consciousness was not as chaotic as before. He had a portion of clarity. However, ever since he had successfully chopped off the last 3 remaining arms on his body, D-Air was not worried at all. The threat posed by its 3 gigantic legs and its beehive-like head was simply too small. With the mechanical beast's current cultivation and strength, as long as it was a little more careful, there was nothing to be afraid of. Moreover, compared to the heavenly mystery beast who was in his peak condition and uninjured, the heavenly mystery beast was like a giant human-shaped target. Without the protection of its 6 arms, the heavenly mystery beast could attack it as it pleased. However, the heavenly mystery beast couldn't do anything to it. Not only was this body incredibly massive, but it was also in a terrible state right now. There was a massive hole with a diameter of 50 million kilometers on its right shoulder, and there were also wounds on other parts of its body because its arm had been chopped off from the shoulder. Small explosions were constantly taking place, and flames were soaring into the sky. If a mechanical beast were to attack these parts, it would be akin to a battle between living creatures of flesh and blood, specifically attacking the enemy's wounds. This kind of attack would definitely have twice the effect with half the effort. In a short period of time, at most 2 breaths, the 3 mechanical arms that were chopped off earlier were all swallowed by the mechanical beasts. Moreover, the materials used to refine these 3 arms must have been broken down and absorbed in the mechanical beasts' bodies at the very first moment. The combat power of the mechanical beasts would also increase because of this. It was just that it would not show up in a short period of time. At this moment, as these 3 mechanical arms were all swallowed up, the mechanical beasts also turned to look at the mechanical beasts that had just let out the last roar. D2's divine consciousness voice sounded, revealing a sense of arrogance, as well as mockery and ridicule. So what if you're awake? You can't change anything anymore. DE. To think that you would have such a day? All 6 of your mechanical arms have been destroyed, and all 6 types of powerful and different attack paths have been destroyed. We're all mechanical and electronic life forms, and now we're all in the form of mechanical beasts that have merged with our clansmen. No one knows better than me how serious the injuries and effects caused by the heaven-falling bow's arrow just now were. If you hadn't sensed the life-or-death crisis and activated the activation device you set beforehand, forcefully integrating your chaotic consciousness, the current you would still be in a chaotic state of consciousness. At the very least, it would take you dozens of breaths before you could regain clarity. This kind of consciousness that is forcibly stimulated to regain clarity after the preset activation mechanism is not enough to support your energy attacks. In other words, within these 10 breaths, the energy attacks of your beehive-like angular head can't be activated at all. Oh, that's right. It's the same for your energy defense shield. At this moment, all the energy in your body is being poured into the chaotic and almost collapsed reorganization of the electronic life form's information. You have no time to care about any energy level attacks or defenses. Then, at this moment, what other methods do you have to attack me? At this point, the mechanical beast's eyes flashed with a playful glint. It sized up the heavenly mystery beast's huge body a few times, paused, then laughed and said, "Oh, that's right. You still have 3 giant legs. At the very least, you can still kick. Or perhaps, you can open your ferocious mechanical mouth and directly tear me in half?" Of course, as a true heavenly mystery realm expert, a heavenly mystery beast formed by the fusion of nearly 10 million clansmen of the heavenly mystery race, perhaps you still have some trump cards that you haven't used yet. This is very likely. Speaking of which, this old man's interest is suddenly piqued. It's rare for me to force you to such an extent today. If you really have any trump cards up your sleeve, then I'll take this opportunity to force them all out today. Roar. After finishing the last sentence, the mechanical beast no longer hesitated. Its huge body flapped the blade-like wings on its back, instantly turning into a huge arrow. It pounced at the Tianji beast in front at a terrifying speed. Boom! At the same time, the mechanical beast's right fist punched out. The void along the way directly cracked open, as if a long and narrow black hole had appeared out of nowhere. Moreover, this punch was clearly aimed at the heavenly mystery beast's right shoulder. There was already a huge hole with a diameter of more than 50 million miles there, and there was still flames shooting into the sky. If it really hit the heavenly mystery beast, it would definitely be severely injured. Hiss! In response to all this, the heavenly mystery beast raised its head and let out an extremely shrill roar. Without hesitation, it turned around and fled. This scene stunned everyone. The bloody unicorn, the 9 abyss demon crocodile, and the other 7 opened their mouths wide. Even Xian rolled his eyes. Clang, how rare. So the heavenly mystery beast was like a dog. Screech, in midair, against the mechanical beast's punch, the heavenly legacy beast raised its head and let out an extremely shrill screech. Following that, it did not hesitate to turn and flee. An existence at the half-step heavenly Dao realm had actually forced an expert who had stepped into the true heavenly Dao realm to turn tail and flee. This scene was indeed somewhat strange. It left everyone dumbfounded. The sanguine unicorn, the 9 netherworld fiend crocodile, and the rest had their mouths agape. Even Xian was rolling his eyes. It was truly ironic that a Dao in a desolate state was like a dog. At that moment, the heavenly legacy beast's invincible image completely collapsed in everyone's hearts. Phew! Rumble, boom. A sharp sound tore through the air as the mechanical beast's massive body charged out diagonally. In a blink of an eye, it was already beside the heavenly legacy beast. With a punch, it instantly produced an earth-shattering boom. Although the heavenly legacy beast had already stepped into the true heavenly Dao realm, it was still heavily injured. It was not in its best condition, and although its speed was in no way inferior to the mechanical beast, its agility was inferior. Both of them were terrifying existences that were 300 to 400 million kilometers in size. Furthermore, the distance between them was just too close. It was just a few 100 million kilometers. Although this distance did not sound close, in fact, it was just a body's length away. For powerful existences of this level, even if they couldn't move as fast as their opponent, they could still easily hit their target with a single punch through the void. The reason why the heavenly legacy beast was struck was because of this. The violent power of the punch did not strike the heavenly legacy beast's vital spots, such as its head or the terrifying hole below its right shoulder that was 50 million kilometers in diameter. But, it was definitely not to the point where it did not hurt or itch. Heavens, one of the mechanical beast's arms had been struck at the base. That area was already burning with flames, and from time to time, there were faint explosive sounds. At that moment, the heavenly legacy beast was once again struck by the violent power of the mechanical beast's punch. Instantly, the heavenly legacy beast was slightly injured again. It raised its head and let out a shocking screech, at the same time as the ruthless howl sounded. One of the 3 incomparably thick giant legs under its huge body also lifted up as if it was a conditioned reflex, kicking towards the mechanical beast that had just approached it. The kick was heavy and ferocious. Furthermore, the heaven's secret beast was furious. If the kick landed squarely on the mechanical beast, it would definitely be severely injured. Now, however, the mechanical beast had obviously anticipated this. The moment the heaven's legacy beast lifted its giant foot, its terrifying body, which was 300 million miles long, had already charged out diagonally, circling to the other side of the heaven's legacy beast from the right. You will definitely die today. I will cut you into pieces right here, and eat you alive. Hiss, as he circled to the other side, Dr's sinister voice suddenly rang out. Immediately after, an extremely sharp sound of fabric tearing rang out. The 2 mantis wings on the mechanical beast's back moved at the same time. Just like before, one of them blocked in front of its body, protecting the vital parts of its head and chest. The other one directly slashed towards the lower part of the heaven's legacy beast's body. Dr was indeed an old fox. Even at a time like this, he was still extremely cautious. While plotting against the heaven's legacy beast, he did not forget to protect himself for a moment. Next, in an instant, an extremely clear and crisp sound rang out. A cold and gloomy waterfall caught a glimpse of it in the void and immediately disappeared. However, it still streaked across the heaven's legacy beast's body in the blink of an eye. Boom. Rumble. At this moment, an earth-shattering roar came from the heaven's legacy beast's incomparably huge body again. Looking over, one of the 3 giant legs under its body had actually been cut off cleanly by this attack. While, the position where the giant leg was originally connected to the heaven's legacy beast's body had now become a fracture. Once again, an earth-shattering explosion rang out, one after another. It was a shocking sight. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh. After another successful attack, the mechanical beast appeared to be extremely excited. Without any hesitation, it immediately stretched out its hands and scooped up the giant leg that had just been cut off. It directly placed it in front of the mechanical mouth that suddenly opened and chewed on it piece by piece. The 3 giant legs of the Heaven's Legacy beast were the same as the mechanical arm that had been cut off earlier. They were all made by De using some special materials mixed with the precious materials that he had collected from the powerful primordial era creatures. They could be said to be extremely precious. Naturally, the mechanical beast would not let go of any of this. At this moment, it was chewing in large mouthfuls in order to devour it. Following that, after chewing and swallowing it, all the materials that De had used to refine this giant leg would be scattered and restored at the first moment. Then, it would be absorbed by the mechanical beast's body. Its effect was like swallowing flesh and blood as nourishment, which was extremely beneficial to the mechanical beast. This scene shocked everyone once again. Yi Xian, who was in the distant void, was dumbfounded. The bodies of the bloody unicorn, the 9 demon crocodile, and the other 8 people trembled slightly. There was even a blazing light in their eyes. They saw hope. They saw hope that the Heaven's Legacy beast would be completely killed. Previously, it had 3 legs and 6 arms, in addition to a humongous beehive-like head. However, now, the 6 mechanical arms of different shapes were gone, and only 2 of its 3 legs were left. Although its head was fine, it could not use energy attacks for the time being. If the mechanical beast worked harder, it might really be able to kill the Heaven's Legacy beast today and then devour it alive. Screech! At this moment, after one of the 3 giant legs was cut off again, the Heaven's Legacy beast, whose entire body still had a large number of small explosions appearing from time to time, suddenly shook violently. It raised its head and let out an earth-shattering screech. In a short period of time, 3 of its mechanical arms and 1 of its giant legs were cut off in succession. This kind of price was too painful. Even though De's consciousness had not fully recovered and was still a little confused and depressed, he was aware of the danger because of this. At this moment, a sense of life and death that he had never felt before suddenly surged into his heart. This feeling made De very unhappy, but it also made his somewhat confused consciousness clear again. It was at this moment that he made a decision in an instant. Without hesitation, before the screech in his mouth had died down, he had already lifted his leg and kicked toward the void in front of him. Boom! Hiss! A loud noise came from the sky, accompanied by the extremely clear sound of silk ripping. A huge crack appeared in the void, which was hundreds of millions of miles long. Endless void turbulence surged out from within. Heaven! The mechanical beast did not hesitate at all. Its body turned into a ray of light, and it rushed in headfirst. In order to survive, you did not hesitate to hide in the void turbulence? But even so, you will definitely die today. Inside the mechanical beast's body, De's incomparably gloomy words came out. It seemed that his eyes had turned red, but he did not hesitate either. Before he finished speaking, he rushed in headfirst. Before anyone could recover from their shock, the 2 figures had already completely disappeared. Boom! Rip! An extremely clear sound of ripping silk was heard. A huge crack appeared in the void. The heavenly mystery beast turned into a ray of light and rushed in. In order to survive, you didn't hesitate to hide in the turbulent void? Even so, you will definitely die today. Inside the mechanical beast, De's sinister words came out. His eyes seemed to have turned red, and he also rushed in. Before anyone could react, the 2 of them had completely disappeared, and even more so, even the giant fissure that was kicked open by the Heaven's mystery beast was mended in a short period of time. Everything happened too quickly. Not only were the bloody unicorn, the 9 demon crocodile, and the other 8 desolate supremacies dumbfounded, even Yi Xian could not react in time. When their bodies trembled slightly and they realized what had happened, everything was already over. In order to resolve the crisis in front of him, De actually took the initiative to enter the turbulent void. De was clearly obsessed as well. He did not hesitate at all and directly followed in. One had to know that it was the turbulent void. There were no star coordinates at all. It was also not connected to the void fragment of the Eldritch universe. There was no way to trace it. Even if Yixian were to make a move right now and tear open the same spatial rift at the location where the spatial rift had just disappeared, the spatial turbulence that the two spatial rifts led to was also different. In other words, even if they wanted to find De and Der now, they could not find them. Actually, in fact, if these two fellows wanted to return, it was basically impossible. They could only rely on luck. Realizing this, Yixian was relieved. At least the problem of the heavenly mystery beast was solved. But, at the same time, he had a strange feeling in his heart. This was because with the departure of the heavenly mystery beast and the mechanical beast, it basically meant that these two electronic life forms had completely disappeared. The so-called heavenly mystery race and the mechanical race, all the official clansmen had been integrated into the two mechanical beasts by De and Der. It could be said that whether it was in the three main planes of the universe or in the void of the primeval world fragment, the only remaining mechanical lives were the four heavenly kings of Yixian and Yingtai, who had followed him since the beginning. Sigh, I didn't expect it to end like this. While Yixian was still in a daze, a sigh suddenly came from the void to his left. When he turned around, he saw that the scarlet unicorn was looking at Yixian. The instant their gazes met, a hint of a smile appeared on his face. Fellow Daoist, your injuries shouldn't be too serious, right? Xiao. Swish, swish, swish. Before the crimson unicorn could finish its sentence, there were several ear-piercing sounds coming from all directions. The other 7 people who were originally running in different directions also rushed over. In the blink of an eye, all 8 desolate sovereigns were swarming towards Yixian. They were the scarlet unicorn, the 9 phantom demon crocodile, the 9-headed blood dragon, the azure roc, and the bloodthirsty war lion from the Star Alliance. There were also the 2 human desolate sovereigns from the Human Federation and the raging bear desolate sovereign from the Temple of Glory. As they rushed over, all 8 of them had kind smiles on their faces. When they saw Yixian glancing at them, they all nodded and took the initiative to greet him. Fellow Daoist, Ye's strike from before was truly stunning. Even a true heavenly Dao realm existence would be heavily injured by that arrow. They might even nearly lose their lives. That's right. If the celestial beast wasn't lucky enough to avoid being hit in the head at the most critical moment, there's no need to look forward to what happened next. That arrow of yours alone would have killed it on the spot. Now, although the celestial beast was forced away by Der's mech beast fused with all the mechs, fellow Daoist has the most credit in this battle. The real key is still that stunning attack of yours. Tisk, TSK, TSK. It's really surprising. The Skyfall Bow is the most powerful divine ability in the legends. It's said that in the great battle that destroyed the primordial world, the primordial Yiksha relied on this terrifying divine ability to almost shoot down the heavenly Dao's eye with a single arrow. Fellow Daoist, Ye's current cultivation and strength are no weaker than the primordial Yiksha back then. It seems that even if the primeval heaven's eye descends, fellow Daoist would have nothing to fear. The only regret is that this divine ability didn't originally belong to fellow Daoist. Although the primordial Yiksha had to pay a price to use it, it wasn't that serious. Looking at Yixian's condition, after that arrow, it seems that he no longer has the strength to fight. Now that so much time has passed, I wonder if fellow Daoist has recovered? By this time, the 8 people had already closed in on Yixian and gathered in the void that was only 100 million miles away from Yixian. They had unknowingly sealed off all of Yixian's escape routes. Words after speaking, the 8 people's gazes all converged on Yixian's face. Their chi was unknowingly locked onto him, and their eyes were shining with a dark light, as if they were trying to find some kind of urgent answer from the slight changes in his expression. Xian instantly understood everything and sneered in his heart, but on the surface, he didn't show it. Instead, he deliberately frowned and raised his hand to point at the end of the void in the distance. Then, he said, "Everyone, as the celestial beast entered the turbulent void, the invisible barrier of laws 100 million miles away has quietly disappeared. Are you still not leaving?" Hearing his words, not only did he frown, but he even took the initiative to remind everyone that the invisible barrier of laws 100 million miles away in the void had disappeared. Blood Unicorn and the others' hearts skipped a beat, and they subconsciously exchanged glances. However, they didn't immediately take action. Instead, they were secretly vigilant, but they didn't show the slightest abnormality on their faces. They were still probing with words. Fellow Daoist Ji, this is your fault. Judging from your words, could it be that you want to drive us away? That's right, we came here with good intentions to care about your injury. Fellow Daoist Ji, you really burned the bridge after crossing the river. You obviously have the supreme supernatural power of the heaven-sundering bow. Even if you were alone, you had the ability to kill the celestial mystery beast, or at least seriously injure it. However, you deliberately hid it and lured us to besiege DE. Even when our human federation's green jackal baron supremacy and the others were killed, fellow Daoist Ji didn't take action. This clearly shows that you don't treat us as allies. Regarding all this, we originally didn't intend to make a fuss about it, but fellow Daoist Ji's way of doing things is too cold. You actually plan to abandon us immediately after using us. You didn't even bother to respond to our words of concern and directly asked us to leave. Since that's the case, we can only settle the previous debt with your magic hall. This time, the Heavenly Dao Alliance's barren supremacy fell all because of you. Fellow Daoist Ji, regarding this, don't you plan to make some corresponding compensation? Compensation? That's too shameless. Clearly that's just an excuse they came up with because they're uncertain and scared. How dare they make it sound so dignified? How shameless. Brain as these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian's face instantly darkened. He was very clear in his heart that if he agreed to compensate, these 8 fellows would no longer hesitate and would most likely attack him in an instant, joining forces to attack him. While that arrow from the fallen sky bow drained him of 90% of his strength. Now that he hadn't fully recovered, he could use this rare opportunity to severely injure Yi Xian. Then, he could use a secret technique to seal his cultivation. Thus after that, he could do whatever he wanted. No, however, to be able to take away the big-headed black rod, the Shinnon treasure cauldron, and all sorts of other treasures and resources from Yi Xian's hands, including the Blood Sea secret technique and the other secret techniques, as well as the heavenly fallen bow and other supreme divine abilities that Yi Xian had grasped, all of them were squeezed out. Thus in the end, the 4 heavenly kings and the old pig spirit would also be thoroughly schemed against by them and fall into their hands as well. They would be at their mercy. Deuces for the magic hall, it was needless to say. Even the strongest person in the magic hall wouldn't be a match for them. When the time came, the entire magic hall would fall into their control. The benefits would be divided between the Star Alliance and the Human Federation. If that were to happen, the Heavenly Dao Alliance would be the only power in the Chaos Fragment Void after the disappearance of the Tianji clan and the destruction of the Magic Hall. Although, of course, the green eyes of the natural way of the untainted land could come at any time. However, as long as they obtained the complete profound meaning of the heaven-fallen bow, even the green eyes of the natural way of the untainted land would have to retreat in fear when facing the 8 of them who could shoot the heaven-falling arrow. Everything was possible. The benefits were too great. That was why these people were so shameless. The battle had just ended, but they immediately turned around to scheme against their allies. Even the fear they had for the master of the magic hall had been thrown to the back of their minds. The temptation was too great, so even if it was just a little bit of risk, it was only right. Yi Xian was well aware of all of this. An inexplicable anger rose from his heart in an instant. He had always been the one scheming and blackmailing others. Today, he was surrounded by a group of old fellows, testing him and trying to blackmail him. This was the first time. Only based on this point alone, Yi Xian would not let this matter rest. However, he did not immediately fly into a rage and attack. Because these 8 old men had already pushed the power in their bodies to the limit, and were on high alert. The moment Yi Xian made any strange movements, they would immediately attack with all their strength. Under such circumstances, Yi Xian would be interrupted if he wanted to summon the 4 heavenly kings and old pig spirit. Bao the Blood Sea mystic art was also unable to successfully form the other 2 Blood Sea avatars before they could interfere when he was facing the 8 desolate supremacies at such a close distance. That was right. The 8 old fellows clearly knew this, and this was what they were relying on. It was because they were confident that they could interrupt Yi Xian before he could summon the 4 heavenly kings, old pig spirit and condense the other 2 Blood Sea doppelgangers. That was why they dared to be so bold as to besiege and even try to suppress a 9th stage Great Circle expert. Looks like all of you are determined to make a move against me today. Taking a deep breath, Yi Xian shook his head and sighed, "It's my fault for being too careless. At first, I didn't realize that something was wrong. You guys took the opportunity to greet me and surrounded me from all directions. Now, you guys are all gathered around me, surrounding me. On one hand, it was like removing the last layer of cloth between the two sides, but at the same time, it was also like admitting that he had not fully recovered yet. The master of the magic hall, who had always looked down on everything, had never shown weakness like this before. As these thoughts flashed through the sea, the 8 desolate venerable old monsters around nearly 100 million miles away were all secretly delighted. Smiles appeared on their faces, and they finally no longer concealed it. In their smiles, there was clearly a touch of thick malevolence and complacency that could not be dispersed. Ha ha ha. Fellow Yi is indeed a straightforward person, this old man likes it. Looks like you have already understood the situation. Yi Xian, I advise you not to make a mistake. At such a close distance, you won't have the chance to summon the 4 heavenly kings and that dead pig, including your Blood Sea secret technique. You won't have the time to use it to condense the 2 Blood Sea doppelgangers. In other words, the current you can only fight 1 against 8. Once there is any strange movement, we will immediately take action and forcibly interrupt it. In your current state, although we can't say that we can kill you on the spot, it won't be a problem to severely injure you in an instant. There is no suspense in the result. Give up. This old man can swear that as long as you seal your cultivation and meet our conditions, after this old man will definitely not do any harm to you and will definitely let you go. That's right, I'm not lying to you. As long as you hand over the complete profundity of this supreme ability, the Skyfall Bow, then just the 8 of us will be able to condense 8 Skyfall arrows. Even if you summon the 4 great heavenly kings, we won't be afraid. Naturally, there's no need to take the huge price of breaking the oath and go back on our words. Yi Xian, you decide what to do, but this old man's patience is not very good. You only have 3 breaths of time to consider. After 3 breaths of time, even if you don't do anything, if you still don't seal your own cultivation and surrender, this old man will immediately attack and heavily injure you here. The most important thing was, Yi Xian, you can decide what to do next. However, this old man's patience is not very good. You only have 3 breaths of time to consider. The last sentence was said by Violent Bear, desolate sovereign from the Temple of Glory. As soon as he finished speaking, the other 7 desolate elders who were surrounding him also stopped talking. They didn't say anything else, but they all subconsciously nodded. Their gazes were fixed on Yi Xian's face, and their auras were firmly locked onto him. If he made any strange movements, they would immediately take action at the same time. Very much so. As Violent Bear, desolate sovereign said, if Yi Xian did not seal his cultivation within 3 breaths, they would also immediately take action. Are you so sure that under the siege of the 8 of you, you can seriously injure this king in an instant? In the face of all this, Yi Xian was still unmoved. The expression on his face suddenly became calm, and even his slightly furrowed brows were relaxed at this moment. Sigh. Although you guys are smart, you seem to be a little forgetful. After a faint sigh, he shook his head, and then suddenly said, how long has it been? You actually forgot about this king's 9-colored flame sea, completely. Whoosh, before the voice fell, a dazzling 9-colored light suddenly appeared between Yi Xian's eyebrows. It was like a river of anger, pouring down along his body. How long has it been? You actually forgot about my 9-colored flame sea, completely. Swish, Yi Xian sighed softly. Immediately after, there was a faint sound of something tearing through the air. Before he could finish his sentence, a dazzling 9-colored light suddenly appeared between his eyebrows. It was like a raging river, flowing down his body, and pouring down. The speed was too fast. In the blink of an eye, the surface of the skeleton avatar was enveloped by a dazzling 9-colored light screen. This light screen was the Shenong 9-colored flame. Even a true heavenly Dao realm expert would be extremely afraid of the Shenong 9-colored flame and would not dare to touch it easily. Otherwise, it would be like a maggot attached to the bone, impossible to get rid of. It would corrode the precious body and invade the soul. No, although his actions were fast, the 8 desolate supremacy old monsters that surrounded him were not slow either. In fact, their minds were already extremely nervous. They were like a fully drawn bowstring. As long as they encountered a weak external stimulus, the arrow on the bowstring would instantly shoot out. the nine-colored light that shot out from between Xian's eyebrows was this external stimulus. Just, the moment the nine-colored light appeared from between Xian's eyebrows, the 8 desolate elders who saw this scene moved together. They were already prepared to take action. As long as they did not see Xian seal his cultivation within 3 breaths, they would immediately take action at the same time. In addition, if Xian made any other strange movements within 3 breaths, they would immediately take action at the same time. But, therefore, when the nine-colored light appeared between Xian's eyebrows, the 8 old fellows were like conditioned reflexes. In an instant, all of them rushed forward and activated all the strength in their bodies. They punched at Xian, who was gathered in the center. At this moment, they did not even think about what the nine-colored light that appeared between Xian's eyebrows was. By the time they reacted and realized that something was wrong, it was already too late. Sui, with a burst of speed, he threw a punch with all his might. When he was still halfway there, the expressions of the 8 fellows changed drastically. They gasped and cried out in shock, "Hiss! This nine-colored light screen! Damn it! I actually forgot about this. This is clearly the Shenong nine-colored flame. It was originally in the body of the black fog. Now that the black fog has been absorbed into the body of the skeleton can naturally use the Shenong nine-colored flame at will. I was too excited just now. The benefits were too great, and the temptation was too shocking. In a moment of anger, I actually forgot about this. Even true heavenly Tao realm experts are afraid of this flame. They wouldn't dare touch it easily, or they would be like maggots attached to a bone. There's no way to escape it. It corrodes one's body and invades one's soul. How do you crack it? Retreat, today's matter cannot be done. If we lose the initiative, we have already lost everything. There is no possibility of us scheming against him anymore. Roar. Are we going to retreat just like that? We are unwilling. You have to know that this kind of opportunity is too rare. Only a true heavenly Tao realm existence like the heaven's secret beast can force him to use the heaven falling bow and weaken him. If we miss today, we won't have another chance like this. That's right. This opportunity is too rare. We are unwilling to give it up. Everyone, don't forget the vengeful nature of the master of the magic hall. Now that we have shed all pretense of cordiality, if we don't suppress him here, be it the Human Federation or the Star Alliance, we won't have it easy. The entire Heavenly Tao Alliance will be destroyed by him. Let's grit our teeth and go all out. Even if one punch will touch the Shenong nine-colored flame enveloping his body and injure us, at the very least, under the combined attack of these 8 punches, he, who has yet to recover his cultivation and is in a weakened state, will be heavily injured because of it. Then, his cultivation will be sealed and he will fall into our control. The benefits are too shocking, and there is no way out. We have to pay a certain price. Even if we are heavily injured, we must suppress him today. Fellow Taoists, don't hesitate. Give it your all. Roar. The last sentence came from the mouth of the tyrannical bear desolate sovereign from the Temple of Glory. After he finished speaking, the old man even raised his head and let out a shocking roar that shook everyone's heart. This was clearly done on purpose to dispel the last bit of hesitation in the hearts of the other 7 people. It had to be said that this old man's mind was still very clear, and his will was very firm. He was right. In this situation, if the 8 of them turned around and fled, the result would be terrible. Even if Xian didn't chase after them now, he would go back to the Star Federation and the Human Federation to drag them out one by one and kill them. Want to do this? Xian's 3 Blood Sea clones, the 4 Heavenly Kings, and the old pig, who were all half-step Heavenly Tao Masters, could definitely do it. He was right. Our only chance is to use today's opportunity to heavily injure Xian, who is not in a good state and has yet to recover from the damage in his body. Then, seal his cultivation at once, and plan for other things. God, afraid that this punch would touch the Shenong nine-colored flame that covered the body of the skeleton clone like a layer of light, they could only grit their teeth and endure it. At least this way, they would not die, and at most, they would be heavily injured. For such a huge benefit, and with no way out, this was the best way to deal with it. Boom! Rumble, all this made the 8 desolate sovereigns understand in an instant. Moreover, with the tyrannical bear desolate sovereign's shocking roar, the hesitation that had just grown in the hearts of the other 7 people also disappeared in an instant. In an instant, the 8 of them, who had almost stopped halfway, had already arrived in front of the skeleton. Originally, they were about 100 million miles away from the skeleton, but now, they were all within 10 million miles. Although it was just a simple 8 punches, it was from the hands of the 8 desolate sovereigns. All 8 of them used their full strength, and the power in their bodies was mobilized to the limit. Only as the punches came, the void along the way was directly torn apart. Like 8 black holes in the shape of 8 rivers, they shot out from all directions. At the end of these 8 black holes was the skeleton clone that was still standing in the void, and did not even move his body. 1,000 it was only 10,000 miles. For existences at the level of desolate sovereign, it was not a distance at all. It could be crossed in a flash. What's more, now that the 8 desolate sovereigns all punched out with all their strength, their speed was extremely fast. In less than a second, the 8 black holes that extended from all directions converged into one on the skeleton clone's body. It was also at this moment that the skeleton clone that had been standing in the void finally moved. Boom. With a flash of coldness in his eyes, the skeleton clone turned to look to the right. Then, he stretched out his right arm and punched out, going straight for the tyrannical bear desolate sovereign who had just approached. Boom. Seeing that the 8 desolate supremes had joined forces to attack him, the skeleton clone's eyes flashed coldly, and he immediately looked to the right. No hesitating, he directly stretched out his right arm and punched out, aiming at the violent bear desolate supremacy who had just arrived. In fact, the 8 desolate supremes who were attacking him from different directions were now within a few million miles of Xianxia, and the skeleton clone's body was 60 million miles long. It could reach him with just a stretch of his arm. He could choose any target he wanted, and he could destroy anyone he wanted. Moreover, the first target he chose would not have a chance to live, and would definitely die. Clang, however, considering that he could also collect a desolate supremacy blood essence, even if he wanted to attack, he could not choose the 2 desolate supremes from the Eternal Dynasty and the 10 Ultimates Celestial Palace. But, he had to choose between the Scarlet Unicorn, the 9 Phantom Demon Crocodile, the 9-headed Blood Wyrm, the Azure Sky Rock, and the Violent Bear Desolate Supremacy from the Temple of Glory. Even the blood-devouring War Lion was excluded from him. His desolate supremacy cultivation was achieved through the 9 changes of the Berserk Lion, and he could not condense the desolate supremacy blood essence even if he killed him. So, among the 5 best targets to kill, the Scarlet Unicorn, the 9 Phantom Demon Crocodile, the 9-headed Blood Wyrm, and the Azure Sky Rock still had a deep grudge with Xianxia. On the other hand, the Violent Bear Desolate Supremacy from the Temple of Glory was only meeting Xianxia for the 2nd time today. But, Xianxia's choice was precisely this Violent Bear Desolate Supremacy. This guy made him very unhappy, and just now he was determined to suppress Xianxia. Since that was the case, he would do as he wished. Obviously, this old guy did not expect that Xianxia's body strength, which was depleted when he used the fallen sky bow, had already been fully recovered. At that time, he had swallowed a large amount of Chaos Divine medicine. These guys did not know that there was such a heaven-defying medicine in the world, so they did not expect that Xianxia had fully recovered and returned to his peak. Just, because of this, facing the skeleton clone's punch, the Violent Bear Desolate Supremacy, who was coming from his right, did not put it in his eyes at all. The corner of his mouth even revealed an undisguised look of disdain. His right fist didn't slow down in the slightest. It was obvious that he viewed Xianxia's punch as a meaningless counterattack and struggled before his death. Bang! There was no suspense. As the 2 fists collided, an earth-shattering boom rang out. Within the heavy fists, there was an incomparably violent power, but at this moment, it collided with each other. In less than a tenth of a breath, with a huge explosion, the tyrannical bear desolate venerable old monster's body that spanned thousands of miles, in the blink of an eye, turned into a rapidly spreading scarlet blood mist. Xiao! As the blood mist dispersed, Xianxia waved his hand at the first moment. With a faint sound of breaking through the air, a majestic and invisible force rolled out from his body, enveloping a radius of 10,000 miles. The majestic blood mist that had just spread out was all swept up by him, absorbed into his body, and sent to the bottom of the central region volcano in the cauldron space. Then, he began. Blood essence condensation. First, before this, he already had 10 desolate supremacy blood essences in his hands. With this harvest, from this moment on, Xian had 11 desolate supremacy blood essences in his hands. All of this took a long time to describe, but in fact, it happened in 1/10 of an instant. In this short period of time, with just one punch, a late-stage 7th-order desolate supremacy old monster had already fallen. His body completely exploded and turned into a blood mist. His body and soul were destroyed, and not a single strand of hair was left. This scene was too shocking. The other 7 people were all shocked, but they didn't have time to do anything else. Because, the fist strike he had unleashed for them was now closing in on the enormous body of the skeleton. Boom! 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 An earth-shattering boom resounded. The 7 attacks all landed on the gigantic body of the skeleton avatar. However, they did not even cause a ripple. This among the 7 fellows, the strongest existences were still the Scarlet Unicorn and the 9 Netherworld Fiend Crocodile. They had already reached the 8th Order Primordial Supreme. As for the other 5, the strongest was only a late-stage 7th Order Desolate Supremacy. The 9-headed Blood Wyrm and the Azure Sky Rock were only at the early-stage Desolate Supremacy. Xian was already a Desolate Supremacy at the 9th Order Grand Perfection, a half-step Heavenly Dao. However, furthermore, he had not just stepped into the half-step Heavenly Dao realm. He had already stepped into this realm and broke through a few minor realms. However, in this primordial world fragments void, he was suppressed by the Heavenly Dao laws. The 9 transformation Devil 8 bloodline divine power could only stop at the half-step Heavenly Dao realm. Therefore, he did not take another step forward to become a true Heavenly Dao realm expert. However, even though they were all half-step Heavenly Dao experts at the 9th stage of perfection, there were still differences in strength between them. For example, Old Pig Spirit's Cultivation had just entered this realm after using the demonic pig's 9 transformations. Therefore, compared to Xian, Old Pig Spirit was much, much weaker. As for the mechanical beast that D-Air had fused with all the members of the machinery race, as well as his body that had torn apart the final seal, although it was also a half-step Heavenly Dao realm at the Tier 9 Perfection realm, it was the strongest expert in the realm. It was almost comparable to a true Heavenly Dao realm expert. Xian was only slightly weaker than the mechanical beast. He was definitely the strongest existence at the half-step Heavenly Dao realm. Therefore, when the 7 violent forces struck his body, they were weakened by the 9-colored flame screen that enveloped his body. In addition, Xian was already on guard. The final result was, he was unharmed. Heavens, even when the 2 8th Order Desolate Supremacies, Scarlet Unicorn and 9 Phantom Demon Crocodile, struck his body with all their might, it would only cause Xian's chi and blood to fluctuate slightly, that was all. However, the 7 old fellows were not having a good time. When their fists landed on the body of the skeleton doppelganger, although it was only a slight contact, it was more or less contaminated with the Shinong 9-colored flame. Now, there was a brilliant 9-colored flame rising on the surface of their fists, and it was slowly spreading toward their arms, but at this moment, they could no longer care about that. That was because the 8 of them combined their strength and unleashed a punch with all their might. And yet, there wasn't a single scratch on the colossal body of the skeleton. Not only that, the raging bear Baron Sovereign from the Temple of Glory had fallen as a result. Such an outcome had already scared the living souls of the 7 old men out of their wits. A few subconsciously, Scarlet Unicorn, who had the strongest cultivation level among the 7, gasped as his expression changed. Then, he exclaimed in shock, "What? You are unharmed? Aren't you in a weakened state because your body is empty?" Weakened state? When using the Skyfall Bow, there will indeed be a weakened state because your body is empty. Xian didn't mind this kind of question in the slightest. He immediately nodded his head and lightly replied, "However, who told you that I haven't recovered?" "You did ask, but, did I admit it?" Xian didn't mind in the slightest when faced with the Crimson Cheelant's shocked question. He immediately smiled and nodded as he lightly replied. "Weak period? Using the Fallen Sky Bow, there will indeed be a period of weakness, and the body will be in deficit. However, who told you that I haven't recovered?" "You did ask, but, did I admit it?" These words were simply a blatant humiliation. The 7 old men were dumbfounded, and their bodies shook violently. Then, they seemed to realize something. Their faces changed drastically, and they retreated quickly. Mouth amidst this, there were also cries of shock and astonishment, followed by gasps of cold air as they roared out, "What? Recovered? But how is this possible? How long has it been? He was clearly very weak before. Damn it, this guy must have some kind of incredible cultivation resource in his hands. He swallowed it at the critical moment, and in such a short time, he has recovered all the deficit from using the fallen skybow. I remember now. After shooting the arrow, he took out a gray thing and put it into his mouth. The energy aura is extremely strong. It must be because of this thing. What a sinister fellow. He has obviously recovered his cultivation, but he has been pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger. Everything that happened before was just an act. This is clearly intentional. He has long wanted to make a move on us, but he didn't want to shed all pretense of cordiality. He deliberately baited us, making us become the bad guys for nothing. Roar. This is too much of a bully. Mr. Yi, this is a misunderstanding. I am one of the core ancestors of the immortal dynasty. Back then, your relationship with the dynasty is still good. Yes, I am from Tenju Celestial Palace, and I am also a core ancestor. I am the same as the human race, so we should be united. The previous matter was just a misunderstanding. I was confused for a moment. Even if there is a dispute, we are all human race, so we can talk it out. At this moment, as the figures retreated, the 7 old guys all exclaimed in shock. The 2 desolate supremes from the immortal dynasty and Tenju Celestial Palace even betrayed him on the spot. They squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying from their faces. They took this opportunity to build a relationship with Yixian. No, regardless of whether these words were sincere or just to confuse Yixian with such words, so as to buy time to escape, such a face was too disgusting. It made Yixian feel disgusted, and he frowned on the spot. Turn around when he looked over, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and he scolded sternly, "Shut up, if you say one more word, do you believe that I won't start with you 2 first?" The old guy trembled in fear, and he quickly shut his mouth. He didn't say anything, but his heart slightly calmed down because of this. After all, although Yixian was extremely, from his words, at least Yixian's, even if he wanted to attack, at least his first target, the first target, at least, Yi Wood's, at least, the first target's first choose SS choose. Was. Roar. Bang. Bang, 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 almost at the same time, in all directions, there were also incomparably shrill roars and vicious howls, followed by the sound of explosions. In just one blow, the 7 old guys punched out. In order to concentrate their power and achieve the strongest attack effect, their fists all touched the body of the skeleton avatar. Although it was just a touch, the fists of the 7 people were all stained with a wisp of Shinong 9-colored flame. This kind of top-level heaven and earth strange flame could not be extinguished by force. Touching it was like a maggot attached to the bone. Not only did it corrode the body, it could even corrode the divine soul. Now, the 7 old guys' faces changed wildly as they retreated. Although there were exclamations of horror in their mouths, their hands did not stop for a moment. They gritted their teeth, cut their wrists, and directly blew up the arm that they had just punched out. In an instant, 7 clouds of blood mist burst out in the void. Except for the blood mist formed by the self-detonation of one of the 2 human experts' arms, the other 5 clouds of blood mist were quite shocking. After all, the 5 old guys were already extremely huge. Even one of their arms was over 1,000,000 miles long. It was bigger than a meteor, Xiao. As the blood mist dispersed, Yixian waved his hand at the first possible moment. As the sound of something breaking through the air rang out, an incomparably majestic and formless force swept out from his body, enveloping the surrounding space. The majestic blood mist that had just spread out was all swept up by him and absorbed into his body. Although it was sent to the bottom of the central region volcano in the space inside the cauldron, it did not start to condense blood essence. This was only the blood mist formed by the explosion of one of their arms. It was not enough to directly condense the blood essence. However, he could not waste it. He first stored it away. After he killed these guys, he would gather them together and condense the blood essence. Of course, as the blood mist rushed over, the wisps of Shinong 9-colored flame that stained their fists were also absorbed into Yixian's body. Walala! After doing all this, a cold light flashed in his eyes. With a thought, the entire skeleton body that was 60 million miles long instantly turned into a monstrous sea of blood that spread out in the void. The strange sound of water splashing like waves also came along with it. Roar! Roar! Screech. Then, from 3 different directions of this vast sea of blood, shocking roars and vicious howls rang out. Looking around, in the shocking sea of blood, there were 3 huge figures, rising from the ground in an instant. They were the 3 great demon bodies of the ancient ape demons. One was the body of flesh and blood, which was the violent ape of stars. The other was the body of bones. The other was the body of black fog. Although it was also in the shape of a violent ape, its physical body was a black fog. Even its pair of eyes were only 2 purple lights, which looked extremely strange. In the blink of an eye, the 3 great bodies of blood sea condensed again, and the cultivation aura emitted from their bodies were all at the peak of the 9th order of the remote antiquity, which was half-step heavenly law. But this was obviously far from the end. As the 3 great bodies of blood sea condensed, from this vast sea of blood in the void, in the blink of an eye, beams of light shot out again. Swoosh! Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. There were 5 beams of light in total, and their speed was so fast that it was shocking. In the blink of an eye, they had already shot into the distance, crossing tens of billions of miles of void, and as the wind soared, they turned into 5 incomparably huge figures. They were the 4 heavenly kings and the old pig demon. While, at this time, as the 5 of them appeared, the monstrous sea of blood in the void suddenly split into 3. Then, with a flash of blood light, Yixian's 3 great bodies of blood also teleported tens of billions of miles away, in different directions. All of this took a long time to describe, but in fact, it happened in a moment of life and death. In less than a breath's time, the 8 half-step heavenly law powerhouses of the magic hall appeared again, surrounding this void tens of billions of miles away. While the 7 old monsters of Huangzun, who were escaping, were now surrounded by the 8 people. In the blink of an eye. In the blink of an eye, of the 8 old guys who had besieged Yixian, after one fell, the remaining 7 became Yixian's prey. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In the blink of an eye, 5 streaks of light shot out at an astonishing speed, reaching a distance in an instant, crossing tens of billions of miles of space. As they expanded in the wind, they turned into 5 gigantic figures. They were the 4 heavenly kings and the old pig spirit. At the same time, the 3 blood sea clones that stood proudly above the blood sea also flew up at the same time. In less than half a breath, they directly teleported to 3 other directions that were tens of billions of miles away. All of this took a long time to describe, but in fact, it happened in a breath's time. In a short time, the situation in this part of the void was completely reversed. Before in an instant, 8 desolate supremacies shot out from all directions, wanting to besiege Yixian. But, now, the violent bear desolate supremacy from the Temple of Glory was killed, and the remaining 7 old fellows scattered like birds and beasts. They were shooting out in all directions, with a panicked look on their faces, fleeing for their lives. Unfortunately, before they could escape, in the surrounding tens of billions of miles of space, there were suddenly intercepting existences. In 8 directions, there were 8 killing gods. Without exception, they were all desolate supremacies who were half-step heavenly axioms. This was simply asking for their lives. Why, they knew that among the 7 fellows who were fleeing, the strongest one was only an 8th-level desolate supremacy, and there were only 2 of them. The remaining ones with the weakest cultivation, the 9-headed blood Wyrm and the azure sky rock, were only early-level desolate supremacies. Not only were their cultivation levels extremely low, they were also outnumbered. Only 7 of them were able to escape, while there were 8 of them blocking the way. Even if one of them was keeping an eye on one of them would still be able to stay at the side and watch for fun. This was absolutely a dead end, and there was no chance of survival at all. Realizing this, the 2 desolate supremacies from the Eternal Dynasty and the 10 Ultimates Celestial Palace immediately panicked. They had previously shown weakness to Yixian, but it was just to curry favor. Their sole purpose was to prevent Yixian from immediately attacking them after killing Wild Bear Baron supremacy from the Temple of Glory with a single punch. However, at this moment, they were truly panicking. Not only had the master of the magic hall, Xian, fully recovered his cultivation, he had also been completely enraged by them. He had actually summoned the 4 heavenly kings, the other 2 blood sea clones, and that detestable old pig spirit. 8 desolate supremacies at the 9th stage great perfection of the heavenly Tao realm were standing in the void, sealing off all directions. This is definitely the rhythm of keeping them here. Fellow Daoists, this is a misunderstanding, this is definitely a misunderstanding. This old man is one of the core ancestors of the everlasting dynasty. Back then, your relationship with the dynasty. It was just a small misunderstanding. There was no need for you to fight. That's right, this is a little too impulsive. Fellow Daoists, between this old man's 10 ultimate celestial palace and you, there has never been any grudges. We are both humans, and we should be united as one. This small misunderstanding is just a moment of hot-headedness for this old man. Why do you have to be entangled with it? We are all humans, no matter how serious the misunderstanding is, we can talk it out. As they spoke, the figures of the 2 old men did not stop at all. They continued to flee to the right, and even waved their hands to summon a treasure each. They hovered above their heads, and poured out a silver and green light curtain, protecting their bodies within it. The 2 old men guarding these 2 directions were the 4 heavenly kings of the 4 heavenly kings, blood sea clones and time clones. These 2 old men did not dare to offend the 3 blood sea clones, and that old pig spirit did not look like a person to be trifled with. Therefore, they chose the area guarded by the 2 heavenly kings, and while trying to curry favor with Xian, they ran away, vainly trying to slip through the cracks. In their opinion, as long as Xian's side hesitated for a moment and didn't immediately give the order to intercept the heavenly king of tears and the heavenly king of time, then they would be able to charge through the gap between the 2 heavenly kings. Only if they wanted to break through this encirclement, they would be able to escape after a few teleportations. Roar. Roar, however, the reality was clearly beyond the 2 old men's expectations. Before they could approach, Blood Sea Heavenly King and Time Heavenly King, who were standing proudly in the void, had already raised their heads and roared angrily at the same time. Tight following that, a cold light flashed in their eyes. The 2 heavenly kings' incomparably huge bodies instantly transformed into 2 beams of light. They were too fast, surpassing the speed of meteors and lightning. In the blink of an eye, they arrived before the 2 old men. Without any hesitation, they spread their arms and punched out. Boom! Rumble, the power was too violent. This was a half-step heavenly Tao realm expert at the great perfection of the 9th order. Now that he had struck out with all his strength, even though it was just a simple punch, wherever the fist passed, even the void would crack inch by inch, as if it was collapsing. Fellow Daoists, impulsiveness is the devil. You must not be impulsive. Yes, yes, yes. The 2 of us are friends, not enemies. This is definitely a misunderstanding. It can't be like this. When they saw this scene, the 2 old fellows were scared out of their wits. Their bodies came to a sudden stop in the void. Their expressions changed drastically as they cried out in shock. However, to their surprise, before they could finish speaking, Blood Sea Heavenly King and Time Heavenly King, who were swinging their fists in front of them, disappeared in the blink of an eye. At this moment, among the 6 people who were guarding the other 6 directions, there was also a change that no one could have expected. Swish. Swish, 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 almost at the same time, an extremely sharp sound tore through the air. Although Bao Yuan's figure remained motionless, the other 2 Blood Sea avatars, Void Heavenly King, Blood Mosquito Heavenly King, and Old Pig Spirit, a total of 5 figures, moved together. Including Blood Sea Heavenly King and Time Heavenly King, a total of 7 figures instantly used teleportation and rushed towards the 9-headed blood dragon that was escaping from the left. This old fellow was originally the furthest away. At the same time, he was also the first to turn around and flee. Now, he had even fled more than 30 billion miles away and was about to break out of the encirclement. In addition, his cultivation level was one of the 2 weakest among the 7 old fellows. It was the easiest to kill him. It was basically guaranteed that he would be killed in one strike. Therefore, the first prey that Xian chose was him. 7. The half-step heavenly Tao experts attacked at the same time and used teleportation. In the blink of an eye, they appeared around the 9-headed blood dragon. Without any hesitation, they spread their arms and punched out. No, Yi Xian. Bang! This scene happened too quickly, and the nine-headed blood dragon was caught off guard. He didn't even have the time to self-destruct before he raised his head and let out a shocking roar. Then, 7 gigantic fists, which were so majestic that it made people tremble in fear, landed on his body. In the blink of an eye, his entire body, which was tens of thousands of kilometers long, directly exploded into a rapidly spreading scarlet blood mist. With a wave of his hand, the violent ape, who was standing still in the distance, released an incomparably majestic and invisible chi force. It swept over, absorbed into his body, and sent to the bottom of the central region volcano in the space inside the cauldron. Then, it began. Blood essence condensation. In the blink of an eye, the nine-headed blood dragon from the Star Alliance was instantly killed. Everything happened too quickly. Caught off guard, the nine-headed blood dragon did not even have time to react. It only raised its head and let out an unwilling roar before its incomparably huge body exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Before it could spread out, it was absorbed into Bao Yuan's body with a wave of his hand. Previously, Yi Xian already had 11 blood essences of desolate supremacy in his hands. With the addition of the nine-headed blood dragon, the total number of blood essences of desolate supremacy in his hands reached 12. At the same time, the 7 desolate supremacy old monsters that were fleeing in all directions in the void were reduced by 1 more, leaving only 6. Yi Xian naturally had his own considerations as to why he chose to kill the nine-headed blood dragon. Although the 2 old fellows from the Everlasting Dynasty and the Tenju Celestial Palace were extremely loquacious and annoying, they were not ferocious beasts. Even if they were killed, the blood mist that exploded from their bodies would not be able to condense the blood essences of desolate supremacy. Thus therefore, no matter how much he hated these 2 old fellows, Yi Xian would not choose them as the targets to kill first. He would definitely leave them for last. The 2 old fellows obviously did not know this, but the facts in front of them could not be denied. Originally, Ti-Hun Heavenly King and Time Heavenly King, who were blocking their way, roared angrily and threw a punch at them. But, at the most critical moment, they teleported halfway and directly rushed in another direction. Together with the other 5 half-step Heavenly Dao Masters, they killed the nine-headed blood dragon from the Star Alliance. From their point of view, this was clearly the result of what they had just said. After all, they were all humans. Although the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, was fierce, he was more or less reasonable. In this battle, he would most likely not attack them again. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, the 2 old fellows' hearts, which were originally in their throats, immediately fell back down. After a long sigh, their figures, which were originally rushing away, suddenly stopped in the void. Since however, the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, had already thought things through and decided not to kill them. In that case, there was no need for them to escape. Not only was there no need to flee, but there was also a need to stay behind and join forces with the master of the magic hall to kill the other 4 old fogies of the Star Alliance. Although the Sky Alliance was one of the 2 major powers of the Heavenly Dao Union, there were only 4 awakened desolate supremacies left. Although there were other desolate supremacies hibernating in the ancestral lands of the various clans, in their opinion, even with all of that, the entire Sky Alliance could not be compared to the Magic Hall. There was no need to talk about conventional forces. Even the Human Federation didn't think much of the Star Alliance's conventional forces, much less the Demon Hall's legions. A rival in terms of high-end combat strength. The Magic Hall already had 8 peak 9th level half-step wielder of Heaven's Path. Did they have any? Even counting the slumbering core ancestors of the Star Alliance's ancestral lands, it would be impossible to gather 8 half-step Empyrean masters. Only just based on this point, their value was far less than the Magic Hall's. What's more, the master of the Magic Hall, Yi Xian, had a terrifying divine ability like the Skyfall Bao. That was a divine ability that could even kill a Heavenly Dao Realm expert with a single arrow. In summary, the 2 old fogies felt that it would be fine if they didn't have a chance. But now that the master of the Magic Hall was deliberately going easy on them, they couldn't let go of this opportunity. Positive this was the best opportunity for them to show their sincerity. Now that they had stayed behind to assist the master of the Magic Hall, Yi Xian, in killing the 4 desolate supremacies of the Star Alliance, this was a sign of their allegiance to the Magic Hall. As long as there were no accidents, from now on, the Human Federation and the Magic Hall would be one big family. They were all humans to begin with, so it was only right for them to work together closely. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, the two old fogies' eyes grew brighter and brighter. In the end, they were so excited that they almost jumped up in the void. They turned around and looked at Bao Yuan, who was standing in the void with his hands behind his back as if he was a bystander. Their faces were full of smiles as they expressed their sincerity, deliberately trying to curry favor. Fellow Taoist Ji, the human race is one big family. You made the right choice. This old man is so excited. Fellow Taoist, you finally understand, that's right. This choice means a lot to us humans. Just thinking about it makes this old man want to cry. I'm so relieved. Fellow Taoist Ji is indeed an outstanding talent of the human race. You finally understand the righteousness of the human race. Fellow Taoist, don't worry. The two of us are guarding this direction. Those four old fogies won't be able to escape. You just need to kill them. Since it's 8 against 4, we can kill them one by one very quickly. We should have gotten rid of those old bastards a long time ago. The Human Federation didn't have a choice. We were frightened by the situation in the void and had no choice but to ally ourselves with the Star Alliance. Now that I think about it, it's really shameful. From now on, the Heavenly Law Alliance will no longer have the Star Alliance. From now on, the Heavenly Law Alliance will be the union of the Human Federation and the Magic Hall. The human race will be one big family in the world. The human race will rule this part of the primitive world fragment. Roar. Fellow Taoist Ji, kill them. Roar. When they got excited, the two old fogies even raised their heads and roared wildly. Their auras reached the sky, and they actually activated all the power in their bodies to the extreme. They took the initiative to guard this direction and even took out their combat weapons. They looked like they could hold off 10,000 enemies alone. This scene was so unexpected that even Yixian didn't expect it. Caught off guard, he even opened his mouth in shock. In front of them, the four old fogies, the Scarlet Unicorn, the 9 Hell Demon Crocodile, the Azure Sky Rock, and the Bloodthirsty War Lion, who were running for their lives, staggered and almost fell into the void. Wait, when they came to their senses and realized what had happened, these four old fellows were fuming with rage. They gnashed their teeth and almost spat out blood on the spot. Roar. This is so infuriating. Shameless fellas, how dare you betray us at such a critical moment? You don't even care about your old face just to hug the thick thighs of the Magic Hall? Are these the core ancestors of the two human factions? Tui. With such a face, you still have the nerve to talk about righteousness. Is the master of the Magic Hall, Yixian, blind? How could he possibly take a fancy to people like you? Roar. This old man is unwilling. Even if I'm killed here today, I must kill these two old fogies. Otherwise, I won't be able to swallow this anger. Screech. The last sentence came from the mouth of the bloodthirsty War Lion, the core ancestor of the War Lion clan. This old fogey had always had a violent temper. How could he bear to be stabbed in the back by his allies? At this moment, in his heart, his hatred for the two desolate supremes of the human race was even greater than that of Yixian. After raising his head and roaring, he didn't hesitate and suddenly turned around, charging straight at the two old fogies. Screech. The two desolate supremacies from the Celestial Palace and the Immortal Dynasty were so shameless that the four old monsters from the Star Alliance almost coughed up blood. Come on, as the core ancestor of the Battle Lion clan, the bloodthirsty Battle Lion had always had a violent temper. He could not stand being stabbed in the back by his allies. At this moment, his hatred for the two desolate supremacies was even greater than that of Yixian. After raising his head and roaring, he no longer hesitated and suddenly turned around, charging straight at the two old men. The aura in his body was extremely fierce, and it was clear that he was going to risk his life to drag them down together. The two old men naturally would not let go of this opportunity. First, although they had openly expressed their intentions, they were only talking. Now that the bloodthirsty Battle Lion was roaring and charging at them, they had no doubt given them a chance to prove their intentions. Moreover, although the bloodthirsty Battle Lion was also a late-stage 7th-order desolate supremacy, he had only reached this level through a secret technique. The two old men were also late-stage 7th-order desolate supremacies. Even if they were to fight the bloodthirsty battle lion one-on-one, they would not be afraid of him. For example, now that the bloodthirsty battle lion was charging at them alone, they could suppress the bloodthirsty battle lion in a two-on-one situation. Although it was basically impossible to kill the bloodthirsty battle lion, it was more of a chance to show off. For the best result was that the two of them could suppress the bloodthirsty battle lion. The bigger the commotion, the better. In this way, the master of the magic hall, Xian, would be happy to see this. With this thought in mind, the two old fellows immediately became excited and began to howl. Roar! Bloodthirsty battle lion, you old thing, you only increased your cultivation through a secret technique. You're just a powerful person from the primordial era. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? I won't even frown when I kill you. Why waste so much time talking to a junior like him? Since he's so rude, we can't just slap him to death. That would be too easy for him. We can slowly play with him until he goes crazy. Roar! Oh woo! After raising their heads and roaring, the two old fellows exchanged glances. Without any hesitation, they summoned their respective combat treasures and charged toward the blood-devouring war lion. The three of them immediately engaged in battle. Although the blood-devouring war lion was a ferocious beast, its cultivation base was still there. If it was a one-on-one battle, it would still be able to hold its own against the two old men. However, now that it was 2 against 1, it immediately fell into a disadvantageous position. As for the situation here, Xian couldn't be bothered with it. In fact, be it the two shameless human race desolate supremacies or the blood-devouring war lion, Xian did not plan on killing them today. The reason was simple. The two human race desolate supremacies were not fierce beasts. Killing them would be pointless. It was the same for the blood-devouring war lion. Its desolate supremacy combat strength was forcefully raised by the 9 changes of the Berserk Lion bloodline ability. Its original cultivation base was only at the primordial realm. Although it was a fierce beast, its situation was the same as the two human race desolate supremacies. Killing it would be pointless. The current magic hall was already extremely powerful. These 3 fellows did not pose any threat to the magic hall. Since there were no benefits, it was better to leave the 3 of them alive. After all, the primeval heavens I was expected to officially descend soon. It was better to leave a few more desolate supremacies behind to contend with him. If the two human race desolate supremacies knew that Xian had such thoughts, they would most likely be so angry that they would vomit blood. At this moment, as the 3 fellows that were ignored by Xian fought in full swing, in the other 3 directions, the bloody unicorn, the 9 netherworld demon alligator, and the azure sky rock were also fleeing for their lives. Xian would definitely not let these 3 old fellows go. On one hand, they were old enemies. They had always been at odds with Xian. On the other hand, to Xian, they represented 3 desolate supremacy blood essences. Naturally, they would not be wasted. These 3 fellows were destined to not be able to escape today. Xian would attack them one by one. The 3 desolate supremacies would be killed one after another. The first target was naturally the azure sky rock. This one. The old fellow was the same as the 9-headed blood dragon. He was only an early-stage desolate supremacy. His cultivation base was low, so killing him was the easiest. Furthermore, he was a ferocious bird, so he was good at speed. Although his cultivation base was not as high as the bloody unicorn and the 9 netherworld demon alligator, he was the furthest away. If he waited until the bloody unicorn and the 9 netherworld demon alligator were killed before turning around to deal with him, this old fellow would probably have escaped to God knows where. Well, Xian predicted that he would not return to the Star Alliance. He would most likely go somewhere else to hide. Under such circumstances, it would be difficult to kill him again. Walala, the azure sky rock seemed to have realized this as well. As a result, although he had fled the furthest, the sense of danger that enveloped his heart was even stronger than that of the blood Qilin and the 9-hell demon crocodile. For example, today, before the pursuers behind him appeared, he had already used a secret technique. A pair of huge wings suddenly flapped, and all the feathers shot out in an instant. This, 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 this. These feathers were exactly the same. They were all green. At this moment, they spread out and exploded in the void, turning into a green energy light mist. All the energy light mist curled up, and in the blink of an eye, turned into azure sky rock. They looked exactly the same as the old fellow. Even their auras were indistinguishable. This, clearly, he wanted to confuse the enemy and take advantage of the chaos to escape. In order to escape, you did not hesitate to sacrifice all your feathers? TSK, won't you become a bald chicken like this? Seeing all this, Xian curled his lips. The voice of his consciousness was transmitted, revealing endless disdain and ridicule. Green, Tian Dapeng's trick was obviously a waste of effort. There was no meaning at all, because Xian had already firmly locked on his aura before this. It could be said that although there were thousands of azure sky rock in front of him in the void, his original body was like a candlelight in the dark night. For Xian, it was incomparably clear. Roar, 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 awoo. At this moment, the four heavenly kings, the skeleton doppelganger, the black fog doppelganger, and the old pig spirit raised their heads at the same time and let out a shocking roar and roar. Tight, then, their figures disappeared in the void in an instant. They directly teleported, and in the blink of an eye, they appeared around the azure sky rock's original body. However, with a flash of cold light in their eyes, they each threw out a punch, directly surrounding the azure sky rock in the center of the circle. Roar, bang. All of this happened too quickly. The azure sky rock didn't have time to react at all. It only raised its head and let out a shocking roar, and 7 enormous fists that were majestic to the point of causing others to tremble in fear had already landed on its body. In the blink of an eye, his entire body, which was tens of thousands of kilometers long, directly exploded into a rapidly spreading scarlet blood mist. With a wave of his hand, the violent ape, who was standing still in the distance, released an incomparably majestic and invisible chi force. It swept over, absorbed into its body, and sent to the bottom of the central region volcano in the space inside the cauldron. Then, it began. Blood essence condensation. Screech, bang. In the distance, an incomparably shrill screech could be heard. The great heavenly king, the skeleton avatar, the black fog avatar, and the old pig demon all raised their heads at the same time and let out shocking roars and screeches. With a flash of his body, he disappeared in the void and directly teleported. In the blink of an eye, he appeared around the azure sky rock. With just one punch, the azure sky great rock's entire body exploded into a rapidly spreading, scarlet mist of blood. Everything seemed to take a long time, but in fact, it happened in a short instant. Although the azure sky rock was only an early-stage desolate supremacy, he was still a desolate supremacy old monster. Even if he encountered a half-step heavenly Tao at this realm's 9th stage perfection, as long as he was careful, he could seize the opportunity to use a life-saving secret technique to escape. There was basically no possibility of being killed. Now, not only was he killed, but it was also extremely clean. It was simply an instant kill. This situation should not have happened, but now it had become a reality. It was because the hunting team that the Magic Hall had sent out was too luxurious. The flesh avatar of the 3 Blood Sea avatars, Violent Ape, did not even make a move. Just the skeleton avatar, the black fog avatar, the 4 heavenly kings, and old pig spirit were already 7 desolate supremacies who were half-step heavenly Tao at the great perfection of rank 9. 7 desolate supremacies, all of them teleported to his side in an instant and surrounded him from all directions within a short distance. Then, they attacked together and threw out a punch with all their strength, with such a terrifying power. Even if a half-step heavenly Tao of the same cultivation level did not die on the spot, they would definitely be seriously injured and vomit blood. As for the azure sky rock, he was only an early-stage desolate supremacy who had just entered the 2nd stage. It was natural for him to be killed by a punch. Before this, Xian only had 12 desolate sovereign blood essences in his possession. But now, with the death of the azure sky rock, the number of desolate sovereign blood essences in his possession had increased to 13. But, this was still not the end. Today, Xian was determined to gather 15 desolate supremacy blood essences in his hands. After dealing with the azure sky rock, the next 2 targets were the blood unicorn and the 9 netherworld demon crocodile. Here at this moment, following the death of the azure sky rock, these 2 old fellows had already realized that danger was approaching. They had already used all their strength to flee for their lives in two different directions. One left and right, the distance between them had already reached a distance of 50 billion kilometers. When he saw this scene, Bao Yuan finally spoke. His tone was ghastly, yet it revealed a wisp of laziness as if he was speaking of a trivial matter. Old pig, go restrain Crimson Unicorn. Just don't let him escape. The old pig mentioned here was naturally the old pig spirit. The next target that Xian chose was the 9 Netherworld Demon Crocodile. However, this old fellow was a rank 8 Desolate Supremacy. Even if 7 half-step Heavenly Dao at the perfect rank 9 realm attacked him together, they might not be able to instantly kill him with a single punch. Duo at the very least, they would be entangled for a while. Unfortunately, the two old fellows were fleeing in different directions. If they got entangled with the 9 Demon Crocodile, the Scarlet Unicorn in the other direction might take the opportunity to escape. Duo hence, Yi Xian sent the old pig spirit to restrain him. Under the demonic pig's 9 transformations bloodline ability, the old pig spirit was now a half-step Heavenly Dao at the perfect rank 9 realm, while the Scarlet Unicorn was only at the rank 8 realm. In terms of speed, the Scarlet Unicorn was inferior to the 9 Demon Crocodile. Although the old pig spirit was nearly 50 billion kilometers behind, if he sped at full speed, he would definitely be able to catch up to him within 100 billion kilometers. However, after that, he just had to restrain him according to Yi Xian's instructions. Once the battle here was over, the 7 half-step Heavenly Dao who were surrounding the 9 Demon Crocodile would return. The Scarlet Unicorn would still die in the end. There was no suspense at all. Yi Xian had long regarded these two old fellows as prey in the bag. He had never thought that they would have a chance to escape. Hence, at this moment, when he gave the order to the old pig spirit with the power of divine sense, he did not conceal it. Instead, he openly said it out loud. Words when the voice entered the Scarlet Unicorn's ears, it instantly enraged him. After raising his head and roaring, he immediately roared in the void, Yi Xian, don't go overboard. Don't forget that I'm also a rank 8 Desolate Supremacy. If that damn black pig dares to come over, I'll self-destruct on the spot. At that time, although I won't be able to live, that damn black pig won't have it easy either. If a rank 8 Desolate Supremacy were to self-destruct, a rank 9 half-step Heavenly Dao would probably be seriously injured. Although he was roaring non-stop, the Scarlet Unicorn's figure did not stop for a moment. Instead, he tightened his legs and fled even faster to the left. When these words entered his ears, Yi Xian rolled his eyes on the spot. He knew that there was no need for him to say anything else. The old pig spirit knew what to do. Oh woo, you old bastard, black pig is black pig. What do you mean by adding the word die in front of it? If you die, Grandpa Pig won't die. Sure enough, just as the Scarlet Unicorn's words fell, the old pig spirit immediately jumped up. With a flash of his body, he turned into a black light and spread out to chase after the Scarlet Unicorn. As he chased, he was still cursing endlessly. He was a little flustered and exasperated. Roar. Big blood dog, stop right there for Grandpa Pig. Aren't you going to self-destruct? Come on, explode one for your Grandpa Pig to see. My skin is rough and my flesh is rough. If I'm not satisfied with exploding, you're my grandson. Pfft, I don't want this kind of bastard grandson. You're AF asterisk king bastard, pfft. Blood. The Scarlet Unicorn was so angry that he almost spat out blood on the spot. However, there was nothing he could do. He could only grit his teeth and run wildly. The two of them, one chasing and one escaping, had already gone far away in an instant. At this moment, the Violent Ape, the 4 Heavenly Kings, the Skeleton Avatar, and the Black Fog Avatar all raised their heads and let out a shocking roar at the same time. With a flash of cold light in his eyes, he immediately activated teleportation. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh, 7 indiscernible sharp sounds of light breaking through the air rang out at the same time. The 7 figures instantly disappeared in the void. When they reappeared, they were already around the 9 Demon Crocodile in the blink of an eye. Then, with a flash of cold light in their eyes, each of them punched out, directly towards the 9 Demon Crocodile in the middle of the encirclement. Screech, bang. Seeing this scene, the 9 Demon Crocodile was so scared that his whole body trembled. As his eyes were about to split open, he raised his head and let out a shocking roar. At the same time, 7 huge fists with majestic power had already landed on his body. "Pfft, you bastards, you're too much of a bully." With this punch, the 9U demon crocodile did not directly die. After all, he was a rank 8 desolate venerable. His foundation was not ordinary. However, although he did not die, this blow had caused a huge injury to him that could not be ignored. His internal organs were completely shattered, and his meridians were broken. He was not on the verge of death, but he was very close. In his grief and indignation, the 9U demon crocodile opened his mouth and spat out a blood arrow with fragments of internal organs. Then, he raised his head and let out an incomparably mournful roar, revealing endless despair and unwillingness. Although the 9U demon crocodile did not die, it had caused a huge injury that could not be ignored. Its internal organs were completely shattered, and its meridians were broken. It was not that it was on the verge of death, but it was very close. In grief and indignation, he opened his mouth and spat out a blood arrow with fragments of internal organs. Then, he raised his head and let out an incomparably mournful roar, revealing endless despair and unwillingness. Screech, even if I die, I will not let you have an easy time. Explode. Bang. Rumble. With his last roar, the 9U demon crocodile's huge body instantly became chaotic and violent. A few moments later, in the next moment, an earth-shattering explosion sounded. In the blink of an eye, its entire body that was thousands of miles long directly exploded. It turned into a scarlet blood mist that spread rapidly. It was to the extent that even the surrounding space collapsed. Because of this, shattering inch by inch as boundless spatial turbulence surged out from within. Whoosh! At this moment, Bao Yuan's eyes flashed coldly. As he retreated, he suddenly waved his hand, and an invisible majestic aura whizzed out. Whoosh! The majestic blood mist produced by the 9U demon crocodile's self-destruction swept over and was absorbed into the body. It was sent to the bottom of the central region volcano in the space inside the cauldron to start the blood essence condensation. One at the end of the cut, the skeleton avatar, the black fog avatar, and the 4 heavenly kings also flashed coldly in their eyes. Without any hesitation, they retreated on the spot. In the blink of an eye, they retreated out of the collapsed void. Until, at this time, the 9U demon crocodile had fallen. Yi Xian, who originally only had 13 blood essences in his hands, now had 14. As long as he harvested the last blood essence from the Scarlet Unicorn, he would complete the mission of gathering 15 blood essences today. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Bao Yuan's eyes flashed. He turned and looked to the left void. At the end of his line of sight in this direction, the Scarlet Unicorn and the old pig demon's figures were faintly visible. They were only 10 billion miles away from each other. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh! Almost at the same time, Bao Yuan, the skeleton doppelganger, the black fog doppelganger, and the 4 heavenly kings shook their shoulders at the same time and directly activated their teleportation ability. They activated their abilities and chased after the void pole in the distance to the left. Although they were tens of billions of kilometers away, the Crimson Unicorn was able to clearly see everything that was happening. The old man was terrified. He originally thought that the 9 Netherworld demon crocodile would be able to hold on for a while. After all, it was a rank 8 desolate supremacy. It was only a fine line away from rank 9 perfection. But never had he imagined that from the moment Yi Xian's group of 7 surrounded the 9 Hell Devil crocodile to the moment it was dealt with, less than 2 breaths of time had passed. Initially, he was counting on the 9U demon crocodile to help him delay his escape. Now, it seemed that everything was in vain. Previously, it was only a black-skinned old pig chasing after him. But now, the 7 murderous gods were also chasing after him. It was simply killing him. With fear and anger in its heart, the Scarlet Unicorn immediately raised its head and roared, "Screech! Don't chase anymore. If you chase anymore, I'll really self-destruct." This was his only method. Other than that, he really did not know what else he could say to scare the 8 murderous gods chasing after him. Only yes, before he could finish his sentence, he shut his mouth. His entire face was red and purple. It was extremely awkward. In the next moment, Yi Xian's spiritual sense voice was indeed heard. It resounded through the void, causing the Scarlet Unicorn to almost spit out blood on the spot. Self-destruct? That's quite welcome. Just now, I already self-destructed a silly bird. If it wasn't for his self-destruction, I wouldn't have been able to get away so quickly to chase after you. What he said was simply a slap to the face. However, it was the truth. Even a rank 8 desolate supremacy like the Scarlet Unicorn almost could not withstand it. Although it did not spit out blood on the spot, when its chi and blood rushed to the top of its head, its body suddenly staggered in the void. Both parties were only tens of billions of miles apart. This bit of distance was nothing to a half-step heavenly Tao who was at rank 9 perfection. The Scarlet Unicorn was also a rank 8 desolate supremacy. Although its speed was not as fast as Xianxia and company, it was not much worse. Therefore, when it gritted its teeth and ran, the others needed some time to catch up. However, at this moment, its body staggered and its speed instantly decreased by a large amount. This opportunity was not missed by the old pig spirit who was not far behind. With a teleport, it appeared in front of the Scarlet Unicorn in the blink of an eye. It raised its head and roared, raising its pair of front hooves and fiercely stomped. Holy sh*t, the Scarlet Unicorn was so angry that it almost collapsed on the spot. Its body that was shooting forward came to an abrupt stop. Taking advantage of this moment, Yi Xian and company who were chasing after it closed in the blink of an eye. Whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, a few sharp sounds of the air being torn apart sounded in succession. The 3 Blood Sea avatars and the 4 heavenly kings activated their teleportations at the same time. In the blink of an eye, they closed in and surrounded the Scarlet Unicorn. Without any hesitation, a cold light flashed in their eyes and they directly threw a punch. Screech. At this moment, the Scarlet Unicorn's eyes were about to split open. It raised its head and let out a shocking roar. However, it could not change anything at all. It was destined to die on the spot. Bang. Everything happened too quickly. At this moment, the 3 Blood Sea avatars, the 4 heavenly kings, and the old pig spirit who was blocking in front of the Scarlet Unicorn and was the first to raise its pair of hooves struck the Scarlet Unicorn's body at the same time. Shock, there was a loud sound in the sky. It did not have time to react at all. It only raised its head and let out a shocking roar. 8 huge fists with majestic power had already reached its body. In the blink of an eye, the Scarlet Unicorn's entire body, which was tens of thousands of miles long, exploded in an instant, turning into a scarlet blood mist that rapidly spread. Immediately after, a gust of wind whistled. Bao Yuan immediately waved his hand, and an incomparably majestic and invisible chi whistled out. The majestic blood mist that was formed by the explosion of the Scarlet Unicorn's body was swept into its body and sent to the bottom of the central region volcano in the space inside the cauldron. Thus, it began, the blood essence condensation. At this point, the battle finally came to an end. In a short period of time, Yi Xian had finished off all of his scheduled opponents. None of them escaped, and all of them were killed. While the blood essence of desolation supremacy in his hands had risen from the previous 14 to the current 15, the blood essence of desolation supremacy was used to refine the level 30 heavenly path treasure pill. For this level of supreme treasure pill, even Yi Xian, who had countless generals under his command, would not need much. Therefore, 15 blood essence of desolation supremacy was basically enough. Thinking of this, Bao Yuan let out a long sigh. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something. He turned around and looked at the void area where the blood-devouring war lion and the 2 human race desolation supremacies were fighting fiercely. After being slightly startled, the expression on his face instantly became strange. He shook his head and continued, "The battle on my side has ended, so I won't disturb you anymore. The 3 of you, take your time playing." After killing the Scarlet Unicorn, Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief and turned around to look at where he came from. In the intense battle that he saw made him slightly stunned. Then, the expression on his face gradually became strange. He shook his head and said, "The battle on my side has ended. I won't disturb you anymore. The 3 of you. Enjoy yourselves." Walala, before he could finish speaking, there was a strange sound of water splashing around. The entire body of the skeleton avatar and the body of black fog collapsed in an instant, turning into a sea of blood that spread out and covered a corner of the void of the universe. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Outside, a series of sharp whistles rang out. Around him, the Heavenly King of Void, Heavenly King of Blood Mosquito, Heavenly King of Blood Spirit, and Heavenly King of Time turned into 4 streaks of light and shot over. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared into the sea of blood. Entire, the vast sea of blood appeared quickly and disappeared even faster. In the blink of an eye, it condensed into a small dot like a firefly and shot away. However, it did not go far away. Instead, it entered between the eyebrows of the blood avatar, Bao Yuan, and disappeared in a flash. At the same time, with the return of the 4 heavenly kings and the 2 blood sea avatars, the old pig spirit on the right side raised his head and roared wildly. Then, his body turned into a ray of light and shot over. When he got close, Bao Yuan waved his hand and kept it into the Shinong treasured cauldron in his body. Suddenly, in an instant, only Bao Yuan was left in the void. But in fact, even he did not intend to stay there. He turned to the blood-devouring battle lion and the 2 desolate venerables who were still fighting fiercely in the void and nodded. He said, "Good luck." Then, with a shake of his shoulders, he teleported away. "What? Play slowly? What's going on?" Looking at the place where Yi Xian disappeared, not only were the 2 desolate venerables from the Tenju Celestial Palace and the Immortal Dynasty dumbfounded, but even the blood-devouring battle lion was stunned. 3 Originally, they were fighting fiercely, but now they stopped at the same time. After being stunned for a few seconds, they subconsciously looked around. The vast expanse of space was now completely empty. Other than the 3 of them, no one else could be seen. This feeling was too awkward. It was as if that earth-shattering battle had nothing to do with them. In the eyes of the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, the 3 of them were no different from bystanders. Roar. These 2 old things, how does it feel? You guys are sticking your hot faces to his cold buttocks. The demon palace master, Yi Xian, didn't even look at you guys in the eye. Withdrawing his gaze, the blood-devouring war lion raised its head and let out a furious roar. Its divine sense immediately transmitted, revealing an endless sense of ridicule and ridicule. The faces of the 2 human race desolate supremacies turned green. This was indeed a slap in the face. They had deliberately tried to curry favor, but the other party did not take them seriously at all. They just patted their butts and left. It was simply too embarrassing. Roar. Blood-devouring war lion, you aren't any better. Didn't you see that the 9-headed blood dragon and the azure sky rock were all killed? You're the only one left. The master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, didn't even look at you. That's right, you just used a secret method to increase your cultivation. To be honest, you and I are not on the same level. The master of the magic hall naturally thinks the same, so he can't be bothered to kill you. After a moment of depression, the 2 old men immediately retorted, their faces full of ridicule. Roar. So what if you used a secret method to increase your cultivation? I can still torture you. You 2 old men, don't run if you dare. I'll kill you. Come, this old man is itching for a fight. You're too skinny, right? Today, I'll torture you to death here. Don't talk nonsense with him. Today, we'll kill him here. Later, we'll take over the Star Alliance. The moment they disagreed, a fierce battle broke out in the void in an instant. At the same time, in the depths of the forbidden land of the rising sun, Xiao. There was a faint sound of something breaking through the void. There was a flash of light, and a figure stepped out of it. It was the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian. After leaving the battlefield in the Tianji galaxy, he activated the devouring system in his body and used the interstellar coordinate jump ability of the system title to rush back as soon as possible. At this time, the magic hall's army was still on their way back. While Yi Xian was in a hurry to return because after the previous series of battles, his cultivation had reached its peak. He was on the verge of a breakthrough. No, before he went into seclusion, he had to make some arrangements in the magic hall in case something unexpected happened. With a wave of his hand, the 4 heavenly kings and the pig demon turned into streaks of light and shot out, their figures coming to an abrupt stop in front of him. I need to go into seclusion. Old pig, I'll leave the magic hall to you for the time being. After these 2 sentences, Yi Xian didn't hesitate any longer. In a flash, he returned to the immortal's abode. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. When he reached the towering peak of the immortal's abode, as Yi Xian waved his hand, a large number of faint sounds of something breaking through the void could be heard. Streaks of light shot out from his body and hovered in front of him. They were the cultivation resources that he took out from the undying world in his body for this breakthrough. There included the all-evil origin liquid, the 9-colored divine medicine, and various other top-grade cultivation resources. They emitted an incomparably dense energy aura. Taking a deep breath, Yi Xian didn't hesitate at all. Soon, all the cultivation resources were compressed to the size of a nascent soul fist by the power of the Shennon Cauldron's field. Then, he swallowed all of them into his stomach and quickly dissolved them. Whoosh! Rumble, almost in the next instant, the clanking sound of chains came from his body, and a majestic energy river was formed, accompanied by the sound of thunder, and it began to circulate continuously until it was completely refined. After an unknown amount of time, this energy river disappeared from Yi Xian's meridians and completely merged with his soul and body. With a flash of cold light, Yi Xian immediately activated his thoughts. He only needed to charge once to break the shackles. Next, in the next instant, the anticipated system notification rang out in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the ancient Dongxi mantra. Current realm, Second Order Primordial Supreme. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the Blood Qi realm. Current realm, Second Order Primordial Supreme. Desolate Supreme. Cultivation for another breakthrough. Yi Xian didn't feel too happy. Because, even if he used the 9 transformations of the demonic ape again and directly entered the 9th transformation, his peak combat strength would still only be at the peak of the 9th Order Primordial Supreme, although he would definitely be stronger than before this breakthrough. No matter how strong he was, there was still a fine line between him and the true heavenly Tao realm, in this void fragment of the primordial world. Without the recognition of the primordial heavenly Tao, he would never be able to break through the barrier and enter the true heavenly Tao realm. Although he had broken through, his combat strength didn't increase significantly. No one would be happy about such a thing. After this breakthrough, Yi Xian's cultivation had once again skyrocketed. Under normal circumstances, he had already reached the Second Order Desolate Supremacy. However, unfortunately, due to the suppression of the heavenly Tao in this void fragment, even if he activated the demonic ape bloodline in his body and displayed the 9 transformations of the demonic ape bloodline to the 9th transformation, his cultivation limit was still the half-step heavenly Tao of the Desolate Supremacy 9th Order. Although his combat power had increased compared to before and should be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with Dier's mechanical beast, he was still only a half-step heavenly Tao. He had not taken that final step. Right. Yi Xian was no longer worried about this matter. Although he felt disappointed, he quickly calmed down. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh, returning from the back mountain of the magic hall, a faint sound of breaking air came from the magic hall at the peak of the giant mountain. Looking over, the 7 gorgeous cultivators, the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru were happily rushing out of the magic hall. During this period of time, Ancestor Corpse, Hamba, and the rest of the 7 gorgeous cultivators had been in seclusion to stabilize their newly attained desolate supremacy cultivation. As for Xianyuan Ziying, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru, the 3 girls, they had long entered seclusion and were trying their best to increase their cultivation. In this place, the entire interior of the Immortals' Cave Star was quiet. But now, with these 10 girls coming out of seclusion one after another, there would be a lot of noise in this period of time. At this point, Yi Xian couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly. At this time, the 7 gorgeous cultivators, including the corpse ancestor Hamba, the corpse ancestor Ho Qing, the desolate lightning lady, the 9 heavens fairy, the 9-tailed celestial fox, the celestial phoenix maiden, and fairy Xianxia, had also arrived. Greetings, master. When they arrived at Yi Xian, the 7 of them immediately bowed. The 7 of them were famous in the untainted land. They were famous in the untainted land. After they died unexpectedly in the previous life, they were reborn in this life. Now, they finally climbed to a new height and reached the supreme master of the remote antiquity realm that they had never reached in the previous life, but in front of Yi Xian, the 7 of them had always maintained their original hearts. When facing Yi Xian, although they would occasionally joke around, they would never overstep their boundaries. If this had happened in the past, the 3 girls, Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru, would definitely be jealous. Who knew how they would deal with Yi Xian? But now, the 3 of them were already familiar with the 7 great alluring cultivators. It could be said that they were as close as sisters, so they naturally wouldn't feel that way anymore. Yixian smiled and nodded his head. After the 7 great alluring cultivators stood up, he swept his gaze over them. After a period of consolidation, the 7 of them had just broken through to the desolate supremacy level not long ago. Now, they had completely stabilized. From then on, they had completely gotten rid of the misfortune of their previous lives. They had shed their cocoons and turned into butterflies, welcoming a new life. Day in the future, he would definitely reach an even higher height. Day the 3 girls, Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Chanru, had gained a lot during this period of seclusion. It could even be said that it was shocking. Firstly, it was because the foundation of their own cultivation wasn't high to begin with. Secondly, Yixian had provided them with the most top-grade cultivation resources, such as the purple gold medicine, the 9-colored godly medicine, and the chaos medicine, and so on. Again, plus, he had already prepared a full set of various levels of pills for them. He had already given them all the way to the level 29 Desolate Supremacy level pill that would allow them to break through to the Desolate Supremacy level pill. Only once they had reached a certain level, they would be able to swallow it immediately and break through. Hence, after this period of seclusion, the 3 girls had now all surpassed the 5 great emperors and were now universe knights. Such a result made Yixian feel extremely gratified. After fooling around with the group of girls for a while, he finally remembered what he had to do. He fully extended his spirit energy and enveloped the entire boundless forbidden land of Rising Sun. He gathered all his subordinates of the magic hall and gathered them in the space around the cave star. This time, he had spent quite a bit of time in seclusion. The magic hall army that was originally on their way back had already returned a few days ago. At this moment, with Yixian's order to gather, the entire forbidden land of Rising Sun was like a sleeping beast that had completely awakened. Xiao, xiao. Xiao. Xiao, howl, screech. Within the innumerable life stars, a large amount of roars and screeches could be heard. The various large armies began to gather. The group of higher-ups of the magic hall were all filled with joy as they swept through the space and shot towards Yixian's cave star. This time, Yixian had gathered all his subordinates of the magic hall. In such a huge forbidden land of Rising Sun, all the great beings within the various life stars would gather. Naturally, it would take a long time. He wasn't in a hurry to leave. Instead, he waited for a day before waving his hand and directly activating the black magic hall that stood at the peak of the towering mountain. It rushed out of the cave star and quietly stood above the atmosphere. At this moment, Yixian sat cross-legged at the peak of the magic hall. The 7 beautiful cultivators, the Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Chanru were also seated on either side of him. Xiao, 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 in an instant, 4 rays of light shot over. They were the 4 heavenly kings. Although they were electronic doppelgangers, they were also Yixian. At this moment, they shot over and directly stood around the black magic hall. Awoo! Awoo! 2. The Dao boar's howl was heard. The old pig spirit and the primordial porcupine rushed over. These 2 fellows had activated the 9 transformations demonic boar bloodline ability, so the primordial porcupine also had the cultivation of desolate supremacy. Apart. In addition, there was also the black-robed desolate supremacy from the Alliance of the Remnants. He was also following behind these 2 fellows. The 3 of them all had the battle strength of a desolate supremacy. They stood in the void closest to the black magic hall. While, behind the 3 of them were the higher-ups of the magic hall who were below the desolate supremacy realm. Among them, the strongest were the almighty of the primordial era. Although there weren't many of them, there were still quite a few. At a glance, all the higher-ups of the magic hall had arrived without exception. Behind the old pig spirit and the other 2 were 9 almighty of the primordial era from the Blood Dragon, Green Rock, and Battle Lion clans, as well as 3 almighty of the Alliance of the Remnants. Behind them were the 6-headed Blood Dragon, Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, Li Bei, Elder Sang Ji, and the other great beings of the Remnants. Including Green Cow, Yu Ling Long, Long Ao, Gong Jun, Howling Moon Mastiff, 3-clawed Dragon, Long Shan Tang, Blood Dragon Ancestor, Green Rock Ancestor, and the titled emperors of the Blood Dragon, Green Rock, and Battle Lion clans. Finally, there were more than 200 titled emperors in the captive army formed by the captives of the Blood Dragon, Green Rock, and Battle Lion clans. That said, all of the upper echelons of the 10,000 Evil Legion led by the immemorial Turtle had also gathered here. There were also the commander of the Heavenly River Army, Old Devil Mosquito Butcher, Naples, Devil Emperor Mo Wen Tian, Demon Uncle, Mingjiu, Mad Mosquito Emperor, Old Man Xian Yuan, Old Man Duan Mu, Master Bodhi, and other higher-ups of small powers and families. A total of more than 1,000 figures were all gathered here. Just like that, even Yi Xian hadn't seen so many people gathered together for a long time. Now, as he appeared, he glanced at them one by one, and a gratified expression appeared on his face. Just like that, today, the Magic Hall was definitely the most powerful one in this void fragment of the Chaos world. It had been a while since he last saw them, and the subordinates of the Magic Hall were all improving their cultivation levels crazily. Now, the upper echelons of the Magic Hall had improved their cultivation levels greatly, and they were all Universe Knights and above. Among them, there were quite a number of Universe Masters and Universe Supremes, such as the leader of the Dark Turtle Clan, Ming Long, and Mad Mosquito Emperor. They were all about to enter the Primordial Era. Such a result made Yi Xian feel gratified. He glanced at the group of confidants gathered in the space near the Magic Hall and nodded slightly. Then, he turned around and looked behind him. In the space around them, there were all kinds of battleships, fortresses, and battleships of the survivors and space beasts. They stretched as far as the eye could see. This time, Yi Xian had gathered all the subordinates of the Magic Hall. All the countless life stars in the rising sun Forbidden Land were gathered here. However, although the subordinates of the Magic Hall were many, they were all very disciplined. The endless army spread out in the space was also orderly. According to the arrangement of the 6 major armies of the Magic Hall, they each occupied a part of the space. The first army was the Beast Army. It was made up of the space beasts that were originally living in the space fragment of the Chaos Era. This included the Beast Army of the original Nomadic Army and the space beasts of the Rising Sun Forbidden Land. The commanders were Green Cow, Yu Ling Long, Long Xiao, Gong Jun, Black Wind Tiger, Howling Moon Mastiff, and so on. The total number of space beasts in the army was about 100 million. The second army was the Remnant Army. Both Remnant Tribe of Xianxia and the Remnant Tribe of the Rising Sun Forbidden Land were formed. Later, they joined the Remnant Alliance. It was made up of. The commanders were the black-robed Huang Zun, the 9 supreme beings, Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, Li Bei, and so on. There were hundreds of billions of remnant people in the army, and there were tens of billions of battleships of all kinds. It was made up of. The third army was the Nomadic Army. Actually, they were the captive army from before, but now, they had passed the final test and were no longer captive army. The entire Nomadic Army was made up of great beings from the 3 main planes. Both there were humans, the second universe, and even some slave races from the first universe, as well as various powerhouses from the original Wanluo Federation. The commanders in front were the 3-clawed Flood Dragon, Longshan Tang, and the other members of the council who were originally captive. The number of soldiers in the regiment was the largest, with a total of over 1 billion. The warships were all large fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters, with a total of 50 million warships. The 4 legions were captives. Below them were only captives from the Blood Flood Dragon, Green Rock, and Battle Lion races. The current commanders were the mighty figures of the 3 clans, as well as the Blood-Horned Dragon Ancestor and the Green Rock Ancestor. The total number of soldiers was over 20 billion, including all kinds of warships and fortresses, as well as small fortresses that were 50,000 meters long. The 5th Legion was the All-Evil Legion. The commanders were the immemorial Porcupine Boar and the immemorial Hairy Tortoise. The former already had the combat strength of a Desolate Supreme under the Demonic Pig's 9 transformations bloodline ability, while the latter was already a Desolate Supreme. Tianqing. Even though there were only around 100 million star beasts in this evil legion, all of them were valiant beings who had been through many bloody battles. As such, they were definitely the most powerful legion among the 5 legions in the Magic Hall. The 6 legions were the Heavenly River Legion. The commanders were Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher, Naples, Fiend Sovereign Mo and Tian, Fiend Sovereign Uncle, Dark Turtle Race's Patriarch Mingjiu, Mad Mosquito Empress, as well as Old Man Xianyuan, Old Man Duanmu, Abbess Subhoodie, and other upper echelons of small and idle factions and family clans. This included the Fiend race with the War Caravan Legion, as well as Yi Xian's original Heavenly River Legion and Victorious Return Legion, as well as the Dark Turtle race and Blood Mosquito race. This all of them formed the entire Heavenly River Legion. It was a massive lineup that stretched as far as the eye could see. Although their individual cultivation levels were slightly weaker, their potential was definitely the strongest among the 6 legions. Yi Xian had extremely high hopes for them. In the previous battle, the Heavenly Fate Stellar Zone was emptied. All the Heavenly Fate race's warships and mechanical war beasts were destroyed. Retracting his gaze, Yi Xian's eyes flashed as his expression turned solemn. After taking a deep breath, he continued, even the Heavenly Fate beast that DE created from the fusion of all the official members of the Heavenly Fate race was exiled into the endless void turbulence. It can be said that if there are no accidents, the Heavenly Fate race and mechanical race have become history and no longer exist. Now, the only major powers left in this chaos fragment are the Magic Hall and the Heavenly Dao Alliance. The 3 major powers of the Heavenly Dao Alliance should have turned against each other and disintegrated into the Star Alliance, the Myriad Race Alliance, and the Human Federation. However, in the previous battle, the awakened Desolate Supremes of these 3 alliances were basically all killed by me. Right now, our Demon Hall is the only powerful force in this fragment of the Great Desolate World. However, the true danger will descend very soon. At this point, Yi Xian sighed again. The Battle of the Chaos was originally a shocking secret. Even the upper echelons of the major powers and races kept it a secret and rarely talked about it. However, now, it is no longer a secret. I have a very strong premonition that the so-called Chaos Apocalypse is about to befall us. At that time, if there are no accidents, the fragments of the void of the entire untainted world that were shattered during the end of the untainted world, including the 3 main starry sky planes, will be pulled together by the power of the green eye of the untainted world. The void we are in now is the main body of the untainted world. Therefore, once the end of the untainted world descends, all the fragments of the untainted world, including the 3 main planes of the starry sky, will gather around us. There will be no barriers, and we can come and go at will. However, at that time, the primeval Heaven's Eye's control of the laws of this chaos will reach its peak. At that time, the Magic Hall will also leave this chaos fragment and retreat into the chaos void. Before that, there is no need for you to care too much. Just focus on improving your cultivation. However, you must be prepared to retreat at any time. At that time, once I give the order, all the subordinates of the Magic Hall, including the majestic army of the 6 major armies, must gather at once and drive towards the starry passage that I have indicated. Use the fastest speed to leave this place and enter the chaos void. Over there, the Magic Hall has been operating a secret base for many years and has always been in hibernation. After explaining everything, Yi Xian felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. His entire body was much more relaxed. After a short pause, a dim light flashed in his eyes and he suddenly changed the topic. During this period of time, all the subordinates of the Magic Hall, including the 6 major armies, are not allowed to leave the forbidden land of Rising Sunday apart from cultivating in seclusion to improve your cultivation. There is one more thing to do. That is to comprehend the 2 supreme divine abilities that I have provided as the inheritance of the Magic Hall. As for how much each of you can comprehend, that will depend on your own luck. Xiao. Xiao. After that, Yi Xian waved his hand and 2 thin rays of light shot out. Besides improving your cultivation with all your might, there's one more thing you have to do, and that's to comprehend the 2 supreme divine abilities that are the inheritances of the Devil Halls. As for how much you're able to comprehend, that'll depend entirely on your own fortune. At this point, Yi Xian's eyes flashed. With a wave of his hand, 2 streaks of light shot out and rushed towards a life star on the right side of the abode star. Whoosh! Whoosh! Sharp whistling sounds rang out as the 2 beams of light shot out at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, they had already reached the sky above the life star 10 billion miles to the right. After stopping abruptly, they expanded rapidly against the wind. At the very most. Finally, under the gazes of everyone, they transformed into 2 gigantic monuments that were tens of thousands of feet tall. These two monuments stood side by side, towering above the atmosphere of the planet. They were both green and misty. Although they were clearly energy bodies, they emitted an extremely dense and heavy aura. On the surface of the monuments, there were a large number of cryptic runes that appeared and disappeared endlessly. There were tens of thousands of them, and they were constantly evolving. If one looked closely, any one of the runes seemed to be able to suck in one's mind. They clearly contained boundless mysteries. These two monuments would forever stand in the Magic Hall. Even if the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun was emptied in the future, and the 6 Magic Hall legions left this place and entered the primordial void, they would be brought along with them. They would stand in the new Magic Hall's ancestral land in the primordial void, allowing all the subordinates of the Magic Hall to immerse themselves in comprehension. However, how much one could comprehend and reap in the end would depend on one's own talent, comprehension, and luck. Just as Xianxia said, it would all depend on one's own talent, comprehension, and luck. The supreme ability passed down by the entire Magic Hall for him to decide to take it out after careful consideration was naturally not an ordinary object. Of these two monuments, the one on the left contained the bloodline ability of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape. Of course, if beasts of other races wanted to comprehend it, they would have to deduce it on their own. Just like the old pig spirit and the primordial porcupine's 9 transformations of the demonic ape, they could transform into the 9 transformations of the demonic dragon, the 9 transformations of the demonic insect, or even the 9 transformations of the demonic dog. As long as one had the ability, they could do whatever they wanted. As for the monument on the right, it contained the mysteries of the fallen sky bow. Of course, it was not complete. It was incomplete. However, for ordinary starry sky masters, even in incomplete mysteries, it was enough to use as a life-saving trump card. However, how much one could comprehend and what the final result would be. All this time, the 6 legions of the Devil Hall had countless subordinates, and all of them were provided with all sorts of top-grade cultivation resources. After all, there were countless experts in the remnant legions, and now, all of them were able to refine flesh and blood medicine. The interaction between the 6 legions was not something the external alliance could compare to. Soon, all the subordinates of the Magic Hall would have their own gains. Maybe there would be a group of amazing people among them. It was also very possible. At this moment, with the formation of the 2 heritage monuments, the whole Forbidden Land of Rising Sun was in an uproar. From the black-robed desolate sovereign and the other high-ranking members of the Magic Hall to the ordinary masters of the 6 great armies, all of them turned to look at the monuments with burning eyes. There was the power of divine sense sweeping across the 2 heritage monuments, comprehending everything. This scene made Xian feel very gratified. After nodding with a smile, he suddenly waved his hand. In an instant, the 7 beautiful cultivators, the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru were swept away. They passed through the atmosphere of the stars under their feet and returned to the Immortals' Cave Star. At the same time, in the star field of the Star Alliance's headquarters in the void of the Chaos Fragment. First, the Star Alliance's army, which had participated in the invasion of the Tianji star field, had returned not long ago. Even the blood-devouring lion, the only remaining monster of the Star Alliance, had returned. But now, the vast star field occupied by the Star Alliance was dead silent. Although there were many masters of various races in the countless star field, there was no movement. And all the living beings of various races were hibernating in their own caves and lairs, trembling. Unknowingly, an extremely strong aura of despair enveloped the entire star field. In this battle, the Heavenly Tao Alliance and the Magic Hall's allied forces had achieved their goal. At least, all of the Tianji clan's battleships and mechanical beasts had been annihilated without exception. Even the Tianji beast, which had stepped into the Heavenly Tao realm, was forced to self-exile into the endless void of turbulence. Di had fused the remaining 8 million members of the Tianji clan with his own body to form the Tianji beast. If there were no accidents, there would be no day of return. However, although the Tianji clan had been annihilated and the Tianji star field was empty, for the Star Alliance, this battle could not be considered a victory. One's only winner was the Magic Hall. In addition, the Heavenly Tao Alliance, which had joined forces to besiege the Tianji clan, had fallen apart. It had once again become the Star Alliance, the alliance of 10,000 races, and the Human Federation. Not only did they no longer have anything to do with each other, they had even turned against each other. The alliance of 10,000 races was the worst. Long before this battle began, there was no desolate supremacy in the alliance's ancestral land who had awakened. The human federation was not much better. Dr and the entire mechanical clan were basically buried with the Tianji clan and De. Of the human federation's top fighting force, only 2 human desolate supremacies managed to escape. Moreover, they were disliked by the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, who was too lazy to kill them. Only then did they survive. Otherwise, like the alliance of 10,000 races, the desolate supremacy-level fighting force would have been reduced to nothing. As for the Star Alliance, although one of their bloodthirsty war lions had managed to escape, strictly speaking, he was only a Desolation Venerable. His Desolation Venerable combat strength was only achieved through the 9 changes of the Berserk Lion bloodline. There was a time limit. From this point of view, the Star Alliance was not much better off than the alliance of 10,000 races. In the entire alliance, there was not a single desolate supremacy who had awakened. This situation was too awkward, and it made people feel very insecure. In this current situation, if the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, wanted to, he could just send 2 heavenly king avatars here and slaughter the entire Star Alliance. Think, at this point, the blood-devouring lion's body shook violently. He raised his head and let out an earth-shattering roar, revealing endless madness. Roar. The other races of the second universe are still in the second universe. Their ancestral lands are still in the second universe. However, my Battle Lion clan, as well as the Blood Dragon clan and the Cyan Rock clan, have already moved all of our clansmen and their entire ancestral lands here. No matter what, all of this cannot be erased by the Magic Hall. Otherwise, my Battle Lion clan will be completely annihilated. For the continuation of our clan, I have no other choice. I can only fight. Roar. For the continuation of our race, I have no other choice. I can only fight. Roar. With a final roar, the bloodthirsty warlion sprang into action. His body blurred as he charged out of the cavern world and into the depths of the Star Alliance's territory. Zhuang is a desolate sovereign, his speed was naturally fast. After a short while, he arrived at the deepest part of the Star Alliance. This area was extremely quiet. There was not a single star in sight within a radius of 10 billion miles. However, in the darkness ahead, there were 3 gloomy light clusters standing in the void. They were not small in diameter, like 3 mysterious stars in the form of energy. They were more like black hole vortexes, but there was a dim light flickering in them. The Star Alliance was formed by various races from the second universe. The leaders of the alliance were the top 10 races of the second universe. Dong, however, since the Dark Tortoise clan had chosen the Magic Hall, the vacated position was taken by another race from the second universe. However, there were still 10 of them. Among the top 10 races, the Blood Dragon, the Green Rock, and the Battle Lion races were the top 3 races in the second universe's top 10 races. In addition, the reason why the Blood Dragon clan, the Green Rock clan, and the Warlion clan had absolute authority in the Star Alliance was because all of their clansmen had moved from the second universe to this chaos fragment. Bowit was the same for their ancestral lands. The 3 black holes in front of him were the ancestral lands of the Blood Dragon clan, the Green Rock clan, and the Warlion clan. Inside the vortexes, there were many slumbering ancestors of the 3 races. There was no lack of powerful desolate sovereigns among them. Initially, they still needed to sleep for a period of time before they could wake up. However, the blood-devouring war lion could not wait any longer. The reason why he had rushed to the depths of the star area from the cave star was to wake up the ancestors of the 3 clans in the 3 energy whirlpools. He did not want to wake up just one of them, but all of them. Because, in his opinion, even if all the ancestors of the various eras were to be awakened from their slumber in the ancestral lands of the Blood Flood Dragon, Green Rock, and Battle Lion clans, they would definitely not be a match for the current Demon Hall. Therefore, waking up all of the ancestors in the 3 vortexes was only the first step of the bloodthirsty Warlion's plan. Connect after all the ancestors of the Blood Flood Dragon clan, Green Rock clan, and Battle Lion clan woke up from their slumber in the ancestral land of their clans, he still had a follow-up operation to carry out. Otherwise, they would not be able to contend with the increasingly powerful Magic Hall. Naturally, this would have an effect. If the ancestors of the three clans in the three energy vortexes were allowed to awaken on their own, their cultivation and strength would be able to reach the pinnacle. When they first entered their hibernation, they had already made the corresponding preparations. However, waking them up ahead of time would not be as he had expected. However, the bloodthirsty war lion could not wait any longer. All the members of the blood-flood dragon, Green Rock, and war lion tribes had migrated to this chaos fragment. If the master of the magic hall were to attack, the Star Alliance would not be able to resist and the Warlion clan would be wiped out. He could not accept such an outcome. In order to save his clan, the bloodthirsty Warlion clan was willing to pay a price. Roar, whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh, with a flash of cold light, the blood-devouring war lion raised its head and let out an earth-shattering roar. Then, from its bloody mouth, 3 blood arrows shot out at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared into the 3 energy vortexes that were lined up in a row in the void 10 billion miles ahead. This, the aura of the 3 blood arrows was dense and tyrannical. The blood-devouring war lion had even mixed a drop of soul blood into each of them. In order to awaken the blood-flood dragon race, Azure Rock race, and war lion race's ancestors, he had paid a heavy price. Buzz. 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 As soon as the blood arrows entered the 3 vortexes, a low buzzing sound could be heard coming from them. But, the bloodthirsty warlion did not do anything else. He stood in the void and waited patiently. Time passed slowly, but the blood-devouring war lion still did not leave. The low humming sound coming from the 3 vortexes 10 billion miles ahead grew more rapid and high-pitched. 1. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, different sounds could be heard coming from the 3 vortexes. Roar, roar. Roar. This is the soul blood of the Warlion clan's ancestor. He is forcefully summoning us. What did he do? How did he end up in this situation? Back then, the bloodthirsty Warlion clan, the Warlion clan's bloodline primordial ancestor had set a rule. He ordered the 3 clans to work together at all times. Once the old ancestors of the various eras in slumber in the ancestral lands of the 3 races capture the soul blood aura of any desolate venerable level expert of the 3 races, they must immediately interrupt their slumber and forcefully awaken. This means that the bloodthirsty Warlion clan, the Warlion clan, and the Warlion clan are in grave danger. How many years has it been? There has never been such a crisis. But today, is it really coming? Wake up. Fellow Taoists, the danger of the survival of our bloodworm, Azure Rock, and Warlion clans has arrived, and our slumber is meaningless any longer. All external enemies that come to disturb us must be annihilated, and we must use blood and fire to defend the dignity of our 3 clans. Roar. Screech, rumble, whoosh whoosh whoosh, as these deep and distant divine sense voices rang out, the 3 energy vortexes that were lined up side by side in the void 10 billion kilometers ahead suddenly began to tremble violently, emitting thunderous rumbles. At the same time, there were roars and howls raging in the vortexes. At first, there were not many of them, but they soon became denser. Then, with a sharp whistling sound, streaks of light blasted out from the 3 energy vortexes. After rushing out of the 3 energy vortexes, they expanded in the wind, instantly turning into bloody dragons, green rocks, and fierce battle lions. These were the ancestors of the 3 clans who entered the ancestral lands of the 3 clans in different eras to begin their slumber. Because they had entered seclusion at different times in the ancestral land at different times, their original cultivation bases were also different. Therefore, although they were awakened at the same time by the blood-devouring war lion's soul blood aura, they ended their long slumber and came out of seclusion at the same time. However, in fact, the blood-flood dragon, Green Rock, and Battle Lion clans' ancestors from different eras who had rushed out from the 3 energy whirlpools had different auras of cultivation. However, the weakest one was a universe master. As for the strongest one, he had reached the desolate supremacy level. 3. The number of ancestors of the various eras who rushed out of the ancestral lands of the 3 vortexes was not small. There were more than 100 of them. It was absolutely shocking. Roar. Roar, screech, along with earth-shattering roars and howls, one figure after another charged out from the three energy vortexes 10 billion kilometers ahead. Only after 30 minutes had passed did everything come to a stop. The incessant buzzing in the air disappeared, and the three star-like energy vortexes no longer trembled. This meant that the ancestors of the three clans had all awakened and emerged from their slumber. Looking over, there were already close to 200 figures in the space in front of him. They were all in the form of the blood flood dragon, the azure roc, and the battle lion race. There were big and small figures, but their forms were basically the same. There were only some slight differences. There were about 60 of the 200 ancestors from the Gorfine dragon, the green roc, and the battle lion race, and the weakest of them was a universe master. Until, there were about 5 or 6 supreme beings of the primordial era and 5 or 6 supreme beings of the primordial era. Plus, altogether, there were 16 or 17 primordial sovereigns and primordial sovereigns among the nearly 200 primordial patriarchs from different eras. There were even 2 supreme beings of the blood dragon, the green roc, and the battle lion race, who were at the peak of the 9th stage. But, even so, there were only 6 supreme beings of the half-step heavenly Tao among the 3 races, which was still no match for the magic hall. Everyone, the Gorfine dragon, the green roc, and the battle lion race are facing an existential crisis. After the 3 energy whirlpools 10 billion miles ahead had completely stabilized, the bloodthirsty battle lion in the void suddenly spoke. His voice was filled with endless resentment. Although the Tianji race was basically annihilated in the previous battle, at the last moment, they joined forces with the Star Alliance to attack the Magic Hall in the Tianji Star Sector and killed our fellow Taoists. The 9-headed bloodworm and the Azure Sky Rock have fallen at the hands of the Master of Magic Hall, Xian. Even the Scarlet Unicorn and the 9 Netherworld Demon Crocodile, who joined the Star Alliance, were killed by Xian. Today, the Magic Hall is the most powerful one in this primordial world fragment. Just the Desolate Supremacy, who is a half-step into the Heavenly Tao realm at the peak of the 9th stage, already has 8 of them. Even if all the patriarchs of our Blood Flood Dragon, Green Roc, and Battle Lion clans were awakened, they would still not be a match for them. Speaking of this, the blood-devouring war lion suddenly paused. Then, he used his divine sense to tell the blood-devouring war lion about the structure of the various forces in this fragment of the untainted land, as well as what had happened after he brought all the clansmen of the Blood Flood Dragon clan, the Green Roc clan, and the Battle Lion clan into this fragment of the untainted land. Surprisingly, the nearly 200 patriarchs of the 3 clans had been hibernating in their respective clans' ancestral lands all this time. They had no idea what was going on outside. Across from them, there was silence. The nearly 200 patriarchs of the 3 clans who had just awakened from their respective ancestral lands listened attentively to the blood-devouring war lion's introduction. Their eyes glowed with a mysterious light, making it impossible to tell whether they were happy or angry. "You have just awoken from our long slumber, so we can't be too emotional. Otherwise, it won't do us any good." That's the gist of the situation. Today, the Magic Hall is the most powerful force in this untainted land fragment of the untainted land. The alliance of 10,000 clans and the Human Federation have turned against the Star Alliance. What's more, they can't even protect themselves right now. Even if they don't turn against us, they won't have the time to deal with us. As soon as the Master of the Magic Hall arrives, the Star Alliance will be destroyed in an instant. When the time comes, the other clans from the first universe will be fine. After all, there are still clans and ancestral lands in the first universe. However, the Blood Flood Dragon, Azure Roc, and Battle Lion clans have all migrated here. Even the ancestral lands of our clans have done the same. If the Master of the Magic Hall arrives, our 3 clans will be in grave danger. This is the reason why I have decided to awaken all the patriarchs of the 3 clans who have been hibernating in our ancestral lands. However, even if all the patriarchs of the 3 clans awaken from their slumber in our ancestral lands, we still won't be a match for the Magic Hall. At this point, the blood-devouring war lion paused again and swept its gaze across the 200 or so ancestors of the 3 clans in front of it. What I mean is that we should work together and activate the power of the energy vortexes in the ancestral lands of our 3 races. We will blast open a path in the void and forcefully merge this star zone with a certain star zone in the second universe. This way, the armies of the other clans in the second universe will be able to pass through this void passage and arrive here in no time. The patriarchs of the various clans who have been hibernating in their ancestral lands can be awakened at any time. At the same time, if the threat of annihilation really descends, the clansmen of the Blood Dragon clan, the Green Rock clan, and the Battle Lion clan can immediately retreat to the second universe through this void passage to avoid the threat of annihilation. All in all, the Star Alliance doesn't only consist of the Blood Flood Dragon, Azure Rock, and Battle Lion clans. Ever since we entered the Chaos Fragment, the armies of the other clans in the second universe have been living under our protection, but now, our three races have already awakened the slumbering ancestors of the various eras in our ancestral lands, but it's still not enough to contend against the Demon Hall. As such, it's naturally time for all the other races to contribute to the alliance. Seconded. I don't have any objections, this is how it should be. Seconded. As the blood-devouring war lion's voice faded away, the nearly 200 ancestors of the Blood Flood Dragon clan, the Azure Rock clan, and the War Lion clan, who had just awoken from their slumber, immediately made their stance known. Most importantly, the final result was unanimous approval. Everyone supported the blood-devouring war lion's decision and proposal. No one objected. After all, for the Blood Flood Dragon, Azure Rock, and Battle Lion clans, this proposal was only beneficial. There was no reason for them to object, such an outcome was within the blood-devouring war lion's expectations. At this moment, when he saw that none of the nearly 200 ancestors of the three clans had objected and reached a consensus, he immediately nodded with a gratified expression on his face. Then, the blood-devouring war lion's voice rang out again. In that case, let's begin. Everyone, listen to my unified command. Use all your strength to activate the energy vortex in the ancestral lands of the three clans. Create a resonance. 3, 2, 1. Go. Whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The blood-devouring war lion raised his head and roared the last two words. As this roar rang out, a blood-red light shot out from his body. At the same time, the nearly 200 ancestors of the three clans from various eras also fully activated the power in their bodies and shot out pillars of energy at the same time. Rumbling sounds echoed out. Swoosh. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. In the void, a large number of air-piercing sounds rang out. They were so sharp that it made one's scalp go numb. Following, the blood-devouring war lion let out a final roar. Instantly, a blood-red light shot out from his body. At the same time, the nearly 200 ancestors of the three clans in the void in front of them also urged the energy in their bodies to shoot out beams of energy at the same time. These 200 beams of energy were extremely bright. They were the result of the ancestors of the three clans urging the energy in their bodies at all costs. These energy beams were of different colors, but they were all extremely hot. They emitted an extremely dense energy aura. In the blink of an eye, they all entered the three energy whirlpools that were arranged in a row in the void 10 billion miles ahead of them. These three energy whirlpools were the ancestral grounds of the Blood Dragon clan, the Green Rock clan, and the Battle Lion clan. The ancestors of the three clans were sleeping in them. It was created by the bloodline primordial ancestors of the three clans. Back then, the bloodline primordial ancestors of the three clans who left behind the Blood Dragon clan, the Green Rock clan, and the Battle Lion clan in the second universe were the Blood Sea Devil Dragon, the Kuanping clan, and the Blood Slaughter Lion. Before they left the second universe for the primordial chaos void, they each used their own bloodline to create these three energy whirlpools. It could be said that the three energy whirlpools contained the bloodline powers of the Blood Sea Devil Dragon, the Kuanping clan, and the Blood Slaughter Lion. Also because of this, they were considered the ancestral grounds of the Blood Dragon clan, the Green Rock clan, and the Battle Lion clan. The ancestors of the three clans all entered seclusion in these energy whirlpools and were nurtured by the primordial ancestors' bloodline power. The effect was much better than cultivating and sleeping in the void outside. For example, today, all the ancestors of the three clans who had just woken up activated their own bloodline power. They even added some soul blood to activate their own power. They turned into beams of bloodline power and entered the three energy whirlpools. For a moment they resonated with each other. Buzz. Buzz. Buzz buzz buzz, a strange buzzing sound instantly rang out. At first, it was extremely low and slow, but very soon, it became rapid and sharp. At this moment, everyone, including the blood-devouring war lion, held their breaths. Their faces were filled with nervousness and excitement, but there was also a hint of exhaustion in their expressions. The energy beam that contained the power of the soul bloodline had drained them quite a bit. 200 pairs of eyes were focused on the three star-like energy whirlpools, revealing endless passion and expectation. Void in the air, the strange buzzing sound became sharper and more rapid. One under everyone's gazes, the three energy vortexes that were originally arranged in a straight line in the void 10 billion miles away gradually seemed to sense each other, resonating and synchronizing with each other, creating an invisible attractive force between them. That's right, they were originally in a row, but now they were gathering towards the center. Seeing this scene, everyone became excited, because this meant that their efforts had succeeded. The ancestral whirlpools of the Blood Flood Dragon, Green Rock, and Battle Lion clans were about to merge into one. Century that would be the time when the void passageway that had locked onto the coordinates of the second universe would descend. Buzz buzz buzz, the buzzing sound was strange, and it grew sharper and more rapid. Just like this, another 30 minutes passed, and the three energy vortexes that were originally arranged in a row in the void 10 billion kilometers ahead finally overlapped and fused together at this moment. Boom! Rumble rumble rumble, hiss, in the blink of an eye, there was an earth-shattering explosion, accompanied by a deafening rumble of thunder. It was so powerful that the Star Alliance's territory began to tremble. At this moment, in the countless inhabited stars of the second universe, countless clansmen and powerhouses from all over the second universe trembled in fear. They thought that this was the arrival of the Magic Hall's invasion army. Almost as if it was a conditioned reflex, all the clansmen and experts of different clans in the inhabited stars instinctively crouched on the ground, hiding in the corners of their cave mansions. They shivered, their eyes filled with desperation as if the end of the world had come. But, soon, these clansmen and powerhouses from all over the second universe froze in unison. Their expressions were sluggish, and their eyes were filled with confusion. But they subconsciously raised their heads, regardless of whether they could see or not. They all gazed into the depths of the star field. In the next moment, they suddenly felt a familiar presence. Although it was faint and indistinct, the summoning power that came from the bloodline couldn't lie. They seemed to have sensed the presence of the origin of their bloodline in their ancestral land. It wasn't an illusion, it was reality, just as the energy vortexes in the ancestral lands of the Blood Wyrm, Xianxia, and Battle Lion clansmen resonated with each other, fusing into one and exploding with a loud bang. In the depths of the star field occupied by the Star Alliance, there was a crisp sound like the cry of a phoenix. In the void, a huge fissure suddenly appeared. This fissure was too shocking. It stretched across the deepest part of the star field, spanning tens of billions of miles from left to right. It almost pierced through the entire star field occupied by the Star Alliance. It was extremely wide, but also very narrow. At first it was only tens of millions of miles high, but soon it seemed to be pulled by an invisible force, rapidly expanding. In just a few breaths of time, a fissure appeared in the deepest part of the star field occupied by the Star Alliance. It was as large as the sky. From left to right it was tens of billions of miles wide, and from top to bottom it was more than 10 billion miles high. It took up a corner of the star field. The crack that seemed like a huge curtain of space was originally pitch black, and there were even large amounts of spatial turbulence wreaking havoc. However, under the influence of some unknown, invisible force, the structure of the crack became more and more stable. Even the pitch-black crack seemed to have gradually thinned out, and some changes had taken place. Whoosh, there was an almost imperceptible sound of something breaking through the void. Suddenly, an eye-catching ray of light appeared within the fissure. It was a ray of starlight, coming from the other side of the fissure. At first there was only one ray of starlight, but soon there were more and more of it. In just a few breaths of time, there was a flickering light. Under the illumination of these faint rays of starlight, the fissure was no longer pitch black. It shone like a river of stars. And, judging from the aura of this galaxy that had suddenly appeared, it was clearly the aura of the second universe plane of the three great starry skies. At the cost of destroying their ancestral lands, the Blood Wyrm, Xianxia, and Battle Lion clansmen had finally succeeded in merging the second plane of the universe with the void fragment of the chaos. At the cost of destroying their ancestral lands, the Bloodline Wyrm, Xianxia, and Battle Lion clans finally succeeded in merging the second universe with the Eldritch Wastelands fragment. In the depths of the Star Alliance's territory, a spacious passageway to the second universe was finally stabilized. The passageway was vast, spanning tens of billions of kilometers from left to right and from top to bottom. The height of the passageway was more than 10 billion kilometers. Not to mention an army of battleships, even giant planets could pass through it with ease. From this moment on, there was no longer any barrier between the second universe and the Eldritch Wastelands fragment. Through this passageway, any expert or army of any faction could freely travel between the Eldritch Wastelands fragment and the second universe. This was of great significance, especially to the Star Alliance. It was immeasurable. With the passageway stabilized, not only would the armies of the second universe be able to descend on the Star Alliance's territory at any time, even the slumbering ancestors of the various clans would be able to do so. In the event of an invasion, any expert of the Star Alliance in the Eldritch Wastelands fragment would be able to escape to the second universe through the passageway if they were unable to defend themselves. Although this was equivalent to bringing the invading enemy into the second universe, if the combined forces of all the races in the second universe were unable to resist the invading enemy, then if the enemy really wanted to, it was only a matter of time before they chased after them. There was not much difference whether they had the convenience of this void passage or not. But still, therefore, the passageway that stabilized the Eldritch Wastelands fragment's orbit with the second universe had its disadvantages, but in short, the advantages outweighed the disadvantages. Now that the passageway had been stabilized, the nearly 200 newly awakened ancestors of the bloodline Wyrm, Cyan Rock, and Cyan Rock could finally relax. With the passageway, the bloodline Wyrm, Cyan Rock, and Battle Lion clans would at least be able to avoid being wiped out if the Magic Hall's army attacked. At worst, they could just escape to the second universe. At that time, he could pull in the other races of the second universe and have them awaken all the ancestors of the various eras that were hibernating in their ancestral lands. Together, they could fight against the Magic Hall, and they might be able to protect themselves. Of course, there was no need to do so just yet. The Magic Hall's army hadn't arrived yet, and there was no sign that they were about to launch a full-scale attack on the Star Alliance. The greatest purpose of this void passage's existence is actually to provide a safe and secure final path of retreat. Roar. Roar. Screech. It didn't take long before roars and screams filled the Star Alliance. They were filled with joy and surprise. This was the roar of the leaders of the Star Alliance from the second universe. They could sense the presence of their ancestral lands, and it was coming from every corner of the Star Alliance. Desire to rush into the void passage leading to the second universe, the leaders of the Bloodline Wyrm clan and the Bloodline Wyrm clan didn't stop them. Instead, they sent some of their leaders back to the second universe to report the situation to their respective ancestors. At the very least, it would alert the higher-ups of the various races who had stayed behind in the second universe. When they were needed, those old fellows would know what to do. They would be able to wake up the ancestors of the various eras who were sleeping in the ancestral land as soon as possible. Whoosh, whoosh whoosh whoosh, rumble, rumble. 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 Fleet after fleet rushed into the void passage and returned to the ancestral lands of the second universe, the alliance of 10,000 races. It had been a long time since the battle in the Xianxia galaxy. The Alliance's army had long since returned to the Alliance's territory. Since then, they had remained dormant, not daring to go out again. However, they did send out a large number of scouts. They paid close attention to the progress of the battle in the Xianxia galaxy and reported back as soon as possible. The Alliance was one of the three great powers that had formed the Heavenly Order Alliance. They had also participated in the battle in the Xianxia galaxy. The Alliance's army had sent a fleet of warships through the Stargate that connected to the Human Federation's galaxy. But, they had only participated in the initial, conventional battle. As for the battle against the Heaven's Legacy Beast, not a single expert from the entire Myriad Races Alliance had participated in it. Back then, both the Star Alliance and the Alliance had sent an army from each of the three main planes of the universe. The Alliance's space rats, infernal ants, ferals, and slimes had all migrated to the second universe, just like the Bloodline Wyrm, Cyan Pung, and Battle Lion. That This time, the four races had also brought 40 billion battleships gathered by the other slave races in the first universe. Since then, the entire alliance of 10,000 races had 24 late-stage mighty figures and 4 middle-stage supreme masters of the ancients. However, within such a short time, the 4 desolate masters and 24 late-stage supremes had all been killed by the master of magic hall, Xianxia. Currently, there were only a dozen or so primordial powerhouses in the Myriad Races Alliance. After Xianxia killed all 4 of the desolate elders of the Myriad Races Alliance, they were awakened by the universe supremes of the space rat, hell ant, giant ferocious, and evil spirit slime from the ancestral lands of the 4 races that had already moved over. The ones who had awakened them were merely universe supreme beings of the 4 races. The concentration of their bloodlines was not enough to awaken a desolate master. Primordial great beings were the limit. Hence, there was no desolate master in the current alliance of myriad races. There were only a dozen great beings of the 4 races. Now, the war in the Tianji star zone had completely come to an end. Everything that happened after that had already spread. And now, the dozen or so almighties of the 4 races in charge of the alliance of the 10,000 races were having a secret meeting in the Alliance Hall in the depths of the Star Zone. In this war, the Tianji clan had been exterminated. Only one Tianji beast, who had entered the Heavenly Path realm, was left. It had been severely injured and had been exiled to the turbulent void space. However, the Heavenly Path Alliance had suffered a devastating blow because of this. Of the 3 major alliances that formed the Heavenly Tao Alliance, the Human Federation and the Star Alliance had turned against each other. Although the alliance of 10,000 races wasn't involved in this and was innocent, the Heavenly Tao Alliance was only in name now that the Heavenly Tao Alliance had turned against each other. Even if the alliance of the myriad races wanted to continue forming an alliance with the Star Alliance or the Human Federation, it was basically impossible. Moreover, from this war, the upper echelons of the Human Federation and the Star Alliance had become unsightly. Honestly speaking, none of the upper echelons of the alliance of the myriad races had the slightest intention of forming an alliance with them. That, without a desolate master, the alliance of the myriad races had to be carefully considered. Right now, the alliance of the myriad races was discussing this matter. At this moment, in the Alliance Hall deep in the Alliance Star Field, a dozen powerful beings from the Desolate Era were having a secret meeting. Based on the current situation of the void fragment of the primitive world, they put forward all kinds of suggestions and ideas about the future of the alliance of all races. The hearts of the 10+ almighty figures were very heavy, and the expressions on their faces were extremely heavy as well. They revealed a wisp of worry that was dense to the point of being impossible to disperse. Although the Heaven's Legacy race was annihilated and the Heaven's Legacy beast was heavily injured and exiled, the Heavenly Tao Alliance also fell apart because of this. Our Myriad Race Alliance doesn't have a desolate supremacy level combat strength to hold down the fort, making it extremely dangerous. Not only the Magic Hall, but even the Human Federation and the Star Alliance could secretly attack us. Those old fogies aren't good people either. Previously, it was inconvenient for them to make a move because of the formation of the Heavenly Tao Union. Now that the Human Federation and the Star Alliance have shed all pretense of cordiality, if necessary, the alliance of 10,000 races is no more than a soft persimmon in their eyes. What's more, the master of the Magic Hall, Xianxia, seems to have a deep misunderstanding of our alliance. He attacked us twice, killing the 24 powerful beings and 4 desolate supremacies that were originally in charge of our alliance. Seeing how deep his hatred is, it's hard to guarantee that the Magic Hall will attack our alliance. This is indeed a serious matter, and we have to be on guard early. Now, I'm afraid that we can only awaken some desolate supremacies from the ancestral land that we moved from and let them take charge of the situation. Now that the Magic Hall is the most powerful one, there are already 8 desolate supremacies who are half a step into the Heavenly Tao realm. If the desolate supremacies that we awaken from our ancestral land are too few and their cultivation is too weak, it's meaningless. But if there are too many of them, it's indeed a pity. It's really a headache to figure out how to balance and grasp the situation," he said. At this point, the powerful beings in the hall looked at each other and all shook their heads and sighed. Whoosh! When everyone was unable to make a decision, a ray of light suddenly shot in from outside the hall. It was caught by one of the dozen or so great beings, and the power of divine sense instantly extended into it. Hiss! Is the Star Alliance out of their minds? Yes. With just a slight probe, the expression of the giant ferocious race's ancient supreme expert suddenly changed, and he cried out in shock. Everyone turned around at the same time. Their faces were filled with fear and trepidation. Their hearts were in their throats, and they were extremely nervous. Take a look and you'll know. Xiao. The primordial expert of the giant ferocious race frowned. He waved his hand and passed the sliver of light to the other primordial experts in the hall. After a few breaths of time, everyone finished reading it, and all of them gasped while similarly shocked expressions appeared on their faces, causing them to exclaim with astonishment. The bloodthirsty lion awoke the slumbering ancestors of the Bloodrakes, the Cyan Rocks, and the war lions from their ancestral lands. It even gathered the strength of nearly 200 ancestors and destroyed their ancestral lands to blast open a void passage in the depths of the Star Alliance's planetary system. That's how it stabilized the orbit of the second universe. It's really a big deal. It seems that the old man was forced to do this because he had no other choice. After all, the Battle Lion clan, the Blood-Flood Dragon clan, and the Green Rock clan have already moved all their clansmen to this fragment of the untainted world, including the Bloodline ancestral land where the ancestors of the various eras are hibernating. Under such circumstances, if the Demon Hall Master comes to find us, the Blood-Flood Dragon clan and the other two clans will definitely be completely wiped out. The blood-devouring battle lions paid such a heavy price to prevent the Bloodhorn Dragon clan and the other two clans from being annihilated. By doing so, they forcibly tied the other clans in the second universe to the same boat as the three clans, and they would live and die together. It seems that the space rats, hell ants, giant ferocious, and evil slime tribes are also in the same situation. Not only have all of our people moved here, but even our ancestral lands are also in the same situation. To be honest, the danger we face is even more serious than the Bloodrakes and the other two tribes. Before they made this decision, at least the bloodthirsty lion had the battle strength of a desolate master, but at this point, the last almighty from the Space Mouse clan suddenly stopped speaking, but the expression on his face suddenly became strange. He turned to look at the other almighty figures of the four clans in the hall. This. At this moment, the atmosphere in the hall became incomparably heavy. More than 10 ancient powerhouses from the Space Rat, Hell Ant, Giant Ferocious, and Evil Slime clans looked at each other. Although none of them said anything, their expressions were very conflicted. Their eyes flickered incessantly. It was clear that they were in a dilemma, pondering over some extremely difficult decision. The uneasy silence only lasted for a dozen breaths. After a dozen breaths, the Space Rat, Hell Ant, Giant Ferocious, and Evil Slime clans in the hall raised their heads at the same time. Their eyes flashed as they looked at each other again. This time, with just a simple exchange of glances, they reached a consensus in an instant. Suddenly, their entire bodies became inexplicably relaxed. Among them, a few of them even heaved a sigh of relief. A faint smile that hadn't appeared in a long time appeared on their faces. Then, they nodded and continued to speak. The overall situation in this Chaos World fragment is too serious. The Magic Hall is the strongest, and the Human Race Federation and the Star Federation are desperate. Only our Myriad Races Alliance is the weakest. It's too dangerous, we have to take a strong medicine. The Star Alliance has at least one bloodthirsty lion with the battle strength of a desolate master, but they also made the same choice. Why can't we follow suit? That's right, don't tell me that we have to fight against the Magic Hall, the Human Race Federation, and the Star Alliance? Even if we're not afraid of death, we can't drag the countless powerhouses of the Myriad Races Alliance down with us. It's one thing for the other races. Even if all the armies in the Alliance are dead, at least there are still people in the first universe. However, we, the Space Rats, the Hell Ants, the Giant Ferocious Beasts, and the Evil Spirit Slime, have already migrated here. If there's even the slightest mistake, for our four races, it's a real danger of extinction. If that's the case, we'll become the sinners of our race. Even death won't be regretted, so there's no need to think too much. There's already a precedent. We can follow the Star Alliance's example and make the same choice as the bloodthirsty lion. We can draw a gourd and draw a bottle gourd. We can wake up the slumbering ancestors of the four races. Then, we can let the ancestors decide whether to destroy the ancestral lands of the four races and build a parallel passage to the first universe like the Star Alliance did. It's decided. There's no need to think about it anymore. Seconded. Whoosh. Whoosh whoosh, in the void, a dozen figures rushed out from the depths of the Star Alliance where the Alliance Hall was located. They were the ancient masters of the space rat, hell ant, giant ferocious, and evil spirit slime races. Under the pressure of the situation, these ancient masters made the same decision as the blood-devouring war lion, in the face of the magic hall, which was now the dominant force in the void of the chaos fragment. They were powerless to resist. In order to avoid the threat of extinction, they had no choice but to awaken the ancestors of the space rat, hell ant, giant ferocious, and evil spirit slime races who were hibernating in their ancestral lands, just like the blood-fled dragon, the green rock, and the battle lion race, the space rat, the hell ant, the giant ferocious, and the evil spirit slime race that lived in the first universe also had their ancestors who left behind their bloodline inheritances descend. Then, after leaving behind the bloodlines of the four races, the four ancestors left the three main planes of the universe without a trace. It was said that they went to the mysterious primordial void. Before they left, the founding ancestors of the four major tribes used their great abilities to form independent small grotto heavens in their respective ancestral lands. Then, they left in a hurry. For countless years, the ancestors of the space rat, hell ant, giant ferocious, and evil spirit slime races would enter these four small independent grotto heavens to hibernate. This was because these small independent grotto heavens were not only safe and had a stable structure, but also had the effect of condensing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It was full of spiritual energy and was the best place for seclusion. All the ancestors of the four races who entered the independent grotto heavens made perfect preparations and did not plan to come out of seclusion in a short time. They all set their own goals, and some of them even went into an almost eternal slumber. As long as there were no major changes in the races, they would not wake up. Most of these existences went with the goal of breaking through to the desolate supremacy realm. A short period of seclusion would not achieve their goal, only this kind of almost eternal slumber had hope, but now, the reason why the more than 10 remote antiquity powerful figures of the four races had awakened all the ancestors of the various eras in their ancestral lands was to awaken the ancestors of the various eras who were rushing towards the desolate venerate realm and let them take charge of the situation. For countless years, the space rat, hell ant, giant ferocious, and evil spirit slime races had entered their respective ancestral lands to hibernate. Even if only a few of them had successfully entered the desolate supremacy realm, there were still many desolate supremacies in the four races. It should be enough to fight against the magic hall. Moreover, as long as these desolate elders were awakened, they would be the ones in charge. As for where the clan would go, the dozen or so primordial great experts who were in charge of the overall situation would be able to unload the heavy burden on their shoulders. Soon, the stars in the void ahead became sparse. They had arrived at the depths of the star field. 10 billion miles away, four star-sized gloomy light spheres were lined up in a straight line. This is within the four light clusters were the ancestral grounds of the space rat, hell ant, giant ferocious, and evil spirit slime. Within each light cluster was an independent small heavenly abode. The spirit chi inside was incomparably abundant, and a large number of ancestors of the four races from various eras were hibernating. Many of them have been in slumber for countless years, but now they are about to be awakened. Xiao. Swish, 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 in the void, a sharp sound rang out. A crack appeared on the foreheads of the space rat, hell ant, giant ferocious, and evil spirit slime. A beam of light shot out from the crack into the four light clusters. This, 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 all of the streaks of dark light had been infused with their most precious strands of soul blood. Now that they had entered the ball of light, they had immediately triggered some kind of unknown reaction. Buzz. Buzz, 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 an incomparably deep buzzing sound rang out, and the four balls of light trembled slightly in an instant. This scene lasted for about a dozen breaths of time. Then, from the four light clusters, a low voice of divine sense came out. This is the aura of the clan's bloodline. The power of summoning? The clan is waking us up. What happened? The bloodline primordial ancestor had given a strict order that no one could disturb and wake up the ancestors of the various eras who had entered the ancestral grounds unless they encountered a great crisis of survival. Roar. Who dares to offend my Hell Ant clan? Hiss, since I've already woken up, I'll go out and take a look. I'll use the shortest amount of time to deal with my opponent, and then I'll return to the ancestral grounds and fall into a deep sleep. I'm already at the peak of the 9th step of the Supreme Expert, and I'm only one step away from the desolate venerable realm. How dare you disturb my Hell Rat clan at such a critical moment, interfering with my process of breaking through to the desolate venerable realm. No matter who it is, this sovereign will definitely make them pay a heavy price. Roar. Screech, swish, 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 following the wild roars and howls, numerous figures rushed out from the 4 gloomy balls of light. All of them were extremely large in size, and they were all experts from the 4 clans of Space Mouse, Hell Ant, Giant Ferocious, and Evil Spirit Slime. To be precise, they were the ancestors of the various eras who had entered the ancestral grounds of their respective races to enter a deep sleep. This, after the ancestors of the 4 races rushed out from the dark clusters of light, they didn't leave immediately. Instead, they gathered in the void space in front of the 4 ancestral grounds. Around after a while, the 4 ancestral grounds that were lined up in a row in the void space fell into silence, and no more figures rushed out. But, in front of the 4 ancestral grounds, there were already more than 400 ancestors of the 4 races of Space Rat, Hell Ant, Giant Ferocious, and Evil Spirit Slime. Among the 4 races, there were about 100 people from each race. This, among the 400 ancestors of the 4 races, the weakest one was already a Universe Supreme, accounting for more than half of them, about 300 of them. As for the remaining 100 figures, their cultivation auras were extremely powerful. They were either Primordial Era Almighties or Primordial Era Supremes. 100 As for the remaining figures, there were more than 20 of them from each race. Among them, there were about 20 Ancient Supreme Beings, and 4 to 5 Ancient Supreme Beings. In other words, among the 400-plus ancestors of the various eras of the Space Rat, Hell Ant, Giant Ferocious, and Evil Slime races, there were more than 80 Supreme Beings of the Primordial Era, and more than 20 Supreme Beings of the Primordial Era. This kind of foundation, even compared to the current Star Alliance, was not weaker. After all, in the ancestral land of the Star Alliance, this time only the ancestors of the Blood Dragon, Green Rock, and Battle Lion races were awakened. However, the original slaves of the first universe were awakened today, but the ancestors of the 4 races of Space Rat, Hell Ant, Giant Ferocious, and Evil Spirit Slime were all awakened today. With one more race, the number of powerful beings and desolate supreme beings was slightly more, which was a normal phenomenon. Whoosh, 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 from within the 4 gloomy balls of light, one figure after another rushed out. All of them had incomparably large bodies, and were all experts from the 4 clans of Space Mouse, Hell Ant, Giant Ferocious, and Evil Spirit Slime. They had been sleeping in the ancestral lands of the 4 clans for a long time, and their cultivation had improved tremendously. But now, they were all awakened at the same time. To them, this kind of awakening represented that their race had encountered a great crisis that concerned the survival of their race. Positive because of this, the ancestors of the various eras who had rushed out from the ancestral lands of the 4 clans had extremely gloomy expressions on their faces. Some of them, who were at the peak of the 9th step and were about to break through to the next realm, were even more resentful and unwilling. The auras in their bodies were fierce, and they looked as if they wanted to devour someone. The Space Rat, Hell Ant, Giant Ferocious, and Evil Spirit Slime clans had a total of over 100 ancestors awakened. This is among the 400 or so elders of the 4 clans, even the weakest one was already a Universe Supreme. More than half of them were around 300. While as for the remaining 100 figures, their cultivation auras were extremely powerful. They were either Primordial Era Almighties or Primordial Era Supremes. Each of the 4 clans had more than 20 of them. Among them, there were about 20 Primordial Cultivators and 4 to 5 Primordial Cultivators. It was a formidable force, perhaps even more so than the Star Alliance. This time, the Blood Wyrm, Azure Pung and Warlion clans of the Star Alliance had awakened their ancestors from their slumber in their ancestral lands. However, the total number of ancestors from each of the 3 clans was only 200. Near of the 200 elders from the various eras, the Blood Dragon, the Green Rock, and the battle lion race each had about 60 of them, and even the weakest of them was a universe master. Arrival there were 5 or 6 supreme ancients and 6 primordial ancients in each of the 3 clans. In total, there were 16 or 17 supreme ancients and 16 primordial ancients in each of the 200 ancients of the 3 clans. One the space rats, infernal ants, gargantuan behemoth, and slime wraith of the human alliance had awakened their ancestors. Compared to the blood Wyrm, Xianxia, and war lion of the Star Alliance, the human alliance had one more race. As the 400 or so ancestors of various eras emerged from the ancestral grounds of the 4 races, the dozen or so experts of the primordial era who were responsible for the affairs of the alliance all breathed a sigh of relief. All they needed to do now was to hand over the leadership. Now that the 4 races had more than 20 primordial supremes, the burden of leading the alliance of 10,000 races was no longer their responsibility. They could finally take it off. Soon, the powerful figures from the remote antiquity era told him everything they had seen and heard since they woke up in the ancestral land of their clans. They also told him everything that had happened in the fragment of the untainted land and the general trend. Thou including the Star Alliance's choice of bloodthirsty warlion, everything was explained in detail. As soon as these words fell, the 400 or so ancestors of the 4 clans who had just woken up in the void in front of them were instantly shocked and cried out softly one after another, "Everyone, it seems that the situation is worse than we expected. Who would have thought that the Tianji clan would be wiped out, but we would face an enemy stronger than them?" Today, in the fragment of the untainted land, the magic hall has become the dominant force. The alliance of 10,000 races and the Human Federation have also turned against the Star Alliance. In fact, they can't even protect themselves now. Even if they didn't turn against us, they wouldn't have the time to care about us. As soon as the master of the magic hall arrives, the Star Alliance will be destroyed in an instant. Now, the space rats, infernal ants, giant ferocious, and slime wraith have all migrated here. Even the ancestral lands of our clans are in the same situation. If the master of the magic hall arrives, our 4 races will face the threat of extinction. Unfortunately, even though the slumbering ancestors of our 4 clans have awakened, the strength of our 4 clans alone is still not a match for the Devil Hall. They have at least 8 half-step heavenly Tao experts at the 9th step of perfection. It seems that we have no other way out. What I mean is that we should make the same choice as the Star Alliance. We should combine our strength and activate the energy vortex in our ancestral lands. We should blast open a path in the void and forcefully merge this region of the untainted land with a corner of the untainted land in the untainted land. This seems to be the only choice. If the threat of annihilation really comes, the people of the 4 races can immediately retreat to the first universe plane through this void passage to avoid the threat of annihilation. The bloodthirsty warlion's choice is correct. The Star Alliance isn't just made up of the blood Wyrm, Xianxia, and warlion clans. Similarly, the alliance of 10,000 races isn't just made up of the space rats, infernal ants, giant ferocious, slime wraith, and slime wraith. This is a matter of life and death for all of our races. The other races that make up the alliance should contribute to its survival. This is what we should do. Seconded. Seconded. Whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. As the voices echoed through the void, the 400 or so ancestors of the dimensional rats, hellish ants, giants, wraiths, and slimes all came to a consensus and made the same decision as the Star Alliance. No, without any hesitation, under the unified command of more than 20 desolate venerables of the 4 clans, more than 400 old ancestors of the 4 clans from various eras instantly activated the power in their bodies with all their strength, shooting out energy pillars of light at the same time, rumbling as they shot out. Nearly 400 pillars of energy were extremely bright. They were the result of the ancestors of the 4 races unleashing the full power of their bodies at all costs. Everywhere the pillars of energy were different in color, but all of them were extremely hot. They emitted a thick bloodline aura. In the blink of an eye, all of them entered the 4 energy vortexes in a row in the void 10 billion miles ahead of them. They immediately resonated with an unknown force, BZZZ. BZZZ BZZZ BZZZ, a strange buzzing sound immediately rang out. At first, it was extremely low and slow, but soon it became rapid and sharp. At this moment, everyone held their breaths. Their faces were filled with nervousness and excitement, but they also looked a little tired. The pillar of energy that contained the power of the soul bloodline had drained them quite a bit. 10,000 in front of everyone's eyes, the four vortexes that were originally in a row in the void 10 billion miles ahead of them seemed to be resonating with each other. They resonated with each other and created an invisible attractive force. Buzz buzz buzz, the buzzing sound was strange, and it grew sharper and more rapid. Just like this, another 30 minutes passed, and the four energy vortexes that were originally arranged in a row in the void 10 billion kilometers ahead finally overlapped and fused together at this moment. Rumble, hiss, an earth-shattering explosion rang out, accompanied by a thunderous roar that caused people's courage to shatter. Boom, the momentum was too shocking, causing the entire star domain occupied by the Myriad Races Alliance to tremble. In the depths of the star domain, there was a crisp cracking sound like the cry of a phoenix. Suddenly, a massive crack appeared in the void. It lay across the deepest void of the star field, spanning tens of billions of miles from left to right, almost running through the entire star field occupied by the Myriad Races Alliance. It was extremely wide, but it was also very narrow. It was originally only a few tens of millions of kilometers in height, but it quickly expanded as if it was being pulled by an invisible and majestic force. In just a few dozen breaths of time, a void crack that was like a canopy of the sky had appeared in the depths of the star field. It was tens of billions of kilometers in width, and it was over 10 billion kilometers in height. It had replaced a corner of the star field. What was originally pitch black within the crack that looked like a giant curtain of space was even a large amount of spatial turbulence wreaking havoc within it. But soon, under the influence of some unknown invisible force, the structure of the void crack became more and more stable. Even the original pitch-black void crack seemed to be slowly thinning out. Whoosh, along with this almost imperceptible sharp sound, a striking ray of light suddenly appeared in the void crack. This was a ray of starlight, and it shot out from the void of another universe at the end of the crack. It emitted a wisp of the aura of the first universe that was so dense that it couldn't be dispersed. Roar. Whoosh, this is the aura of our ancestral land. Look, in the depths of the star field, there is a huge void crack. On the other side of the void crack, there seems to be a bright sea of stars. What a familiar aura. Could it be the first universe? The first universe where our race is located is actually in the same orbit as this void fragment of the primitive world. Whoosh, whoosh whoosh whoosh. At the end of this void crack, a wisp of the aura of the first universe that was so dense that it could not be dispersed poured out along with the brilliant starlight. From the countless inhabited stars in the vast star region of the alliance of 10,000 races, the figures of various races instantly shot out. Belt with excitement and joy, their gazes converged on the void fissure in the depths of the star domain. They quickly determined the direction of the void fissure this void fissure was connected to. Rumble, boom. Soon, a large number of battleships were dispatched from the planets. The higher-ups of the former slaves of the first universe that formed the alliance of 10,000 races all issued orders and sent out battleship legions as scouts to return to the gathering of their races. They shot toward the void crack in the depths of the star zone ahead. Yes, the hundreds of ancestors of the space rats, the hell ants, the giant ferocious, and the evil slime, who had been awakened from their ancestral lands not long ago, did not stop them at all. Over the years, they had been leading the armies of various races to struggle for survival in this fragment of the untainted land. But apart from the four races, the higher-ups of the other races had been living carefree lives in the first universe. Although the magic hall hadn't invaded yet, it wasn't time to force them to awaken all of the slumbering ancestors in their ancestral lands. But, they should know the general situation of this fragment of the untainted land in advance. They should know the pressure that the space rats, the hell ants, the giant ferocious, and the evil slime were under. It was only right to give them some mental preparation. Rumble, whoosh whoosh whoosh, the sound gradually faded away. As the scout fleets of the other races continued to enter the void passage in the depths of the star domain ahead, the 400 or so higher-ups of the space rats, the hell ants, the giant ferocious, the evil slime, and the other 400 or so higher-ups of the various eras who had just been awakened also flashed and each chose a life star to enter. In that attack just now, they had all used up some of their bloodline power, and even their soul blood. It could be said that they had suffered quite a loss, and the impact on their bodies was not small. While the army of the magic hall hadn't invaded yet, they had to make use of all the time they had to make up for their losses. They even had to continue their seclusion in the stars to improve their cultivation strength. The Human Race Federation. In the previous battle in the Tianji star domain, although the Tianji clan had been annihilated, all of their battleship armies and mechanical beasts had been annihilated. Even the star fortresses, giant intelligent robots, and various battleship production lines that had been built from the stars in the star domain had all been destroyed. All of the official members of the Tianji clan, including De, had been exiled into the boundless void passage along with the departure of the Tianji beast. Moreover, the mechanical beasts that De had fused with the entire mechanical race were chasing after them. There was basically no possibility of them returning. Although the goal of this battle had been achieved, the participating parties had suffered heavy losses. Of course, these losses did not include the Magic Hall, but only the Heavenly Law Alliance. As the battle in the Tianji star domain came to an end, the Heavenly Law Alliance had fallen apart. The Alliance of 10,000 Races, the Star Alliance, and the Human Federation that had formed the alliance had turned against each other because of this. From the current situation, it was impossible for them to continue to form an alliance, at least for a short period of time. No, however, the most important thing was that the Heavenly Law Alliance's three great alliances had all suffered disastrous losses. There was no need to mention the Alliance of 10,000 Races. Before the battle in the Tianji star domain began, they no longer had a desolate venerable to hold the fort. After the battle in the Tianji star domain, the Star Alliance only had one desolate venerable left, the blood-devouring war lion. Most importantly, the Human Federation was the one that suffered the most. Among the three factions that formed the Heavenly Law Alliance, the Human Federation's high-end combat power was originally the strongest. In the Immortal 9 Stars, the 10 Ultimates Celestial Palace, and the Temple of Glory, two desolate venerable monsters had awakened not long ago. In addition to De and the two mechanical beasts under his command, the Human Federation's desolate venerable combat power was as high as 9 desolate venerables. However, now, De and all of the official members of the mechanical race had turned into mechanical beasts and chased after the Tianji beast that De had fused with. The other desolate venerable monsters of the Human Federation had all fallen, and only 2 human desolate venerables had escaped. Of the 2 human desolate venerables, one was from the Immortal 9 Stars, and the other was from the 10 Ultimates Celestial Palace. Although they did not fall in this battle, their performance at the last moment of the battle had been spread out, and they had no face to see anyone. At this moment, these 2 human desolate venerable monsters, who had lost all face, were in the deepest part of the star domain that the Human Federation occupied. In the star where the Federation's Great Hall was located, they were discussing the future of the entire Federation. At this moment, everything that happened in the Star Alliance and the Alliance of 10,000 Races was immediately known to them. The two of them. One of the old men gasped in shock and exclaimed in shock. "Oh my God! Oh my God, even their race is willing to sacrifice, have they all gone mad? My God, they're even willing to sacrifice their own race, have they all gone mad?" Everything that happened in the Star Alliance and the Alliance of 10,000 Races was transmitted to the 2 surviving Huangzun old monsters of the Human Federation. The 2 old guys were shocked. After a short moment of daze, they gasped and cried out in surprise. Before the cries of alarm could be heard, the 2 old fellows subconsciously exchanged glances, and the expressions on their faces instantly became extremely gloomy. At that moment, they felt a strong sense of crisis, not from the Magic Hall, but from the Myriad Races Alliance and the Star Alliance, especially the latter. After the battle in the Tianji Star Sector, the Heavenly Law Alliance fell apart, and the 3 powers that made up the Heavenly Law Alliance turned against each other. The Myriad Races Alliance was better off. After all, they didn't have a Supreme Master of the Primordial Era, so they didn't participate in the battle. But the Star Alliance was different. At the last moment, the 2 surviving elders of the Human Federation tried to curry favor with the Master of the Magic Hall, Xianxia, in order to save their own lives. They even attacked the blood-devouring lion of the Star Alliance, trying to curry favor with the Master of the Magic Hall, Xianxia. Of course, the result was infuriating. The Master of the Magic Hall, Xianxia, didn't even look them in the eye. Not only did he let them go, but he also let the blood-devouring lion go. This point alone was enough to infuriate the 2 old guys of the Human Federation so much that they almost vomited blood. In their opinion, the master of the magic hall, Xian, did it on purpose. He spared the blood-devouring lion just to annoy them. It would have been fine if it was just the blood-devouring war lion, but now, that old fellow had actually paid such a huge price and spared no expense to awaken the slumbering ancestors of the blood-fled dragon, Green Rock, and battle lion clans in their ancestral lands. There were more than 200 ancestors of the three races in total. The blood dragon, the Green Rock, and the battle lion race had about 60 each. Even the weakest one was a universe master. Arrival there were 5 or 6 supreme ancients and 6 primordial ancients in each of the 3 clans. In total, there were 16 or 17 supreme ancients and 16 primordial ancients in each of the 200 ancients of the 3 clans. The Star Alliance's strength had suddenly skyrocketed. With the bloodthirsty Warlion's violent temper, he wasn't going to let the Human Federation off the hook that easily. While in addition to them, the Myriad Races Alliance also made a shocking move. The Space Rat, the Hell Ant, the Giant Ferocious, the Wraith, and the Slime imitated the blood-devouring War Lion's actions. They followed suit and awakened the 400 ancestors of the 4 clans in their ancestral lands. This is among these beings, even the weakest one was already a Universe Supreme, accounting for more than half of them. There were about 300 of them. But the remaining 100 or so figures were either primordial ancients or primordial ancients. Among them, there were about 20 supreme ancients in each of the 4 clans, and 4 to 5 supreme ancients. In other words, among the 400 ancestors of the Space Rat, the Hell Ant, the Giant Ferocious, and the Slime race, there were more than 80 supreme ancients, and more than 20 supreme ancients. That was even more than the Star Alliance. Although the Human Federation didn't become enemies with the Myriad Races Alliance during the war in the Xianxia galaxy, the blood-devouring war lion had already spread the news of what they had done. Everyone in this fragment of the universe knew about it. Now that the Myriad Races Alliance was so powerful, they would ignore the Star Alliance's invasion of the Human Federation even if they didn't take the initiative to attack them. They would pretend they didn't see anything and watch the tigers fight from the sidelines. Still, the Human Federation had its own reserves that would not lose out to the Star Alliance or the Alliance of 10,000 races. In fact, they might even surpass them. For example, there were still many superior beings and paragons slumbering in the depths of the everlasting star, the 10 Ultimates Celestial Palace, as well as the Temple of Glory, the core ancestral grounds of the former Federation of 10,000 Luo. If all of them were to be awakened, they would outnumber both the Alliance and the Star Alliance combined. But after some thought, the 2 desolate sovereigns who were now in charge of the Human Federation shook their heads at the same time and rejected the idea. On one hand, the Human Federation was far from having to awaken the Supreme Ancients in the depths of the everlasting star, the 10 Ultimate Sky Palace, and the Temple of Glory. This was because, the longer the Supreme Ancients remained in slumber, the stronger their cultivation would be when they were awakened. Therefore, they wouldn't be willing to awaken them unless it was a matter of life and death. After all, the Human Federation's ambitions were greater. Among the 3 main planes of the stars, the human race and the 10 Ultimates Federation had the most resources in the first place, and they had the capital to scheme more. Clang. But that was only one of the reasons. Another reason was that in the previous battle in the Xianxia Star Zone, their performance at the last moment had been too embarrassing. They had made the wrong choice in order to save their lives. Now, these 2 old guys had a bad reputation in this fragment of untainted land. If they were to awaken some of the desolate sovereigns from the depths of the everlasting star, the 10 Ultimate Sky Palace, or the Temple of Glory, they would feel embarrassed. It was too embarrassing. Even if they were to be awakened, they would have to wait until the storm of the Battle of the Xianxia galaxy had died down, and when the embarrassing incident at that time was no longer mentioned. At that thought, the 2 desolate sovereigns exchanged glances guiltily, and reached a consensus in an instant. As if they were of one mind, they nodded and made a suggestion. Whatever the case may be, the Human Federation still has you and me, 2 desolate sovereigns in charge, and both of them are late-stage Class 7 desolate sovereigns. No matter how you look at it, it's not yet time to awaken the slumbering desolate sovereigns in the 3 ancestral grounds. That's right. This is a matter of great importance, and we won't consider it for the time being. Still, even if we don't mention the Magic Hall and the Multiverse Federation, we have to be on guard against the Celestial Federation. That shifter blood demon is a vengeful person, and has never been a good person. Previously, D-Air had opened up a stable planar portal in the void 10 billion miles away from the Federation's planetary system. That was how the everlasting 9 stars, the 10 ultimate sky palace, and the Temple of Glory arrived. Why don't the two of us put in more effort and blow up the wormhole again, widening it to at least the size of the portal built by the Star Alliance and the Multiverse Alliance? That's a good idea. That way, not only would the factions of the Third Universe continue to arrive, stabilizing the Human Federation's control over the Void Fragment, we could at least bring the everlasting 9 stars, the 10 ultimate sky palace, and the Temple of Glory back to the Third Universe when the time comes. At that, the two desolate sovereigns smiled at each other, and could be said to have hit it off. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. A month ago, a shocking piece of news broke out in the void of this fragment of the Chaos Land, causing an uproar among the higher-ups of the various small and medium-sized powers. However, their hearts, which had been in their throats because of the end of the battle in the Tianji Star Zone, had finally calmed down. In this fragment of the Chaos Land, other than the various small and medium-sized powers scattered in various voids, there were 3 top-notch powers, the Tianji Clan, the Magic Hall, and the Heavenly Law Alliance. However, later on, following the battle in the Tianji Star Zone, which led to the destruction of the Tianji Clan and the collapse of the Heavenly Law Alliance, the Magic Hall once again became the undisputed overlord of this fragment of the Chaos Land. This, to the higher-ups of the various small and medium-sized powers scattered in various voids, they naturally did not wish to see a situation where only one power dominated the fragment. If that happened, they would sooner or later be devoured by the Magic Hall and forcibly taken in. They would also have to regularly provide precious cultivation resources that were not easy to come by. However, the situation that they wished to see the most was that within this fragment of the Chaos Land, there would be 2 to 3 top-notch powers restraining each other. It would be best if there were occasional battles of various sizes. If that was the case, they would naturally not have the time to care about them. Originally, the various higher-ups of the various small and medium-sized powers scattered in various voids thought that with the destruction of the Tianji Clan and the collapse of the Heavenly Law Alliance, such a situation would never happen again. Not long after, the Magic Hall would monopolize this fragment of the Chaos Land and forcibly take in various small and medium-sized powers. However, what no one had expected was that the matter that they had lost all hope for had suddenly taken an unexpected turn 1 month ago. On the other hand, in the face of the Magic Hall's dominance and the collapse of the Heavenly Law Alliance, the Starry Sky Federation and the Myriad Race Alliance actually made a huge and shocking decision within a short span of 2 days. Star the Sky Alliance's desolate sovereign old monster, the blood-devouring lion, gritted his teeth and woke up all the ancestors of the various eras who were hibernating in the ancestral lands of the Blood Dragon Clan, the Green Rock Clan, and the Battle Lion Clan. There were more than 200 of them, and they were all Universe Supreme Beings and above. Among them, there were dozens of primordial beings and 17 or 18 primordial Supreme Beings. Furthermore, the newly awakened patriarchs of the 3 races tore open a rift in the depths of the Star Alliance's planetary system at the cost of destroying their own ancestral lands. They forcibly merged the second plane of the universe with the void fragment of the Your Wilds. Such as with that, the Star Alliance was confident that the other races in the second universe would be able to summon their ancestors from their ancestral lands at a moment's notice. The same was true for the armies of the various races. As soon as this news spread, news of the Myriad Races Alliance's movement spread. Dang, at that time, although the alliance of 10,000 races no longer had a desolate Zune, the dozen or so ancient powerful figures of the Space Rat, the Hell Ant, the Giant Ferocious, and the Evil Spirit Slime made the same choice. They imitated the actions of the blood-devouring War Lion and followed suit. More than 400 elders from the ancestral lands of the 4 clans were awakened. The weakest among them was a Universe Supreme, and more than half of them were awakened. There were about 300 of them. The remaining 100 or so of them were primordial beings and primordial Supreme Beings. Since the Space Rat, the Hell Ant, the Giant Ferocious, and the Evil Spirit Slime had more than 80 primordial beings. As for primordial Supreme Beings, there were more than 20 of them. That was even more than the Star Alliance. And in the depths of the Alliance's planetary system, they tore open a rift in the void and forcibly merged the first plane of the universe with the Chaos Fragment. Since then, both the Star Alliance and the Alliance of 10,000 Races had regained their confidence in facing the Magic Hall. Now, within the two alliances' planetary systems, there were about 20 primordial supreme beings. Moreover, they could summon reinforcements from the first and second universes, which had completed the merging of the planes. Now, if they were to join forces, they would have the strength to conquer the Magic Hall. Of course, such a situation was unlikely to occur. The master of the Magic Hall was notorious for his ferocity. Ever since the Magic Hall took over, he had never suffered a loss. Even if they had the upper hand on the surface, they would not provoke the Magic Hall unless it was absolutely necessary. Since then, whether it was the Star Alliance, the Alliance of 10,000 Races, the Demon Hall, or the leaders of the many small and medium forces scattered in the void of the untainted land fragment, almost all of them turned their eyes to the Human Federation as if they had made a pact. The Heavenly Law Alliance had fallen apart. Among the three great powers, the Star Alliance and the Myriad Races Alliance had already taken action and reversed the unfavorable situation for them. Now, the only one left was the Human Federation. All the powers wanted to know what kind of decision the two old monsters of the Human Federation, whose reputations weren't too good, would make. A month had passed, but the Human Federation had not made any moves. Gradually, the people who were paying attention to the Human Federation started to disperse. Most people believed that the two old monsters would grit their teeth and endure the current dangerous situation. They would not make any rash moves until the most critical moment. But in fact, this was not the case. Over the past month, the two desolate venerable old monsters of the Human Race Federation had been busy. Previously, DR had created this huge wormhole passage in the void 10 billion miles away from the Human Race Federation's star sector. Although it had successfully connected to Universe 3, it was still a huge wormhole passage. But the wormhole could only allow one star to pass through. Even two stars could not pass through. This level of wormhole was far from the so-called merging of planes. To achieve the level of merging planes, they would have to expand this stable wormhole by at least 10 times. This was not impossible for the two desolate supremacy old monsters of the human race, but they had to be prepared. Therefore, in the past month, they had been making all kinds of arrangements in this wormhole. As long as all the arrangements were completed smoothly, there was at least an 80% chance that the wormhole would be expanded by at least 10 times with the help of the two old monsters' full power. In this way, this wormhole would be the same as the Star Alliances and the Human Federations. It could be said that this wormhole was truly a parallel plane to the Human Federation's third universe. In the past month, the outside world thought that the Human Federation had not made any moves. But in fact, the two old monsters of the Human Federation had been making all kinds of arrangements in this wormhole. Now, all the arrangements had been completed. This wormhole passage looked normal from the outside without any abnormalities, but in fact, countless nodes had been set up inside. These nodes formed a void array that was incomparably powerful and could explode at any time. In the void beyond the planetary system of the Human Federation, whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh, two figures darted out of a wormhole 10 billion miles away from the Federation planetary system. They were none other than the two late-stage old monsters with a bad reputation who were currently overseeing the Human Federation. Over the last month, the outside world had assumed that the Human Federation had not made any moves. But in truth, those two old fellows had been in the wormhole all along, making various arrangements in full swing, and now, all arrangements had been completed. From the outside, this wormhole appeared to be normal without any abnormalities, but in truth, countless nodes had been set up inside. These nodes formed a void array that was incomparably powerful and could explode at any time. Once the void formation within the wormhole was detonated, the countless nodes would explode at the same time. Under the precondition that the wormhole remained stable, its diameter could be widened by more than 10 times in the shortest time possible. Only in this way could this wormhole channel be considered to have truly realized the formal parallel orbit of Universe 3 controlled by the Human Federation. And, once the merging was complete, the two old fellows' objective would be considered accomplished. If the Magic Hall, the alliance of 10,000 races, and especially the Galactic Federation did not invade, they would simply use the stable wormhole to continuously send in the human legions from the third universe. But, once they were attacked and could not resist, they could just bring the imperishable 9 stars, the 10 ultimates, and the Temple of Glory into the wormhole and flee to the third universe for the time being. Though it would be a little embarrassing, it was at least better than waking up some old monsters from the depths of the imperishable star, the 10 Ultimates, and the Temple of Glory while the wind was still raging, making them lose all face. At that very thought, the two shameless old fellows turned to look at each other and nodded at the same time. Everything is ready, we just need one last thing. This old man has made 3 full calculations without any mistakes, and it could be detonated at any time. Then let's not wait any longer. Things might change if we delay. Let's first complete everything. After finishing the last sentence, the 2 old men did not say anything else. The smile on their faces disappeared, and their expressions became extremely solemn. Then, a cold light flashed in their eyes. In an instant, they fully activated the power in their bodies and raised their hands to punch forward. Boom, boom. Rumble. In the next moment, all the Zhengyuan and the 2 old monsters transformed into a beam of energy that shot out at lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, it entered the wormhole and disappeared. This is the 2 energy pillars were over 10,000 zhang in diameter and were extremely solid. After all, they were the full-powered attacks of a late-stage 7th-order old monster. Not only were they faster than lightning, but they were also terrifyingly powerful. Along the way, the void collapsed, letting out muffled rumbling sounds of thunder. Whoosh! Whoosh! The late-stage Zune freak drew back immediately. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the edge of the Human Federation, which was tens of billions of miles away, then sat down cross-legged in the void. Then, with a wave of their hands, the 2 old men both slapped some top cultivation resources into their mouths to replenish the energy in their bodies that they had just consumed. As for the Human Federation behind them, all the forces were ordered to retreat to the depths of the star field by the 2 old men. They were not allowed to step out of the star field rashly. Such as, today, in this vast and boundless void, behind some abandoned stars in some remote corners hundreds of billions of miles away, some scattered fleets could be seen. They were the scouts from various small and medium-sized forces. At first, there was no movement, but at this moment, the commanders in the scout fleets were all alarmed. This was because the 2 late-stage old monsters in the Human Federation suddenly appeared outside the star field. This was definitely not normal. There must be something going on. Boom. Rumble. No more. When the higher-ups of the scout fleets hundreds of billions of miles away reacted, the wormhole passage, which was tens of billions of miles away from the star field of the Human Federation, began to tremble violently, and there was an earth-shattering sound of thunder. In the next moment, all the nodes of the void array that the 2 old men spent more than a month to arrange in the wormhole passage exploded at the same time. This violent force that made one's heart tremble was raging. The wormhole passage in front of them instantly expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye. Its diameter was originally only the size of a giant star, but in just a moment, the diameter of the wormhole passage doubled, allowing 2 giant stars like the immortal star to pass through side by side. While during this process, the aura of the wormhole passage had been very stable, and there was no sign of it falling into chaos. By the numerous nodes of the void formation in the wormhole passage were actually set up by 2 7th-stage old monsters after a month's worth of time. After that, they even went through 3 comprehensive deductions to ensure that there wouldn't be any accidents before fully detonating it. Boom. Rumble. The earth-shattering roar continued. In their line of sight, this wormhole passage was expanding rapidly in all directions almost every moment. It was like a big mouth. The more angry it was, the more it opened, but it only expanded in all directions, and did not approach the star field where the Human Federation was located. Straight after 4 or 5 breaths, the diameter of the wormhole passage had reached a size that could allow 5 giant stars like the immortal star to pass through side by side. Not only was this void mouth still as stable as before, but even the distance between it and the edge of the Human Federation star field was still around 10 billion miles. This was the result of the deliberate guidance of the 2 old men. They had considered the distance between the Human Federation star field and this wormhole passage when they arranged the void array composed of countless explosive nodes in the wormhole passage. Thus, therefore, although the wormhole passage was expanding, it only radiated in all directions and did not approach the Human Federation star field from a deep level. A distance of about 100 million miles was the most suitable for the Human Federation. Whether it was summoning an army from the third universe or gathering the army in the Federation star field to evacuate to the third universe on the other side of the wormhole passage, they all needed this 10 billion miles of void as a gathering place. Boom. Rumble, rumble, in the blink of an eye, 20 breaths had passed. This wormhole passage had been expanding outwards. At first, it was fast, but later on, it slowed down. But now, 20 breaths had passed, and the diameter of the wormhole passage had reached a size that could allow 8 giant stars like the immortal star to pass through side by side. Also, in other words, the expansion this time was already 80% complete. Moreover, until now, the entire wormhole passage was still very stable. The two old monsters of the human clan had bright smiles on their faces. They felt that victory was in sight. However, right at this moment, an unforeseen event that completely caught them off guard suddenly befell them. 20 breaths had passed, and the wormhole channel had been expanding outward. It was already 80% complete, and until now, the entire wormhole channel was still very stable. The two old monsters of the human race had already bloomed a bright smile on their faces. However, it was precisely at this moment that an unforeseen event that they had not expected at all suddenly, unexpectedly descended. Boom. Rumble, roar. The rumbling sound still continued, but suddenly, the wormhole channel that had slowed down suddenly expanded again. In the blink of an eye, it expanded by a large margin. Moreover, in the rumbling sound of thunder in the void, there was actually an earth-shaking roar, dry and harsh, like the screeching of metal. In just a moment, the wormhole channel expanded by 1/3 at an astonishing speed. Originally, it could only accommodate 8 giant stars like the immortal stars side by side, but now it could accommodate about 12. Even the original intention of the two old monsters of the human race was only to accommodate 10 giant stars like the immortal stars side by side. Now, the wormhole channel had reached 12 immortal stars side by side, which was considered to have exceeded their expectations. Moreover, even if the wormhole channel unexpectedly expanded by a large margin in an instant, it was still incomparably stable, and there were no signs that it was about to collapse. From this point of view, everything that happened in front of them should have been a surprise for them, because they had achieved their expectations. But, in fact, when all this accident happened, the two old monsters of the human race, who were sitting cross-legged in the void outside the edge of the human race Federation star field, were stunned at the same time, and then their faces changed dramatically. Their bodies shook violently, and they gasped in horror. What happened? Why did the wormhole channel suddenly expand so much? And that beast roar, how did it appear? Not only is the aura amazing, but it even sounds familiar. Do you also find it familiar? I also have the same feeling, and an extremely strong intuition shrouded my heart. We seem to be in trouble. Roar. Screech. It was as if the Buddha was responding to their exclamations that were filled with endless bewilderment. Just as the two old fellows finished speaking, an earth-shattering roar suddenly rang out from this planar wormhole passage that had stabilized after it expanded abruptly 10 billion miles ahead. Following closely behind was an extremely shrill and vicious howl. Regardless of whether it was the furious roar or the ruthless howl that followed it, they both sounded familiar, and they definitely came from the same existence, Xiao. Rumble. When this incomparably shrill and ruthless howl faded away, a figure shot out from this stable wormhole that was connected to Universe 3. The sound of it breaking through the air was incomparably sharp, and the void rumbled with thunder. What rushed out of the wormhole was an incomparably gigantic mechanical beast. Its body was 500 million miles long, twice the size of the imperishable star. It stood on its hind legs, with a pair of giant metal mantis wings on its back. However, its head was like a beehive, with countless facets on it. A rival the cultivation aura that emanated from its body was that of a true heavenly Tao realm expert. Look, when it came to this mechanical beast, the two late-stage 7th-stage old monsters at the edge of the Human Federation star domain were first stunned, then their expressions changed drastically. Their bodies trembled violently, and they were practically scared out of their wits. Heaven's mechanical beast? No, it wasn't a heavenly mystery beast. Mechanical beast? No, it wasn't a mechanical beast either. Heaven's the mechanical beast was about 400 million miles long. It was formed by the fusion of all the official members of the heavenly mystery race, as well as himself. Its cultivation level had already reached the true heavenly Tao realm, but in the recent battle in the Tianji stellar domain, the Heavenly Legacy Beast's 6 mechanical arms had been blasted off. Pang Da's terrifying body that spanned over 400 million kilometers was left with a hole that was more than 50 million kilometers in diameter. Furthermore, it was pursued by D-Air's mechanical beast into the endless void turbulence. As for the mechanical beast, it was formed by the fusion of D-Air and all the official members of the mechanical race. It stood on its hind legs, with a pair of metal mantis blade-like wings on its back. Its body was only about 300 million miles long, and its cultivation was close to the true Heavenly Tao realm. It could be said to be the strongest person under the Heavenly Tao realm, and even the Magic Hall's master, Yi Xian, was probably slightly inferior. However, it had yet to enter the true Heavenly Tao realm. During the final moments of the battle in the Heavenly Mystery Star domain, the main reason why it was able to chase after the Heavenly Mystery Beast was mainly because the Heavenly Mystery Beast had been severely injured by the Magic Hall's heaven-falling bow from Yi Xian. At the end of the battle, the Heavenly Mystery Beast and the Mechanical Beast fled into the endless void turbulence. Regardless of who it was, the countless experts in the void fragment of the primordial world never expected that they would return one day. However, in fact, this scene had indeed happened. However, there was a high chance that it had something to do with the expansion of the wormhole by the 2 late-stage-old monsters of the human race, connecting the third universe and the void fragment of the primordial world to form a parallel orbit. It was during the expansion of the wormhole that they had accidentally captured the aura of the void coordinates. That was why they had come all the way. First, the sudden loud bang and the sudden expansion of the wormhole by nearly 30% was caused by them tearing through the void and entering the extremely stable wormhole from the endless void turbulence. However, in fact, it was no longer suitable to use the word them to describe them. Dang, when the chase entered the endless void turbulence, the Heavenly Mystery Beast and the Mechanical Beast were indeed 2 independent existences. In fact, they were one, so it was them. However, right now, the thing that had just charged out of the wormhole that had completed its orbit with the third universe was clearly a whole entity. It was the Heavenly Mystery Beast and the Mechanical Beast. It was no longer 2 separate entities, but one that had fused into one. If one really had to call it, one could only call it. Previously, the Heavenly Mystery Beast was 400 million miles in size, while the Mechanical Beast was about 300 million miles in size. Now that the Heavenly Mystery Beast and the Mechanical Beast had fused into one, its size had reached 500 million miles in size. Such a terrifyingly huge body was definitely a supreme overlord in this untainted world fragment void. In addition, this new type of Mechanical Beast, which was formed by the fusion of the Celestial Mystery Beast and the Mechanical Beast, must have been the fusion of DE and D-Air. No matter who had swallowed whom, the fusion of the 2 was an indisputable fact. Therefore, up until now, it was most appropriate to call this terrifying beast that was the fusion of DE and D-Air, the Heavenly Mystery Beast and the Mechanical Beast, and even the entire Heavenly Mystery Race and the Mechanical Beast, the Emperor Beast. Roar, at this moment, as it finally escaped from the endless void turbulence and returned to the fragment of the untainted world, the enormous Emperor Beast raised its head and let out another shocking roar, which was filled with endless madness. Roar. The next moment, as it escaped from the endless void turbulence and returned to the void fragment of the Eldritch universe, the gigantic Archbeast raised its head and let out an earth-shattering roar, revealing an endless sense of madness. The invisible pressure emitted by this roar made the 2 Huangzun-old monsters of the Human Federation tremble. Their hearts were in their throats, but in the endless fear in their eyes, there was clearly hope and expectation. This, 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 this. The Archbeast was 500 million miles in size. Even a giant star was like a small dot in front of it. It walked on 2 legs, with 4 arms and 2 legs. On its back was a pair of huge mechanical wings that looked like a mantis blade. This pair of wings was a characteristic of mechanical beasts, and its head was a combination of countless facets that looked like a beehive. This was a characteristic of the Celestial Mystery Beast. The Archbeast was the amalgamation of a mechanical beast and a Celestial Mystery Beast. It was the culmination of the entire Celestial Mystery Race and the entire mechanical race. Its appearance meant that between DE and D-Air, one had already been devoured by the other, The reason why there was a strong sense of expectation and hope in the eyes of the two old guys of the Human Race Federation was because of this. Dr. was a high-ranking member of the Human Race Federation, and previously, he had been in charge of the Federation's affairs. His relationship with these two old guys was quite harmonious. Therefore, if the Archbeast's appearance was formed because Dr. had devoured De's celestial mystery beast, then to the Human Race Federation, it was simply great news. After the amalgamation, this mechanical beast was now a true heavenly Tao realm existence. It was even stronger than the celestial mystery beast that had not completely stabilized its realm before. If it was really Dr., the crisis that the Human Race Federation was currently facing would be instantly resolved. It could even leap to become the undisputed supreme overlord of this void fragment of the Eldritch universe. Even the magic hall would flee at the sight of him. Thinking of this, the two old men suddenly became excited. In their opinion, although there was a certain probability that this Emperor Beast was De, the probability was less than 30%. After all, the state of De's Heaven Mystery Beast at that time was obvious to all. He was chased into the endless turbulent void by Dr's mechanical beast. From this point alone, the probability of Dr. devouring De is at least 60% to 70%. Roar. Just then, the Emperor Beast in the void in the distance raised its head again and let out another earth-shattering roar. Then, its gigantic strange head slowly turned and looked at the edge of the Human Federation's star domain. Maureen's incomparably deep voice rang out, filled with boundless ferocity, "The Human Federation, huh? Who would have thought that there would be such a coincidence? That's fine too. Today, I'll destroy it while I'm at it." Hearing these words, the two desolate elders of the human clan trembled violently. They were so frightened that they almost fell to the ground. It was clearly De's voice. De. The dead Dr. was too useless. At that time, he was the one who chased De into the endless void. Who would have thought that in the end, he would be devoured by De? When this desperate thought surfaced in their minds, the gigantic Emperor Beast in the void in front of them had already rushed over with a shake of its body. Roar. De, I won't let you succeed. You want to harm the Human Federation? Don't even think about it. Right at this moment, the Emperor Beast suddenly raised its head and roared angrily, followed by Dr's divine sense voice. Following this, the Emperor Beast, which was rumbling over, suddenly turned around and rushed in another direction. This was a supreme existence that had stepped into the true heavenly path realm. Its speed was too fast. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the horizon. While, at the edge of the Human Federation star domain, the two desolate elders of the human clan, who had almost fainted on the spot, stood there with their mouths wide open. They were completely stunned. Xian was unaware of everything that had happened in the outside world. At this moment, he was in the cave-dwelling star deep in the rising sun forbidden land. The seven gorgeous cultivators, the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Chanru had already entered the magic hall to continue their seclusion. During this period of time, Xian had calmed down and adjusted his state of mind. His state of mind had also undergone a small sublimation. Now, he had once again welcomed the opportunity for a breakthrough. Swish, 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 he arrived at the back mountain of the cave-dwelling star. With a wave of his hand, Shenlong's treasured cauldron appeared. Xian stepped in and sat down at the mouth of the cauldron, which was shrouded in 9-colored fog. Immediately after, a large number of faint air-piercing sounds could be heard. Rays of light shot out from his body and hovered in front of him. All these were the cultivation resources that he had taken out from the undying world in his body for this breakthrough. They included the all-evil origin liquid, the 9-colored divine medicine, and other top-grade cultivation resources. They emitted an incomparably dense energy aura. Taking a deep breath, Xian did not hesitate at all. Soon, all the cultivation resources were compressed to the size of an infant's fist by the power of the Shenlong cauldron's field. They were all swallowed into his stomach and quickly dissolved. Hua! Rumble, almost in the next instant, the clanking sound of chains came from his body, and a majestic energy river was formed. Accompanied by the sound of thunder, it spread out and started to circulate continuously until it was completely refined. This, 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 When the energy river disappeared from Xian's meridians and completely merged with his soul and body, an unknown amount of time had passed. Xian, a cold light flashed in Xian's eyes. With a thought, he only needed to charge once to break the shackles. Next, in the next instant, the anticipated system notification rang out in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the ancient Dongxi mantra has broken through. Current realm, 3rd order supreme primordial level. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the physical body's qi and blood realm has broken through. Current realm, 3rd order supreme primordial level. 3rd order supreme primordial level, his cultivation had broken through again. This was the peak of the early stage supreme primordial level. With one more step, he would enter the mid-stage supreme primordial level. However, Xian did not feel too happy. He had already known everything. Even if he used the 9 transformations of the demonic ape again after this breakthrough and entered the 9th transformation, his peak battle strength would still only be at the peak of the 9th order supreme primordial level. Of course, after the breakthrough, his battle strength would definitely be stronger than before. However, no matter how strong he was, there was still a fine line between him and the true heavenly Tao realm. This was a situation that could no longer be changed. As the primordial desolate apocalypse's full awakening process deepened, he would never be able to penetrate that barrier without obtaining the recognition of the primordial heavenly Tao in this primordial world fragment. He would never be able to step into the true heavenly Tao realm. Even so, when it was time to break through, Xian still had to break through. He could not slack off because he would not be able to stay here for long. Soon, all the subordinates of the magic hall in the forbidden land of the rising sun would follow him into the primordial chaos starfield. Once he entered, it would be time for Xian to explode. The Human Federation, in the void outside the edge of the star field, although there was an accident, the plan of the 2 desolate supremes of the Human Federation still succeeded. Now, in the void in front of the Human Federation's star field, there was a huge wormhole entrance. Its diameter was so big that it could allow 12 giant stars the size of undying stars to enter side by side. This was beyond the expectations of this wormhole. It had already exceeded the original expectations of the 2 old monsters of the human race. Moreover, this giant wormhole channel that had achieved a parallel orbit with the 3rd universe was incomparably stable. At this moment, as the autarch beast that had unexpectedly returned was far away, the 2 desolate supremes of the Human Federation came back to their senses after a while. When they looked around, there were fleets and battleships of different sizes in the void far away. They were shooting towards the direction where the autarch beast had disappeared from. These fleets and battleships were originally scouts of the Human Federation star field. They were scouts from small and medium-sized factions that were secretly observing the Human Federation's movements. However, now, in the wormhole that the Human Federation had built, a level autarch beast that was suspected to be the fusion of DE and D-Air had rushed out. Apart from being shocked, they were also puzzled. Although they were frightened, as scouts, it was impossible for them not to investigate when they encountered such a shocking change. Otherwise, they would not be able to explain themselves when they returned. Exactly because of this, these scout fleets from various factions swarmed in the direction where the autarch beast had disappeared. Although the autarch beast was terrifying and had stepped into the true heavenly Tao realm, as long as they kept a distance, they should be able to ensure their safety. They actually knew their limits. To the autarch beast, they were probably not even real ants. How could an existence at the level of the autarch beast target them? Only if they did not take the initiative to provoke it, they would definitely be fine. Of course, not all of the scout fleets rushed in the direction where the autarch beast had disappeared. A small portion of them separated from the scout fleets. Only a small number of battleships rushed in all directions. These battleships were obviously returning to the clans and forces behind them, reporting everything that happened here as soon as possible. How without a doubt, as the news spread, the autarch beast's return would definitely cause an uproar in this vast void fragment of the primordial world and completely fall into chaos. At this moment, the 2 desolate supremes of the Human Federation were still standing in the void outside the Federation's star field. They had just recovered from their shock. Looking into the distance, they saw that the scout fleets of the small and medium-sized factions had disappeared at the end of their vision. The two old fellows exchanged glances, frowning, and fell into deep thought. They had naturally seen the situation just now. Yes, for the Human Federation, everything that happened later could be said to be a mixture of sorrow and joy. The Emperor the Beast had returned. Furthermore, this Empyrean beast was the amalgamation of a heavenly legacy beast and a mechanical beast. It was much larger in size and its cultivation level was much stronger. It had already stabilized its cultivation at the heavenly Tao realm. However, its own state was obviously somewhat unstable. Just now, the Emperor Beast's divine consciousness voices came out one after another from De and Dr's mouth. And Autark. Obviously, De and Dr were trying to devour each other and completely gain control of the Autark beast. This situation was like having two primordial spirits enter the body of a living creature and start a primordial spirit war. No matter which one was possessed, as long as one could hold on to the end, he would be considered the winner. The one who lost would lose his consciousness forever. It was equivalent to having his body and soul destroyed. To the two old fellows, they naturally hoped that the winner would be Dr. However, this matter was hard to say. Even if they were desolate supremes in the late stage of the 7th rank, they could not interfere. They did not have the qualifications to do so. It seems that we have to prepare for both scenarios. After some thought, one of the old fellows raised his head, gritted his teeth, and said, "If Dr succeeds, it'll be fine. Of course, everyone will be happy. To the Human Federation, it's a huge advantage. Everything will be reversed because of this, but if Dr wins, with his hatred for the Human Federation and Dr's first target will not be the Magic Hall, but the Human Federation. Not only is the Autark beast a true heavenly path realm expert, but it has also stabilized its cultivation in this realm. If Dr wins and the Autark beast attacks, I'm afraid we won't have much time to prepare, therefore, we should let the various forces in the Federation prepare to retreat. Once the news is confirmed that the winner is Dr, immediately let them enter the wormhole at the edge of the star field and return to the third universe first." At this point, another old monster of the human race took over and nodded in agreement. "When the time comes, although the Autark beast can still enter the wormhole and chase us all the way to the third universe's realm, he most likely won't do that. After all, there are other enemies in the void of this eldritch world fragment, including the Magic Hall, which also made Dr invincible. During the battle in the Tianji star field, if not for the master of the Magic Hall, Xianxia's Skyfall Bao, everything that happened later would not have happened. Therefore, it's very likely that he will temporarily abandon the Human Federation and rush to the Magic Hall to prevent Xian from escaping." Whoosh! Whoosh! After making the decision, the two old fellows immediately raised their hands and waved out a beam of light. In the blink of an eye, it entered the Human Federation's star field in front of them. They were giving orders to the dozen or so primordial era experts in the Human Federation to immediately take action and prepare for a full retreat. As for the two of them, they naturally couldn't stay put in this special situation. After looking at each other, they nodded slightly and turned into two streaks of light, shooting toward the void in the distance where the Emperor Beast had disappeared. They would pay close attention to everything that happened on the Emperor Beast. Once the final result of the electronic consciousness battle between Dr and Dr was confirmed, they would immediately take corresponding measures. Star the Sky Alliance. A month ago, the Blood Serpent, Azure Pong, and Battle Lion ancestral lands were awakened from their slumber. Since then, the Star Alliance had fallen into a state of tranquility. Not even the rustling of leaves in the wind could be heard. Rumble. Whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At this time, an earth-shattering roar suddenly came from the void in the distance. This was the sound of the warship's kinetic energy cabin being opened to the maximum. Looking around, the Star Alliance's scout fleet, composed of hundreds of small starry fortresses, was heading in this direction. They didn't slow down even when they reached the edge of the star field. They rushed directly into the star field, revealing a trace of undisguised panic. Rumble, whoosh whoosh whoosh, a Star Alliance scout fleet made up of more than 100 small fortresses was heading their way. The earth-shattering rumbles grew louder and louder. It was the sound of the warship's kinetic energy cabins operating at maximum capacity. They didn't slow down even when they reached the edge of the galaxy. Instead, they rushed straight into the center of the galaxy, revealing a hint of panic. The scout fleet had just received news of what had happened outside of the Terran Federation's galaxy. The fleet's higher-ups were scared out of their wits. They didn't dare to stop for even a moment and hurried back as quickly as they could. For example, today, the Blood Dragon, Green Rock, and Battle Lion clans' ancestral lands had all awakened from their slumber. There were more than 200 of them in total. For example, among them, there were dozens of primordial grade experts on the same level as the blood-devouring war lion. There were also 18 primordial supremes who were stronger than him. However, these masters and desolate masters had only just awoken from their slumber by the bloodthirsty lion. Therefore, after completing the connection between the Second Universe and the Star Alliance's galaxy, they returned to their respective planets and went into seclusion again. Of course, this kind of slumber was completely different from the one in the ancestral lands. It was shallow and could be awakened at any time. For example, since they had just awoken, they didn't know the details of the Chaos Fragment. Therefore, the bloodthirsty lion was still in charge of the Star Alliance. 2 desolate supremacies and 9 almighties stayed in the Alliance star sector and did not enter seclusion to manage the Alliance's affairs. For example, today, as soon as the Star Alliance's scout fleet entered the Alliance, the commander of the fleet rushed out from the flagship and streaked across the sky toward the living planet where the Alliance's Great Hall was located. For example, at this time, there were 11 figures sitting in the hall. 9 there were 3 primordial masters from the Blood Dragon, Green Rock, and Battle Lion clans. For example, the other 3 were primordial masters from the Blood Dragon and Green Rock clans. In addition, the bloodthirsty lion also possessed the strength of a desolate master under the 9 changes of the Berserk Lion. Rebuke, the commander of the fleet, rushed into the main hall and immediately reported everything that happened in the Human Race Federation. The blood-devouring war lion, the 12 powerful figures and Huang Zun were stunned when they heard this. Then, their expressions changed drastically, and they gasped in shock. They all exclaimed in shock. What? The return of the autarch beast? How could this be? Damn it, this is clearly the work of those 2 old guys from the Human Federation. If they hadn't forcibly expanded the wormhole passage and made it parallel to the plane of Universe 3, how could the Emperor Beast that entered the endless turbulent void catch its aura and return? The situation doesn't look good. Although the Empyrean Beast isn't in good condition, with DR and DE's electronic consciousnesses still in the process of devouring each other, the Empyrean Beast's body has already fused. Its injuries have all healed, and the fact that it has completely stabilized at the Heavenly Dao realm cannot be denied. This can be seen from its size of more than 500 million miles. Now that this Empyrean Beast has fused with a mechanical beast, it must be even more powerful. Our Starry Sky Federation will definitely not be able to resist. Our situation is different from that of the Human Federation. If DR wins, the Human Federation will have a complete turnaround. However, for our Starry Sky Federation, regardless of whether DE or DR wins, the result will be the same. I'm afraid that sooner or later, they will come knocking on our door. At this point, the 12 old monsters in the main hall exchanged glances. They were all worried. Ding. The huge main hall of the Alliance fell into silence. After a few seconds, the blood-devouring war lion's eyes flashed. He turned to look at the 9 powerful figures sitting on the left and right of the main hall. He immediately ordered, "The 9 of you will stay in the Alliance's star field and inform everyone to prepare to evacuate immediately. Once the order is given, you must enter the plane channel immediately and evacuate from this eldritch world fragment void." After saying that, he turned to the 2 desolate venerable old monsters of the Blood Dragon clan and the Green Rock clan and said, "My 2 friends, the 3 of us will go out for a walk. This is a serious matter. We can't just sit here and wait for news." Fortunately, although the Empyrean Beast is powerful, it now has DE and DR's electronic consciousnesses in its body. They are constantly fighting each other and have fallen into a state of madness. In this state, its threat has been reduced to the lowest level. It can even be said that it is far inferior to the Empyrean Beast before its realm stabilized, as long as we keep a certain distance, hide our auras, and follow it from afar. In terms of safety, there should be no problem. The 2 desolate venerable old monsters of the Blood Dragon clan and the Green Rock clan obviously had no objection to this and nodded immediately. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh. Once the decision was made, the 3 old monsters didn't pause for even a moment. They leaped into the air and left the Alliance's Grand Hall. They rushed out of the vast starfield occupied by the Star Alliance and headed in the direction of the Human Federation. At the same time, in the Alliance of 10,000 Races. At this moment, in the Alliance Hall of the Alliance of 10,000 Races, more than 20 figures were secretly discussing this matter. Yes. They had just received the news about the Human Federation. Then, more than 20 desolate venerables and supreme masters of the ancients who were not in seclusion and were in charge of handling the affairs of the Alliance in the star field immediately began to discuss. The ancestors of each era that the Alliance of 10,000 Races had awakened this time were from the Space Rat Clan, the Hell Ant Clan, the Giant Ferocious Clan, and the Evil Slime Clan. Therefore, the people in charge of the affairs of the Alliance in the Alliance Hall were the higher-ups of these 4 clans. 4. Each of the clans had 5 desolate venerables and 1 supreme master of the ancients. In total, there were 24 figures. At present, the Alliance of 10,000 Races was facing a similar situation as the Starfield Alliance. The strength of the Emperor Beast worried them deeply because no matter whether DE or DR won in the end, it wouldn't be a good thing for them. They would have to face it sooner or later. However, compared to the Human Federation and the Magic Hall, the Alliance of 10,000 Races was in a better situation. They wouldn't be the first target of the Emperor Beast. But now that the situation had changed, it was necessary to prepare for a rainy day. Therefore, after some discussion, the higher-ups of the Alliance in the Alliance Hall immediately made the same decision as the blood-devouring lion. The 20 desolate venerables stayed in the star field and immediately made preparations to evacuate. The other 4 supreme masters of the ancients immediately rushed to the star field where the Emperor Beast resided. They concealed their auras and closely observed the situation from afar. They had to ensure that if any new changes occurred, the headquarters of the Alliance of 10,000 Races could respond in the shortest time possible. Whoosh, whoosh, after reaching an agreement, the 4 desolate elders immediately stood up. Without any hesitation, they leaped up and left the Life Star where the Alliance Palace was located. The first thing they did was to rush out of the star field and head towards the direction of the Human Federation. In the depths of the forbidden land of Rising Sun, inside Xian's cavern star. Whoosh, after ending his seclusion, Xian opened his eyes and stepped out of the mouth of the farmer god cauldron that was shrouded in 9-colored fog. With a wave of his hand, he stored the cauldron into his body. Just as he was about to step into the black magic hall on the peak of the towering mountain, a long howl suddenly echoed from outside the cavern star. Oh whoa, it was clearly Old Pig's voice. Yi Xian paused and frowned slightly. He turned around and shot out of the cauldron star. The old man was clearly calling him. If there was no major event, he would not have done so. In the next instant, Yi Xian's figure passed through the atmosphere of the cauldron star and arrived in the void of the star region. There were not many figures outside the void. Other than Old Pig, there were only the black-robed desolate sovereign and primordial porcupine from the Alliance of the Remnants. They were all desolate sovereigns, or under the state of 9 transformations of the demonic pig, they had the combat strength of a desolate sovereign. Logically speaking, even if there was a major event in the outside world, they would not be worried. But in fact, whether it was the black-robed desolate sovereign, primordial porcupine, or even Old Pig who was a half-step into the heavenly Tao realm, they were all looking at Yi Xian with a worried expression. Did the Human Federation do something again? Did they learn from the Star Alliance and the Alliance of 10,000 Races and awaken the champions of various eras in the depths of the Undying Star, the 10 ultimate sky palaces, and the Temple of Glory? Yi Xian already knew about everything that happened in the Star Alliance and the Alliance of 10,000 Races more than a month ago before he went into seclusion, but he did not take it to heart. No, after that, the Human Federation did not take any action, and Yi Xian was too lazy to care, so he entered the farmer god cauldron for seclusion. But, in fact, he was quite interested in the subsequent actions of the Human Federation. To be precise, he was interested in the 10 ultimate sky palaces and the Human Federation of Glory deep in the depths of the Undying Star. In among all the forces and races in the 3 main planes of the universe, the 2 human camps and the Myriad Net Federation had always had the deepest foundation. As the core ancestral grounds of the 3 factions, the Temple of Glory and the Temple of 10 Ultimates in the depths of the indestructible star would definitely have many superior beings and barren supremacies slumbering within. Yi Xian really wanted to confirm the approximate number of people and their strength levels. No. However, reality clearly left him greatly disappointed. This time, the two Baron Zun monsters who were keeping watch in the Human Federation did not awaken the latent powers of their race that were slumbering in the 10 Ultimates Celestial Palace and the Temple of Glory. Those two old fellows merely expanded the wormhole passage 10 billion kilometers away from the star field by more than 10 times and successfully merged with the plane of Universe 3. The old pig spirit took over the conversation and suddenly sighed. However, there was a huge accident in the process. It can even be said that those two old fellows have gotten themselves into big trouble this time. Yi Xian did a double take at how serious his words were, his expression turning somber as well. The divine beast and the mecha beast have returned. To be precise, it is only an autarch beast that returned. Since it is a fusion between DE and DR, it is called the autarch beast. This autarch beast is over 500 million kilometers in size, walking on 2 legs and 4 arms. It has a pair of mechanical mantis wings on its back, while its head is a giant beehive-shaped polyhedron like the divine beast. If I'm not mistaken, the mechanical beast chased after the Heaven's Legacy beast into the endless void turbulence and devoured the Heaven's Legacy beast. Then, the two mechanical beasts fused and formed the current autarch beast. When it was exiled in the endless void turbulence, the two idiots from the Human Federation expanded the wormhole passage, which happened to be close to the void where it was located. Its aura was captured, so it locked onto its coordinates and entered the wormhole passage. After rushing out, it returned to the void of this eldritch world fragment. This autarch beast's body is not damaged at all. Not only does it have the cultivation of the heavenly path realm, but its aura is solid. Clearly, its realm has been stabilized, but there is still a big problem with its consciousness that has not been resolved. The old pig spirit shook his head and smiled bitterly. Now, DE and DR's electronic consciousness are all in this autarch beast's body. They are fighting for control of the autarch beast's body and devouring each other, but all of this is not over yet. It seems to be in a stalemate, and no one has the upper hand. Sometimes, DE's consciousness takes the lead, and sometimes it becomes DR's consciousness. Therefore, this autarch beast seems to have gone mad. It is now wreaking havoc in the void of the universe not far from the Human Federation. That place is already in a mess. According to the intelligence, the two old guys from the Human Federation have secretly followed it. It is the same for the Alliance of 10,000 Races and the Star Alliance. A few desolate supremacies have been dispatched. They have restrained their auras and are following the autarch beast from afar, waiting for an opportunity to take action. Moreover, as the autarch beast has now stabilized its cultivation of the heavenly path realm, when it wreaks havoc in the void, it often punches out, causing a large part of the void of the universe to collapse instantly. Although it will quickly recover under the influence of the power of the void laws, but such a movement is after all too big, and it happens again and again. Such a situation has most likely attracted the attention of the primeval Heaven's Eye. Now, in this vast and boundless void of the eldritch world fragment, the invisible power of the heavenly path law is rapidly increasing. Old Pig has a very strong hunch that the primeval Heaven's Eye will take advantage of this opportunity to take action. If something goes wrong, the current situation of the heavenly path law in the outside world means that the moment when the eldritch world will fully descend is coming. In the void, the invisible power of the heavenly path law is skyrocketing. Hearing this situation, Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He subconsciously exclaimed softly, and then fell into deep thought. Old Pig was now at the peak of the desolate supremacy, at the peak of the great perfection of the 9th rank, which was half a step into the heavenly path. His judgment of the invisible skyrocketing power of the heavenly path in the outside world should not be wrong. If so, the primeval Heaven's Eye might really want to take advantage of this opportunity to push the eldritch world to fully descend. In other words, the real eldritch world could descend at any time. It looks like we have to speed up the progress. At this point, Yi Xian's eyes flashed coldly. He turned to look at Old Pig, Primordial Porcupine, and the black-robed Desolate Supremacy. He exhorted, "This matter is of great importance. I have to go out and take a look. I have to grasp the situation immediately and respond in time. As for the 3 of you, stay behind in the Magic Hall. Immediately inform the 6 Magic Hall legions and all the subordinates of the Magic Hall to immediately store all the resources in the star, or transfer them to the battleships. Once I give the order, the Magic Hall will be fully relocated." Swish, with a sharp sound of breaking through the air, Yi Xian waved his hand and a ray of light shot out. In the blink of an eye, it entered the cave star and disappeared. He was the one who woke up the 7 gorgeous cultivators and asked them to store all the resources in Yixian's cave star into the Black Magic Hall. Black the Lustful Demon Hall was personally refined by Yixian, and it was similarly a primordial treasure that contained space within it. Currently, he'd temporarily handed over the control of this black palace to the corpse ancestor, Hamba, of the 7 great gorgeous cultivators. Moreover, there was a special imprint in that ray of light. Once this imprint was activated, the Black Palace would soar into the air and fly towards the star vortex passage that Yixian had concealed with a formation that led to the primordial void. The specific coordinates of the star vortex passage into the primordial void have been given to Hamba. After doing all this, Yixian turned to look at Old Pig and the other 2 and reminded them again, "Once there is a change in the Emperor Beast, I will immediately send a message back. At that time, the Black Magic Hall will rise into the air. You will lead all the subordinates of the 6 legions of the Magic Hall to follow closely behind and quickly enter through the Star Vortex Passage. After entering, you can't walk out. The Star Vortex Passage will automatically hide. Once someone walks out, this passage will be exposed. In addition, after entering the primordial void, don't be too ostentatious. Old Pig, take them to the star field where the Source Nest's base is located and hide in a secluded place. After I return, I will deal with the rest." After saying that, Yixian did not stay any longer. With a shake of his shoulders, his entire body instantly turned into a ray of light and rushed out of the forbidden land of Rising Sun, heading towards the Human Race Federation. Boom! Rumble! In a cosmic void more than 200 billion miles away from the Human Race Federation, an earth-shattering boom resounded. It shook the void so much that it seemed to tremble slightly. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. It was frightening, and it could be said that the wind was howling and the crane was howling. There were many planets with life in this star field, so many small and medium-sized forces chose to live here. Among these small and medium-sized forces, there were some small tribes of survivors, some groups of ferocious beasts, and some groups and forces from the 3 main planes of the universe. Some of the smaller races and forces only occupied 3 to 5 life stars, while some of the bigger races and forces had more than 1,000 life stars. Qian compared to the Star Alliance, the alliance of 10,000 races, the Human Federation, and the Demon Palace, the forces of these planets were on a completely different level. In fact, there was no comparison at all. In reality, the scale of their influence was not small. But now, in this star field that was hundreds of billions of miles wide, regardless of whether it was the small forces or the middle-sized forces that sat on more than 1,000 life stars, all of them were trembling without exception. Looking around, in the life stars and the void, there were all kinds of battleships, fortresses, battleships of survivors, and ferocious beasts rushing out of the atmosphere of the stars. Like monkeys scattering when the tree falls, they spread out in all directions of the void with a sense of desperation. The reason for this was that the Emperor Beast, who had just returned from the endless turbulent void, had left the area where the Human Federation was located not long ago and had madly destroyed everything along the way. Now, it happened to be at the edge of this star field. Roar! Air, don't be so stubborn. You can't swallow me. You and I are of the same race. Why do you have to struggle so hard for the Human Federation? In the left area of the star field's edge, an earth-shattering roar came, followed closely by De's incomparably violent voice of divine consciousness. There was an invisible sense of oppression that made one's heart tremble. This was the oppression of the heavenly way. Bang! Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. As the voice of this divine consciousness sounded, among the experts who were fleeing in all directions in the void, some of the weaker ones immediately exploded, and their bodies and souls were destroyed. Both there were experts from the human tribe, as well as experts from other races from the 3 main planes of the starry sky, as well as survivors of the remote antiquity and ferocious beasts of the starry sky. Even some of the nearby battleships, fortresses, and even the starry sky fortresses and battleships of the remnants could not withstand the terrifying pressure of the way of heaven emitted by De's roar. They exploded in the void and turned into fireballs of different sizes. As far as the eye could see, the entire expanse of space that covered an area of a few 100 billion kilometers had fallen into complete chaos. Blood and flames drifted through space and could be seen everywhere. This scene was simply like the true end of the world had arrived, and everyone was filled with terror. Roar. Boom. Clatter. The next moment, the Emperor Beast raised its head again and let out another earth-shattering roar. Among its 4 terrifying arms, which were like pillars supporting the sky, one of them blasted toward the void in front of it on the right side. There happened to be more than a dozen life stars in this area. At this moment, the Emperor Beast punched from hundreds of millions of miles away in the void and turned them into powder in an instant. No. Even so, even the void of the universe, which was hundreds of millions of miles wide around these life stars, fell into a complete collapse because of this. There was a strange sound like the roar of huge waves. A deep void like a black hole appeared in that area in an instant, an endless void turbulence spread out and burst in all directions. Although this kind of fake black hole formed by the sudden bombardment of external forces would quickly repair itself under the influence of the power of the void law, this scene was too shocking. In the nearby void, countless experts who were fleeing for their lives were scared out of their wits. At this moment, the 2 old guys from the Human Federation were hiding in the void far away. They had concealed their auras and were hiding in the void of the universe tens of billions of kilometers away, observing everything closely and anxiously. The 3 desolate venerables from the Star Alliance and the blood-devouring lion, as well as the 4 old guys from the Alliance of 10,000 races, were also doing the same. In addition, the scout fleets of some small and medium-sized forces from other star areas were also watching everything from a distance in the void of the universe at least hundreds of billions of miles away. Without exception, all of them opened their mouths wide, and their eyes emitted extremely intense fear. Even their bodies were trembling violently uncontrollably. They had followed the Emperor Beast from the star area occupied by the Human Federation to here, and they had seen too much of this scene happening in front of them. Even more so. As for the pattern that they had figured out. Generally speaking, when the Emperor Beast roared at the sky and punched in all directions, directly causing the void to collapse, the consciousness that controlled the Emperor Beast's body was almost always DE. If DE had seized control of the body, he would never have done this. All of this seemed to be without rhyme or reason, but DE must have a purpose for doing so. No matter what it was, it made people's hearts turn cold. These scouts had a very strong intuition that this unexpected turn of events was really going to pierce through the sky. Roar. Boom, walala, as the Emperor Beast raised its head again, it let out an earth-shattering roar. Among its 4 terrifying arms that were like pillars that supported the sky, one of them blasted towards the void on the right in front of it. In an instant, a few more planets with life, along with the countless lives on the planets, were completely reduced to dust by the force of this punch. They were completely annihilated. Even more so, even the cosmic void around the planets, which was hundreds of millions of miles wide, fell into a complete collapse as a result. There was a strange sound that sounded like the roar of huge waves. A deep void that was like a black hole appeared in the entire area. Endless void turbulence spread out and burst out in all directions. In the short 2 days since the Emperor Beast's return, such a scene had happened many times. Dang, the Emperor Beast roared at the sky and punched in all directions, directly causing the void to collapse. The consciousness that controlled the Emperor Beast's body could be determined to be DE. If DE had seized control of the body, he would definitely not have done so. Such a situation was indeed strange, but if one thought about it carefully, it was not difficult to understand the reason behind it. DE and DE seemed to be in a state of fair competition. The 2 of them had the same body, and it was like a possession. In this shared body, they exercised control of the body and at the same time, waited for an opportunity to devour each other's electronic consciousness, but in fact, this so-called fairness might have existed in the endless void turbulence previously. However, with the Emperor Beast's unexpected return to this primordial world fragment void, the so-called fairness disappeared in an instant. This primordial world fragment void was the main fragment of the primordial world that had been shattered in an unprecedented battle. Here, the primeval heavens, I was the embodiment of the will of the heavenly Tao and controlled the complete power of the heavenly Tao. Previously, DE and DE had tried to fuse all their people with the mechanical beasts to break through to the true heavenly Tao realm. However, the result was completely different. DE the second failed and was suppressed by the heavenly Tao. In fact, at the most critical moment, an avatar of the primeval heavens I had descended, and he had been severely injured. However, De was different. The heavenly Tao went easy on him, allowing the Heaven's legacy beast he fused with to successfully step into the true heavenly Tao realm. He became the only heavenly Tao realm expert in the primordial world fragments void apart from the primeval heaven's eye that was the embodiment of the heavenly Tao's will. Only based on this point, it could already explain the relationship between De and the Eye of the Heavenly Way. Among them, there should be a factor of Xingbo, but the specific reason was not important at all. What was important was that this was the home ground of the Green Eye of the Heavens, and De and the Green Eye of the Heavens were in cahoots. Therefore, the return of the Emperor Beast was equivalent to De returning to his home ground. As such, there was naturally no such thing as fairness. However, the Green Eye of the Way of the Heavens of the Untainted Land seemed to be busy with other arrangements recently. For example, the Green Eye of the Way of the Heavens 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 seemed to be busy with other arrangements. Now that the Emperor Beast had returned to the primordial world fragments void, the primeval Heaven's Eye did not immediately descend or make any kind of reaction. Based on this point alone, it was enough to show that it was still busy with other things. It was even possible that it did not pay attention to the situation in this fragment's void for the time being. Therefore, every time De obtained control of the Emperor Beast's body, he would not hesitate to use all his strength. He punched again and again, aimlessly bombarding the void around him. His purpose was to stir up as much commotion as possible in this fragment's void to attract the attention of the primeval Heaven's Eye. While once he succeeded and attracted the attention of the primeval Heaven's Eye, even if it was only a doppelganger of the Heavenly Way's Eye that descended, it would be enough for De. De, who was fighting with him for control of the Emperor Beast's body, would be defeated in an instant. He would be suppressed invisibly and unwillingly, completely devoured by De. After thinking about it for a while, he did not want to guess all of this. Moreover, with Xian's understanding of De, he completely understood everything in a short time. No. At this moment, Xian was also in this void. However, he had also concealed his figure and restrained all of his aura. He stood in the void tens of billions of miles away and watched from a distance. Previously, after leaving the forbidden area where the demon palace was located, Xian had immediately rushed over. With his current cultivation and strength, he had rushed over from the forbidden area of the rising sun. Although the journey was long, he had already arrived in a short period of time. In fact, the two old monsters from the Human Federation, the blood-devouring lion and the other two from the Star Alliance, and the 4 desolate Zun-old monsters from the Alliance of 10,000 races did not escape Xian's perception. Although they had concealed themselves, the current Xian could definitely be said to be the strongest existence under the heavenly Tao realm. His spiritual sense quietly extended and confirmed their location. He didn't even alarm these old fellows. As for Xian himself, he was using the perfect oscillation psyche force mystic technique to conceal his figure and aura. Even De and De, who were busy fighting for control of the autarch beast's body and devouring the other party's electronic consciousness, could not sense Xian's existence, let alone the few desolate Zun-old monsters. At this moment, looking at the chaos in the void in front of him and sensing the aura of the few desolate Zun-old monsters, Xian fell into a gloomy hesitation for a moment. In front of him was an excellent opportunity. He could take the opportunity to kill a few more desolate Zun realm astral beasts and collect a few more drops of desolate Zun blood essence. He could also secretly send the electronic consciousness avatar formed by fusing all of the 4 heavenly kings' electronic consciousness into the autarch beast. When it was unprepared, he could devour De and De and seize control of the autarch beast's body. It was as though he had picked up a heavenly Tao realm avatar out of thin air. However, it was also possible to have both. For example, first, he could launch a sneak attack and kill the few desolate Zun-old monsters from the Star Alliance and the Myriad Races Alliance. He could collect the blood mist from the explosion of their bodies to refine the desolate Zun blood essence, and then plot to obtain the autarch beast's body, or, he could first quietly send the electronic consciousness avatar formed by fusing all of the 4 heavenly kings' electronic consciousness into the autarch beast's body. When it was unprepared, he could devour De and De and seize control of the autarch beast's body. Then, he could attack the few desolate Zun-old monsters from the Star Alliance and the Myriad Races Alliance. These 2 choices each had their own pros and cons, and they were both related to each other. There were both benefits and disadvantages, and it was extremely likely that other accidents would occur. Even Yixian didn't know what to do for a moment. He frowned and fell into deep thought. After a few breaths, a cold light flashed in his eyes as he finally made the final decision. He turned and looked ahead. The so-called electronic life form, whether it was an official member of the machinery race or the Tianji race, was actually just a string of mutated data that possessed intelligence and self-awareness. Like the souls of flesh and blood, it was also a very mysterious existence. Ordinary members of the machinery race and the Tianji race were still too weak, so the string of mutated data that represented their existence could not be differentiated. Therefore, it was unique. But, as it grew stronger, this string of data that possessed intelligence and self-awareness had the ability to differentiate. Just like when a soul was split, no matter how many there were, it was still itself. The reason why DE could split into billions of clones was because the string of mutated data that represented his existence was already extremely powerful. Yixian's electronic avatar originally only had a strand of electronic data. However, after devouring large amounts of electronic data from the Tianji race and official members of the machinery race, it was like devouring large amounts of souls, strengthening his own soul. Therefore, he also had the ability to split into billions of clones. Now, his electronic avatar had split into 4 and was residing in the bodies of Heavenly King Ti Hun, Heavenly King Blood Mosquito, Heavenly King Su Kong, and Heavenly King Time. But, in fact, if necessary, the 4 heavenly kings could disintegrate at any time and transform into tens of millions of mechanical battle beasts. When that time came, every strand of electronic consciousness that resided in these mechanical battle beasts would actually be Yixian. However, the more they split, the weaker the electronic avatar's strength would be. But, now, he needed to inject the electronic avatar, which was also the string of mutated data that represented his electronic life form, into the Archbeast's body and lay dormant, waiting for an opportunity to finally devour DE and DE's electronic consciousness. From there, he would seize control of the Archbeast's body and obtain a mechanical battle beast that had truly entered the heavenly Dao realm. Under such circumstances, it was naturally better for his electronic avatar to be as condensed as possible. But, at this time, in the undying world within Yixian's body, the 4 heavenly kings were lined up in a row in the void, motionless. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh, with a thought, a beam of light shot out from the glabellas of the 4 heavenly kings. These 4 beams of light were the electronic consciousnesses that had entered the 4 heavenly kings' bodies. Blinking, in the blink of an eye, the 4 beams of light merged into one in the void, transforming into a gray dot of light that was only the size of a thumb. It looked extremely obscure and unremarkable. Buzz, in the next instant, the undying world buzzed, and a formless spiritual energy shot out, enveloping the gray dot of light in an instant. Yes, with the support of the spiritual energy, Yixian's electronic consciousness immediately activated the perfect oscillation spiritual energy secret technique. In the blink of an eye, the originally inconspicuous gray dot disappeared. Even its aura could no longer be sensed. Now, Yixian was the strongest expert beneath the heavenly Dao realm. Even a true heavenly Dao realm expert might not be able to sense him when he fully activated his psyche power mystic technique. That alone was enough to ensure that the electronic consciousness, which had concealed its traces and aura, could enter the Emperor Beast's body without a sound. Xiao. After everything was done, the electronic consciousness immediately rushed out of Yixian's body. It didn't emit any aura at all as it shot through the void toward the space where the Emperor Beast was standing billions of kilometers away. Although, the primeval heavens, I wasn't paying attention to this place yet, but DE had been working hard all this while. Under such circumstances, it was hard to say when the heavenly Daos I would suddenly descend. Therefore, Yixian didn't have much time left. He had to act as soon as possible. According to Yixian's calculations, as long as his electronic clone could successfully enter the Emperor Beast's body and lay dormant there, waiting for an opportunity to take action, then it wouldn't be a big problem to eventually devour DE and DE's electronic consciousnesses and seize control of the Emperor Beast's body. The chances of success were at least 80%. Behe's electronic consciousness had already devoured the electronic consciousnesses of tens of millions of official members of the machine race and the Tianji race, refining them and merging them into his own body. Although DE and DE were strong, Yixian's electronic consciousness wasn't weak either. Previously, he could already split into four and enter the bodies of the four heavenly kings. Together with the bodies, he had reached the peak of the ninth stage of the desolate supremacy, which was half-step into the heavenly Tao realm. Now that the four separated electronic consciousnesses had reunited and merged into one, they were naturally more powerful. De and Der had been engaged in a game, devouring and competing with each other for a long time. It was as if the divine souls of two living beings with flesh and blood were trying to take over the same body. It should be known that since they were still in the process of possession, devouring each other and fighting for control of the body, it meant that their souls hadn't been refined into the body and weren't perfectly compatible. As such, these two souls that were in the process of possession and devouring each other couldn't be nourished and replenished by the body for their souls. This situation was the same at the level of the electronic consciousnesses. Also, that was to say, ever since De and Der started fighting and devouring each other, their electronic consciousnesses had been in a state of rapid depletion and hadn't been nourished at all. In comparison, Xianxia's electronic doppelganger was completely waiting for an exhausted enemy. If he suddenly attacked, it would be strange if he couldn't devour one of them. Regardless of whether it was De or Der, as long as he devoured one of them, there was no need to say much about the other one. Although it was impossible for him to suddenly attack when he wasn't prepared, he had already devoured one and become stronger. If he devoured another one, it would naturally be easier. Once all of this was completed, Xianxia's electronic doppelganger would immediately refine the Emperor Beast's body and make it perfectly compatible with his own body. Then, he would carry out the electronic imprint. In this way, this powerful mechanical beast's body would no longer have to worry about being taken away by others. Division Not Xianxia's electronic doppelganger had fallen, and the electronic consciousness imprint left in this mechanical beast's body had completely dissipated. Swoosh, after the electronic doppelganger left his body and silently charged toward the Emperor Beast that was tens of billions of miles away, Xianxia's original body immediately moved and shot toward the void to the left. Currently, he was still in the state of activating the Devil Ape bloodline and entering the ninth transformation of the Devil Ape 9 transformations. However, his body was only about 10 feet tall. Due to fully activating the perfect oscillation spiritual power secret technique, not only was his violent ape form invisible, even his aura was perfectly concealed. Even a true heavenly Tao realm expert would have a hard time discovering him. To the left was the void where the four desolate supremes from the alliance of 10,000 races were hibernating. Yi Xian wanted the desolate supreme's blood essence, so his targets were naturally powerful beasts that had entered the primordial supreme realm. Currently, there were a total of 6 such existences in this void. In addition to these 4 desolate supremes from the alliance of 10,000 races, there were 2 from the Star Alliance. As for the blood-devouring lion and the 2 old fellows from the human race, Yi Xian wasn't interested in them at all. He still didn't plan on dealing with them this time. He found it troublesome to just kill them. Whoosh, as the electron doppelganger left his body and charged toward the Emperor Beast in the distant void, Yi Xian's original body also instantly moved and quietly shot toward the void to the left. This time, there were 6 targets that he had locked onto. Points. They were the desolate supremes from the Space Rat, Hell Ant, Giant Ferocious, and Evil Slime clans, as well as the 2 old fellows from the Star Alliance. Until the 2 desolate supremes from the Human Clan Federation and the blood-devouring War Lion were ignored by Yi Xian. They were worthless and too lazy to attack. These 6 targets were divided into 2 groups and located in different void locations. Moreover, they were quite far from each other, at least hundreds of billions of miles away. With Yi Xian's previous battle record and his current fierce reputation, once he appeared and killed one of the desolate supremes, the other desolate supremes would most likely flee for their lives in an instant. After all, these 6 fellows were only desolate supremes in the middle or late stage. The strongest among them was only at level 7 of this realm. Compared to Yi Xian's peak level 9 cultivation base, the difference was too great. Since they couldn't win, there was naturally no need to stay and wait for death or seek trouble. Whoosh! Whoosh! As his body shot out, 2 more figures rushed out of Yi Xian's body. They were the skeleton doppelganger and the black fog doppelganger. Clang, however, the 2 blood sea doppelganger had already fully activated the perfect oscillation psychic power secret technique. Their bodies and auras were concealed. At this time, they rushed out of Xian's body without leaving any trace. After the black fog doppelganger rushed out of Xian's body, its figure flashed and rushed forward. Its target was the 4 desolate supremes from the alliance of 10,000 races. After quietly approaching them, it would wait for the opportunity to take action and release the 9-colored flame sea to trap the 4 old fellows from the space rat, hell ant, giant ferocious, and evil slime clans. While Xian's true form and his skeletal doppelganger turned around and dashed to the left, where the 3 old monsters of the Star Alliance were hiding. Currently, although the violent ape and the skeleton avatar were only around 3 meters tall, their cultivation realms were not weak. They had already stepped into the great circle of the 9th step of the Desolate Elder after 2 or 3 breakthroughs. Not long ago, they had broken through again, and were even more powerful. The distance of tens of billions of kilometers was left behind in a short moment. At this time, the violent ape and the skeleton clone were less than 10,000 kilometers away from the 3 old monsters in front. The 3 old men had concealed their figures, so they couldn't be seen. But with Xian's cultivation and strength, he could vaguely catch a glimpse of their auras. The blood-devouring war lion was on the leftmost abandoned planet. While as for the other 2 old monsters, Huangzun from the blood-fled dragon clan and the green rock clan, one was in the void, and the other was in a life star on the right. The 3 old fellows were not far from each other, only about 10 million miles apart. Xian and the skeleton avatar stopped in the void and locked onto their targets. Xian was staring at the 4th step Desolate Elder from the blood-fled dragon clan in the void, while the skeleton avatar's target was the 3rd step Desolate Elder from the green rock clan in the life star on the right. At the same time, the Black Fog Avatar had also arrived at the hiding place of the 4 Desolate Elders from the Myriad Races Alliance. It also stopped in the void 10 million miles away. Although he quietly approached his target, Xian did not immediately make a move. Instead, he lay dormant and waited for an opportunity to move. At the same time, he turned to look at the Emperor Beast that was tens of billions of kilometers away, roar. Boom, walala. At this moment, the Emperor Beast in the distance raised its head again and let out an earth-shattering roar. 2 of its 4 terrifying arms, which were like pillars that could hold up the sky, slammed into the void in front of it at the same time. In front of it, more than 10 life stars were scattered in the void. They were separated by different distances. At this moment, when the Emperor Beast punched them from hundreds of millions of miles away in the void, they turned into dust in an instant. The power of this blow was too fierce. Obviously, Di was also a little impatient. This, more than 10 life stars, as well as the universe void around the stars that was hundreds of millions of miles wide, fell into a complete collapse under the violent power of this punch. There was a strange sound like the roar of a huge wave. As expected, a deep void that seemed like a black hole instantly appeared in that area, and boundless spatial turbulence spread out and shot towards the surroundings. This time, the bombardment of the Emperor Beast was even more violent than before. Countless creatures in the void trembled in fear. Even Xian's eyelids twitched slightly. While in front of him, the 2 Desolate Elders, who had long been locked on by him and the skeleton avatar, were clearly focused on the place where the Emperor Beast was wreaking havoc in the distance at this moment. This was the best time to make a move, now. Xiao! Boom! Rumble. With this thought flashing in his mind, Xian and the skeleton avatar's eyes flashed. Without hesitation, they rushed out in an instant. The distance of thousands of miles was just a 10,000th of a second, and they were left behind in an instant. 2 When they were behind the target, the power in their bodies was pushed to the extreme, and a punch was thrown out. Although the 2 of them were only about 10 feet tall, the power in their bodies was not reduced because of this. Such a small figure was even more inconspicuous. At this moment, with the effect of the attack, it was simply impossible to guard against. The 2 Desolate Elders from the Blood Dragon clan and the Green Rock clan did not expect that there was a murderous god behind them. At this moment, their attention was all focused on the front. When they realized that the situation was not right and wanted to turn back to fight, it was obviously too late. Bang! Bang! Everything happened too fast. At this moment, the violent ape and the skeleton avatar punched out at the same time, and all of them hit the huge bodies of their respective targets, without any suspense. As soon as the punch was thrown, an earth-shattering sound was heard. The two desolate elders from the Blood Dragon clan and the Green Rock clan didn't even have time to react. They only turned their heads slightly, and didn't even have the chance to let out a heaven-shaking roar. A majestic force had already rushed into their bodies. In the blink of an eye, the two desolate elders' bodies, which were tens of thousands of miles long, instantly exploded, turning into two scarlet mists of blood that rapidly spread out. It enveloped an area of the void. At this point, there was no need for Xianxia and the skeleton avatar to continue hiding their bodies. The moment they attacked, they were already exposed, so they might as well openly reveal their bodies. Tight then, with the sound of a gust of wind whistling, the violent ape waved its hand. Invisibly, an incomparably majestic and invisible force whistled out, sweeping up the majestic blood mist formed by the explosion of the two desolate Zune-old monsters into his body, sending it to the bottom of the central region volcano in the cauldron space, starting the blood essence refinement. Straight at this time, the blood-devouring war lion that was hibernating in the abandoned star on the left subconsciously turned around. When it saw Xianxia and the skeleton avatar, it instantly opened its mouth wide and was completely stunned. In less than half a breath, Xianxia killed two in one blow, and he had two more desolate venerable blood essences in his hand. First before, he already had 15 desolate venerable blood essences in his hand, and now with two more, the number of desolate venerable blood essences in his hand had reached 17. At this time, just as he and the skeleton avatar appeared, the blood-devouring war lion that was hibernating in the abandoned star on the left subconsciously looked over. Suddenly seeing Xianxia and the skeleton clone, the blood-devouring war lion instantly opened its mouth wide and was completely stunned. Then, its expression changed drastically. Without even thinking about it, as if it was a conditioned reflex, it shrunk its neck and immediately turned around to flee. Walala, roar. Roar. Screech. At the same time, a few tens of billions of kilometers away in another direction, a few heaven-shaking roars and vicious howls suddenly sounded out, and they were accompanied by heaven-shaking sounds that sounded like surging waves. While Bao Yuan and the skeleton avatar were fighting, a cold light flashed in the black fog avatar's eyes. He suddenly waved his right hand. As he attacked, a nine-colored light that looked like a firefly shot out at an astonishing speed. The distance of tens of thousands of kilometers was negligible, and it directly arrived at the center of the four desolate Zune-old monsters from the Myriad Races Alliance. Bang! Moreover, as this ghostly light blasted out, it also expanded in the wind. In less than half a breath, it formed a majestic and endless nine-colored flame sea that spread out in the void. The entire flame sea was extremely agile. Under the rolling waves, the desolate venerable old monsters of the space mouse, hell ant, giant ferocious and evil spirit slime were caught off guard and did not have time to react. Screech. After successfully shrouding the four desolate venerable old monsters, the black mist avatar also raised its head and let out a terrifying howl. Its figure flickered, and it instantly rushed into this majestic nine-colored flame sea. This moment took a long time to describe, but in fact, it happened in an instant. From the moment Bao Yuan and the skeleton avatar attacked at the same time, to the moment when the black mist avatar waved its hand and cast a ghostly light, it turned into a majestic flame sea that trapped the four desolate venerable old monsters from the Myriad Races Alliance and rushed into the flame sea at the first moment. From beginning to end, the whole process only took less than 2 breaths. Even in the void tens of billions of miles away, the autarch beast that had raised its head while the raging ape and the skeleton clone were fighting had yet to let out an earth-shattering roar. At this moment, the two desolate venerable old monsters that were hibernating in the other direction also subconsciously turned to look. Dang! When the raging ape, the skeleton doppelganger, and the familiar nine-colored flame sea in front of them entered their sight, the two old fellows trembled violently, and their expressions changed drastically. Without any hesitation, they immediately turned around and fled to the right. No, needless to say, these 3 old fellows were existences that had experienced the battle in the heavenly mystery star region. Practically everything about Xianxia had already formed a direct reflection. Same, if it were the 2 blood dragons and the desolate venerable of the Green Rock clan who were killed just now, or the 4 desolate venerable old monsters from the Myriad Races Alliance who were trapped in the 9-colored flame sea, no matter how fast their reaction was, it was impossible to be so fast. Unfortunately, whether it was the blood-devouring war lion or the 2 desolate venerable old monsters, although they were extremely vigilant and their reaction was godly, such a move was Obviously a bit wishful thinking. Because, after killing the two desolate venerable old monsters from the Blood Dragon clan and the Green Rock clan, Bao Yuan and the skeleton avatar did not hesitate at all. With a shake of their shoulders, they turned into a ray of light and blasted away, rushing to the vast blood sea tens of billions of miles away on the right. The blood-devouring war lion and the two desolate venerable old monsters did not dare to look back until they had fled tens of billions of miles away in horror. When they felt that there was no movement behind them, they finally mustered up the courage to look back. With just one glance, they were stunned on the spot. The escaping figure of Xingji came to an abrupt halt in the void, and then a look of confusion appeared on his face. What? Why didn't they chase after us? Of course, in the previous battle in the Tianji Star Field, such a situation had already occurred. The other desolate venerables who participated in the encirclement of the Tianji beast and survived in the end, without exception, were all killed by the master of the magic hall, Yixian 6. Yixian didn't seem to have the slightest interest in the three of them. He couldn't be bothered to pay attention to them, and after killing the other desolate elders, he patted his butt and left. He didn't even look at them. At that time, they did not think too much about it. They were still secretly rejoicing, thinking that they had hit the jackpot. Otherwise, they would not have had the chance to survive at all and would have died in the Tianji Star Field. While now, in this star field not too far away from the Human Race Federation, they actually encountered the same situation again. Demon, after killing the two desolate venerable old monsters of the Blood Dragon clan and the Green Rock clan, Yixian directly rushed towards the four desolate venerable old monsters from the Alliance of 10,000 Races. The three of them were obviously closer to the demon ape and the skeleton avatar, but they were ignored again. This is simply, why do I suddenly feel like I am being humiliated? Standing in the void, the two old monsters from the Human Race Federation were stunned for a moment, then they murmured softly and exchanged glances. Next, in an instant, as if they had a tacit understanding, the two of them simultaneously looked in the direction where the blood-devouring war lion had escaped. Coincidentally, the latter was also looking at them with a dull expression. The two old monsters' eyes met in the void, and at the same time, they were stunned, then both of their eyes turned red. At this moment, they did not feel good, and a similar feeling surged in their hearts. It could be said that they were both ashamed and angry. Roar! Screech! At the same time, tens of billions of miles away on the right side of the front, the demon ape and the skeleton avatar, who had unfolded their figures, also raised their heads and let out an earth-shattering roar. In a flash, they instantly rushed into the vast sea of flames that trapped the Space Rat clan, the Hell Ant clan, the Giant Ferocious clan, the Evil Spirit Slime, and disappeared. The entire nine-colored sea of flames was extremely vast. It was a huge sphere with a diameter of billions of miles. Of course, the inside of the sphere was hollow, and the desolate venerable old monsters from the Space Rat clan, the Hell Ant clan, the Giant Ferocious clan, and the Evil Spirit Slime were now trapped in the sea of flames. Roar! Roar, roar, roar! The moment the demon ape and the skeleton avatar rushed into the sea of flames, deafening roars immediately rushed towards them. These four old monsters from the Alliance of 10,000 Races had never dealt with Yixian before. Although they had heard some information from the powerful figures of the Alliance of 10,000 Races after waking up, they did not know that Yixian actually controlled such a majestic nine-colored strange flame. Such as, now that they suddenly saw this strange flame that even the real heavenly Tao realm existences were afraid of, they were caught off guard and fell into a complete panic. Inside the gigantic fireball formed by the nine-colored sea of flames, roar! 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 At the instant the raging ape and the skeleton avatar charged into the sea of flames, a deafening roar immediately inundated them. The desolate supremacies from the four races, Spatial Rat, Hell Ant, Giant Ferocious, and Evil Spirit Slime, were scurrying around like ants on a hot pan. Their faces were all filled with horror and panic. The four old fogies originally had massive bodies that spanned tens of millions of kilometers, but now that they were trapped in the nine-colored fireball, they had shrunk their bodies to about 1,000 feet for the sake of agility. Until in terms of cultivation strength, the four old fogies were not very strong. 2 were early-stage desolate supremacies and 2 were mid-stage desolate supremacies. There was not even a late-stage desolate supremacy that had reached the 7th stage. And at that moment, the three Blood Sea avatars that were standing in three different directions inside the fireball's walls were coldly sizing them up. They were all half-step heavenly Tao realm existences at the perfected ninth stage of the desolate supremacy realm. Although their bodies were not big, only around 3 feet tall, the aura of cultivation that spread out from their bodies was extremely terrifying. It spread out from 3 different directions and enveloped the entire space inside the fireball. The formless and powerful pressure that condensed into an invisible force caused the 4 desolate elders to tremble slightly. That was right. Even before they slumbered, they had never truly come into contact with the Xianxia 9-colored flames. However, not coming into contact with it did not mean that they had never heard of it. Back in the distant primordial era, the Xianxia 9-colored flames had appeared. It was known as the most domineering top-grade heavenly flame in the world. Even true heavenly Tao realm experts would be somewhat afraid of such a top-grade heavenly flame. If they had any other choice, they would not come into contact with it. Such a top-grade heavenly flame was too powerful. Just coming into contact with it would make one feel like a maggot attached to one's bones. Unless one was fast enough to instantly sever one's limbs that came into contact with it, one's body would be incinerated in a short period of time, turning to ash and annihilation. While at this time, the 4 of them were trapped in this huge Xianxia 9-colored flame. It wasn't that they didn't think of putting up a desperate struggle, but thinking about it was one thing, daring to do it was another. For example, if they had the guts to do it, given the situation they were facing today, if they wanted to escape, they could only grit their teeth and charge directly into the flame wall of this giant fireball and forcefully smash their way out. However, if that was the case, the result would not be a single part of his body being contaminated by the Xianxia 9-colored flame. Instead, his entire body would be enveloped by this top-grade heavenly flame. At that time, he would definitely die, and he would not even have much time to struggle. This was definitely not a viable option. Apart from this, the other way to resolve the crisis before them was to completely annihilate the 3 Blood Sea avatars of the Demon Hall Master who had trapped them in this majestic sea of flames, turning it into a ball of flames. However, this was clearly impossible. The 3 Blood Sea avatars of the Master of the Magic Hall were all desolate supremacies, half-step heavenly Tao realm. Among the 4 of them, there wasn't even a late-stage desolate supremacy at the 7th step. This is in this situation, not to mention 3 Blood Sea avatars, even if there was only one, they would not be able to shake, as these thoughts flashed through their minds, the 4 desolate supremacies from the Space Rat, Hell Ant, Giant Ferocious, and Evil Spirit Slime felt as if their brains were about to explode. A strong sense of crisis that they had never felt before had already enveloped their entire minds. Despair descended. They did not think of begging for mercy, because from the information they had obtained, the Master of Magic Hall, Yixian, would not accept this at all. Begging for mercy from him was completely useless. Since that was the case, there was no need to make such a pointless attempt, and it would only bring shame to themselves. Roar! Roar! Screech! In the depths of despair, the 4 desolate supremacies' eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. They raised their heads and roared with incomparable grief and indignation. Immediately after, the 2 old fellows from the Space Rat and Hell Ant clans seemed to have suddenly made some kind of decision. They exchanged glances, and their eyes turned red. At the same time, the voices in their mouths were transmitted out. Since we're going to die anyway, why don't we risk our lives? 2 of you, get ready and wait for an opportunity to escape. The old man and the old ant will self-destruct at the same time. The surging violent energy may be able to temporarily create a gap in this 9-colored flame sea. It had to be said that the choice of these 2 old fellows was indeed the wisest, and their temperaments were also very resolute. Knowing that there was not much time left, they would rather sacrifice themselves to fight for a chance of survival for their 2 companions. At this moment, even Yixian could not help but admire them, because these 2 old fellows were clearly not joking. At the same time that the voice of the divine sense sounded, the cultivation aura that emanated from their bodies had already become violent. This was definitely the rhythm of self-destruction. But unfortunately, even if it was the desolate supremacies, if they wanted to carry out a comprehensive self-destruction at the level of their physical body and divine soul, no matter how fast they would still need a certain amount of time. And now that they were so close, Yixian obviously would not give them this time to succeed in their scheme. Xiao xiao xiao, At this moment, the 3 Blood Sea clones, who were originally standing in different directions of the 9-colored flame ball, moved at the same time. In a tenth of an instant, they had already arrived at the side of the Space Mouse and Hell Ant Clan's old monster Huangzun, who had just gathered in front of the flame wall. No, with half a moment of hesitation, he immediately activated the power in his body, and at the same time, threw a punch at the 2 old fellows who were surrounded by the 3 of them. Bang! Bang! In the blink of an eye, the 3 Blood Sea clones punched out at the same time, and all of them landed firmly on the bodies of the 2 old fellows. Without any suspense, an earth-shattering boom rang out. The 2 desolate sovereigns from the Space Mouse clan and the Hell Ant clan didn't even have the time to react. They only opened their mouths slightly and didn't even have the chance to let out an earth-shattering roar. Immediately after, a wave of majestic and shocking power rushed into their bodies. In less than a tenth of an instant, it had already wreaked havoc within their bodies. Their entire bodies exploded, turning into 2 scarlet mists of blood that rapidly spread out, enveloping a corner of the void. Huff! At this moment, the raging ape waved its hand, along with the howling of the wind, an incomparably majestic force whizzed out, sweeping away the boundless blood mist formed by the explosion of the 2 old monsters. Huangzun collected entered his body and was sent to the bottom of the volcano in the central region of the space within the cauldron. The blood essence condensation began. All of this took a long time to describe, but in fact, it happened in a single breath. Before the violent power in the 2 old fellows' bodies could go berserk to the extreme, it was forcefully stopped and destroyed midway. 2 old monster Huangzun, who was at the early stage of the venerable realm, faced a half-step heavenly Dao stage ranker, who was at the peak of the 9th step, in a situation where he had no way to escape and was fighting at close range. He didn't even have the chance to self-destruct. Bam! Bang! The 2 desolate Zun-old monsters from the Space Rat clan and the Hell Ant clan didn't even have time to react before their bodies exploded, turning into 2 scarlet mists of blood that quickly spread out and covered a corner of the void. Then, with a light wave of the violent ape's hand, it was directly absorbed into its body. Not a single trace of blood was left behind. To the early stage venerable Huangzun didn't even have the chance to self-destruct. In the blink of an eye, he was already unwilling to die, and his body and soul were destroyed. This scene was too shocking. The other 2 old fellows were so scared that they trembled on the spot. Their expressions changed drastically, and their bodies almost staggered in the air and fell. What about the 2 of you? Are you also preparing to self-destruct? If so, please hurry up and save me the trouble of making a move. At this time, the 3 Blood Sea clones had already turned around and looked at the 2 of them. The eyes of the Blood Sea clone, the violent ape, flashed with a cold light as it lightly said a few words. His voice was gentle, neither fast nor slow, and the expression on his face was extremely calm, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. Pfft! Pfft! The 2 old fellows were so angry that they almost spat out blood. What was the use of self-destructing now? Who else could he save by sacrificing himself? This was the thought that flashed through their minds subconsciously. However, just as this thought flashed through their minds, they shook their heads and laughed bitterly at the same time. Because, even if they didn't self-destruct, what was the use? The final result was still the same. Today, no matter what, it would be difficult to escape the calamity of death. Roar! Screech! Bang! Bang! Realizing this, the 2 old fellows exchanged glances. The blazing light in their eyes instantly dimmed, as if they had already accepted their fate and given up struggling. One after exchanging glances, they clearly reached a consensus. They raised their heads and let out a shocking roar and howl, filled with endless mournfulness and unwillingness. Tight following that, 2 heaven-shaking explosions rang out. In complete despair, they actually chose to self-destruct. In the blink of an eye, their huge bodies turned into 2 clouds of blood mist and spread out. That's quite straightforward. Huff! Even Yi Xian was surprised by this result. Way after being stunned, Bao Yuan shook his head and sighed. He then waved his hand at the first moment. With the sound of a gust of wind whistling, a majestic force whizzed out. The blood mist formed by the explosion of the 2 desolate Zun-old monsters was instantly swept over. After absorbing it into his body, he directly sent it to the bottom of the central region volcano in the space within the cauldron. From there, he began to condense the blood essence. At this point, the 4 desolate Zun-old monsters from the Space Rat, Hell Ant, Giant Ferocious, and evil spirit slime clans were all killed in less than 10 breaths of time. While following the fall of these 4 old fellows, the amount of desolate supremacy blood essence in Xianxia's hands once again skyrocketed. First previously, there were only 17, but now, there were 21. 211 pieces of desolate sovereign blood essence. It didn't sound like a big deal, but what it represented was the lives of 21 desolate sovereigns. Unknowingly, the number of supreme desolate sovereigns that had fallen at the hands of Xian had actually reached such a number. If this matter were to spread, it is unknown how many starry sky powerhouses would be scared out of their wits. Walala. Swish, after calming down his excited mood, a faint light flashed in his eyes. With a thought, the black mist doppelganger and the skeleton doppelganger instantly turned into a rain of blood and collapsed. In an instant, they condensed into a dot and blasted over. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared into the space between his eyebrows. Together, at the same time, the 9-colored flame ball that enveloped the void for nearly 10 billion miles also dispersed in an instant. After turning into a vast sea of blood, it also condensed into a point and rushed into the space between Xian's eyebrows. At this point, only Xian in the form of a violent ape was left in the void. The 4 desolate Zoonold monsters from the Myriad Races Alliance were all killed in less than 10 breaths of time. Even the majestic blood mist formed after the explosion of their bodies was taken away. Their bodies and souls were destroyed, and not a single hair was left behind. In the distant void, in 2 different directions, tens of billions of miles away, the blood-devouring war lion and the 2 old monsters from the Human Race Federation saw this scene. Their eyes suddenly froze, and their bodies trembled slightly. At this moment, endless fear shrouded their minds, because in the blink of an eye, the master of the magic hall, Xian, had killed another 6 supreme ancients. But the supreme ancients were like vegetables in his hands. With just a casual move, he could easily kill several supreme ancients. The cruelty of his means was simply outrageous. With this kind of endless fear shrouding their minds, the hearts of the 3 old fellows instantly rose to their throats. The power in their bodies was quietly fully activated, and they were vigilant. As long as there was the slightest bit of danger, they would immediately turn around and flee. Previously, the violent ape and the skeleton clone did not attack them, but that was because in another direction tens of billions of miles away, there were still 4 desolate Zoonold monsters from the Myriad Races Alliance waiting for them to kill. Black the Fog clone had only transformed the 9-colored sea of flames into a huge fireball, trapping the 4 desolate Zoonold monsters. Even though the Black Fog clone was also a peak desolate Zoon at the great perfection of the 9th stage, which was equivalent to a half-step heavenly Tao, it was clearly unable to quickly kill the trapped 4 desolate Zoonold monsters with its strength alone. In order to avoid dragging it out for too long, the violent ape and the skeleton clone had rushed over immediately and quickly finished off the 4 desolate Zoonold monsters from the Myriad Races Alliance. This was understandable and also the most correct choice. But now, the situation was different. In less than 10 seconds, the 4 desolate Zoonold monsters from the Myriad Races Alliance were all killed. As for the master of the magic hall, Xian, he had nothing to do. In the entire void, other than the ants from the small factions and the extremely powerful autarch beast, there were only the 3 of them left. Those ants from the small factions naturally could not attract the interest of the master of the magic hall, Xian. As for the autarch beast, it was now a heavenly Tao realm existence, much stronger than the heaven's secret beast. Its aura had already condensed, and its realm was stable. He was no match for it. Thus, the most suitable targets were naturally the 3 of them. After all, they had nothing to do. Thinking at this point, the hearts of the 3 old fellows were beating wildly. With a flash in their eyes, they immediately looked into the distance. Meaning what was outside was that the violent ape did not seem to be interested in them at all. It did not even look in their direction. With a wave of its hand, it put away the 9-colored sea of flames that had formed the fireball. With a flash of its eyes, it immediately charged towards the autarch beast in the distance. When this scene entered their eyes, the 3 old fellows were immediately shocked. Their expressions changed drastically as they gasped. At the same time, they subconsciously cried out in alarm, "Heavens, what else does this guy want to do?" He actually charged towards the autarch beast. Does he not want to live anymore? He actually wants to kill this powerful autarch beast that is already firmly in the heavenly Tao realm. Roar. Boom, crash, in the distance, as the violent ape, which was only about 3 meters tall, shot toward the Emperor Beast, the enormous Emperor Beast raised its head again and let out a shocking roar. Then, 2 of the 4 terrifying arms on its body, which were like giant pillars supporting the sky, suddenly lifted up and blasted toward the void on its left side. There just happened to be some stars with life in this area. However, there were probably no living beings within these stars. They'd either fled and charged desperately towards the distance and space, or they'd been directly blasted apart by the violent and furious roars of the imperial beast that emanated the boundless pressure of the heaven Tao. At this moment, as the autarch beast punched out with its full strength, a few more planets in front of it were completely reduced to dust and ashes, reduced to cosmic dust. Very obviously, it was Di who was now in control of the Emperor Beast's body. While moreover, compared to before, the current Di was clearly becoming more and more impatient. Even when he raised his head and roared furiously, there was an obvious sense of panic and anxiety. As the Emperor Beast returned to the void fragment of the untainted land, for Di, it was actually equivalent to returning to his own home ground. Because he and the primeval heavens I were on the same side. Just as because of this, every time Di obtained control of the Emperor Beast's body, he would not hesitate to activate all his strength. He waved his fist again and again, aimlessly bombarding the void around him. Di's purpose was to stir up as much movement as possible in this fragment of the void to attract the attention of the primeval heaven's eye. Only if this purpose was achieved, even if he succeeded, once the attention of the primeval heaven's eye was attracted, even if it was only a doppelganger of the way of heaven's eye, it was enough for Di. Di, who was fighting with him for control of the Emperor Beast's body, would be defeated in an instant, suppressed invisibly, and completely swallowed up unwillingly. However, it had been 2 days since they returned. The Emperor Beast's enormous body was controlled by him and Di from time to time. It flew all the way from the star area where the Human Federation was located. Along the way, Di had destroyed countless stars. It was quite a big commotion. But even so, the ruler of this primordial world fragment void, the heavenly Tao Green Eye, did not appear. It seemed to be tied up by something extremely important. Either it could not cast its gaze here, or it had already sensed the changes that had happened here, but it did not have the time to care. No matter which one it was definitely not a good thing for Di. That was why he was getting more and more uneasy. Here at this moment, as he threw another 2 punches, the strength of the Emperor Beast was clearly even more violent than before. After the 2 punches were unleashed, not only did the planet instantly explode into dust, even the space around the planet that spanned hundreds of millions of kilometers had completely collapsed as a result. Loud rumbling sounds that sounded like the roaring of massive waves rang out. A deep void that resembled a black hole instantly appeared in the entire area. Endless void turbulence spread out and burst out in all directions. But, all of this was still useless. The heavenly Tao Green Eye that controlled this primordial world fragment void was still nowhere to be seen. There was no sign that it was about to appear. Di was anxious. This made him unable to see any hope because if the primeval heaven's eye did not appear, he would not be able to hold on much longer. During the battle in the Tianji star area, the Tianji beast that he had fused with all the members of the Tianji clan had stepped into the true heavenly Tao realm. However, for some reason, his luck had not been very good. When he broke through, the injuries caused by the heavenly Tao lightning tribulation had not completely healed. Before he could stabilize his realm, more than 20 desolate Zune-old monsters from the Magic Hall and the Heavenly Tao Alliance had attacked him at the same time. He could have suppressed everything. However, at the final moment, the master of the Magic Hall, Yi Xian, had actually used the Heaven Falling Bow, a supreme divine ability that even the true Heavenly Tao realm feared. In an instant, it had left a huge hole in the Tianji beast's huge body that was 50 million kilometers in diameter. This was nothing. Even with such injuries, he still had the ability to fight back. At the very least, he could easily escape. However, at that moment, Di suddenly tore open the final seal in his body and fused with all the members of the machine clan under him to form a mechanical beast. Although its cultivation was not as strong as his, it was fearless and charged straight at him, wanting to fight him to the death. Caught off guard, the Heaven's Legacy beast was almost chopped into a robot stick. In the end, it fled into the endless void turbulence in a panic. However, it was chased by the crazy robot beasts. In the end, the Heaven's Legacy beast was completely devoured by the robot beasts. As a result, the Tianji beast was born. De's electronic consciousness, which was originally in the Tianji beast's body, appeared in the Tianji beast's body together with De. In such a situation, there was no way out. Either he or De had to die for this battle to end. However, although De was not as strong as him, he had never been injured. As for De, he had never recovered. Although he was a heavenly Dao realm existence, after losing the mechanical treasure body of the Tianji beast, he was only left with his electronic consciousness. In fact, he was only half a step into the heavenly Dao realm. Under this situation, he and De's electronic consciousness were fighting and devouring each other in the Tianji beast's body. As time passed, De's advantage became more and more obvious. As for him, he was in a disadvantageous position. According to De's calculations, if the primeval heavens I did not appear, he could at most hold on for another day. At that time, he could either give up and escape from the Tianji beast's body. He could give up this heavenly Dao realm mechanical treasure body to someone else, or he could only be devoured by De. The situation was extremely bad. Roar. Rumble. Just as De was feeling extremely gloomy, a shocking roar suddenly came from the right side of the Tianji beast. It was followed by a thunderous explosion. Even the void trembled. It was obvious that the power was not weak. It was clearly the peak desolate supremacy of the great circle of the ninth stage, which was half a step into the heavenly Dao realm. Subconsciously, the Tianji beast's gaze followed the sound. In an instant, it saw a violent ape. His body was only about 10 feet tall. Compared to the Tianji beast, he was as small as a speck of dust. At this moment, he was holding a big black stick in one hand. His entire body turned into a ray of light and ruthlessly smashed towards the right side of the Tianji beast's waist area. Master of the Magic Hall, Xianxia? Roar, you ant, how dare you provoke me? You're courting death. With just a glance, De recognized who the person was. Old hatred surged in his heart. He was instantly enraged. The Tianji beast roared. Immediately, one of its 4 giant pillar-like mechanical arms was raised and attacked with all its might. Roar, you ant, how dare you provoke me? You're courting death. With just a glance, De recognized Xianxia. Old hatred surged into his heart, and he was instantly enraged. The Emperor Beast roared, and one of its 4 mechanical arms, which were like giant pillars that supported the heavens, was instantly raised and smashed over with all its might. Swoosh, with a weak sound, Xianxia's figure flashed and appeared in another direction in the blink of an eye. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he held the big-headed black cudgel in his right hand, raised it high above his head, and smashed it down hard. Rumble. Bang. There was no suspense. The right shoulder of the Emperor Beast was instantly smashed, and a huge crater appeared. However, to the Emperor Beast, whose body was 50,000 miles long, it was not painful at all. Its body only trembled slightly. Roar. Damn it, don't dodge if you have the ability. His fist missed, and the Emperor Beast jumped to his right shoulder and hit him. De was furious. He raised another mechanical arm and swept it in this direction. But, unfortunately, the violent ape activated teleportation again. In a flash, it changed its position in the blink of an eye. Without hesitation, it raised the big-headed black cudgel and smashed it down again. At this moment, the raging ape was only 3 meters tall, and its body was extremely agile. Although the monarch beast was also very agile, its body was 500 million miles long after all. Compared to it, the raging ape was just like a speck of dust. Ask, if a speck of dust that was extremely fast, extraordinarily agile, and could teleport at any time was constantly moving around your body, how depressing would it be to throw a punch at it? Xianxia had expected this, so he rushed forward and fought with the Emperor Beast at close range. Of course, this level of attack could not cause much substantial damage to the Emperor Beast, but at least it could control De's consciousness and even make him go berserk. For Xianxia, this was enough. His purpose was to create an opportunity for the electronic doppelganger that had entered the Emperor Beast's body and was hibernating inside it. What is he doing? Is he tickling the Emperor Beast? what was the effect of such an attack? Even if you hit it 10,000 times, you won't be able to cause any substantial damage to the sovereign beast. This is too infuriating. The master of the magic hall, Xian, is so bored that he would rather tickle the emperor beast than attack us. This is simply too much. In the distance, the blood-devouring war lion and the two old monsters from the Human Federation were dumbfounded. They murmured with grief and indignation on their faces. At the same time, inside the autarch beast's body, Emperor the Beast was massive, spanning more than 250 million kilometers. In fact, the space in its body was even more vast. It could be said to be a world of its own. After all, the present Empyrean beast was a true heavenly Tao realm expert. In there was a nebula-like whirlpool at the center of the land, emitting a gray light. This gray whirlpool was the sovereign beast's sea of consciousness. Such as today, DE and D-Air's electronic consciousnesses were all in this gray whirlpool. As for Xian's electronic avatar, it had also entered. The so-called electronic life form, whether it was an official member of the machinery race or the Tianji race, was actually a string of data that had mutated and gained intelligence and self-awareness. It was a very mysterious existence, just like the souls of flesh and blood creatures. Xian's electronic avatar was also a string of electronic data. Now that it had entered the sovereign beast's sea of consciousness, its only goal was to devour the string of data that represented DE and D-Air's electronic consciousnesses. Dang, however, data was an abstract existence. Right now, the concrete manifestation of the data in the sea of consciousness was a cluster of light. Right now, there were only two faint clusters of light that could be seen in the sea of consciousness. One was light blue, and the other was light gold. The two balls of light were only the size of a pigeon's egg. The light blue ball of light was D-Air's electronic consciousness, while the light gold ball was DE's. As for Xian's electronic consciousness, although it was also in the sea of consciousness and was close to DE's electronic consciousness, it could not be seen. Before the electronic avatar left Xian's body, Xian had injected a tuft of pure spiritual power. Now, his electronic avatar was still in a state of perfect vibration spiritual power mystic technique. Although DE had previously entered the heavenly Tao realm, his electronic consciousness had not entered the heavenly Tao realm alone. Instead, it had entered the heavenly Tao realm together with the heaven's legacy beast. Therefore, from a certain point of view, DE's electronic consciousness could not be considered a true heavenly Tao realm existence. He could only be considered a consciousness existence that had slightly come into contact with the borders of the heavenly Tao realm. Therefore, his electronic consciousness was light gold. As for D-Air, he had previously torn open the last seal in his body. Now, his electronic consciousness was also at the desolate supremacy stage 9 perfection. Dang, however, Xian's electronic consciousness was the same. Also, that was to say, with two in the light and one in the dark, the three electronic consciousnesses in the Archbeast's sea of consciousness were all at the half-step heavenly Tao realm. DE might be slightly stronger, but he was still injured. Furthermore, he was constantly competing with D-Air to devour him. Therefore, from this point of view, among the three electronic consciousnesses, Xian's electronic avatar was the last to enter. As it was waiting for the exhausted DE, it was currently the strongest. However, there was a limit to how strong it was. Phew. Phew, a sharp sound tore through the air. Two beams of light, one blue and one gold, shot through the void. In front was a light gold blob of light, while behind it was a blue blob of light that represented DE's electronic consciousness. This sea of consciousness was extremely vast. In the center, there was a simple mountain peak that looked like an altar. It was only 1,000 feet tall and its surface was engraved with all sorts of extremely complicated runes. From the material, it was likely some kind of special crystal. This crystal that was 1,000 feet tall like a mountain peak was the core crystal of the Archbeast. As long as it was refined, one could obtain the Archbeast's mechanical treasured body. However, this required time and could not be disturbed. Therefore, DE of D-Air had been chasing after the other party. He wanted to devour the other party before he could enter this core crystal with peace of mind and use a certain amount of time to refine it. At this time, DE temporarily obtained control of the Archbeast. As he fled in the Sea of Consciousness, he also diverted a portion of his energy to control the archbeast's body to deal with the violent ape. Therefore, he appeared to be a little flustered. Just as he turned at the edge of the core crystal that was like a small mountain peak, his figure was blocked by the core crystal. He temporarily disappeared from the sight of Dr. who was chasing after him. Yi Xian's electronic avatar, who had been following closely beside him, finally made a move. Buzz. This. In the next moment, a low buzzing sound that was almost undetectable sounded. A gray light flashed and disappeared. After swallowing the light gold light, it disappeared in an instant. Without stopping, Yi Xian's electronic avatar quickly left under the cover of the perfect vibration of the spiritual power secret technique. He had to quickly refine the swallowed body. After that, Dr., who was following behind him, also turned the corner. At this moment, the sound of his divine consciousness also sounded. Huh? Why is he gone? After swallowing De's electronic consciousness in one gulp, Yi Xian immediately activated the perfect oscillation spiritual power secret technique. He unleashed it to the extreme and rushed out of the Emperor Beast's Sea of Consciousness. He had to leave the Sea of Consciousness and refine De's electronic consciousness as fast as he could. De's disappearance would definitely arouse Dr's suspicion. It was impossible to swallow Dr's light blue electronic consciousness like he had done with De. Moreover, swallowing De and Dr at the same time and then refining them was not the safest strategy. If there was an accident, he would be devoured. After all, these two old guys' electronic consciousnesses were not weaker than his own. The safest way was to swallow one first and refine it. After strengthening himself, he could then forcefully swallow the other one. While refining De's electronic consciousness, which had just been swallowed, would obviously take time. Yi Xian had to race against time. Because De's sudden disappearance had aroused Dr's suspicions. However, he would not rush into the core crystal of the Emperor Beast that was like a small mountain peak for the time being to refine it. If there were no accidents, however, Dr should be able to regain his senses very soon. At that time, he would rush into the core crystal without hesitation and refine it. Of course, to completely refine the core crystal, it would also take a certain amount of time. Moreover, this process could not be disturbed. Once disturbed, all his previous efforts would be wasted and he would also be harmed. Because it was precisely because of this reason that De and Dr had been fighting in the Emperor Beast's Sea of Consciousness for so long and had not entered the core crystal to refine it. However, in other words, Yi Xian and Dr were fighting over a time difference. If Dr completely refined the core crystal first and Yi Xian was still unable to refine De's electronic consciousness, then all their previous efforts would be wasted. Even if Yi Xian completed the devouring, he would most likely not be able to do anything to Dr. This was because after he refined the core crystal, he would become the true owner of the Archbeast's body. The Archbeast's consciousness would also become his territory. When that time came, Dr could rely on the power of the core crystal to devour Yi Xian's electronic consciousness, therefore, he had to refine De's electronic consciousness before Dr finished. Even if there was still a sliver of the core crystal that had not been refined by Dr, once Yi Xian entered the Supreme Beast's Sea of Consciousness, he could immediately interfere and cause all his previous efforts to go to waste. With these thoughts flashing through his mind, Yi Xian did not hesitate in the slightest. After quietly rushing out of the Autarch Beast's knowledge sea, he found a secluded place to hide and immediately began refining with all his strength. Tong at this moment, in the Emperor Beast's Sea of Consciousness. The light blue light cluster representing De's two electrons circled around the entire Sea of Consciousness. After confirming that there was no trace of De, it stopped abruptly on one side of the core crystal. He seemed to be hesitating, thinking about something. Perhaps he suspected that this was a trap. But, in the end, Dr gritted his teeth and made his decision. After 10 breaths of time, the light blue ball of light that had been quietly standing on one side of the core crystal suddenly flickered and directly entered the core crystal that was like a short peak of 1,000 feet, disappearing without a trace, outside, in the upper realm, in the void of the universe. Roar! The beast raised its head and roared angrily. On its huge and terrifying body of 500 million miles, its 4 pillar-like arms were all waving. It was like swatting a mosquito, randomly waving its body up and down. DDE was a little bit driven crazy. this damn violent ape had actually shrunk its body to a height of about 10 feet. It was like a speck of dust and kept pestering him to beat him. Although it did not hurt or itch, it was really annoying. In addition, he was anxious at this moment, so he completely could not ignore it. Unknowingly, he was stirred up and simply wanted to pinch this mosquito-like violent ape to death. Whoosh, a faint sound of breaking through the air rang out. The violent ape teleported again. This time, it directly arrived above the beehive-like head of the supreme beast with countless facets. Boom. Boom. Bang. De did not hesitate at all. As soon as his figure appeared, he immediately picked up the big-headed black cudgel, raised it high above his head, and smashed it down hard. 2 of the countless facets on the sovereign beast's head were instantly blasted apart. However, these 2 blasted areas were completely insignificant compared to the sovereign beast's gigantic head. They weren't considered serious injuries, and were probably just superficial wounds. However, the sovereign beast didn't seem to be affected by the sovereign beast's attack. To everyone's surprise, the emperor beast's gigantic body suddenly trembled and immediately froze. The 4 mechanical arms that were waving in the air also fell to the ground, as if it had suddenly lost consciousness. This. 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 This, in fact, this was indeed the case. At this moment, the light golden light cluster that represented De's electronic consciousness was swallowed up by Xianxia's electronic doppelganger. The Supreme Beast's mechanical precious body was still under De's control a moment ago. Therefore, when his electronic consciousness was swallowed up, the Supreme Beast suddenly became motionless. At this moment, the violent ape swung the big-headed black cudgel and smashed it on the Supreme Beast's head. The timing was right, so it looked as if the Supreme Beast had been knocked silly by his cudgel. It had to be said that all of this was a bit of a coincidence. Originally, after De's electronic consciousness was swallowed up, De would immediately take over control of the Supreme Beast's body. However, at this moment, De was not in the mood to care about this at all. The light golden cluster that represented De's electronic consciousness suddenly disappeared. All of this was too strange. He was searching around the Supreme Beast's sea of consciousness. Furthermore, after a fruitless search, De would not get close to controlling the Emperor Beast's body at this time. He had more important things to do, and that was to enter the core crystal core of the Emperor Beast's consciousness, which was like a small mountain peak, and refine it. Only by completing this step would the Supreme Beast's precious body truly belong to him. No one would be able to take it away. In short, after the violent ape's cudgel smashed down, the Supreme Beast's incomparably huge body instantly became motionless. It was not just now, but for a short period of time in the future, it would not make any movements. It could be the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, or it could be longer, or it could be shorter. The violent ape was naturally very clear about all of this. With a flip of his hand, he put away the big-headed black cudgel and then sat cross-legged on the Supreme Beast's head. This scene was too strange. In the distant void, the blood-devouring war lion and the 2 old monsters from the Human Race Federation were stunned. After a few seconds, their expressions suddenly changed. Their bodies shook violently, and they gasped and cried out involuntarily, "Heavens, what did the master of the magic hall, Xian, do?" The Supreme Beast was actually knocked silly, by one hit of his cudgel? My goodness, this is a supreme existence that has truly stepped into the heavenly Tao realm. In such a short period of time, it was actually so easily taken care of by him? But, is this possible? None of this is important. The key question is, why is Xian sitting on the Supreme Beast's head? It wasn't easy to knock the Supreme Beast unconscious. This is a heaven-sent opportunity for a vicious attack. Why is he sitting there in a daze? Could it be that he has also turned silly? In the void, Bao Yuan was still sitting cross-legged on top of the Emperor Beast's enormous head. He closed his eyes as if he was meditating in seclusion. Electrixie's doppelganger was also himself. He had confidence in himself, so he had no intention of entering the Emperor Beast's body to participate in this special battle of possession. Matter in reality, now that De had been swallowed up and De had entered the core crystal core, which was like a small mountain peak, to begin refining, the mechanical treasure body of the Emperor Beast had no one to control it for the time being. It was like a puppet without strings. Indeed, they couldn't just leave it in the void and ignore it. Violent Bao Yuan's main purpose of guarding the Emperor Beast's head was to protect this mechanical treasure body. After all, it would belong to him soon. One primeval heaven's eye suddenly appeared, so he could try to take it away immediately to prevent it from being taken away by the heavenly Dao's eye. In the void tens of billions of miles away, the blood-devouring war lion and the two old monsters from the human clan federation had not left. They had been watching from afar. Today everything that had happened here was too strange. They had to see the final result before they were satisfied. As a matter of fact, the three old men had already realized that something was amiss. It could even be said that they had their own guesses. However, their guesses were so shocking that even they couldn't make up their minds and didn't dare to believe it at all. At the same time, at the edge of the Emperor Beast's consciousness. First in this extremely secluded area, Xianxia's doppelganger, who had activated the perfect vibration spiritual power secret technique, was hibernating here. He was trying his best to refine Di's electronic consciousness that had just been devoured. Now, the Emperor Beast's body was very quiet. There was no sound at all. It was so quiet that it was terrifying. However, there was an imperceptible aura that spread and spread. Both Yixian and Di'er, who had already entered the core crystal of the Emperor Beast, were doing their best. They were racing against time. The only difference was that Yixian was refining Di's electronic consciousness, while Di'er was refining the core crystal of the Emperor Beast. Time passed very quickly in this kind of intense refining. It could even be said that Yixian, who was immersed in refining, did not feel the existence of time at all. The time it took an incense stick to burn past in the blink of an eye. Di's electronic consciousness, which had been swallowed up by Yixian, was finally completely refined. From this moment on, Di no longer existed. The Tianji clan could be considered to have been completely exterminated. It had become a name in history. After swallowing and refining Di's electronic consciousness, Yixian's electronic doppelganger had become much more powerful. If he were to remove the perfect oscillation spiritual power secret technique, he would be able to see a grayish-gold light ball. It was originally gray, but after devouring Di's electronic consciousness, it was infinitely close to the true heavenly Dao realm. Therefore, it had an additional tinge of gold. Such as the gray and gold perfectly blended together, making it look more simple and unadorned. It exuded a heavy and mysterious aura, swish. Without hesitation, Yixian, who was still in perfect concealment under the control of his spiritual oscillation mystic technique, dashed into the sea of consciousness in the blink of an eye. In the center of the Emperor Beast's sea of consciousness, the core crystal core, which looked like a small mountain peak, came into view. At the very center of the core crystal, one could vaguely see a faint blue light that resembled a firefly. Di'er was still refining it and was not done yet. Brain as this thought flashed through his mind, Yixian's heart, which had been hanging in his throat, finally calmed down completely. Following that, he charged straight for the core crystal core. Even when he got close, he did not slow down. Like an invisible bolt of lightning, he charged straight in. Although the core crystal core of the Emperor Beast was solid, it was a crystal that was between transparent and semi-transparent. As for Di'er and Yixian's electronic consciousness, they were all data in the form of light balls. Just like divine sense or spiritual power, they were formless and intangible. Therefore, they could enter easily without any effect. This core crystal core was like a small mountain peak. Its height was only 1,000 feet, and its diameter was about 20 feet. Therefore, after Yixian entered, he immediately saw Di'er, who was at the center of the core crystal core. Here at this moment, Di'er was no longer a light blue ball of light whose form could not be seen. When he was refining the core crystal core of the Emperor Beast, he had manifested his own body. However, it was very small, only about an inch tall, and it was still in existence of energy. Dang, when Yixian charged into the core crystal core, Di'er immediately sensed it. Although he did not see Yixian's figure, he also did not catch Yixian's aura. Everything was hidden under the perfect vibration of the spiritual power secret technique. But after all, he was refining this core crystal core of the Emperor Beast and was more than halfway through. If Yixian stayed outside and did not come into contact with this core crystal core, Di'er naturally would not have any reaction. However, once Yixian entered the core crystal core, it would be strange if Dier still did not notice at all. Who is it? In a flash of light, Dier, who was concentrating on refining, looked over. The voice of divine sense also sounded, revealing vigilance and warning. But his gaze quickly moved away because although he sensed that an unknown existence had entered the core crystal core, he did not know who it was, what kind of existence it was, and did not know where it was. Xian naturally did not respond to him. He carefully and slowly approached slowly and quietly. But, during this process, Dier, who was suddenly alarmed, temporarily stopped refining the core crystal core of the Emperor Beast and turned around to check his surroundings. Here at this moment, an extremely bad feeling suddenly surfaced in his heart, as if a calamity was about to befall him, and his heartstrings suddenly throbbed wildly. Previously, he had suspected that there must be something strange about the sudden disappearance of Di's electronic consciousness. Now, he finally confirmed this point. If he did not find this mysterious existence of unknown origin and hiding somewhere, he would not dare to calm down and refine the core crystal core of the Emperor Beast. Sigh. At this moment, a faint sigh suddenly sounded beside him. When it entered his ears, it instantly caused Dier's body to shake violently. He cried out involuntarily, "You are Xian. This is impossible." Swoosh, almost at the same instant that he cried out in alarm, a grayish-gold light flashed and arrived in front of Dier in the blink of an eye. Under the golden light, it directly enveloped Dier's body, which was only an inch long, as if it was swallowing it. All of this happened too quickly. Coupled with the fact that Dier suddenly realized that the one who was hiding in the dark was actually Xian, an existence that he never would have thought of. Under the intense shock in his heart, he didn't have time to react. That was why he was directly swallowed by Xian in a split second. At the same time, Xian's second sigh sounded faintly. It was unknown whether Dier could still hear it. Sigh. Sigh. Along with the sigh, the battle for the Emperor Beast came to an end. However, the Emperor Beast had not fallen into Xian's control yet. At least, he had not refined the core crystal. All of this had to wait until he had refined Dier's electronic consciousness before he could be at ease. No, however, there was still an electronic consciousness in his body that had not been refined and was not weaker than his own. Under such circumstances, if he was distracted to refine the core crystal, the consequences would be unimaginable if something unexpected happened. Matter in reality, although everything had been settled, Xian didn't relax because of this. This was because he still needed a certain amount of time, but the great desolate heavenly Tao's eyes could descend at any time. Although Di had been busy for so long, the heavenly Tao's eye had not appeared. However, according to Xian's calculations, Di had made such a big commotion and had been going on for 2 days. It was impossible that the primeval heaven's eye had not sensed it. The reason why it hadn't appeared all this time was probably because it was tied down by something extremely important, so it had no time to leave at all. However, now that Di, who had been causing a huge commotion, had been devoured, the shocking commotion that had been going on for 2 days in the void of the Eldritch World fragment had stopped. The primeval heavens I could naturally sense that something must have happened here, therefore, it would definitely settle the matter at hand as soon as possible, or put it aside temporarily, and rush over to see what had happened. In other words, Xian had been racing against time with Dier before. Now, he was racing against time with the primeval heaven's eye. He had to refine Dier's electronic consciousness and the core crystal of the Emperor Beast before the primeval heaven's eye rushed over. Of course, even if he did not refine them, the primeval heaven's eye had already descended. To Xian, there was no other possibility for the Emperor Beast. The raging ape was still guarding the autarch beast's body. Even if the electronic clone had not completed all of this, the raging ape would have unleashed the Shinnon cauldron once the primeval heaven's eye arrived ahead of time, keeping the mechanical body of the autarch beast within. If that was the case, Xian would be in a very difficult situation when facing the primeval heaven's eye. Although Xian had the heaven-falling bow, it could only be used as a deterrent. He couldn't activate it until the very last moment. Otherwise, once it was activated, Xian would be weakened and would no longer have the strength to continue the battle. Against an existence like the primeval heaven's eye, the best combination was an expert who had stepped into the true heavenly Tao realm, as well as Xian who had the heaven-falling bow with the heaven-falling bow. They could take action at any time to battle the primeval heaven's eye. It didn't matter if they weren't its match, but they had to at least have the ability to engage in a head-on battle. Even if they were suppressed, as long as they could withstand the primeval heaven's eye, it would be fine as long as they weren't instantly killed by it. While Xian held the heaven-falling bow and watched from the side like a tiger watching its prey, forming a deterrent, against such a combination, even the primeval heaven's eye would probably be extremely wary. If the autarch beast was completely refined, such a combination would instantly form. When that happened, the autarch beast would face the primeval heaven's eye head-on and restrain it, while Xian would act as a deterrent by the side. It would definitely be able to force the other party to submit. Until it was absolutely impossible for the autarch beast to have the advantage of freely manipulating Xian. Therefore, whether or not the autarch beast could be completely refined before the primeval heaven's eye arrived and controlled in his hands was extremely important to Xian. All of this seemed to take a long time to describe, but in reality, it flashed through his mind in an instant. Without hesitation, he rushed out of the core crystal of the autarch beast at the first moment. He no longer used the perfect oscillation spiritual power secret technique to conceal his figure and aura, because it was completely unnecessary. First Jie fell silent. Xian used all his strength to refine D'Er's electronic consciousness that he had just devoured. This time, perhaps because he had already devoured De earlier, his own electronic consciousness was stronger and much stronger, so the speed at which he refined D'Er's electronic consciousness was obviously faster than before. Only in just half an incense stick's worth of time, everything was over. Previously, after De's electronic consciousness was refined, Xian's electronic consciousness was a grayish gold ball of light. But now, as D'Er's electronic consciousness was completely refined, this grayish gold ball of light had turned pure gold and emitted an extremely sacred aura. Now, just Xian's electronic doppelganger, which was this electronic consciousness that existed in the form of a ball of light, was already infinitely close to the true heavenly Tao realm. After all, before he had devoured Desolate Supremacy, who was already at the peak of the great perfection of the 9th rank, he had then successively devoured De and D'Er, who were not weaker than him. De had even once taken control of the heavenly Tao lightning tribulation and used it as a body to cross the heavenly Tao lightning tribulation and enter the true heavenly Tao realm. But he did not let his guard down because of the joy in his heart. Although D'Er's electronic consciousness had been refined, there was still one last step to complete in order to completely control the autarch beast. That was the core crystal of the autarch beast. First, once this step was completed, even if the true body of primeval heaven's eye descended, Xian would have the confidence to face it head-on and contend with it, the final step. Everything will be over soon, phew. Following the soft murmurs that sounded like sleep talk, the golden ball of light that represented Xian's electronic consciousness instantly shot out. In the blink of an eye, it had entered the core crystal of the autarch beast and began the complete refinement. Previously, Xian had used an incense stick of time to refine De's electronic consciousness. At that time, although D'Er, who had entered the core crystal of the Emperor Beast, had yet to complete the refinement of the core crystal, he had already completed more than half of the process. Also, in other words, if not for Xian's later interference, D'Er would have needed 30 minutes to completely refine the core crystal of the autarch beast and completely control the autarch beast's heavenly Tao realm mechanical treasure body. But now, Xian's electronic consciousness had successively devoured De and D'Er. He was much stronger than D'Er back then. Therefore, according to his calculations, Xian would need less than 30 minutes to completely refine the core crystal of the autarch beast. It was impossible for him to exceed that time. Very quickly, half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Outside, in the upper realm, in the void of the universe, today, De and D'Er's electronic consciousnesses had been successively devoured and completely refined. And Xian, who had completed all this, had entered the core crystal of the autarch beast to begin the refinement. Half an hour had passed. Then, after a while, the core crystal of the autarch beast would be completely refined. But it was also at this moment that a shocking upheaval suddenly descended. Boom! Rumble, without any warning, the entire void of the universe suddenly trembled violently. Such a situation was unprecedented. Even Xian had not encountered it before. It was as if the real apocalypse had descended. Brain as this thought flashed through his mind, Bao Yuan, who was sitting cross-legged on the autarch beast's head, suddenly opened his eyes. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he muttered softly, the primordial apocalypse has finally, fully descended. Boom. Rumble, the next moment, the entire void of the universe suddenly trembled violently. The scene was shocking, as if the real apocalypse had arrived. Bao Yuan, who was sitting cross-legged on top of the Emperor Beast's head, suddenly opened his eyes. There was a flash of understanding in the depths of his eyes. He muttered softly, "The end of the untainted land has finally, fully arrived." At this moment, Yi Xian finally understood why the primeval heavens I had not appeared even after De had spent so much effort in the void of this fragment of the untainted land for so long and had caused such a big disturbance. It was indeed too busy to leave because it had been tied down by more important matters. At that time, the primeval heavens I should have been carrying out some kind of arrangement to promote the final stage of the end of the untainted land. However, perhaps it felt that there was no need to stop first, so it came here to take a look because the final stage of the process was about to be completed very soon. For example, this was the case now. As the final stage of the process was completed and the end of the untainted land was about to arrive, the primeval heavens I, as the doppelganger of the will of the heavenly way, would soon arrive here and would not leave easily. At this moment, this was no small matter. As the end of the untainted land descended, all the fragments of the void that had been completely shattered during the battle in the untainted land would gather and connect with the void of the main plane of the untainted land where Yi Xian was now. It was not the kind of connection that was connected by wormholes or void passageways. Instead, it was a complete integration. There would not be any distinction between them, and there would not even be any separation. It was just like how Yi Xian could directly go to the forbidden land of Rising Sun or the Human Federation from the star area where he was now. There would be no obstruction. In other words, the countless fragments of the void of various sizes that had been shattered back then would completely integrate, just like a broken mirror being reunited. It was precisely because of this that the void of the main plane of the untainted land, which was like the main mirror, would tremble so violently that it had never happened before. Not only was Yi Xian shocked by this scene, but the blood-devouring lion and the two old monsters from the Human Federation, who were tens of billions of miles away in the void, were so frightened that they trembled violently. They had also never seen such a scene before, and they also realized what was about to happen. As for the experts of the small and medium-sized forces and races in the countless inhabited stars in this star field, they had fled in all directions in the void. They had either flown in various warships, battleships, or directly traversed the void with their physical bodies. However, at this moment, as the entire boundless void and the entire sky and earth trembled violently in all directions, they were suddenly at a loss. A look of utter despair appeared on his face as he stopped in midair. Even if they didn't stop, there was nothing they could do. Faced with the violent trembling of the entire sky and earth, they simply didn't know where the path of survival was. They simply didn't know where they should flee. Boom. Rumble. Right at this moment, an earth-shattering rumble suddenly rang out from the void to the right. Looking over, a massive rift suddenly opened up in the void hundreds of billions of kilometers away. Inside the crack, there seemed to be a world that was squeezing in. At first, nothing could be seen, but very soon, when the crack disappeared, the world in that direction suddenly became wider, and even the aura that spread out was different from before. This strange star field appeared, extending from hundreds of billions of kilometers away into the distance. There was no end to it even when the power of divine sense could detect it. Yi Xian recognized the void that had fused with him with a single glance. This was the mysterious void where he and the headless infant corpse had entered after the netherworld furnace and finally rescued the void giant turtle. There were a large number of ancient stars in this mysterious void, as well as some rifts of different sizes. Now, these stars and rifts still existed, but the ancient creatures of the untainted land who were hibernating and healing their wounds were nowhere to be seen. Even some of the places where they had fallen and only their corpses were left are now empty. Rumble, boom. Without waiting for Yi Xian to fall into deep thought and figure out the whereabouts of the ancient creatures, a similar rumbling sound suddenly came from other directions, causing a cold light to flash in his eyes as he subconsciously turned around to look. This time, it was obvious that there was more than one area where the rumbling sounds came from. Moreover, there were some that were far away and some that were near. Even with Yi Xian's powerful half-step heavenly Dao divine sense, he was unable to detect the furthest location. After all, he wasn't a true heavenly Dao realm expert. To allow his divine sense to cover every nook and cranny of a world was a true heavenly Tao realm expert's means. No. Yes, from the direction, he could roughly deduce. In the direction of the Star Alliance, the second universe's plane should have fused in. In the direction of the Myriad Races Alliance, the first universe's plane should have fused in. It was the same for the Human Federation. The third universe's plane should have fused in as well. These three places had already formed a corner of the plane orbit with the current three main planes of the starry skies. Therefore, now that the Eldritch Era had descended, the current three main planes of the starry skies had merged with the void of the main plane of the Eldritch Era from the plane orbit of the starry skies. Except for this, among them, Xian saw the cage star domain, the root of all evil star domain, and some fragments of the void he had passed by before entering the Untainted Land's main plane's void. Clang, in the initial battle of the Untainted Land, the entire Untainted Land had been severely damaged, collapsing into countless fragments of various sizes. But now, he dared not say that all the fragments had returned, because it was very likely that some of them had fallen into the endless void turbulence. But, according to Xian's inference, the primeval heavens I had found it. Furthermore, it had cast a mystic technique with astounding means. Now, it was fully pulling in the void fragments of various sizes. At least 80% of them had fused, rumble, rip, just as he was in a daze, sitting on top of the archbeast's head and watching this grand scene that was rarely seen in all of eternity. A shocking explosion sounded from the void hundreds of billions of kilometers away. First, a bolt of lightning tore open a huge fissure in the void's walls. From the fissure, a gigantic eyeball the size of a star emerged. It was none other than the primeval heaven's eye. The moment it appeared, its gaze swept towards the archbeast and Xian, locking onto their auras. Next, and then, an extremely deep and emotionless murmur sounded from the void. A puny ant dares to scheme against a heavenly Tao realm existence? Have you asked me? In my world, I rule. In the Empyrean Beast Sea of Consciousness. 190% of the incense stick's time had passed. Xian's electronic avatar remained in the core crystal that resembled a 1,000-foot-tall mountain in the middle of the Empyrean Beast Sea of Consciousness. Yes. He was completely unaware of what was happening in the outside world. Even if he knew, he would not have any reaction. This was because he was fully focused on refining the Empyrean Beast's core crystal. He had no time to spare. Rumble, outside, the void of the primordial desolate world fragment was trembling violently. It was as though the real apocalypse had arrived. Although the Empyrean Beast's body was massive, it was still in the void. It was naturally unable to remain unaffected. Following. As the void trembled, the Empyrean Beast's massive body trembled as well. It was the same in its sea of consciousness. Xian sensed the severity of the situation, but he did not dare consider anything else. What was most important was to completely refine the Empyrean Beast's core crystal as quickly as possible. Everything else could be compromised for this. Time passed and soon, about 30 seconds passed. Buzz, at that moment, the core crystal in the middle of the Empyrean Beast's Sea of Consciousness suddenly emitted endless golden light. Furthermore, it emitted a deep and continuous buzzing sound. Golden the light spread out, enveloping the vast Empyrean Beast's Sea of Consciousness. At that moment, the silent Empyrean Beast's Sea of Consciousness seemed to come alive. A golden sea appeared out of nowhere, drowning the core crystal. It was no longer visible, leaving behind endless waves that roared incessantly. Whoosh, a gigantic wave surged over, and when it reached the highest point of the Sea of Consciousness, it suddenly paused. Xian's figure walked out of it. He was dressed in golden robes and looked extraordinarily dignified. The cultivation aura that emanated from his body was clearly that of a true heavenly Tao realm. I've finally refined it. As he muttered, Xian's electronic avatar stood proudly atop the gigantic wave in the Sea of Consciousness. A glint flashed in his eyes. From this moment forth, the Empyrean Beast is me. I am the Empyrean Beast, and I am also, at the heavenly Tao realm. Outside, in the upper realm, in the universe's void. Hung after the desolate heaven Tao's azure, I rushed out of the void rift hundreds of billions of miles away. It did not immediately attack Xian. He seemed to have to split his attention to maintain the void fragments of the primordial world that were now fully fusing. This was exactly what Xian wanted to see. Since his opponent had not made a move, he had been sitting on top of the Emperor Beast's head the whole time. His heart was finally at ease. That was because he knew that time was almost up. The electronic doppelganger would be able to refine the core crystal very soon, perhaps in the very next second. In less than 20 breaths of time, the violent tremors in this vast void eased, and the loud roars coming from all directions gradually stopped. Although Xian hadn't left the area, he was still the strongest expert beneath the heavenly Dao realm. Just the extension of his perception was enough to envelop half the world. Now, this world was different from before. Many strange star areas had appeared, and it was even more vast. This was the sign that the other large and small fragments of the untainted world had merged into this world. It wasn't that there was no life in these star areas. Some of the newly fused untainted world fragments had extremely rich life auras. Of course, these life auras varied in strength. In some of the newly fused untainted world fragments, there were very few life auras that could be sensed, giving off a lonely and desolate feeling. However, these auras were all extremely powerful without exception. There was no lack of mighty figures from the primordial era, and there were quite a few of them. There were even primordial supremes. If there were no surprises, the owners of these auras were most likely ancient primordial beings that had participated in the unprecedented battle of the primordial world countless years ago. Of course, they could not be from the Headless Infant Corpses faction. They were likely from the Primeval Heaven's Eyes faction. Now, with the primordial world that had completely collapsed and been destroyed countless years ago fusing once again and ascending, the countless ancient beings that belonged to the Primeval Heaven's Eyes faction had also returned. They had returned to the primordial world that was like a mirror that had been broken. They would once again gather under the Primeval Heaven's Eyes command and fight for it. However, this time, it wasn't just to annihilate the Headless Infant Corpses faction. The Primeval Heaven's Eyes plan was definitely bigger. It had its eyes on the next primordial world that was about to fully open. This could be seen from the fact that it had colluded with Xingbo and paid a huge price to send Xingbo to the Milky Way star field where the mother planet was. At the same time, Yi Xian was also involved. Although he had nothing to do with the Great Desolate War from countless years ago, he couldn't remain indifferent in the face of the new era of primordial chaos that was about to begin. He could ignore the battle between the Headless Infant Corpses faction and the Primeval Heaven's Eyes faction. However, he had to fight for the supreme fate of the upcoming primordial world era with all his might. I am the master of my world. At this time, when the rumbling of thunder in all directions had completely stopped, this vast and boundless primordial world that had just finished fusing fell into complete silence. In the void hundreds of billions of miles away in front of him, the green eyes of the primordial heaven's path were incomparably deep, and his emotionless voice was heard once again. This time, it clearly revealed a wisp of incomparably cold coldness. "Ant, leave the Emperor Beast and commit suicide." Roar. At this moment, the ferocious ape sitting cross-legged on top of the Emperor Beast's head suddenly raised its head and roared. Then, its body, which was originally only about 3 meters tall, expanded rapidly like a balloon. In the blink of an eye, it had already reached a size of 60 million miles, like a giant star. Its speed was too fast. At this moment, Yi Xian directly activated the bloodline ability of the 9 devil ape transformation in his body. As the roar came out, the power in his body also instantly surged. His aura was like the roaring of a raging river. His limbs and bones surged with boundless ferocity, and there was even a terrifying energy of vital energy and blood that was majestic to the point of being shocking gushing out from his body. Moreover, this incomparably huge body continued to transform. In just half a breath's time, the violent ape of stars had 3 heads and 6 arms. The true body of the devil ape appeared. The body of flesh, the body of bones, and the body of black fog merged into one body. Buzz. The eyes of the body of bones of the 3 true bodies of the devil ape suddenly burst out with an incomparably blazing purple-gold light, and a strange aura like a raging river suddenly burst out and spread out. In the next moment, the body of bones raised its left arm. The originally empty left palm suddenly shone with a golden light, and a golden bow in the form of energy appeared in its left hand. Although the body of flesh and blood and the body of black fog did not move, a cold light flashed in their eyes. Obviously, they each had their own methods, but they had not used them yet. At the same time, Yi Xian's incomparably cold voice came from the mouth of the violent ape, Primeval Heaven's Eye. "So what? Do you dare fight? So what if you are the primeval heaven's eye? Do you dare to fight me? As the true body of the devil ape appeared, the extremely cold voice of the Xian came out of the mouth of the violent ape. At the same time, the eyes of the skeleton of the devil ape's three true bodies suddenly burst out with a blazing purple-gold light. This mysterious aura was like a raging river, spreading out in all directions. In the next instant, the skeleton raised its left arm. The empty palm of its left hand suddenly shone with golden light, and a golden bow in the form of energy appeared in its left hand. The shape of the bow was simple and ferocious. The middle part of the palm was a strange beast with two heads. The two heads were facing up and down, and in the mouths of the ferocious beast were the legs of two humanoid creatures. All of them opened their mouths wide in anger, as if they were roaring. A bowstring that was obviously made of countless fine golden threads twisted together was connected to the two wide mouths of these two humanoid creatures at both ends. It was the most powerful divine ability of the desolate ancient Xianxia, the heaven-falling bow. Known many years ago, during the primeval war, the primeval Xianxia, who was as powerful as the void tortoise and the golden divine dragon, had shot a huge and irreparable hole in the primeval world with this supreme divine power. The power of that arrow was so powerful that even the heavenly eye, which represented the will of the heavenly way of the desolate ancient world, was almost shot down by that arrow. For example, today, after countless years of recovery and hibernation, the primeval heaven's eye had not only recovered its cultivation of the 8th stage of the heavenly way, but it might even have surpassed the cultivation level when it exploded in the battle of the desolate ancient world. For example, after countless years of arrangement, it had finally merged the fragments of the desolate ancient world that had been shattered by the battle of the desolate ancient world, allowing the desolate ancient world to fully descend. However, even he had never expected that at this moment, the moment when the desolate ancient world fully descended, he would actually see the heaven-falling bow again, which he was afraid of. Because during the battle of the desolate ancient Xianxia countless years ago, the desolate ancient Xianxia was only a peak desolate supremacy at the 9th stage. But now, Yi Xian's combat strength was close to the true heavenly Dao realm. If he were to shoot this arrow now, the threat to the heavenly Dao's eye would not be weaker than back then. It was also because of Yi Xian's confidence that the heavenly Dao's eye was afraid. It's you. As Yi Xian's true devil ape form, the heavenly Dao's eye instantly recognized Yi Xian recognized him. In the void hundreds of billions of kilometers away, the heavenly Dao's heavenly eye narrowed, its pupils constricted, and a shocking murderous auras, its anger. He was angry. Just by being angry, the entire untainted land trembled slightly. Countless creatures all knelt on the ground and shivered. It was originally the incarnation of the will of the heavenly way of the primordial world. Previously, because of the collapse of the primordial world, its control over the heavenly way was not very obvious. Now, with the reappearance of the desolate ancient world and its full descent, the heavenly Dao's eye's control of the world finally increased greatly. Although as the desolate ancient world had just fused, it had yet to fully stabilize. Therefore, its control had yet to reach its peak. But it wasn't a problem for him to cause the boundless world to tremble in a fit of rage. At that moment, the heavenly Dao's eye was indeed angry. No. A long time ago, Yi Xian had entered the primordial chaos void and activated the 9 devil ape transformations bloodline divine power, allowing his cultivation level to cross the heavenly Dao realm and reach the 3rd stage. Back then, it attracted the attention of the primeval heaven's eye. However, it was in existence at the 8th stage of the heavenly Dao realm. It was just one stage short of reaching the peak of the heavenly Dao realm. From its point of view, Yi Xian, who had suddenly appeared with the devil ape bloodline and cultivation level at the 3rd stage of the heavenly Dao realm, was clearly a potential threat. Therefore, it wanted to eliminate him. Danger at that critical moment, Yi Xian, who knew that he was no match for the primeval heaven's eye, conjured the heavenly meteorite bow, exposing the secret of him controlling this supreme divine power. However, the heavenly Dao's eye did not care and continued preparing to attack. At that critical moment, the headless infant corpse awoke. The void gigantic tortoise descended and fought the heavenly Dao's eye. Finally, the headless infant corpse used its and the void gigantic tortoise's powers to successfully enter the Milky Way stellar domain where the mother planet was located. That battle was a great humiliation to the heavenly Dao's eye. As the embodiment of the primordial chaos world's will, it had actually been schemed against by its archenemy. It had personally sent the headless infant corpse into the Milky Way stellar domain, adding a variable to the situation there. It was unforgivable. Unfortunately, ever since then, it had lost track of the devil ape and could not find it anywhere. It never expected to encounter it here today. Even more so, it never expected that the target it was searching for had always been in the primordial chaos world's void. At that moment, after recognizing Yi Xian, the heavenly Tao's eye instantly understood everything. It realized that Yi Xian had only relied on some mystic technique to forcefully raise his cultivation level in the primordial chaos void. While, here, due to the suppression of the heavenly Tao, its mystic technique was ineffective. So, you're not a true third stage heavenly Tao, a mere half-step heavenly Tao ant, so what if you have the heaven-falling bow? Once you shoot it, you'll instantly fall into a weakened state. As for me, I'll only be injured at most. I can easily crush you. This arrow, do you dare to shoot it? This was the truth. If Yi Xian was alone here, he naturally would not dare to shoot this arrow. He would not even dare to use the heaven-falling bow because he knew that the other party was certain that he would not dare to shoot. As such, he would unknowingly fall into a passive state, but now, in addition to his original body, he still had an electronic doppelganger, which was the Emperor Beast. Ka-cha-cha, rumble, roar. As if it was a response, the green eyes of the great desolate heavenly Tao revealed a look of disdain and ridicule. Just as he finished speaking, the Emperor Beast that had been standing motionlessly beneath Yi Xian's body, which was 500 million kilometers long, suddenly moved. The earth-shattering sound of mechanical grinding resounded. Its four gigantic mechanical arms, which were like pillars that supported the heavens, twisted with a thunderous roar. Bang! At the same time, the Emperor Beast's eyes that had been closed all this time opened. It raised its head and let out an earth-shattering roar. Although it did not reach the terrifying aura of the primeval heaven's eye when it was enraged, the entire vast and boundless wilderness did indeed tremble slightly with this roar. This was to be expected. This was because the Emperor Beast was also a true heavenly Tao realm existence. Although the cultivation aura emanating from his body was far inferior to the primeval heaven's eye who was at the 8th stage of the heavenly Tao realm, it had reached the 2nd stage of the heavenly Tao realm. This was likely caused by the electronic doppelganger devouring De and Dr. Feeling after the Emperor Beast fully awakened, the powerful aura of the 2nd stage of the heavenly Tao realm emanated from its body. Standing on top of the Emperor Beast's head, the devil ape grinned. The voice of the divine perception sounded again, then, what about now? In the base camp of the Magic Hall, in the forbidden land of the rising sun, after Xian left, the higher-ups of the Magic Hall followed his instructions and began to gather the army. They collected all the resources in the planets with life and carried them on their bodies or sent them into the battleships. The end of the Eldritch world had descended upon the world. As a large number of Eldritch world fragments squeezed into the void and began to integrate, the countless planets with life in the forbidden land of the rising sun had been emptied. No one stayed in the interior of the planets. Everyone was in the void. The 6 major legions of the Magic Hall had filled up the entire cosmic void of the forbidden land of the rising sun. As far as the eye could see, there were all kinds of battleships, fortresses, battleships, space beasts, and space beasts in the void as far as the eye could see. There was no end to it at all. Yi Xian was a little surprised. No one dared to disobey Xian's orders. With just one sentence from him, the countless planets with life in the forbidden land of the rising sun had been emptied. Countless subordinates had gathered here. However, although the Magic Hall had many subordinates now, they were all very disciplined. The endless military forces spread out in the void were also orderly. They were arranged according to the arrangement of the 6 major legions of the Magic Hall, each occupying a part of the void. In the Ferocious Beast Legion, there were about 100 million galactic beasts with different cultivation bases. They were formed by the galactic beasts that had originally lived in the void of the Eldritch World fragment. This included the Ferocious Beast Legion of the original galactic nomads and the galactic beasts in the forbidden land of the rising sun. At present, Commander Green Ox, Yu Ling Long, Long Xiao, Gong Jun, Black Wind Tiger, Howling Moon Mastiff, and the others were standing in front of the Legion, quietly waiting for the next order. There were hundreds of billions of survivors in the Legion, and there were tens of billions of battleships of all kinds. The Legion was extremely large and occupied a very large part of the void. This legion. This legion was formed by the survivors of Xianxia's tribe and the survivors of the Forbidden Land of the Rising Sun. Later, they joined the Survivors Alliance. However, they were in harmony. Currently, the commander, the black-robed Desolate Supremacy, the Nine Supremes, as well as Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, Li Bei, and the rest were also waiting in formation. The nomadic army had the most soldiers, with a total of more than 1 billion. The battleships were all large fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters. There were a total of 50 million battleships. There were humans, the second universe, and even some slave races from the first universe, as well as various great beings from the original Wanluo Federation. This army was actually the army of captives from before, but now that they had passed the final test, they were no longer captives. The entire nomadic army was made up of cultivators from the 3 main planes of space. The 3-clawed serpent dragon, Lan Shan Tang, and the other members of the council who were originally captives had calm expressions on their faces. This was because the complete relocation of the magic hall was no small matter, and no accidents were allowed to happen. The captive army occupied the most space in the void. The total number of soldiers in this army was more than 20 billion. There were all kinds of battleships and fortresses, as well as small fortresses with a diameter of 50,000 meters. Although they were only made up of captives from the Blood Dragon, Green Rock, and Battle Lion clans, almost half of the people from these 3 clans were here, which was why the lineup was so huge. Next, the few great beings from the 3 clans, as well as the Blood Dragon Ancestor and Green Rock Ancestor, were also waiting in front of the Legion. The 10,000 Evil Legion had the least number of powerful beings, with only about 100 million astral beasts. However, all of them were brave warriors who had experienced bloody battles. Their combat strength was definitely the strongest legion among the 5 great legions of the Magic Hall. Right now, the immemorial porcupine and the immemorial turtle were standing in front of the legion. The former had the combat strength of a desolate venerable under the demonic pig's 9 transformations bloodline, while the latter was already an ancient great being. Of course, the old pig originally belonged to this camp, but right now, he was in front of Yixian's cavern star, ready to give the order to move at any time. The last Heavenly River Legion included the Demon Tribe with the Battle Dragon Legion, Yixian's original Heavenly River Legion, the Victorious Legion, the Dark Turtle Tribe, and the Blood Mosquito Beast Tribe. Although they seemed like a mixed army, they were the most important to Yixian. Right now, the Commander Mosquito Butcher, Naples, the Demon King Mo and Tian, the Demon Uncle, the Dark Turtle Tribe's leader Mingjiu, the Mad Mosquito King, Old Man Xianyuan, Old Man Duanmu, Abbess Bodhi, and other high-ranking members of small forces and families all entered the battleships. They felt the violent tremors in the void outside the battleships, and their expressions were extremely solemn. The old pig was the chief commander of the Magic Hall migration personally appointed by Yixian before he left. Right now, he was outside the atmosphere of Yixian's cavern star. Furthermore, right after this drastic change in the void, he received a message from Yixian to start the migration of the Magic Hall. After a short while, the tremors in the void finally stopped completely. In the void, all the powerful beings of the 6 great legions gathered their gazes on the old pig. Rumble, whoosh, almost at the same time, a low rumble of thunder came from Yixian's cavern star. The black magic hall, which looked like a small star, flew out from the interior of the star. The figures of the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Chanru could not be seen. They should have been in seclusion, but now, the 7 supreme beauties of the primordial age were standing at the peak of the Black Palace. Whoosh, as the demon palace soared into the sky and rushed out of the star, a ray of light shot out from another star in the distance. It directly landed behind the Black Palace and stood there steadily. It was the demon palace's inheritance tablet that Yixian had left behind. This giant tablet contained the mysteries of the 9 transformations technique and the heaven-falling bow. Naturally, it could not be left here. It was taken away and placed in the Magic Hall's new base in the primordial age for all the powerful beings of the Magic Hall to study day and night. The star vortex that entered the primordial age was in a remote corner of the forbidden land of the rising sun. It was concealed by Yixian with a secret technique. Even the old pig did not know where it was. But, before leaving, Yixian left its coordinates in the Black Palace. Once the Magic Hall appeared in the sky, it would be activated immediately and the Black Palace, which was as large as a small star, would go straight ahead. In the next moment, as the corpse ancestor Hamba of the Seven Beauties activated the magic hall, a low buzzing sound came from within the Black Palace. The entire huge palace was like a special star fortress. It suddenly moved and headed towards the depths of the forbidden land of the rising sun. Everyone, listen up. The great migration of the magic hall begins. Awoo! In the next moment, the old pig's divine sense voice came out. He raised his head and let out a shocking roar. Then, his body swayed and followed closely behind, roar. Screech, rumble, almost at the same time, the kinetic energy cabins of countless battleships, fortresses in the void opened at the same time. Countless battleships emitted dazzling light, and countless ferocious beasts roared and roared, shaking this part of the world slightly. The 6 legions were fully activated. In the universe's void, where the archbeast previously wreaked havoc. Kacha. Rumble, roar, just as the desolate heaven Dao's azure eye finished speaking, the archbeast, Pang Dao's terrifying 250 million kilometer body, suddenly moved. At this moment, the earth-shattering sound of grinding machinery rang out. The autarch beast, which had been motionless all this time, began to move its 4 giant mechanical arms that were like pillars supporting the sky, creating a thunderous roar. First, its tightly shut eyes opened at that moment as it raised its head and let out an earth-shattering roar. Its aura was so intense that a single roar was enough to cause the vast desolate heaven and earth to tremble slightly. At that moment, the powerful aura emanating from the archbeast's body had reached the 2nd stage of the heavenly Dao realm. This was because Xianxia's electronic avatar had devoured the powerful electronic consciousnesses of De and Der, allowing it to approach the true heavenly Dao realm. First, the electronic consciousnesses that were infinitely close to the heavenly Dao realm, and the archbeast's powerful mechanical treasured body that had already entered the heavenly Dao realm. When the two were combined, it was only natural for it to reach the 2nd stage of the heavenly Dao realm, with the archbeast fully awakening. Xian's heart, which was in his throat, finally calmed down completely. Standing still, standing on top of the archbeast's head, the demonic ape looked at the distant heavenly Dao's azure eye and grinned. Its voice sounded coldly, "Then, what about now?" A similar voice sounded from the beast's mouth, "Then, what about now?" This was clearly Xian's voice as well. It was extremely clear and anyone could tell. At that moment, the void fell into silence. The archbeast and the demonic ape were one on top and one below. The latter was 250 million kilometers in size. Its eyes were sharp as they locked onto the primeval heaven's eye in the distant void. Its aura was intense and it looked like it could charge out at any moment. On top of the autarch beast's head, the 3-headed and 6-armed demonic ape stood there quietly. The 3 skeletons of the demonic ape raised their left arms, revealing the fallen sky bow. Their right hands were on the bowstring, ready to pull the bowstring and shoot an arrow at any time. Far away, the bloodthirsty battle lion and the 2 old monsters from the Human Federation gasped in shock. Their eyes widened as they thought they were hallucinating. Wasn't the autarch beast stupid? No, was it because of the head of the demon palace, Xian, that one hit from the head of the demon palace? Why did he suddenly wake up? Furthermore, his cultivation had made a breakthrough, reaching the 2nd stage of the heavenly Dao realm. The voice that came out of his mouth was the voice of the Lord of the Fiend Emperor, Xian. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, the 3 old fellows felt a rumbling sound in their minds. After a few moments of confusion, they all gasped and cried out involuntarily, "I understand now." All of this was done by the head of the magic hall, Xian. He originally had an electronic avatar. Like De and Der, he could also enter the autarch beast's body. If I'm not mistaken, the head of the magic hall, Xian, should have sent his electronic avatar into the autarch beast's body. At the same time, his true body interfered from the outside, allowing the electronic avatar to devour De and Der's electronic consciousnesses, strengthening himself and refining the autarch beast. SSS. What a shocking move. De and Der fought for so long, but in the end, he benefited. Now, the magic hall has a 2nd stage heavenly Dao realm autarch beast. In addition, Xian's true body has the fallen sky bow, a divine power that even heavenly Dao realm existences fear. Now, the magic hall is definitely an invincible existence in this void fragment of the primordial world. no matter which faction it is, they are definitely no match for it. Even if all the ancestors of our human federation's 3 ancestral grounds were to awaken from their slumber, they would still be no match for it. In this world, the only existence that can suppress the head of the magic hall, Xian, is the primeval heaven's eye. Following these exclamations, the faces of the blood-devouring war lion and the 2 old freaks from the human federation had already turned extremely gloomy. If it was said that they were still resentful and unhappy about Xian's disregard, then everything was different now. Now, the head of the magic hall had a second stage Heavenly Dao Realm autarch beast that had stepped into the Heavenly Dao Realm. In an instant, the gap between them had widened, and they were no longer able to fight back. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, the 3 old freaks subconsciously exchanged glances across the endless void. They could all see the sadness and loneliness in each other's eyes. They were also primordial supremes and had once been on equal footing with the head of the magic hall, Xian. They had even fought against each other. However, now, unknowingly, they had been thrown down a level by the head of the magic hall, Xian. They had become existences that were completely incomparable to him. This feeling was really unpleasant and made them sigh. Xian, do you want to fight me to the death? While the blood-devouring war lion and the 2 old freaks from the human federation were sighing inwardly, on the other side of the void, the pupils of the primeval heaven's eye, which was as large as a star, constricted. Its extremely deep voice sounded out, "I have to say that your scheme succeeded. You actually managed to devour the electronic consciousnesses of DE and DR, finally obtaining the mechanical body of an autarch beast that has stepped into the true Heavenly Dao realm, but even so, you are still no match for me in a battle. This autarch beast is only at the 2nd stage of the Heavenly Dao realm, but I am at the 8th stage of the same realm. What, do you have to fight me?" It was the truth. Even if he did not say it, Xian knew very well that he was definitely no match for the primeval heaven's eye. Even if he joined forces with the autarch beast, there was no way he could defeat it. But, he was confident because he knew that if the autarch beast charged forward recklessly, temporarily restraining the primeval heaven's eye, Xian's true body could take advantage of this opportunity to lock onto the autarch beast's body and shoot an arrow. With his current cultivation level and strength, although he could not kill the primeval heaven's eye, who was at the 8th stage, by using the heaven-falling bow at full strength, he could still severely injure it. The autarch beast had finally completed its arrangements, allowing the primeval apocalypse to descend upon the present world. It definitely had more important arrangements to make next. At this time, he could not bear the consequences of suddenly being severely injured. In comparison, letting Xian leave so easily was not an unacceptable outcome. Even if it was unacceptable, the primeval heavens I could only accept it because he had no better choice. At this point, Xian's heart calmed down. A cold glint flashed in the eyes of the demon ape's fleshly body, and the voice of the divine perception was immediately transmitted. "Just as you said, even if I join forces with the autarch beast, we are definitely no match for you, but once the battle begins, with the autarch beast restraining me, I can successfully lock onto your aura. Although you won't die with one arrow, you will definitely be severely injured. Can the present you bear such an outcome? Or should I say, are you willing to bear it? Can the present you bear such an outcome? Or should I say, are you willing to bear it?" Xian drew the heaven-falling bow with his left arm and pulled the bowstring with his right hand. A cold beam flashed in his eyes as he glared at the primeval heaven's eye hundreds of billions of kilometers away. His cold words had a hint of mockery to them. It was as though he was mocking it. Roar. With his final sentence, the archbeast let out a deep roar. It pushed its strength to its limits as it waited. It looked like it could teleport over at any moment to engage the Heavenly Dao's eye. Upon seeing this scene, the Heavenly Dao's eye shimmered as it fell silent. It was a supreme existence at the 8th stage of the Heavenly Dao realm. Although it did not fear a 2nd stage the archbeast, if the archbeast went all out and disregarded everything, it was completely possible for it to hold it back for a few seconds. In those few seconds, Xian, who was wielding the heaven-falling bow, would be able to lock onto its aura completely. When the time came, the arrow might not kill it, but it was highly likely that it would be heavily injured. Even if it could avoid being heavily injured, it would not be able to avoid being lightly injured. It was weighing the pros and cons, considering if all of this was worth it. Finally, the Heavenly Dao's eye seemed to make a decision. A look of indignation flashed in its gigantic eyes. Immediately following that, an extremely deep voice sounded. Yi Xian, you are not my match. However, I can temporarily release the infant corpse, much less you. With your cultivation level that has yet to enter the heavenly Tao realm, it is not enough for me to pay the price to kill you. Today, what do you intend to do? It was clearly about to relent. It did not wish to be injured because of Yi Xian, so it planned on temporarily releasing him. When the time was right in the future, it would kill him. That was enough, to Yi Xian. As long as he could successfully leave this place today, his goal would be achieved. He had no plans on fighting the heavenly Daozai to the death. On the one hand, it was not worth it. Here, he was unable to possess the combat strength of the heavenly Tao realm, but it was different in the primordial chaos void. If, today, all the members of the magic hall should have moved to the primordial chaos void. In this primordial chaos void, Yi Xian no longer had anything to worry about. He could leave calmly. His only goal be to completely evacuate this place. No. But before that, there was one last thing that needed to be done. Thinking of this, Yi Xian subconsciously turned around and looked in the direction of the third universe's plane. At the same time, his divine sense swept out. Next, in the next moment, Yi Xian's body trembled, and an unexpected expression of shock appeared on the violent ape's face. Before leaving this fused great desolate world, the 9 heavenly stars were the only things that Yi Xian still remembered and had to take away. With his current cultivation and strength, he could even take away a single star with a wave of his hand. Xianbi. Of. Dang. Perhaps the current mother planet was countless years before Yi Xian was born, or it could be countless years after. Therefore, Yi Xian had to go to the mysterious mother planet that was still protected by the nomological powers of the primordial chaos void. But even if it was the 9 heavenly stars, he still couldn't bear to part with them. Since the Great Desolate World, which had been destroyed by the Great Desolate War countless years ago, had already merged back together, the Great Desolate World that should have ended, but had yet to truly end, had already arrived. He could no longer stay in the primordial chaos world because he would always be suppressed. He had to leave. Then, when he left, he had to take the 9 heaven star with him. Although the 9 heaven star was not the mother planet that gave birth to his life, Yi Xian had grown up in the 9 heaven star. That was his second home. What's more, there were too many old friends in the 9 heaven star. This planet was very special. After Yi Xian left the 9 heaven star, he immediately rushed to the Heavenly River Star to complete the certification of ownership of the 9 heaven star. However, he was still too weak at that time, and the 9 heaven star was located in the depths of an extremely remote star domain. There were no other signs of life there. In order to avoid bringing the powerful forces of the starry sky environment into the 9 heaven star and bringing calamity to the living beings on the planet, he had never returned before he had grown up. However, after Yi Xian had advanced to the immortal realm, he had the strength to protect the 9 heaven star. He had returned to the 9 heaven star once, but to his surprise, he found that this planet's own domain was very special. The atmosphere that enveloped the 9 heaven star seemed normal, no different from other planets. However, in reality, there was a layer of formless energy that was like a membrane in the entire atmosphere. It firmly protected the entire 9 heaven star. Not only was it too difficult for cultivators inside the planet to leave, but they also had to reach the height that Yi Xian had in the past. It was even more difficult for living beings outside the 9 heaven star to enter. At that time, Yi Xian had already advanced to the immortal realm, but he still couldn't force his way through the formless membrane in the 9 heaven star's atmosphere and enter the planet. Just from this point alone, one could see a thing or two. However, although this matter was strange, Yi Xian didn't think too much about it. Instead, he was even more relieved. Because of the formless membrane's existence, the life force within the 9 heaven star was restrained, including the entire planet's aura. Although he couldn't enter at that time, at least he could confirm that all the living beings on the 9 heaven star, including his old friends, were all safe. Originally, Yi Xian wanted to wait until his cultivation had advanced to the level of Marquis Immortal, King, and Emperor before making a trip to the 9 heaven star. He wanted to see if he could forcefully break through the invisible barrier in the atmosphere of the 9 heaven star and enter the star with his current level of cultivation. However, after that, he had always been in the main void of this fragment of the universe. Even when he left, he went to the Hongmeng void and didn't return to the third universe. In addition, he had never stopped working on the various matters at hand, so he didn't have the time at all. This matter was delayed until now, when he had already advanced to the supreme primordial level, but he still hadn't returned to the Nine Heavens star. Only, he had never expected that even though the entire third universe had merged into the untainted land, the ninth heavenly star was nowhere to be found in the remote star field where the ninth heavenly star had once resided. This, 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 this result made his heart sink, but he didn't panic. After a glance, he retracted his gaze and divine sense, frowning and started to deduce, this situation was obviously very unusual. The only explanation was that the Nine Heavens star didn't belong to the third universe. It was from outside, only in this way would the green eye of the primordial heavenly Tao not affect the nine heavenly stars when it used a secret technique to pull the third universe's plane that had been scattered from the primordial world into the main void of the fragment of the primordial world. As he continued to deduce, Xian gradually had a guess in his heart. The unexpected disappearance of the heavenly star was obviously extremely unusual. The only explanation was that it didn't belong to the third universe in the first place. To the third universe, it was simply foreign. Only if that was the case, the primeval heavens I had used a secret technique to pull the third universe's plane that had been scattered from the collapse of the Eldritch world and merged into the main void of the Eldritch world fragment. Only then would the nine heavenly stars not be affected and not be brought over at all. If that was the case, then where did the nine heavenly stars come from? Where were they now? All of this was strange. Even with Xian's current cultivation and strength, he didn't have any results when he tried to deduce. He was completely relying on his own guesses. Logically speaking, a star, unless it was forcefully moved by some almighty, such as the current Xian. Otherwise, no matter how intense the star's movement was, it was impossible to move from one universe's void to another universe's void. Of course, it was also possible that it wasn't done by some almighty existence, but by the influence of some kind of law that caused it to descend from another plane to the void of the third universe. For example, this was the case for the mysterious mother planet. It had disappeared due to the power of the laws of the primordial void when the primordial world had completely collapsed during the Great War countless years ago. Even more so, as for the entire Milky Way star field, including the mother planet, it had flown away. If the nine heavenly stars was also in this situation, then its origin was too mysterious. Its background must be extraordinary. Even if it couldn't be compared to the mother planet in the Milky Way star field, it probably wasn't too far off. However, all of this was not important. With Xian's current cultivation and strength, as long as he found the nine heavenly stars, he was 100% sure that he could forcefully break through the invisible barrier in the atmosphere of the nine heavenly stars and enter the interior of the star. If at this point, no matter what the secrets of the nine heavenly stars were, he should be able to find out clearly. At least, he would be able to get a general result. Yes, the third universe's plane had been pulled over by the primeval heavens eye and integrated into the world of the end of the Eldritch world. Now, the nine heavenly stars was like a lonely person that had fallen into the endless turbulence of the void. If he wanted to find it, he was afraid that it would be difficult. But no matter what, he had to give it a try. Of course, even if he was temporarily unable to find it, Xian would not give up. In the future, when his cultivation level entered the true heavenly Tao realm, he would definitely enter the dangerous void turbulence and personally bring back the nine heaven stars. While now, they weren't heading to the forbidden land of Rising Sunday. The entire Magic Hall army had already moved into the small vortex of stars that connected to the primordial chaos void. And that small vortex of stars had already been concealed once more, and it wouldn't be discovered for the time being. This was to prevent Heaven's Eye from leading an army to chase after it and catch up to the Magic Hall's army from behind. Therefore, if Xian returned to the forbidden land of the rising sun, it would be bad news. It would be equivalent to showing the path to the primeval Heaven's Eye, which would immediately expose the existence of the small vortex of stars. He was about to enter the turbulent void space to try and find the nine heavenly stars. Hence, the best solution now was to tear open the void space and enter the turbulent void space. He would go to the original location of the third universe to search. At that time, regardless of whether there were any results or not, he would be able to directly use the planar-level interstellar coordinate jump ability to return directly to the vicinity of the Source Nest's headquarters in the primordial chaos void. In other words, he was going to leave. And after leaving, this newly merged world would be unified under the deterrence of Heaven's Eye's eye. None, whether it was the current Human Race Federation, the Alliance of 10,000 Races, the Star Alliance, or other large and small forces, as well as the newly integrated three major starry sky main planes, as well as other forces and races in the fragmented void space, they would all be forced to submit to Heaven's Eye. All living beings in this desolate and apocalyptic world would be respected by him. However, Yi Xian didn't care about all of this, and he wasn't interested in paying attention to it at all. With these thoughts flashing through his mind, Yi Xian immediately made his move. With an incomparably clear sound of ripping silk, a huge void crack appeared in the void in front of the Emperor Beast. This void crack led to the original location of the third universe's plane void space. Endless void turbulence seeped out from within, and the aura was cold and terrifying. Even universe supremes would most likely be turned into corpses in an instant if they weren't powerful beings or desolation supremes. Huh? Primeval heavens! I was obviously very surprised by Yi Xian's actions. He didn't expect Yi Xian to actually want to leave. Moreover, he was going to directly tear open the void space and enter the endless turbulent void space. Given his and the Emperor Beast's current cultivation base and strength, it was basically not too dangerous to enter such turbulent void streams. Moreover, if they were prepared, the possibility of getting lost in the turbulent void streams did not even exist. They could follow the various traces that they had prepared beforehand and return to the sect. Even so, heavens, I was still very confused. Previously, he had met Yi Xian in the Hongmeng void space, and they had even almost engaged in a great battle. Now that he had met him again, it meant that he had a secret way to enter the Hongmeng void space. In Heaven's Eye's opinion, Yi Xian should have chosen to enter the Hongmeng void space and not the turbulent void space. However, all this had no effect on him. Whether Yi Xian went to the Hongmeng void space or the turbulent void space, as long as he left the Hongmeng void space, it would be enough. Moreover, Heaven's Eye was also very certain that in the future, there would definitely be a chance to meet Yi Xian again. When that time came, it would use all its strength to vent today's anger. Boom, boom. Boom, in the void space, there was an earth-shattering sound. The Emperor Beast's incomparably huge body took a step forward and stepped into the void crack in front of it. On top of the Emperor Beast's head was the demonic ape skeleton, which had shrunk to 100,000 feet in size. Its left arm was raised high, and the heaven-falling bow was not put away. Furthermore, its right arm was placed on the bowstring the entire time. This was to guard against the sudden sneak attack of the great desolate heavenly Tao's green eye. Yi Xian didn't trust this old fellow, and he didn't trust him at all. As long as he was still in the void of the great desolate era, he had to be on full alert in case anything unexpected happened. It was actually a terrifying existence at the 8th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. Once he was ambushed by it, the consequences were obvious. Even the present Yi Xian might not be able to withstand it. No, the primeval heavens I did not seem to have any other plans. It stood in the void hundreds of billions of miles away, its eyes flickering from time to time. Yet, he quietly watched as the devil ape stood on top of the Emperor Beast's head. As the Emperor Beast stepped forward, step by step, it entered the void crack in front of it, gradually moving further and further away. Slowly, it disappeared into the endless turbulence of the void crack, never to be seen again. At this moment, to Yi Xian, everything in the Hongmeng void space was considered to have come to an end. However, to the countless living beings in the Hongmeng void space, everything had just begun. In the end of the chaos void, rumble, the figures of the Emperor Beast and the demon ape disappeared in the endless void turbulence and were no longer visible. This incomparably huge void crack was also rapidly mended under the influence of the nomological power of the end of the chaos void. Such as, today, this was no longer the main fragment void of the chaos world, but an almost complete chaos world that seemed to have been reunited. At least 80% of the countless large and small fragments of the void that had collapsed due to the unprecedented battle had been found by the heavenly Tao Green Eye and arranged for countless years. Now, it had used a secret technique to pull them back and fuse them together again. This was equivalent to the reappearance of the chaos world of the past, but it could no longer be compared to the chaos world of the past. No, the chaos world of the past was full of vitality and endless vitality. However, presently, this so-called primeval world that had once again fused together after breaking through had long since entered the end of this primeval era. Moreover, it was bound to be completely annihilated when the next primeval era officially began. It was like a boundless void of turbulence, exiled from here on. All of this no longer had anything to do with Xian. He'd already left the void at the end of the Great Desolate Era, and if there were no other unforeseen events, he wouldn't return. In the future, the battle for the destiny of the next primordial era would also unfold in the primordial era. However, for the countless creatures living in the void of the end of the untainted land, this was just the beginning. When this incomparably huge void crack slowly mended, the blood-devouring lion and the two human race desolate supremacies from the Human Race Federation were still at the end of the void in the distance and had not left. With their own eyes, they witnessed the arrival of the Green Eye of Heavenly Tao, the revival of the autarch beast, and the merging of the other fragments of the primitive world, which quickly repaired the main fragment of the primitive world, and turned it into a primitive world with a completely different aura, which was even more majestic and ancient. Similarly, they had also seen Xian and the Emperor Beast working together to force the primeval heavens eye to leave out of fear. In the end, they could only watch as Xian and the Emperor Beast calmly left. Everything, one after another, was extremely shocking. Even though the three of them were supreme beings of the primordial era, their minds were still buzzing. They were caught off guard and couldn't process what just happened. In this star area, the countless experts of the small and medium-sized forces, no matter how far they had fled, were no exception. They all prostrated themselves in the void, their bodies trembling as if doomsday had arrived. Now, with the large and small pieces of the chaos fragment that had been shattered in that incomparable battle countless years ago, almost all of the void had been pulled over. The chaos world of the past was like a broken mirror being reunited. Under the fusion of countless void fragments, it appeared once again. The missing power of the heavenly Tao of the untainted land in the main fragment of the untainted land had long been made up for to the extreme. It could be said that the degree of control that the Green Eye of the heavenly Tao of the untainted land had now reached that of the untainted land's end of the untainted land, which had just been fused with the Green Eye of the untainted land. Even though it had not reached the level of the untainted land's golden age, it was definitely not far away. Wrong. With the large and small pieces of the chaos world fusing together, the chaos world of the end of the chaos world of the chaos world was now infinitely vast, thousands of times larger than before. Even so, as the embodiment of the will of the world of the chaos world, the Eye of the Heavenly Way could still control every inch of the void with great precision. For example, today, it reigned supreme in the chaos world of the end of the chaos world. Even though it was just standing there quietly without deliberately spreading its aura, all living creatures in the endless void of the end of the chaos world of the end of the chaos world could clearly feel its endless pressure. In the void, even the blood-devouring lion, the two desolate elders of the human clan from the Human Clan Federation, were trembling slightly and kneeling down in the void. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Their faces were pale and uneasy. While, in other parts of the void, whether it was the Human Race Federation, the Star Alliance, or the Alliance of 10,000 races, all the starry sky experts, regardless of their level of cultivation, trembled and fell to their knees under the terrifying pressure of the heavenly way emanating from the Green Eye of the Heavenly Way. No one was spared from this. I am the Chaos World. All of you are my people. With a flash of light, the Eye of the Heavenly Way's deep voice suddenly rang out. The voice wasn't very loud, but it enveloped the entire vast and endless void of the end of the chaos world of the end of the chaos world. Heavens, even an existence hiding in the deepest corner of a star's core, could hear it clearly. Moreover, the voice sounded as if it was right next to their ears. This. The meaning of this was clearly that the entire endless void was under the control of the Eye of the Heavenly Way. No matter where, everything, big or small, could be seen clearly. The chaos world has reappeared, and I have fully descended. From this moment on, the chaos world is united. Countless living creatures worship me. If there are any objections, they will be obliterated. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh, halfway through, the eye of the heavenly way shot out 3 rays of green light. They seemed inconspicuous, only the size of a thumb, but they were all filled with an extremely strong energy aura. The 3 rays of green light were extremely fast. When they appeared, they were still in the void hundreds of billions of miles away, but almost in the next moment, they had already arrived in front of them. Before the 3 of them could react, they directly drilled into the glabella of the blood-devouring war lion and the 2 desolate elders from the human clan federation. Rumble, the next moment, as the light rays, which were as small as fireflies, entered the glabella of the 3 of them, an incomparably deep rumbling sound of thunder immediately came from their bodies. Accompanied by this sound of thunder, the cultivation aura of the 3 of them was also rapidly rising. Short in about 3 or 4 breaths, they had directly broken through 2 levels of cultivation. First, previously, the 2 desolate elders from the human clan federation were only at the 7th stage of the supreme primordial realm. But now, after breaking through 2 small levels, they had stepped into the 9th stage of the supreme primordial realm in a few breaths of time, becoming supreme existences at the half-step heavenly Tao realm. Until as for the blood-devouring war lion, under the bloodline divine ability of the berserk lion 9 transformations, its cultivation had also soared from the 5th stage of the desolate elder to the 7th stage of the desolate elder. All of this took a long time to describe, but in fact, it happened in a few breaths of time. In just a few breaths of time, their cultivation had increased by 2 levels. Such a thing was like a dream. The 3 old fellows trembled violently and were stunned on the spot. Their eyes were wide open, and their mouths were slightly agape. It was as if they had just been struck by lightning. This is my power. Go. How could my desolate world only have 3 primordial sovereigns? At this moment, the voice of the Eye of the Heavenly Way sounded again. Pass down my order. Awaken all the mighty figures and desolate elders of all races and factions. Come and meet me. The primordial void. This was a remote area after entering the forbidden land of rising sun from the hidden vortex of stars. It was still extremely far from the right bank of the Milky Way. Similarly, it was not close to the Source Nest's headquarters. After entering this place, Old Pig Spirit immediately had a sense of direction. He could vaguely sense the location of the Source Nest's headquarters. After all, he had stayed there for quite some time. Moreover, under the demonic pig's 9 transformations bloodline divine ability state, Old Pig Spirit already possessed the cultivation of a half-step heavenly Tao desolate supremacy. This time, the entire 6 armies of the magic hall had migrated. The vast forbidden land of rising sun was empty, and not a single strand of hair was left behind. Just based on this point, one could imagine how huge the lineup in this remote corner of the primordial void was. As far as the eye could see, the 6 armies quietly spread out in the dark void. The figures of various battleships, and ferocious beasts were endless, and they extended to the end of one's line of sight. At the front of this foreign army that had just entered the primordial void, a black palace quietly stood. Shockingly, it was the symbol of the magic hall. This black palace itself was a primordial treasure that was personally refined by Yi Xian. At this moment, it was in its complete form. It was like a small star in the shape of a palace, floating in the void, and emitting a thick and simple aura. Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Chanru were still in seclusion, so only Corpse Ancestor, Hitorigami, and the other 3 beautiful cultivators were in charge of the Black Palace. Now, the 7 girls were standing on the platform outside the palace, looking into the dark primordial void in front of them, and their faces revealed contemplative expressions. Awoo, awoo. At this moment, 2 boar howls suddenly sounded. Old Pig Spirit and Primordial Porcupine rushed over from a huge star fortress. These 2 fellows had activated the bloodline divine ability of the demonic pig's 9 transformations, so Primordial Porcupine also had the cultivation of a desolate supremacy. Immediately after, figures rushed out from the other star fortresses and battleships around them. These figures were all the higher-ups of the magic hall. For example, the black-robed desolate supremacy from the Native Alliance was also following behind these 2 fellows. All 3 of them had the combat strength of a desolate supremacy. They were standing in the void closest to the black magic hall. Behind the 3 of them were the higher-ups of the magic hall who were below the desolate supremacy realm. Among them, the strongest were the mighty figures of the primordial era. Although there were not many of them, there were still quite a few of them. In less than half an incense stick's worth of time, more and more figures rushed out from the void and gathered in the void behind the black magic hall. Without exception, all the higher-ups of the magic hall had arrived. Old behind the pig spirit and the other two were the 9 powerful figures of the remote antiquity from the Blood Dragon clan, the Green Rock clan, and the Battle Lion clan, as well as the 3 powerful figures of the Alliance of Remnants. Behind them were the 6-headed Blood Dragon, Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, Li Bei, and Elder Sang Ji. Bao including Green Cow, Yu Ling Long, Long Ao, Gong Jun, Howling Moon Mastiff, 3-clawed Dragon, Long Shan Tang, Blood Dragon Ancestor, Green Rock Ancestor, and the titled emperors of the Blood Dragon clan, Green Rock Ancestor, and the Battle Lion clan. Finally, there were more than 200 titled emperors in the captive army formed by the captives of the Blood Dragon clan, Green Rock clan, and the Battle Lion clan. Of course, the higher-ups of the 10,000 Evil Legion led by Immemorial Turtle were also gathered here. Among them, the weaker ones were still the commanders of the Heavenly River Legion. For example, Old Geezer Mosquito Butcher, Naples, Devil King Mo and Tian, Demon King Imperial Uncle, Dark Turtle Clan Leader Mingjiu, Mad Mosquito Emperor, Old Man Xian Yuan, Old Man Duanmu, Abbess Bodhi, and other higher-ups of small sects and clans. In a short period of time, the upper echelons of the 6 great armies all rushed out of their respective flagships. There were a total of over 1,000 figures, and they all gathered in the void behind the Black Palace. At this moment, other than the 7 gorgeous cultivators who had already been to the primordial void, the old pig demon, and the others, the rest of the upper echelons of the Devil Hall were all looking around with curious expressions on their faces as they sized up everything in the void. Unfortunately, even though the powerful figures of the remote antiquity era could extend their divine senses to the extreme, they still couldn't find anything. This void was like an endless darkness. There wasn't even a single abandoned star in the void, let alone a star with life. Compared to the main void of the fragment of the untainted land where they were before, this was simply a wasteland. There were countless powerful figures of the magic hall of the 6 legions in the void, but except for the 7 gorgeous cultivators and the pig spirit, almost none of them had been to the Hongmeng void before. Although they hadn't been there before, they had at least heard about it. They knew that the Hongmeng void was at a higher level than the untainted land world countless years ago. In fact, legend had it that the untainted land world countless years ago was just a world created by one of the 3,000 chaos demon gods that were born in the Hongmeng void after the start of the Hongmeng era. Only, just based on this point, the Hongmeng void was already high enough in everyone's hearts. Only, yes, they had been looking forward to it for so long, but now that they had really entered the Hongmeng void, all they saw was a dark wasteland. They couldn't even find the existence of a single abandoned star at the end of their divine senses. This situation was completely different from what they had expected. The difference was simply indescribable. If not for the fact that they trusted Yi Xian and the pig spirit, they would have suspected that they had come to the wrong place. But, even then, they were still slightly stunned, and they stared blankly as they sized up the surrounding space. Every single one of them had a dumbstruck expression on their faces, and they even suspected that they were hallucinating. What's with your expressions? Don't tell me that you think that I've come to the wrong place? Oh woo, the pig spirit looked around at everyone. After being stunned for a moment, he immediately understood why they were behaving like this. He was so angry that he rolled his eyes. He raised his head and roared violently. The voice of his divine sense sounded again. This is only the most remote place in the Hongmeng void. The passage to the rising sun forbidden land is in this location, which is the most ideal. However, although the overall environment of the Hongmeng void is basically the same, and 1 or 2 abandoned stars can occasionally be seen very far away in the void, this place is still extraordinary. Have you heard of the nesting stars that give birth to the chaos demon gods? At the beginning of this Hongmeng era, 3,000 chaos demon gods were born in the Hongmeng void. One of them created the untainted land later. Now, this Hongmeng era is about to end, and a new Hongmeng era is coming. Therefore, in this endless Hongmeng void, there are 3,000 nesting stars that give birth to the chaos demon gods at the beginning of the new era. This time, we will go straight to the right bank of the Milky Way, and we will see 2 of them on the way. At this point, the pig spirit seemed to have suddenly thought of something. He patted his head and immediately corrected himself. Wrong, it's not 3,000. There are only 2,999 of them at most. Because one of them has been hollowed out by the leader, it has become the base camp of our magic hall in this Hongming void. End of chapter 5024. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.